This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Welcome to the end of the world. A familiar voice sounded in Siapu-ro ears, receiving the background of this mission. This operation plane is the end of the world, a parallel time and space with the host's original world, Blue Star. A zombie virus broke out in 2035. Most humans were infected, animals and plants mutated one after another. The living people are divided into two types, superpowers and ordinary people. 3 months after the apocalypse, hot weapons were affected by mysterious factors, and all rusted and corroded. 1 year after the apocalypse, humans gradually awakened their superpowers. Now it is 3 years after the apocalypse. There will be frequent natural disasters in this world. This mission is to save all mankind, as much as possible, and let the survivors live in the host's homestay. M80 briefly talked about the world background and began to teleport. After a burst of strong light, Siapu-ro stood in front of a house. The girl in her 20s was doing delicate nails. She couldn't help but swear a series of dirty words that could still be imagined after silencing. Her hair was casually draped, and her long, waist-length hair added a bit of lazy charm to her. If someone passed by at this moment, they would notice that she was dressed exquisitely, and her small face, like a big spicy slice, was clean and tidy, and she was not haggard from hunger. She didn't look like someone in the apocalypse at all. I finally completed the task and upgraded the hotel to the maximum level, but I haven't enjoyed it yet. Why did you throw me to the apocalypse? She was mad at the system. This is the apocalypse. Unlike the peaceful and prosperous world where she was doing tasks before. This is the apocalypse of cannibalism. Her tone rose with excitement. I am so delicate. You sent me here to give the zombies a good meal? Host, calm down. This time is different. You can be reborn after completing the management task this time. Don't try to bribe. Rebirth? What are the rules of this mission? After traveling through more than a dozen planes to complete the mission, she almost forgot that she accepted the management mission in order to be reborn. This mission is very simple. The host will run the BNB like in the previous life, and make the BNB bigger and stronger. Secondly, you need to drive a food truck and sell food at the entrance of each base at least 3 days a week. Complete the weekly mandatory sales task to get a reward of 10 consecutive draws, and you will definitely get a staple food card. Each draw requires 1,000 points. Unlocking food requires the host to spend points to draw cards, and upgrading and unlocking housing also requires points. Within the system operating range, it is the host's absolute domain. In this absolute domain, the host can use any superpowers to treat anyone it will. During the current plane, no one and no thing can cause harm to the host. Siapu-ro nodded, very satisfied with this setting. At least her life safety is guaranteed. After clicking to accept the task, the uneven building in front of her was quickly razed to the ground, and a new small building slowly rose, and it was gray all around. Based on her many years of experience in doing tasks, this is an unlocked state, and the whole building has only 6 floors. Please name the BNB, she said casually. Let's call it Great BNB. Same as before. Oh, my account. She quickly opened her account. She upgraded to the last level in her last life. The remaining points were actually saved in this life? Although it was only a small amount, at least she didn't have to start from scratch. She walked in and found that this small building was only good from the outside. The inside was in a shabby state waiting for her to renovate. There was not even a chair in the whole hall. The floor was uneven and leaking water. Siapu-ro wanted to cry, but had no tears. She went back to the pre-liberation era overnight. Thinking of the hotel she had just unlocked to the maximum level, and the top spa, hot springs, her favorite hot pot restaurant, all of them are gone. The host's points balance can only be used for lottery draws. Siapu-ro, I was so busy with the lottery draw that I forgot to draw you. Birds chirping and flowers fragrant, while cursing. She began to prepare for the lottery draw. Draw? What else can I do if I don't draw? The balance in her account was originally the remaining fraction from unlocking the last hotel, which was converted into points at a 1-to-1 ratio, so she could probably only draw 10,000 times. With my unlucky hand, I have to save it. Click on the system card drawing interface. Spend 10,000 points to draw 10 times in a row. With the colorful neon cool special effects on the interface, 10 cards were turned over one after another. Did I draw a golden legend in the first round of 10 consecutive draws? Could it be that the god of luck has begun to favor me? After reading the introduction on the card, she was silent. Card. Maximum level cooking. All food sold by the host has a cooking bonus. Making and selling food will make you feel good. How many points can I get you to exchange for an entity? You tell me the number. She will definitely serve it well. Hee host. Don't be angry. This cooking skill will be passed on to you after you are reborn. But it's the end of the world now. As long as I sell any edible food, I don't have to worry about not being able to sell it as long as I can fill my stomach. Giving me cooking skills is useless. M80 was not happy. Why is it useless? How can the inheritance of food be destroyed just because of the end of the world? The end of the world is already very bitter. What's wrong with eating something good? Okay, Siepuro had nothing to say. At least this skill can be taken back. The first 10 draw only yielded 1 golden legend. The rest were wet wipes, water cups, bowls. Suddenly I felt a dark cloud over my head, really. Holding my forehead and laughing bitterly, 10,000 points. And all I got was this much junk? You have to draw for things in the lobby, for employees, and for finished food, and you still have to spend points to unlock the accommodation and decorate it. She seemed to know why the account was not cleared this time. The long road to Krypton Gold, but it was just the beginning. The second 10 draw, wet wipes, water cups, bowls. The fifth 10 draw, hall tiles, wet wipes, laundry detergent. I am so annoyed. What are these things for in the end times? The 11th 10 draw, finally a supply card came out. Bottled water. Bottled water is more convenient to carry. Permanent supplies. The most important food has not been drawn yet. I looked at my account balance, gritted my teeth, and continued to draw 30. Finally I drew food. Food card, dumplings, leek beef filling, pork corn filling. Permanent supplies. She didn't continue to grind after getting the food card, feeling that she was not very lucky today. She just drew 40 cards, most of which were useless things. She took out the cards related to the lobby, and the living room was at least presentable. In addition to the reception desk, the huge first floor had a huge sofa that could accommodate dozens of people. It looked soft and hard, and should be quite comfortable. This was also the one she was most satisfied with. In addition to the sofa, there were more than a dozen dining table-like arrangements. There were 4 chairs around a table. This was the lobby dining table combination she just drew. Is this a dining area? No, each suite in our B&B is equipped with a small kitchen where you can cook by yourself. This is an ordinary rest area. Chapter 2 Food trucks set up stalls. She wanted to go upstairs to see, but the elevator showed that it was not open yet, so she took the stairs. As she thought, there were really only 6 rooms on the first floor. Pushing the door in, the room was empty. Even the water and electricity were not installed. Turn right from the stairs, and you will see the room. 6 rooms facing each other. She opened all the rooms and took a look. Except for the orientation, the layout was the same. Each room was about 50 square meters. Each single room had 1 bedroom and 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. No wonder it was called a B&B instead of a hotel. She sighed. The hall, which was almost decorated, was really magnificent compared to the second floor, and the other was made of cement. Initial points 2,000, can be used for card drawing decoration. Permanent task, must open a food truck to set up a stall every week. The location can be randomly selected. Permanent task 2, each time the current occupancy limit of the homestay is reached, a new reward can be unlocked. Task 1, successfully decorate a room to meet the simple occupancy standard. Task completion reward 2,000 points. Task 2, drive a food truck to successfully sell dumplings to entertain 10 guests. Task completion reward a water dispenser. Siepuro has long been accustomed to a series of business tasks, and she doesn't even look at it. Decoration requires points. The conditions for renting a simple room are that it is water, electricity, and a toilet. Siepuro skillfully opened the panel and operated it. When she opened the decoration page, she saw the layout of the room. The rooms on the second floor are all single rooms. It costs 100 points to paint the walls in each room. It is not possible without decoration. A bed costs 500 points. Just connecting water and electricity costs 300 points. Furniture is too expensive. I will not consider it for the time being. It can only make a profit if there is a bed and water and electricity in the room. She only installed 1 room, simply changed the color of the room, installed water, electricity, and a bed, and spent 900 points. This amount of coins is really not enough to spend. Novice task 1 completed, rewards have been issued. Host, Siepuro. Current points, 3,100. Another is the weekly stall task. Siepuro came to the backyard. The backyard on the first floor is a large open space, with only a food truck there, looking lonely. The exterior of the food truck is mainly white and milky purple, and the body is painted with gray patterns. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary dining car, but it is a bit bigger. The kitchen is large, and all kinds of facilities are available. There is water and electricity in the car, and there is also a small toilet. After walking around the dining car, I found that the trunk is also very large, with many tables and chairs, probably so that diners can have a place to eat. Will the food sold on the dining car be forced to change as I draw the card? It will only be forced to change once a week. Once the host unlocks a large number of ingredients, he can make whatever he wants. With the blessing of cooking, the host can fly freely. She has no objection to this. Even though there seemed to be no one here, she could hear the howling of zombies. It has been 3 years since the apocalypse, and there are probably not many people alive even in the city center. It would be convenient for her to earn points by driving a food truck to attract customers, and why not promote the B&B? This should have intelligent driving. Right? Yes, the host only needs to set the destination. Hearing this, she walked to the control room at the front of the car, clicked on the navigation screen with the location of the food truck as the core, and displayed the name and distance of the nearest base. Try to click on a place at random, and the dining car will start driving autonomously. She didn't care, and began to appreciate the Doomsday scenes along the way. Leaning on the passenger seat of the dining car, the scenery outside the window quickly receded. Through the car window, she felt the real cruelty of the end of the world for the first time. The road surface has been unmaintained for a long time, and it is full of potholes and unevenness. The cracked land is divided into pieces, and it is hard to imagine how to grow crops in such a land environment. If we can't plant, what do people eat in the end times? How do they survive? These are just changes in the environment. The biggest change is the obvious mutation of plants and animals. The remains of animals half-eaten by plants can be seen everywhere on the streets. The green plants that look the same as before the end times can grow wildly under such circumstances. She didn't dare to think about what reasons were affecting them. The road the RV took her on had no ruined house wreckage, and it was obvious that it was quite remote. In such a place, you can still see groups of zombies wandering around from time to time. The situation is the same in the suburbs, so you can imagine how scary the zombies in the city will be. The shockproof food truck produced by the system is really amazing. She didn't feel any bumps when walking on such a road. It didn't take long for her to reach the base near the navigation. She controlled the RV to park a few kilometers away from the base. M80 asked, "This place is so remote. Why are you here? Watch and learn well. I will only teach you once." Siat-Pu-Ro parked the RV and took down the tables and chairs from the car and arranged them. "We are here. It's not far from the base. We don't have to worry too much about the flow of people. The most dangerous thing in the end times is the human heart. This is my first day in the end times. I don't know what's going on yet. Why do I have to rush in and deal with the base?" There are 6 tables in total on the dining car, each with 4 chairs. She estimated that it would be good if there were a few guests in this place, so she only took 2 tables and put them down. After pulling down the awning on the dining car, Siat-Pu returned to the dining car. She placed the bottled water that she had drawn today in the most conspicuous position, and then took out the daily necessities she had drawn, such as wet wipes, paper towels, laundry detergent, etc., and placed them a little further away. After doing all this, she began to prepare dumplings. The dumplings given by the system were finished products, but they were raw, and she still needed to cook them. The dumplings were stacked up layer by layer, and each straw had 30 dumplings, which was enough for an adult to eat. Take down one layer first, prepare to cook and eat by yourself. After taking down the dumplings, they will be automatically restocked, so she doesn't need to worry too much. There are 5 stoves in total on the dining car, 3 in the front and 2 in the back. In fact, she also likes to eat boiled dumplings and fried dumplings. There are all kinds of kitchen utensils on the dining car. She makes fried dumplings while steaming dumplings. After cooking, she sits next to eat. Now she just needs to wait for customers to come. While eating, she prays silently, "Please don't hit her face if no one comes." She will have to change places. The weather in the apocalypse was extremely hot. The sun baked the earth like a steamer. A black car suddenly rushed out, like crazy, stomping on the accelerator without letting go. A female voice suddenly sounded, breaking the silence of the apocalypse. "Go!" Qian Wuxuang shouted. The person in the driver's seat held the steering wheel tightly, trying not to hit more zombies as much as possible to prevent the car from getting stuck. Chapter 3: The guests arrive. At this time, the people in the car were panicking. The silent air was filled with the desire of the three people to survive. No one dared to say a word, for fear of affecting the driver. They were in a pile of zombies, and they did not dare to open the car window to attack the zombies with their superpowers. Chu Ling in the back seat could do nothing. She was a healing type, and had no ability to attack, so she could only remain silent. Qian Wuxuang, who had a psychic superpower, sat in the passenger seat, sweating profusely as he controlled his superpower that was about to be overdrawn, and tried his best to clear the zombies on the road in front of the car. She desperately output her superpowers, and only moved a few zombies in front of the car. Zhuo Xing, who was driving, saw an opportunity, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and drove towards the quiet mountain in the distance. When the car reached the mountain, there were still 20 to 30 zombies following behind. Zhuo Xing glanced at Qian Wuxuang. Her lips were pale because of the overdrawn superpowers, and she couldn't even raise her hands to wipe the sweat on her face. There was no rule for driving in the end times. He only paid attention to the zombies chasing him all the way, and he unknowingly realized that there seemed to be a car in front. "Captain, there seems to be a RV in front?" Qian Wuxuang hung her head, biting her bloodless lips to force herself to cheer up. She vaguely saw a girl in a skirt. "Looks like a survivor?" Xia Piru had just made fried dumplings, and was going to put them on a plate with steamed dumplings to eat together. The sound of cars running in the distance was particularly eye-catching in the quiet apocalypse. She heard it, and took a look. There were really a lot of zombies chasing after their car. "There's a girl in front, get out of the way. Let's drive to the mountain." Qian Wuxuang gave the order weakly. "Okay. This is the rule of their three-person team. Not to harm any survivors. The strongest captain has already lost his strength, and there are so many zombies chasing behind, one of which is a level 3 zombie. With the current strength of their team, it is like hitting a rock with an egg. If they survive this time, it would be good to drag down one less person." Xia Piru, who stood up, had no idea what the team was thinking, but she only knew that her store should have customers. "Hey! Come here! It's safe here." Xia Puro opened her arms, standing next to the RV and shouting. "What is she doing? Is she crazy? There are so many zombies behind us. And she actually let us pass?" Zhuo Xing said with a sad face. "Captain, if we go any further, we will reach the top of the mountain. If we continue like this, we will die." Chu Ling thought for a moment and suggested, "The girl in front looks clean. People who survive in the end times must have some survival skills. Why don't we go to her and try?" Without waiting for Qian Wuxuang to speak, Zhuo Xing turned around and stepped on the accelerator to return to the vicinity of the dining car. Xia Puro was still wondering why so many people were chasing the car, but they didn't come here. Was she scarier than a zombie? When she looked up again, the car was back. Xia Puro began to get nervous. "System, is the protection range of the dining car so large? 5 meters within the operating range of the dining car is an absolute safety range. Host, rest assured." She breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to raise her hand to wave the car to stop. She yelled at the top of her lungs, "This way! Drive the car over here!" Zhuo Xing heard her, and drove the car next to the food truck. He stared at the rearview mirror, observing the zombies' movements at all times. Through the rearview mirror, he actually saw that, since they drove close to her car, the zombies behind them seemed to have lost their target, and turned away crookedly. It seemed that they could not see the girl at all. The girl shouting did not attract the zombies' attention. After the car stopped, Zhuo Xing was frightened by his own horrifying thoughts. What's going on? Chu Ling was relieved but also frightened. No one could answer her, and she didn't expect anyone to give her an answer. After the car stopped, she unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to Qian Wuxuang, and asked with concern, "Captain, are you okay?" Qian Wuxuang shook her head, and after regaining some strength, she took the water and drank it in small sips. She didn't want to drink more, as water resources were hard to find now, so she only drank a little to moisten her lips. What a tempting aroma. Do you smell anything? What a nice smell. Is it dumplings? Are you starving? 3 years into the apocalypse, there has been no harvest. Flour, meat, vegetables, which one is not a precious and scarce commodity? I smell it too, it's the aroma of dumplings. Qian Wuxuang licked his lips. After they were safe, Xia Puro sat down and continued to eat dumplings. The smell of flour and meat filling was very tempting. In this apocalypse with scarce materials, this aroma can be described as soul-stirring. The fragrance of the green vegetables and the fat of the meat filling resonate at the same frequency. With the blessing of the full-level cooking skills that Siapuro drew, the simple combination of the two is better than the best taste in the world. The smell of meat appears in the end of the world. It's very strange and inconsistent, isn't it? Qian Wuxuang became more and more vigilant and shook his head vigorously. Several people got off the car cautiously and looked at the milky purple dining car. Bottles of water were casually placed on the dining car, and there was a machine that looked like a cash register. At a glance, you can see the interior of the dining car. There are dumplings. Siapuro swallowed the dumpling in her mouth. When the others were shocked to see the interior of the dining car, she quickly finished the last dumpling in her bowl, and then greeted them with a smile. Don't worry. Zombies can't get in. Welcome to the great dining car. Do you need to buy anything? Qian Wuxuang looked at her. The girl's smile was clean and bright, like a warm sun, shining into the cold and cruel end of the world. Such a person, such a clean one, is rare in this world. Even Chu Ling, who was the best protected in their team, didn't have such a clean aura. The other party was so pure that it seemed as if she had never experienced the end of the world. No, not only the end of the world, but it seemed as if she had never experienced the dangers of society. She slowed down her voice and said gently, Are you selling things here? Yes. Siapura nodded and put her empty plate into the dining car. I saw dumplings on the dining car. Chu Ling swallowed her saliva in a cowardly way. Can I sell that? Yes, the dining car currently sells soup and dumplings, with leek beef filling and pork corn filling, and guests can take a look. Siapura smiled and continued to introduce. All our consumption needs to be exchanged for points. What are points? Siapura returned to the dining car and pointed to the point exchanger in front of the dining car. Put the crystal core here, and it can be exchanged for points. One first-level crystal core can be exchanged for 100 points. Hearing this, the three of them exchanged glances quickly. Chu Ling was particularly grateful to Siapura for saving them just now, and she didn't think she was a bad person. Chapter 4 Juicy Steamed Dumplings. How many crystal cores are needed to eat one serving of dumplings? I go first. The prices are all set by the system, Siapura said without hesitation. One first-level crystal core can be exchanged for 100 points. 20 points for one serving of dumplings. There are 30 dumplings in one serving. Steamed dumplings can be eaten right away, but fried dumplings will require me to start cooking. Duo Xiao? One first-level crystal core can buy 5 servings of dumplings? Hearing this price, looking at this girl again, it seems that she is shining with the light of an angel all over her body. Qian Wuxuang had prepared at least 20 crystal cores for a serving of dumplings from the beginning. Now, whether it is water resources, food, or seasonings, they are all very scarce. This price is full of weirdness. She stepped forward and quietly protected Chu Ling behind her. I am the captain of our team. May I ask what kind of meat you sell? She didn't continue. Combined with the current background, the meaning of her words is self-evident. Of course she knew it was impolite to ask this question, but, of course it's real pork and beef. I just ate a plate of it. Siapura was not angry about her question. The end of the world is dangerous. It is normal to be cautious. Captain, don't worry about what kind of meat it is. You will know after eating it. I go first. Chu Ling ran to the dining car. Miss, how do I exchange points? Put the crystal core here, and it will automatically be converted into points. Chu Ling said nothing, took out a crystal core, and put it on the machine. A light lit up around the machine. As the crystal core disappeared, the machine panel lit up with a prompt. Chu Ling, female, second level healing ability user, this recharge points are 100. Then the screen went dark. Siapura remained calm, thinking to herself, selling dumplings in the end times is really weird. What if it is some strange meat? The healing ability can cure it. But what if it is meat? Although it can be cured, it is disgusting. Suppressing the messy thoughts in her mind, Siapura smiled politely. What kind of dumplings do you want? Let's have 4 steamed dumplings first. 2 pork and 2 beef. As soon as she finished speaking, a light screen appeared in front of her, as if she was playing a game, and only she could see it. This consumption is 80 points. Do you confirm the payment? Before she asked, Siapura explained, the prompt information and personal account can only be seen by the person himself. Others cannot see it. Don't worry, it will not affect you in any way. Chu Ling suppressed her shock, and silently said confirm in her heart. The prompt popped up again in front of her. The consumption of grape dining car is successful. This consumption points, 80, points balance, 20. Siapura complained to the system. There is no card or anything. We had it before. Host. Wake up. This is the end of the world. Who would carry a card with them without the ability to space? Isn't technological progress for convenience? I really don't understand humans. Yes, crystal cores can be directly exchanged for points. Wouldn't it be redundant to make a card? The other two looked confused when they were talking. She didn't care. Let Chu-Ling explain. The long-lost smell of dumplings kept drilling into the nose. Everyone present except Siapura felt that their stomachs were uncomfortable because they hadn't eaten for too long, and they smelled the long-lost smell of food again. Since the end of the world, they dare not have the desire for food anymore. When they are hungry, many people will be so hungry that they will pull the grass on the ground to eat. Just a bite, if it is not real meat. They will not eat it. I have healing ability, it should be okay. Right? Chu-Ling comforted herself. The three people's thoughts coincided. Even if they were as calm as Qian Wushuang, they could not control themselves when faced with the aroma of dumplings blessed by cooking skills. They just stood in front of the dining car, looking at the conspicuous mineral water released by the dining car. Full of desire. Is this water also for sale? Yes, all these things are for sale. Siapura pulled out her hand, pointing at the neatly stacked things on the dining cart. She gets annoyed when she sees those things. She gets angry when she thinks of the points she worked so hard to earn, and how she spent so much to get such a bunch of junk. 1 point for a bottle of water, and 5 points for other daily necessities. Is this girl a young lady from some base, who came out to experience life? Water, the source of life. Siapura was also puzzled by the water price. System, shouldn't water resources be very precious in the end times? We only sell it for 1 point. Our mission is not just to earn points, but to rescue as many survivors as possible. The system gave this price for water, even if it is an ordinary person without superpowers. You can buy 100 bottles of water by killing a level 1 zombie. She is not a saint, but she is not indifferent to life. Whatever price the system gives is fine after all. She is just contributing to this indifferent end times. Out of caution, Zhuoxing stood up and exchanged the crystal core for 100 points. Zhuoxing. Male. 2nd level fire-type mutant. This recharge points, 100. He only took 3 bottles of water for the time being, and 1 of each of the other daily necessities. With Chu-Ling explanation to them, he was not too surprised when he paid the bill. Seeing that Qian Wushuang's face was not very good, Siapura said sympathetically, "You sit down first. I will bring the dumplings over later." Hearing this, the 3 of them found a table and sat down. Siapura quickly picked up 4 dumplings and put them on a plate. She walked slowly and brought the dumplings to the only full table in front of the dining car. The 3 of them tensed up, excited and conflicted. The thin-skinned dumplings were crystal clear after steaming, and the soup inside the filling could be seen through the thin layer of skin. After a few seconds of silence, Chu-Ling couldn't help it anymore and pretended to be a hero. Brothers and sisters, I have a healing ability. I drink first to show my respect. Then she picked up a beef dumpling with dignity, put the dumpling into her mouth, bit it gently, but was burned by the flowing gravy. She opened her mouth. Shashasha, it's so hot. Why don't you spit it out quickly? You are really, it's just out of the oven. Qian Wushuang couldn't do anything about her careless nature, picked up a disposable bowl, and handed it to her mouth, signaling her to spit it out. How could Chu-Ling bear to spit it out? The taste of leeks and beef blended well together. The soup was mixed with the special taste of leeks. The meat filling slid lightly onto her tongue, with delicious gravy. And even the dough looked extremely sweet. I have heard of soup dumplings, and I have heard of steamed dumplings bursting with juice. But who would have thought that the steamed dumplings in my mouth would also do the same? The fine meat, full of juice, flowed all over her mouth. No, I won't spit it out. She was savoring the long-lost meat flavor, but the 2 of them stared at her closely. After finally waiting for her to swallow, Qian Wushuang asked with concern, "How is it?" Chapter 5 Crispy Fried Dumplings. Delicious. Wow. So delicious. The taste of home. No, the dumplings at home don't seem to be this delicious. Zhuoxing was originally very nervous about her. The tense expression on his face almost got out of control. He resisted the urge to roll his eyes at her. Who asked you this? Ask if you feel uncomfortable. No, it's delicious. She savored the deliciousness of the dumplings and said, "It's better than any dumplings I've ever eaten." Her words were very subjective. But the two of them just thought that she hadn't eaten dumplings for a long time. Chu Ling persuaded, "You guys should eat too. It's really delicious." Xia Pu had nothing to do, so she just watched them from the side. Chu Ling's expression was so cute. Like a little hamster who suddenly saw a pile of food. She couldn't help but like this innocent sister. She felt that she was soft and cute. If it was a peaceful and prosperous era, such a girl would definitely be the apple of someone's eye. Whenever she said something to someone, her father would be wary of whether the person had yellow hair. At Chu Ling's invitation, the group started eating. They were so delicious that they didn't care about the hot dumplings. They just blew on them politely and put them into their mouths. There was a difference between meat and meat. When they took the first bite, they knew that this was definitely normal pork and beef. Even the quality of the meat was better than what they had eaten before the end of the world. The three of them scrambled for several plates of dumplings. And they ate one after another. Seeing that the dumplings were almost finished, Qian Wuxuang, who was still a calm person, sighed after eating a few dumplings. She stood up reluctantly and went to the dining car to take out a crystal core. She was watching Chu Ling exchange it just now. And now she didn't need to thank the Portuguese Rugio. And she successfully completed the exchange. Qian Wuxuang, female, 3rd level spiritual power. Points balance, 200. You just said there are fried dumplings, right? Qian Wuxuang was a little embarrassed to ask this. But she was really greedy and wanted to try dumplings in different ways. Unexpectedly, yes. How many do you want? Qian Wuxuang thought for a moment. 2 of each flavor. Thank you, boss. Xia Pura wanted to ask them if they could finish it. Wasting food is not encouraged. She swallowed the words back. From the way they wolfed down the food, she could tell that they all cherished food. There was no need for her to do anything unnecessary. Okay. Please wait. Xia Pura turned around and started to get busy. As time passed, the aroma of fried dumplings spread. The fried dumplings were made at the same time, and they were done in a short while. The originally crystal clear skin was fried to a golden color, and the bottom was visibly crispy and fragrant. The rich meat aroma had already spread far away in the air, and Qian Wuxuang just stood quietly in front of the stall waiting. The dumplings were like crescents, and they were still sizzling when Xia Pura brought them out. Chi Hua and the other 4 who were about to return to the base smelled the long-lost fragrance and followed the oily fragrance all the way to find it. Your dumplings are ready. Xia Pura handed the dumplings to Qian Wuxuang. She went to the back of the dining car to find the announcement blackboard. She took the blackboard and thought about it, and wrote out the process of exchanging points, so that she wouldn't have to explain it to people who came next time. She hung the blackboard on the dining car, and chatted with a few people out of boredom. Are there only 3 people in your team? Chu Ling had a special liking for Xia Pura because of the happiness that food brought her, and said to her, yes, we were good friends before, and we teamed up together when the end of the world came. Where do you live? I have no fixed place to stay. I just go to any base to live when I search for supplies. Most people in the apocalypse are like this. The atmosphere was a little gloomy for a while. Boss, will you still sell dumplings here in the future? After hesitating for a long time, Chu Ling decided to ask. Not necessarily. She lowered her eyes. That's right. This place is so remote. And the boss dumplings are so delicious. How can he continue to sell here? But I have a B&B. If you want to eat dumplings in the future, you can come to my place. The B&B is fixed, but I may not be there. Xia Pura words made Chu Ling's eyes light up again. Please give me the address. She returned to the dining car, and found a pen and a notebook from the pile of garbage she had drawn today, and wrote down the address given by the system on the paper. She handed the paper to Chu Ling. What is sold on the dining car is also sold in the B&B. There will be more and more things in the future. There will be more and more things. The 3 were stimulated by her bold words. Qian Wuxuang held the note in his hand, feeling extremely solemn, planning to find time to go and see this place. What's that smell, so fragrant? A mutter came. Xia Pu heard it, looking in the direction of the sound. Found a new customer. She shouted excitedly, dumplings are sold here. Want to eat dumplings? Really? Where can dumplings come from in the end of the world? Could it be that some female ghost tricked us into going over and sucked us dry? I'm kidding you. It's the end of the world. What ghosts are there? You might as well say it's a high-level zombie. What? Who said that zombies and ghosts can't appear at the same time? They drove towards the place where Xia Pura's voice came from, making a lot of noise. 4 men. Looks like they're only about 20 years old. So young, skinny, and tender. One is white and tender, one is dark and muscular, one is a gentleman, one is a sportsman, for young men. System, what good place have you brought me? M80 didn't want to pay attention to her. If I had known, she would have been a weirdo. This base next to it used to be a school. It's normal to have young men. This is the end of the world. Hurry up and stop drooling. Several boys approached. Siapura's face returned to seriousness. Siapura stood back on the dining car, with a standard smile from the heart. Would you like something to eat? We are currently selling dumplings. You can buy them by exchanging crystal cores for points, and the small blackboard here has the price and exchange process. The fair-skinned man was not afraid that she was a bad person. He walked over to look at the dumplings, and then exchanged them for crystal cores. Sure, Zhu. Male. 3rd level with type mutant. Recharge points for this time, 200. After recharging, he looked at Siapura and asked, Is this all right? She nodded. What kind of dumplings do you want? 4 servings of beef and pork. Please. Miss. Can I buy the bottled water on top? Yes. You can pay for it yourself. Siapura was not afraid that they would run away. Not to mention that the surface of the dumplings was clean. The system defense was also very good. After paying, several people sat down at the empty table. Chapter 6 Funny Man. Sitting there quietly. No one was talking. The 4 of them were originally chattering a lot, but now their minds were far away as they smelled the fragrance of dumplings in the air. It had been a long time since Qian Wuxuang and the others escaped, and the zombies chasing them had long disappeared. Now they were leaving, but they were reluctant to give up the delicious food they had finally gotten. After discussing, they decided to buy some more water, paper towels, and other supplies, and the most important thing was to pack some dumplings for dinner. Boss, can we pack some fried dumplings to go? Qian Wuxuang weighed her tone, fearing that she would accidentally annoy this pretty girl, who was full of supplies. Sure. What kind of filling do you want? 2 portions of beef. 2 portions of pork. Qian Wuxuang paid for the fried dumplings, and used the remaining points to exchange for the supplies she had. The steamed dumplings needed to be re-steamed, and they were not ready so quickly, and did not need to be watched. So she could fry the dumplings at the back without worry. Before leaving, Chu Ling reluctantly said, Miss, will you come here to set up a stall tomorrow? Or where will you set up a stall? Siapura thought about the task given by the system. She had just come to the end of the world for a few days, and the BNB was also far away. I am afraid that no one would go to such a place if she did not come out to solicit customers. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow should be here, but it may not be the case after the day after tomorrow. If you want to find me, you can go to the BNB at the address. Here are your fried dumplings packed up. She handed the exquisitely packed fried dumplings to Chu Ling. Chi Hua and the other 3 waited for a long time, but still didn't get the steamed dumplings, but instead smelled the oily aroma of fried dumplings. If it was before the end of the world, he would have said no with his temper, but smelling the rich meaty aroma, not only did he feel greedy, his stomach kept growling. After Qian Wuxuang and the others left, they couldn't sit still. Chi Hua stood up and walked to the dining car, and said politely, Boss, we also want 4 servings of fried dumplings, 2 servings of each flavor. Siapura glanced at him. Okay. Chi Hua. Male. 4th level Earth-type superpower user. Recharge points for this time, 100. So the dark-skinned and muscular guy is called Chi Hua. He must have been a sports student before the end of the world. This team is quite strong. There is a 4th level superpower user in the team. No wonder he only had a flash of surprise in his eyes when he saw the bottled water, and didn't show much expression. Can I ask the boss? What is the homestay you just mentioned? My homestay is located at. Siapura gave the address. If you want to stay, you can come to my place. He had already introduced the homestay twice. I was careless. I should have made a flyer. Without saying more, he just wrote the address again and handed it to Chi Hua. If you want to stay or eat, you can find me there. There are only dumplings now, but there will be more in the future. Okay. Chi Hua agreed, lowering his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. The dumplings were steamed in a few minutes. 120 dumplings were packed into 2 large plates according to their flavors. 4 pairs of bowls and chopsticks were brought to them. She had to go there 3 times to take everything. Chi Hua quickly took the large plate of steamed dumplings from her. I do it. She glanced at him, quite gentlemanly. The other people who had been tortured by the smell for a long time also stood up and came to the dining car, taking their bowls and chopsticks back to the table. Sia's pure curiosity was instantly aroused, and she followed his words and asked, "Are there no girls in the base?" "Yes, how could there not be? It's just, you know the nature of people in the end times. Some immoral people only know how to bully women, and the living environment for women is not very good." Shirju said self-deprecatingly, "We young college students, especially boys, probably because we are innocent and easy to deceive, we were also stepping stones for those beasts in the early days." Unable to control her gossiping heart, Siapu simply pulled a stool, sat next to their table, and continued chatting. "Women are the vulnerable group in the end times. I can barely understand being bullied, but why are boys also bullied?" Shirju couldn't help but take over the conversation, suppressing his anger and speaking excitedly, "Because it's easy to cheat." His angry look was quite funny. Seeing his stern face and lack of offensive power, Siapu chuckled, "You are so excited, have you been cheated?" The sound of rustling laughter came. She raised her eyebrows. It seems that she was right. "It's all in the past, let's not talk about it." Shirju quickly changed the subject. "Why does the young lady sell water so cheaply? Now a bottle of water in the base costs 3 crystal cores." Siapu replied in a serious tone, "For love and justice." Since there was no gossip to read, she would not stay here. "Enjoy your meal, and come to the dining car to find me if you don't have enough." They had been tempted by the aroma and left long ago. When Siapu, such a beautiful woman, sat down, they were too embarrassed to start eating. After she left, there was a fight between the two. For pairs of chopsticks were picking up food as fast as weapons, so fast that you could see the afterimage. "Huh, it's so hot. The gravy is all over my mouth." The gravy flowed out from the gap he bit into the dumpling, and he shivered from the heat. It was such a blessing to have a bite of meat. Who would have thought it was still hot right out of the oven? Yen Mu, the gentleman in Siapu's eyes, pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and exclaimed, "This is not a dumpling. It's more like a soup dumpling." Every bite was accompanied by more or less gravy, and the leeks in the leek beef filling seemed to be just for show, paired with the beef, but not stealing the limelight. The unique aroma of chives actually adds a touch of beauty to the dumplings. You can taste meat in every bite, and every bite is so satisfying. I finally get to eat meat. I'm tired of those broken canned meats. Lu Ming, who was wearing sportswear, was so excited that he wanted to build a temple for Siapu and shouted again. Chapter 7 Worthy of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. "Miss, you deserve to be in the Imperial Ancestral Temple." I don't know how she made it. The dumplings clearly didn't have any extra seasoning, but they tasted better than anything I've ever eaten before. There was so much meat, but I never felt sick of it. It was so delicious that I could swallow my tongue. The 4 of them swept through like a whirlwind, and soon there was only one dumpling left on the battlefield. "Shirju, I'm too thin. You don't want me to hold you back, do you?" "Chihua, my muscles will disappear without meat, and you don't want to see the bullfrog turn into beef cubes, do you?" "Yen Mu, I heard that eating dumplings can improve your brain, and I am the brain of our team." Lu Ming, "Ah, meat. My own?" For pairs of eyes focused on the last one at the same time, and they quickly picked up their chopsticks at the same time. A fierce 4-person dumpling grabbing competition ended with Shirju taking the last dumpling. "Thank you, brothers. I will be successful in the future. If I have a bite of meat, you will have a bone to chew." After eating his spoils, Shirju's face was full of joy of victory. Siapu was holding the fried dumplings at the side. When the 4 noticed her, she was so embarrassed that she could dig out Barbie's dream mansion with her toes. "Ahem, well, I didn't see anything. I am intermittently blind and deaf," you continue. She put down the fried dumplings and walked away quickly. If she didn't leave, she would laugh out loud. I really want to know, how did these extremely funny men survive in the apocalypse? Relying on being funny? The surface is all fake, only social death is real. For heads drooped, reviewing their words and actions from a minute ago. Are they really so childish in front of a beautiful woman? No, it's the end of the world. What Shirju said just now is right. Who said that zombies and female ghosts can't appear at the same time? They must have been possessed by ghosts just now. It must be. After a while of silence, a burst of oily aroma that belongs only to fried dumplings went straight into my nose. I am in a new round of food battle again. Siapu watched the fierce battle between the few people, and silently put another batch of dumplings in the empty steamer. It hasn't been steamed for long, sure enough. "Boss, for more servings?" both steamed and fried dumplings, one serving of pork and one serving of beef. It's true that the young man is starving me to death, she silently complained. Lu Ming, male, level 4 fire psychic, 200 points for this recharge. Another level 4 psychic. Xie Pu Rose suddenly wondered what level the psychics were now. She didn't ask out loud, she said lightly, okay. Please wait. After she finished making this batch of dumplings and served them, she remembered that the steamed dumplings seemed to have no soy sauce and vinegar. System. Where's the soy sauce and vinegar? How can she sell steamed dumplings without the accompanying seasonings? This is the end of the world. And everyone is fine as long as they have something to eat. And they are not so picky. If it were normal, without the perfect combination of the two, no one would pay attention to her. M80 was wronged and did not dare to shout at her. Do the ingredients have to be drawn? Draw? Draw you? It's okay to draw the ingredients. But also the seasonings? It's the end of the world. So what's wrong with having a little appetite? There's not even soy sauce or vinegar now. So what's the point of eating? She was so excited that she was about to swear. Then I apply to the organization? Go ahead. If you can't apply, just keep pestering me. Anyway, dumplings can't be without seasoning. Xie Pu Rou gave a death order. She and M80 have experienced so many small worlds together, and have done countless tasks. She still understands M80's stupidity. Now she just needs to wait for it to talk and persuade her. And she just needs to wait for the result. Listening to the conversation of several teenagers, and cooking some dumplings for them from time to time. The sky gradually darkened. The dim apocalypse is different from the daytime. It feels gloomy at first glance. And there are dangers everywhere. The four people also noticed the change in the darkness. After eating the dumplings for who knows how many times, they came to the dining car. It's dark before I know it. Is the boss going to close the stall? Thinking that there would be no one after dark. She didn't worry about it. Well, do you want to take anything back? I'm sorry for keeping you here today. It's not safe for you to be alone this late. Do you need us to take you there? Faced with the kindness of several people, Xie Pu Rou wanted to say no, but then she thought, if you want to buy supplies from me in the future, you can take me back and teach me the way. Zhu was unsure of her thoughts. Is this a promise? Or a tactful promise? No matter. Then let's go there, and teach me the way. Zhu held his slightly enlarged belly. His thought was simple, that he would be able to eat delicious dumplings next time. A few people helped Xie Pu Rou put away the tables and chairs. They drove here by themselves, so Xie Pu Rou said, follow my RV. Chi Hua made an okay gesture with his muscular hands. Seeing that everyone got in the car from the rearview mirror, Xie Pu Rou clicked on the navigation system of the RV to go back to the B&B. The journey was not peaceful either. There were more zombies at night than during the day, and there were too many disgusting scenes. Xie Pu Rou closed the car window curtains. She didn't want to have nightmares at night. The four people behind her were different from her indifferent attitude. The four wanted to do the same as before. Zhu, who had the lowest ability level, drove the car, and the other three attacked the zombies outside the window. As soon as the roof was opened, there were no zombies approaching after waiting for a long distance. What is going on? The zombie's sense of taste is not working? There are 5 of us, including the boss in front. Why don't you chase after so many living people? Maybe today is some kind of vegetarian day? Zombies have an unwritten rule that they can't eat meat today. No, that's very wrong. Yenmu calmed down and analyzed it to the others with reason and evidence. Have you noticed that not only the zombies ignored us, but also the animals and plants didn't seem to notice us? Is it because we are no longer attractive? Zhu puffed his cheeks, like a fat cat driving seriously. It may also be because of the little boss in front. You don't really think that people who sell normal food in the end times are simple people, do you? You mean? Zhu's expression also became serious, and the joke on his face disappeared. Yes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhu shook his head frantically. Yenmu. Shut up. The beautiful boss can't be a female ghost. 3 people in the car. Chi Hua, this boss is so amazing. She can still have so many supplies in the end of the world. How about we stay in her homestay for one night? Zhu's left hand left the steering wheel briefly, and raised it up. I agree. As the team leader, Yenmu also said surprisingly, let's vote to decide. I agree too. Chapter 8 BNB opened. It was not surprising that Zhu agreed with them, but it was very curious that Yenmu agreed. 3 pairs of eyes looked at him, and Yin-Mu had to explain his thoughts. It's the end of the world, and it's boring to fight zombies all day long. All three agreed, so Lu Ming had to agree, it's not bad to go and have a look. He was quite confident in the strength of their team, 3 level 4 psychics, and 1 level 3 psychic. This strength is a hot existence in any base, so what are you afraid of what a girl can do to them? After parking the car smoothly in the backyard, Siapura got out of the car, knocked on their car window, and asked with concern, it's dangerous on the way back. Do you want to stay here for one night? First, they can take care of her business. And second, she really thinks it's dangerous outside. Okay, little boss. Lead the way. Shizhu climbed out of the car first. He was very curious. With several grown men here, wouldn't Siapura, such a beautiful girl, be scared? Several people got out of the car and locked the car. She led them into the B&B. And she went back to the front desk, stretched her body, and waved to them, come here. I will check you in. Several people had already exchanged crystal cores for points, so they did not need to register their information again. There are only single rooms on the second floor at present. Are all 4 of you staying for one night? Yin-Mu glanced at the entire hall. The spacious and bright hall was brightly lit. It seemed as if he had returned to the end of the world. In the end times, all resources are scarce. Even electricity is precious. Once it gets dark in many bases, the entire base becomes dark, without any light. It seems that the boss really has no shortage of supplies. He can squander them so willfully. I'm afraid even the big bases wouldn't dare to do so. He suppressed the shock in his heart again, and said calmly, well, let's do this for now. 30 points a day. Anyone who doesn't have enough points in their account can come here to exchange. Her finger with exquisite manicure pointed at the points redemption machine in the lobby. She checked Shizhu in first. Successfully received the first guest, unlocked the elevator for use. Subconsciously, she looked up at the elevator. The elevator that was dark in the afternoon was now lit up. Okay. Name, Shizhu. Room number, 2001, single room, room fee 30 points for 24 hours. Remaining checkout time, 23 hours and 59 minutes. When Shizhu's personal panel popped up, the shock on his face had not faded. Don't you have a room card? No, the door has facial recognition, it checks your identity, and you can open the door and go in. Siapura reminded, single rooms can only be occupied by one person, others can enter, but not for more than half an hour. Okay. Shizhu nodded repeatedly. Whatever she said was true. Check-in time is calculated as 24 hours. If you don't extend the room, you must check out before the time on the panel expires. Siapura wanted to continue to check in the next one, and suddenly found that it seemed that she had only unlocked one room. The remaining initial points plus the reward given by the first task, the points were enough. She quickly called up the decoration panel, and copied and pasted the decoration of 2001 to the other 3 rooms. She had experience, and the whole process took only a few seconds. She continued to check in several people. Yours are also done. You can also buy bottled water at the front desk. You can take it yourself and deduct points when I'm not here. Siapura yawned. She was tired after a busy day. You can go up by yourselves. It's on the second floor. Both the elevator and the stairs can be used. The room is relatively simple, but the water and electricity are included in the room rate. Please don't waste it. After giving her a final reminder, she walked towards the detached cabin in the backyard that was exclusively for the owner. The 4 grown men did not take the stairs, but took the long-missed elevator. This store is so luxurious. There are not many people, but they can still use the elevator. And the boss just said that there is water and electricity in the room. Maybe he didn't explain it clearly. Maybe it's drinking water? The 4 men were not sure. And the first thing they saw after getting out of the elevator was 2001. Shizhu room. Standing in front of the door. Shizhu was a little nervous. How about we go in and take a look together? Chihua urged. Open the door quickly. Shizhu opened the door, and the light turned on automatically. Entering the house was a living room connected to an open kitchen. The kitchen was just a prototype, with only a sink and a faucet. Pushing open the bedroom door, there was a clean and tidy 1.8-meter bed. Chihua was in the living room, opened another door, and exclaimed, "Oh my God! There is actually a toilet." The 3 of them came over after hearing the noise. The bathroom only had a wash basin, a toilet, and a simple shower. Chihua had already turned on the shower head, and put his hand under the shower head, and a stream of warm water sprayed on his hand. Hot water. This was a very normal scene in Siapuru's eyes, and it made the 4 boys excited. I'm going to go back and check on my room. 2. I can finally take a good shower. I'm going to become a stinky man if I wipe my body with wet paper every day. Chihua turned off the faucet and went back to his room. Lu Ming and Yen Mu followed closely and also returned to their rooms. He took a comfortable bath and rubbed off a huge stretching legs and staring eyes pill from his body. The clean Yen Mu felt a chill. It was hard to imagine that this lump was rubbed off from his body. Yen Mu washed for a long time and rubbed every part of his body seriously. When he made up his mind to ring Lu Ming doorbell, he saw Shizhu and Chihua standing in the living room when he entered the door. You also want to live here in the future? Yen Mu nodded blankly. Well, at least there are crystal cores here, so we don't have to worry about food and drink, and it's not expensive. They also came to me to discuss staying here. Just around the same time, I was just about to call you over. Then, we stay here? The captain's words led the 3 to agree. Okay. Then go back to sleep early. We get up early tomorrow to ask the boss to renew the room, and we have to go back to the base to move everything out. Okay. The next day, when the 4 woke up, it was already noon. The hotel's blackout curtains were of good quality. After they were drawn, it was hard to tell the difference between day and night. The particularly scorching sun in the apocalypse did not affect their sleep at all. It was Lu Ming who woke up first. Only when he opened the curtains did he realize that he had overslept. He knocked on the door one by one to wake them up. They agreed to meet downstairs after washing up, and then they went back to their rooms to clean themselves up. When they went downstairs, they only saw Siapura write 4 big words on the notice board in the lobby. The owner is out. Chihua, the owner is out. I was thinking about getting up early this morning to eat dumplings again. Shizhu, I dreamed about dumplings last night. I ate a lot yesterday, but now I'm still craving for them. Chapter 9 Sour Soup Dumplings. Lu Ming can't stand Shizhu and Chihua. 2 funny people in the team. Okay, hurry up and get the things off the car. We go back to the base later and stay here from now on. Siapuro came to the same place as yesterday, set up the stall neatly, and started to prepare her own lunch. Host, I'm back after pestering you. Guess what the result is? Stupid system. She responded to its words, pretending to be curious. What is it? Of course, it was a great victory. After my argument, the main system agreed to convert all the seasonings into unlimited supplies for us, so we don't need to draw cards. M80 is really amazing. You are the most amazing system I have ever seen. After spending so many worlds together, Siapuro knows M80 temper thoroughly, and knows that it will fall for this. Sure enough, there was a place for seasonings on the dining car. All the seasonings were available, and there were many that she had never seen before. It was just right for her to change her taste. Make some sour soup dumplings. Boil the dumplings in boiling water. She prefers beef stuffing, so only beef stuffing was cooked. Chopped green onion, minced garlic, chili powder, white sesame seeds, drizzle with hot oil to saute, add a little salt and sugar to taste, add soy sauce, vinegar and a spoonful of oyster sauce, mix well. Add a large spoonful of the original soup for cooking dumplings to the prepared sauce bowl, take out the dumplings and mix well with the sauce. Finally, sprinkle some chopped green onion and you can eat. With the addition of chili powder, the dumplings were covered with the color of chili oil, and the red color made people hungry. What a pity. There is no drink. Otherwise it would be perfect. She has a little habit. That is, she likes to eat delicious food with drinks and funny variety shows. Otherwise she always feels that something is missing. The dumplings were blessed by the golden finger she drew, and they were better than any dumplings she had eaten. It was a pity that there was no drama to watch while eating at this time. Without a cell phone, without drinks, Siapura couldn't stay idle and opened the panel to draw again. Thinking of her bad luck, she fell into a dilemma. Should she draw or not? She found that except for the unlimited supplies, the quantity of other items was not fixed. Like wet wipes, although there was only 1 card, but when she converted the card into supplies, she had more than a dozen packs of wet wipes. In short, with her luck, she would never lack paper in her life. Another 10 draw. See if there will be any more surprises. Wet wipes, tissues, cups, backpacks. At least a backpack is out. I draw 1 last time. BNB business card, backpack, tissues, wet wipes, hand sanitizer. Siapuro felt that the dumplings in her mouth suddenly tasted bad, looked at her hands, doubted her life. Am I really a poor guy? Click on the introduction of the new item. Backpack. An ordinary backpack, no different from the backpack before the end of the world. B&B business card. Shout 3 times at the business card. Grape, you are my god. A magical bus will appear and send people to the door of the B&B. Remaining number of uses, 5 times. Suddenly I felt that my luck seemed to be good again. The dumplings in my mouth were getting more and more delicious. Using the business card, 5 business cards appeared in her hand. This is too little. A broken miracle is better than no miracle. A broken miracle is better than no miracle. She recited it silently 3 times before she calmed herself down. Wow. It's too early to be happy. While she was still mumbling that she was being hard on herself, the fragrance of the dumplings was secretly blessed by M80 and drifted far away. Brother Chong was wandering around at the foot of the mountain. Recently, he had been craving for some meat, so he had to come out of the base whenever he had time to try his luck, to see if he could be lucky enough to meet a mutant animal of a lower level. As he was walking, he suddenly smelled a scent of food. He held his breath and took a deep breath. He couldn't smell what kind of meat it was, but it seemed like there was also a hint of leeks. Mixed with the spicy vinegar smell in the air, he subconsciously sucked in his saliva. It smelled so good. So good. In the apocalypse, people are hungry and full, and the smell of meat is really killing them. No longer thinking about looking for mutant beasts, Brother Chong opened the car window as wide as possible, trying to smell the source of the smell, and drove along the smell. The smell was getting closer and closer, and his greed was also aroused to the peak. Siap Ro had finished eating and cleaned up the table. Brother Chong finally came to the dining car, and he was about to burst into tears when he saw the full steamed dumplings. He tightened the crystal core in his hand, and more than a dozen crystal cores were all he had. Boss, can I buy some dumplings? Brother Chong looked at Siap Ro pitifully. His eyes were so humble, which did not match his size and age at all. She had no doubt that if she refused, the burly man with a full beard would kowtow to her. Sure. Look at the sign on the blackboard here, and you can exchange it by putting the crystal core on the machine. When she had nothing to do, she also used her artistic talent to draw every step in the form of a picture, with a simple diagram. The words on the blackboard are clear at a glance. Like everyone before him, he was surprised at the price of exchanging crystal cores for dumplings. But he didn't think much about it, and just exchanged them. Wang Daqiang. Male. 2nd level gold type mutant. 100 points for this recharge. Can we start eating with points? Brother Chong looked at the dumplings in front of him and shouted excitedly, Boss! Give me 5 servings of steamed dumplings. Siapura frowned slightly and reminded him, this shop refuses waste. There are 30 dumplings in 1 serving, and they are so big. Why don't you order less and order more after you finish eating? Okay. Then let's have 3 servings first. 1 pork and 2 beef. She opened her mouth, thinking that 3 servings were not too few, but swallowed it again. If she couldn't finish it, she could pack it up. There shouldn't be anyone who would waste food in the end times. Okay. Please wait. Brother Chong's eyes fell back on the blackboard. He was just thinking about eating dumplings, and didn't look carefully at the blackboard, which said there were steamed dumplings and sour soup dumplings. Wait. Boss, can I have 2 steamed dumplings? 1 fried dumpling and 1 sour soup dumpling? The silly tall man tried hard to speak standard Mandarin, but this kind of thing is not useful just by trying hard. To Siapiru, it sounded like Mandarin with an accent. She couldn't tell where he was from, but she still understood it. Okay, what kind of fillings do you want for the other 2 methods? Brother Chong grinned. Beef for fried dumplings, and pork for boiled dumplings, thank you. Boss. Thinking that he hadn't brushed his teeth for a long time, he forced his mouth shut again, fearing that he would taint the white and plump dumplings. He stood in front of the dining car and stared at the dumplings, and Siapura didn't care, and let him look. Chapter 10, Lucky. Anir, you are quite young, are you afraid of being here alone? Wang Daqiang wanted to chat with Siapura in a familiar way, to relieve his craving for dumplings. Siapura glanced at him, knowing that he had no ill intentions, and that praising her for her youth was just a way to make conversation. At first glance, I thought he was trying to tease the girl with some obscene words, but in fact, the uncle's eyes were fixed on her hands. To be precise, he was staring at her picking up dumplings. I'm not afraid. Uncle, your steamed dumplings are ready. Please sit over there and eat. I need some time to make something else. After handing him the steamed dumplings, the uncle saw the long-lost food and smiled with wrinkles all over his face. Okay. Okay. If you need any help, just call me uncle. Wang Daqiang walked to the table closest to the dining car with the dumplings and sat down. He looked like he was afraid that she would run away. Siapuru was embarrassed. It seemed that she had met only good people in the end times. It was rare to find people like this, who only cared about food and didn't covet other people's supplies in a peaceful and prosperous world. Uncle, you only eat steamed dumplings. Would you like a bottle of water? And water? He only had the dumplings in his eyes. Reluctant to leave the dumplings on the table, Wang Daqiang walked to the dining car with the dumplings in his hand. He took a bottle of water, and was surprised to find that it was only sold for 1 point after the payment was deducted, and took 2 more bottles. Siapuru didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had never seen such a foodie. She really doubted that this uncle, who had traded with her twice, had never even seen her face. There were too few people nearby. From yesterday to today, she only received 3 groups of customers. She began to wonder if she had chosen a bad location. Thinking about something, her hands kept moving faster and faster, and the fried dumplings and sour dumplings were ready. Because there were few people, she would be bored without her phone, so she would bring the dumplings over by herself. If there were more people, it would not work. Uncle, your dumplings. After putting the dumplings down, she remembered that she had not brought soy sauce and vinegar, so she went back to the RV, found a few small bottles of seasonings, filled them up and put them on the table. Uncle, are you from the base next door? Yes, don't worry. I won't tell anyone that you're setting up a stall here. Wang Daqiang didn't even raise his eyes. His sight was still glued to the dumplings. But this time he was looking at the sour soup dumplings and fried dumplings. I wanted to finish the steamed dumplings before eating something else, but the red dumplings looked like they were seasoned. I couldn't help but reach out to the plate of dumplings, took it and started eating. Fresh, spicy and spicy. Take another sip of the soup, it's amazing. The blend of various seasonings is just right, not too spicy nor too salty. Looking at the bowl full of seasonings, it tastes just right. Each seasoning plays its role, there is no redundant seasoning. When Siapuru heard this, she became anxious. Why don't you tell others that I'm setting up a stall here? She was still waiting for everyone to promote it more. Old customers bring new customers. In Ire, now is not like before the end of the world. You have to hide your supplies. It's hard for a girl like you to survive in the end of the world. You are so white and clean. You have to protect yourself. Wang Daqiang finished the noodle soup in a few gulps, and heaved a sigh of relief. It's delicious. It's refreshing. I haven't eaten anything tasty for a long time. It turns out that not promoting is a kind of protection for herself. She has been in the peaceful world for a long time, and she has just been in the apocalypse for 2 days, and is still not used to it. She explained to the other party in a kind way. Uncle, please promote it for me. I run a store here to do business. I can't do without people. Wang Daqiang finally stopped eating dumplings and stopped to look at her. Are you sure? Sure. Oh, that's right. I go back to the base and promote it to you later. I think a little girl who dares to set up a stall like this in the end times must have some skills. Otherwise, where do all the fresh meat and vegetables come from? I was too short-sighted and looked down on the little girl. But let's make it clear, if too many people come to buy from you, I won't be able to buy anything. Right? Wang Daqiang has lived for so long, but he is very selfish when it comes to food. She handed over the teleportation business card she had just drawn. How about this? Uncle? I give you an address. I run a homestay. Take this business card and follow the instructions on it to get to my place. Wang Daqiang took the business card and read the introduction on it carefully. There was also a number 5 at the back indicating the number of remaining uses. After receiving the business card, Wang Daqiang did not say anything. The boss move showed that she had the ability to solve the problem, and he did not care about the extra ones. I go back and promote it to you after I finish eating. But you have to be prepared. Little girl, there are many barbarians in the end times. If they start to snatch it, it will have nothing to do with me. Okay. I know. After eating, the uncle bought a lot of bottles of water and took them away. Siapuru was free and started to draw cards again. Shower gel, toothpaste, mouthwash, toothbrush, soap. Is this a new batch of products? It's barely useful. At least it can be provided to the guests staying at the hotel. Toothpaste, shampoo, shower gel, dishwashing liquid, dishcloths. Help! Although I've never seen these before, but are things like dishwashing liquid and dishcloths not just for show? She doesn't need to wash dishes at all. The dining cars are all high-tech, and the dishes are put in and taken out after a few seconds. And they look like new. Host calm. We don't need them, but we run a B&B. Siapuro retorted. I didn't even take out a single pot or pan, I can't sell them, and the tenants can't wash them if they don't have any to use. Right. One last draw. Please give me a chance to draw a food card. I am really tired of eating dumplings. No matter how delicious the food is, you will get tired of it if you eat too much. She has eaten dumplings for 3 meals in a row. If she eats more, she will have a phobia of dumplings. It seems that God heard her prayers. Instant noodles, ham sausage, paper towels, wet wipes. A food card really appeared. Siapuro stood up suddenly and hit her head. Instant noodles, spicy, braised, mushroom stewed chicken noodles. Permanent supplies. Ham sausage. It is a starch sausage without any meat. Permanent supplies. Looking at the card introduction, his eyebrows were almost twisted together, and the question came out. Why are there only 3 flavors of instant noodles? How can I unlock other flavors? Host, 1,000 points can unlock different flavors. Bah! There are so many rules in this world. It wasn't like this before. M80 felt a little guilty. This world is indeed different from the previous one. Forget it, 1,000 points should still be easy to earn. So many world's tasks have been completed. Give her some time. A mere 1,000 points is not a problem at all. It's just a pity that the instant noodles have sausage but no egg. Obviously, the combination of egg, sausage, and instant noodles is the standard configuration. She wanted to continue drawing, but the sound of footsteps interrupted her. She immediately got out of the passenger seat of the dining car and looked at the person who came. Chapter 11. A bowl of instant noodles. Would you like a bowl of instant noodles? 3 men came. Judging from their clothes, they should be the staff of the base. Several people were also looking at her. The girl was very beautiful. Clean clothes and fair skin were unattainable in the eyes of civilians in the end of the world. Several people sniffed hard. The smell of meat in the air was precious. They couldn't get enough of it. I don't know if what she sells is expensive. The instant noodles and ham sausages that had just been unlocked were placed on the partition extending from the front of the dining car. The instant noodles that were regarded as junk food before the end of the world were rare delicacies in the eyes of the 3 people at this moment. Gao Sheng, the leader, swallowed his saliva. Looking at the plump white steamed dumplings made him want to eat them. Hello, how much are these things? Several people looked at Siapuro expectantly, and silently prayed in their hearts that they would not be too expensive, not too expensive. If they could afford it by gritting their teeth, they would have to have a bowl anyway. At most, they would have to eat insect cakes for another month. It's a good thing that someone asked about the price, Siapuro smiled. 10 points for a bowl of instant noodles, and 2 points for a ham sausage. I cook it for you. The dumplings and other things are all priced. You can see what you want to buy. The girl's sweet voice sounded like heavenly music to the people who were short of water after the apocalypse. Everyone was half dead, and hanging on with only 1 bowl of water a day. It was only because they became the staff of the base that their situation was a little better than that of ordinary people. Hearing this, the 3 of them exchanged glances quickly. The dumplings are filled with meat. And the price is so low. 3 years after the apocalypse, the instant noodles produced before the apocalypse have long expired. Even if the expired instant noodles were still edible, they had long been ruined by mutant creatures. 1 year after the apocalypse, expired instant noodles can be sold for 3 first-level crystal cores. And there is still no market for them. Gao Sheng took out a first-level crystal core and came to the points redemption machine and put the crystal core on it. Siapuro smiled and said, Do you want dumplings? Or what flavor of instant noodles? Do you want a sausage? It only costs 2 points. Gao Sheng had not recovered from his surprise. And when he heard the question, he subconsciously said, I want a fried dumpling. And a spicy instant noodle. With a sausage. As soon as he finished speaking, the machine lit up again. She started making the first batch of instant noodles. She boiled water, put in the noodles, poured in the seasoning packet, added the ham sausage, and poured the instant noodles from the small pot into the instant noodle paper bowl after boiling. The air was filled with the aroma of instant noodles. And the gurgling water in the pot was as beautiful as the sound of nature. Your instant noodles are ready. She handed the instant noodles to Gao Sheng. Gao Sheng was stunned by this series of normal operations before the end of the world. He couldn't believe it. He just consumed a first-level crystal core. And the instant noodles were in his hands? Seeing that he hadn't taken any other action, Siapuro took the initiative again. The instant noodles are a bit salty. Do you want to buy a bottle of water? One bottle only costs 1 point. Can I buy a bottle for my companion? Gao Sheng, still holding the instant noodles, asked the question carefully. Sure. She had asked the system long before coming here, and it could only be donated voluntarily or resold at the original price. Why not restrict reselling? Her mission is to operate, not to monopolize. Why not let everyone drink water? 3 bottles. He walked to his companions with a bucket of instant noodles in one hand and 3 bottles of water in the other. Zheng Jiao and Zhang Shan took the water from his hands, looked at the instant noodles in his hands and swallowed. Before they could communicate, Siet Puru's voice came from the dining car. Would the other 2 brothers like to have a bowl of instant noodles? The price is fair, and the taste is good. Gao Sheng looked at the 2 and nodded. Then the 2 walked over and put a first-level crystal core on it, imitating him. Task 2. The dining car has received 10 guests. The reward has been distributed to the lobby of the B&B. The 2 of them were both confused when they came to Gao Sheng with instant noodles and dumplings and sat down. Zhang Shan muttered, "Why is it so cheap? 1 level 1 crystal core can be used to eat 10 bowls of instant noodles. This would have been unthinkable 10 minutes ago." Zheng Jiao also said, "Could there be something in the noodles?" The 2 looked at Gao Sheng, wanting to discuss with him. "Why did you eat it all? Aren't you afraid of danger?" "I ate it, and it tasted great. I'm tired of living a hard life. What's the saying? I'd rather die of fullness than die of hunger." After saying that, he didn't persuade the 2 to eat or not, and walked to the dining car on his own. "Can I buy instant noodles and make them myself?" "Yes, but all the goods in this store are only resold at the original price. If they are snatched away or resold at a higher price, the goods will disappear on their own." She didn't tell them about this consequence. Thinking about the points he still had left, Gao Sheng finally bought 5 more buckets of instant noodles, 10 sausages and 3 bottles of water. Siet Puri used the packing tools on the dining cart, a plastic bag, to pack the food and handed it to him. "Thank you for your patronage." Gao Sheng took the things back to the table. There was no one around, so he put the bag of things on the seat next to him with confidence. Seeing that the 2 had not yet unscrewed the bottle cap of water, he took it back with his big hand. "You can buy it yourself when you have points. I take this back." Gao Sheng was in a good mood, with a cheerful smile on his face, looking a bit honest. The 2 didn't say anything. Anyway, water was only 1 point per bottle. They could afford it, and continued to drink instant noodle soup. Zheng Jiao ordered steamed dumplings, and Zhang Shan ordered fried dumplings. The 2 took turns eating some, dipped them in soy sauce and vinegar, and finally soaked the dumplings in instant noodle soup. Gao Sheng showed the 2 the bowl of sour soup dumplings he had drunk clean. Instant noodle soup is not as delicious as this bowl of sour soup dumplings, and life is complete after eating this bowl. I haven't eaten instant noodles for a long time. Dumplings are still more delicious. No matter how delicious instant noodles are, they can't compare to dumplings with meat filling. Siet Puru's appearance interrupted the conversation of several people. "This is the brochure of our B&B. You can take a look." This was printed by her using the printer in the lobby when she came out in the morning. The 3 of them took a flyer and read it together. Great B&B is an absolute safe zone in the apocalypse. Sufficient food, water and electricity are provided, can withstand natural disasters, zombies, single room rents 30 points per day, monthly rent 900 points. Address: suburban area of H City. Can this be true? Zhang Shan held the flyer, with disbelief in his eyes. Gao Sheng disagreed. "Before coming here to eat, we still don't believe that we can eat in the end times? Only 9 first-level crystal cores are needed for accommodation in a month. If we work hard to kill more zombies, we only need more than 10 first-level crystal cores in a month to solve the problem of food and clothing." Zheng Jia's summary made the 2 people who were already excited make a decision. Gao Sheng lowered his head. "I've decided, I'm going." Chapter 12 Instant Noodle Partner. In the apocalypse, everyone is just trying to survive. Now they have a better choice. Since it's all a gamble, why give up a better life? Zhang Shan immediately followed and said, "I want to go too. Brother Shen, I go with you. When the time comes, we can go out and fight zombies together and have a companion." The reason for the hesitation is just because I am worried about whether I can survive if I live alone in a B&B. Now I don't have to worry about it because I can have a companion. The 2 looked at Zheng Jiao, who had not made a decision yet. The 3 of them were just ordinary colleagues. They all applied for the dangerous job of guarding the gate in order to make a living in the base. If a zombie tide breaks out one day, the first to die will be those who guard the gate. It can be regarded as exchanging their future lives for a current job. I will go too. The three of us will go to fight zombies together. It's better than staying in the base. The three of them were all second-level psychics, so they formed a team. Everyone is single, they only need to care about themselves, and nothing else. It's just that I have to quit my job at the base. Xiaopu Rose sat in the dining car, counting the points she had earned so far. As long as the customers exchanged for crystal cores, it would count as her turnover. After 2 days, she had already earned 1,800 points. She earned so much in just 2 days, so she might as well draw a card to reward herself. She found that drawing cards was really addictive, and she liked the feeling of suffocation when she didn't draw anything, and was so angry that her whole body trembled, and the joy when she drew something. The combination of the two, the feeling of ups and downs, makes people particularly addicted. Another 10-shot combo: shelves, paper towels, eggs, shampoo. Shelves, used to put goods at a glance. Shelves are furniture cards, can only be placed within the homestay. Eggs, yellow egg liquid, sterile, eggs can be eaten raw. Raw eggs can only be sold within the homestay. Permanent supplies. Okay, the two instant noodles are fully matched. Eggs and instant noodles are a perfect match. Whether it's fried eggs or egg drop soup. Instant noodles without eggs are soulless. I always feel that my luck has improved since M80 came back. Could it be that the stupid system gave her a backdoor? M80 said confidently. It's the same to beg for one anyway. It's better to beg for one more. Good system. If I can buy you a physical one, I will definitely buy you the most expensive one. Her fighting spirit to sell eggs was ignited. Zhang Shan and Zheng Jiao happened to come over and asked for dumplings. And she enthusiastically recommended them. Brother, we have eggs that can be added to instant noodles. One egg only costs 3 points. Would you like a bowl of instant noodles with fried eggs? Zhang Shan and Zheng Jiao looked at each other in surprise. Eggs! Eggs shocked them much more than instant noodles. Eggs had not been seen for a month after the end of the world. The animals and plants that should mutate mutated, and the chickens that did not mutate were strictly managed by the base. There were very few normal chickens, and the eggs they produced were even fewer. They hoped that only the base commander could enjoy eggs occasionally, and ordinary people would not even dare to think about eggs. Gao Sheng. There are eggs! You can only add them to instant noodles. Zhang Shan excitedly shouted towards Gao Sheng's position. Gao Sheng had just finished eating a bunch of things he ordered, finally felt alive, and his stomach felt more satisfied than ever before. When he heard that there were eggs, he thought of the taste of eating eggs 3 years ago, and he wanted another bowl of instant noodles. Gao Sheng came over, and recharged another first-level crystal core. Boss, I want a braised instant noodles, without sausage. Can I add 2 eggs? Okay. Xiaopu was so happy that her teeth were not visible. She successfully earned another 100 points. I want to add eggs and sausage. The 2 soulmates of instant noodles. Who can resist? I want to add eggs and sausage too. Dry the bottom of the pot. Add a little cold oil. Heat the pot in oil. Crack an egg and put it in. The fried egg sizzles, and the egg white swells up with big and small bubbles. Fry until the egg is formed and solidified. Add hot water and boil it before adding the instant noodles. The 3 stood by and watched this long-lost scene. The fragrance of the eggs kept coming, and the 3 of them were staring at it. Open the instant noodles package. Add water and boil. And the fragrant instant noodles will be out of the pot soon. After hearing how many people came to Wang Daqiang's promotion, everyone smelled the fragrance of the instant noodles. But they did not dare to go forward, wanting to wait for Gao Sheng and the other 2 to try the poison first. The price of waiting is that you can only swallow your saliva bitterly from a distance. 3 bowls of instant noodles are ready, and they each take their own portion back to the table to eat. The edges of the fried eggs are fried crispy by the girl, but the yolk is still soft. Use the plastic fork that comes with the instant noodles in the bucket to poke the egg yolk. The egg yolk solidifies to a state where it is only slightly runny. Many Chinese people are not used to eating raw eggs, nor are they used to eating runny egg yolks. The runny state in front of me is just right. It gives people who are in the end times, and have been experiencing a long-term food shortage, a visual shock. A little bit of runny egg liquid stained the plastic fork. Gao Sheng carefully licked the egg liquid on the fork, as if he was tasting some delicious delicacy. He had already eaten 2 buckets of instant noodles, and now he was still swallowing them up like a whirlwind. Eating a mouthful of fried egg, a mouthful of instant noodles, and finishing them in a few bites. He wiped the oil off his mouth with satisfaction, touched his long unseen bulging belly, and felt extremely satisfied. Since the end of the world, there is really nothing he can do when he is hungry. Drinking water is a luxury, not to mention filling his stomach with water, which is even more impossible. Thinking that he still has points to spend, Gao Sheng asked, "Boss, will you come tomorrow?" The system said that she would set up the stall at least 3 days a week. At least she would come tomorrow, but not necessarily the day after tomorrow. "Come on, you can come tomorrow if you haven't used points." After the three of them finished eating, they helped her clean up the stall. They ate very carefully, not even a drop of instant noodle soup spilled, and they only needed to throw away the instant noodle bucket to clean up. "Boss, is the homestay mentioned in the brochure real? A safe place to withstand natural disasters and zombies?" "Yes, it's not far from here. Would you like to stay?" Siapura never missed any opportunity to attract customers. Gao Sheng gritted his teeth, rather than lingering in the base. He might as well fight, and chose to believe the words of the young boss. Gao Sheng took the lead and said, "We all want to stay, but we have to resign first. Can the young boss leave a room for the three of us? We can pay the monthly rent first." "Have money?" Siapura's eyes lit up. "Of course, 3 people each have a single room." "Right?" "Yes." The 3 of them took out their crystal cores, and each of them paid 8 first-level crystal cores. "By the way, boss, if we can resign tomorrow, can you take us there when you close the stall?" Siapura opened her mouth, but before she could respond, the system voice in her mind stopped her from speaking. Chapter 13 Fried Starch Sausage. Only employees can sit in the dining car. Gao Sheng knew that he had made an unreasonable request when she didn't respond, and apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, it doesn't work. Let's think of another way. Most ordinary people in the base don't have cars, and they are no exception. But it might be dangerous to go there all the way. System, can I sell the teleportation business card I drew?" "Yes, the price is 100 points per card." Getting the answer she wanted, Siapura smiled and said, "Our homestay has a special car to pick you up at the hotel entrance. Just follow the instructions on the teleportation business card and a car will appear. 1 teleportation business card per person is equivalent to a ticket, only 100 points." Gao Sheng waved his hand. 3 tickets. The passing teams had already smelled the fragrance emanating from the dining car. Since Gao Sheng and his team entered, some people noticed it, but everyone was still waiting and watching. Gu Jing's team was among them, and the short-haired girl couldn't wait any longer. "Captain, aren't we going yet?" "What's the hurry?" "Wait a little longer." "Captain, aren't you going yet?" "That person has finished the first bowl." "Didn't the other 2 people eat yet?" "Wait a little longer." "Captain, the other 2 have finished." "Wait a little longer, Dora. I know you are anxious, but don't worry. If there is something wrong with the food, it won't work so quickly." "Captain, the first person to eat has finished the second bowl." "Captain, all 3 of them have finished." Gu Jing licked his lips. He was greedy too, but he was the captain. He had to be responsible for every team member. "A little longer." "Forget it. We go after he comes out, and if he's fine, we go." In addition to Gao Sheng, the other 2 bought 5 bottles of water each, and took them away. The 3 of them recharged 3,400 points in total. Before she could even sit down, a customer suddenly arrived. Gu Jing's team drove over in 2 cars, and stopped near Siapura's stall. The 3 members of their team found a table, and sat down, and Gu Jing talked to Siapura. "Hello, how much is the instant noodles?" Siapura smiled softly, and began to introduce the prices of the products. 10 points for instant noodles, 3 points for eggs, 2 points for sausages, and 1 point for mineral water per bottle. Other products have prices on the blackboard. Gu Jing took out 3 first-level crystal cores. The machine displayed his information. Gu Jing, 3rd-level gold-type mutant, 300 points. For bowls of spicy instant noodles, each with sausage and egg. Sour soup dumplings, fried dumplings, steamed dumplings. For servings each. Surprised at the price of bottled water, Gu Jing hesitated for a while and asked, "Is this water pollution-free?" "Of course." Siapura took this big order from him, and was very busy, otherwise she would definitely roll her eyes at him, if it wasn't pollution-free. Why would she sell it? Gu Jing asked for a bottle of water, opened the lid and sniffed the bottle mouth, confirming that it was water of good quality. He bought 3 more bottles of water, distributed them to his teammates, and sat down to wait for the food. The prices here are very cheap. 1 crystal core can buy a lot of things. He told everyone the prices. Dora said excitedly, Then let's buy more? It happens that I don't have much water in my space. That's what I mean. Let me ask you how much water you can still put in your space. Dora joked. Everything else can be taken out and put in the car. Clean water resources are not easy to find. I see Han Bing puts out ice every day. And we will drink him dry. The food you ordered is ready, come and get it. Siapura put the noodles into a paper bowl in the RV, and finally put an egg on it. Sprinkle a few black sesame seeds on the fried egg, and the fried egg looks even better. M80, can you give me a whole staple food next time you unlock it? What's the point of unlocking instant noodles? That depends on the host's luck. Anyway, it's a draw, and there will definitely be a staple food. If you're lucky, you might get two. The flyers haven't been given yet. Siapura took out a few more flyers, put one on the empty table, and finally gave it to Gu Jing's table. Before she could go back, she was stopped by Gu Jing. Boss, is this flyer real? Haha. It's true. The water and electricity are included in the stay, but drinking water is charged separately. Are you guys going to stay here? Siapura blinked, expecting Gu Jing to say the words of staying here. Let's discuss it. He couldn't make such a big decision alone. Okay. Siapura lowered her eyes, and returned to the dining car. Dora took the flyer and looked at it carefully. Are we going to stay here? I don't know if this place is really safe. Han Bing. Take a look at this place. I think we've been there before. Han Bing took the paper she handed over, and after looking at the address, he found that they often passed by this place. I've been there, not far, but I don't remember there being such a homestay there. Captain. Dora looked at Gu Jing, waiting for him to make the decision. Let's go and take a look, if it's not safe. Leave? Is there any need to think about this? Okay. At this time, Siapura suddenly had an idea, and started to put oil in the pot, and simply cut the ham sausage. The cut sausages were put into the oil pan and sizzled. The aroma of frying spread far and wide. After finishing her noodles, Dora couldn't help it, and came to the food truck to see if there was anything else to buy. Boss, are you frying something? Fried ham sausage. Siapura had nothing to do anyway, and she didn't have a cell phone to play with, so she could only work on the food truck. How much is this? Can I buy two? Dora stretched out 2 fingers, staring at the fried starch sausage, swallowed her saliva. It smelled so good. It's been a long time since I've had fried food. It's been a long time since I've had it. Okay, put the crystal core here, and you can redeem points. Pointing at the points redemption machine, then turn around and look for skewers. There was everything on the dining car, and in an inconspicuous corner, she found a pack of skewers. A whole pack of skewers was placed in a convenient location, and she found chili powder and cumin powder. Using a clip to hold the ham sausage, she successfully inserted the skewers. Do you want cumin and chili powder? Yes. Can I have more chili powder? Okay. Siapura sprinkled chili powder wantonly, and she was greedy just by smelling the smell. Finally, sprinkled white sesame seeds on it, wrapped the bottom of the bamboo stick with a small piece of paper towel, and handed the starch sausage to the short-haired girl. Okay, I can only do it like this because of limited conditions, and it's definitely not because of my poor cooking skills. Dora's eyes were almost straight. She took the grilled sausage with both hands very devoutly, and thanked her casually. Thank you, sister. She jumped back to the small table. Look! Wow! Golden Legend. Boss, you even sell this? I want to buy it too. Gangzi pulled Han Bing up and walked towards the dining car. Gu Jing sneered. It was just right that the 2 silly boys left. The ready-made one was his. Chapter 14. Short-haired Dora. He looked at the short-haired girl and was affectionate with the Golden Legend in her hand. Dora, you know, I have always taken good care of you. Who kept watch at night so that you could sleep peacefully? It was Han Bing, who surveyed the terrain and took the lead in investigating the enemy situation. It was Gongzi. Gu Jing used his trump card, who helped you cut your hair quickly after the zombies grabbed your hair and refused to let go. It was you, so you call me Dora now. Dora looked at him expressionlessly, waiting to see what other crazy words he could say. Gu Jing couldn't hold back his anger anymore, so he found an excuse to escape. I have something to do with Gongzi. Boss, give me 2 fried ham sausages. Okay. Siapura had just finished making 4 sausages, and was going to make 2 more. It was fried in a short while. The skin of the sausage was fried golden and crispy, which was a perfect match with the chili powder sprinkled on it. The oily aroma mixed with the spicy chili powder in the mouth was not disgusting, but more and more addictive. Gu Jing had just finished the 2 sticks in his hand and wanted to buy more. But he looked up and saw that there was a long line in front of the food truck. The crowd couldn't wait any longer, and one person came to buy and attracted many people. "Boss, give me a bucket of spicy instant noodles with eggs and sausages, and 2 fried dumplings. I want a bowl of instant noodles with 2 eggs, and a steamed dumpling. I came first. You get out of the way. Do you want to fight? Fight me if you want." Sia Puru was overwhelmed by the noise. She stopped what she was doing and looked at the crowd expressionlessly. "Go over there to recharge your points first. Then come to queue up to order something. If you keep making noise, I will close the stall." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Food is the biggest thing in the world. They endured their hunger and could only smell the aroma of instant noodles in the air, which kept luring their souls. Everyone began to queue up consciously, one by one, to exchange crystal cores for points, and then to queue up in another line to order food. M80 in her mind seemed to say something, but Sia Puru could no longer hear it. She was so busy that she wished she had 8 hands. There were at least 50 or 60 people queuing in front of the dining car, and people were coming from all directions. The queue was growing. Everyone remained quiet without exception. Even the 2 people who had just quarreled and threatened to fight were arguing in a low voice. No one wanted to attract zombies and affect their chance to eat something. As more and more people came, the 2 tables were obviously not enough. She had no choice but to stop what she was doing and take out the remaining 4 tables. "Boss, I help you set the table. You go ahead and do your work." The person who spoke was the one at the front of the line. A few men helped her set the table in a few seconds. She thanked them and continued to work. The few chairs put out were not enough. Everyone didn't care. There were not so many seats in front of the dining car, so they ate while squatting or standing. Everything was in order. Sia Puru was too busy to handle it. "If you want to buy water, just take it yourself. Your points will be automatically deducted." After everyone got their own water, things got better. She could devote herself to cooking instant noodles and steaming dumplings. Gu Jing sighed when he saw this. It seemed that he would not be able to eat fried sausage today. He took Dora to buy several hundred bottles of water. Before leaving, he asked, "Little boss, can I buy your instant noodles?" She didn't even raise her head. "Yes, but I can't resell them at a high price. I can only sell them at the original price or give them away voluntarily." Gu Jing bought more than 100 buckets of instant noodles and ordered 3 flavors. "You can also buy instant noodles and make them yourself. I'm really too busy." Seeing more and more people lining up in front of her, her hands were about to become dry and limp. Some people bought them, but after buying them, they still lined up. Seeing this, everyone came forward to buy a few bowls and put them aside. It's not that everyone is unwilling to make them themselves. Now water resources are precious, and every sip that ordinary people drink in the base is counted. Sia Puru's hands really couldn't stand such high-intensity work, so she found an excuse to go to the toilet in the dining car to look for anything in the system mall that could solve this urgent problem. The more anxious you are, the easier it is to make mistakes. She opened the system mall, but her brain crashed. M80 couldn't bear to watch it anymore, reminding her that she could use the water dispenser first. The water dispenser has 3 water outlet temperatures: ice, normal temperature, hot. Too timely. Woo woo woo, making money is so tiring. It would have been great if this long queue had appeared when I was setting up a stall in my previous life. Come on, work hard, you will get rich. Sia Puru washed her hands, and when she came out of the toilet, she saw more than a dozen pairs of eyes looking into the car. The corners of his mouth, which were still bent, stiffened. Is he afraid that she would suddenly die in the toilet and never come out? "Boss, you are finally out. We were worried that something might happen to you after being in there for so long. Don't worry, no one will touch the things up there. They are all waiting for you." The guy in the front of the line, with a flat head, was relieved to see her come out and took the initiative to explain to her. He just stopped a few people who wanted to steal things. He made a gesture to the back, indicating to everyone that the boss had come out. "Wait a minute. I do it in a minute." She took out the water dispenser and placed it in a prominent position next to the RV. "I will only be responsible for frying eggs and not cooking noodles. If you buy instant noodles, come here to get hot water. The hot water for instant noodles is free, but it must not be wasted. Those who want to buy dumplings and fried eggs should line up separately. After that, She began to organize the people present to divide into 2 rows according to their needs. Her voice reached the hearts of everyone present. And the flat-headed man who looked tall and strong on the surface wanted to cry on the spot. "Boss, you are a living Buddha. Right? I am just a businessman." People nearby began to praise her. And she listened while frying eggs. Since almost everyone added 2 eggs, she beat 2 eggs in each pot. "You are really kind-hearted. 1 crystal core can buy 10 buckets of such precious goods as instant noodles." Siapura thought that this price was not bad. It was just equivalent to a modern Mao Zedong's banknote. She was always praised. And she became curious. Why did they praise her so highly when she was just selling instant noodles? "What do you usually eat?" The flat-headed man was holding instant noodles and waiting for fried eggs. "There are insect cakes for sale in the base. 1 first-level crystal core can buy 5. The fried eggs were ready. Siapura gave the eggs that had just been cooked in the pan to the people in line. When she looked up again to ask what insect cakes were, the person who had just spoken was no longer there. When she mentioned it, she observed that the faces of several people who were close to her instantly became interesting. It was not difficult to see that the thing was definitely not what she wanted to hear now. She stopped thinking about it, thinking that she would ask a few funny men when she went back in the evening. Now she continued to work on the fried eggs. Chapter 15: Crazy Husband and Wife. "Boss, do you sell eggs individually?" As soon as she said this, she could feel everyone's attention focused on her. M80 quickly reminded, "No." Siapura looked at everyone with an apologetic smile. "Eggs are not sold individually. By the way, there are still flyers that have not been distributed. Take out the flyers and put them under the awning that extends from the dining car. Everyone can come and take a look. Great B&B, an absolutely safe place." Everyone looked at the flyers curiously. Soon, all 200 flyers were distributed. Strangely, no one came forward to ask anything. After working for a few more hours, she felt that she could no longer bear it. She stood almost the entire time on the dining car, and her legs were almost broken. She glanced at the time and announced to everyone, "The last 10 minutes of business today. Hurry up if you want to buy. And you can come back tomorrow if you can't make it." The customer at the front of the line was surprised and happy, and asked again uncertainly, "Boss, will you come tomorrow?" Siapura nodded perfunctorily. "Come on, buddy. Help promote it with the people behind." She was too tired to talk after a busy day. The man agreed readily, "No problem." After a few seconds, he seemed to have thought of something and said to her hesitantly, "Little boss, if possible, you should pay more attention." Just when she was about to ask what he meant, the man had already trotted away. The people queuing around had heavy faces, seeing that she only had a vague understanding. Another enthusiastic man in his 40s also said carefully, "He is right. The end of the world is dangerous." She wanted to ask something else, but stopped talking. "Thank you for reminding me, big brother. Just a brief reminder is enough." Yubai looked at the egg with regret, and went back with the 30 bottles of water, 50 sausages and 16 buckets of instant noodles he had just bought. He carefully carried the food back home, hiding from place to place, and going to places with few people. There were also many people carrying instant noodles on the road. Looking closely, there were also mineral water and sausages in the bag. Without exception, these supplies came from the grape dining truck. Don't ask why there are no dumplings. Such precious things must be kept in your pocket and hidden close to your body. There is no way to hold instant noodles. Bucket instant noodles take up too much space. This is the only way. Everyone tacitly kept silent. There was a dining car full of supplies not far from the entrance of the base. Occasionally, a few people who didn't know wanted to ask the people holding supplies what was going on. The people holding supplies knew it by looking at their eyes. Put your finger to your mouth, make a gesture to silence. Pull the person to a place where there is no one, and then whisper to the other party. Civilians are silently guarding this unwritten rule. Although this base is good, unlike other bases that almost do not give ordinary people a way to survive. At least you can drink a sip of water here. But at the grape dining car, the price of a crystal core that can only moisten your mouth in the base, you can buy 100 bottles there. People are selfish. In front of interests, no one will believe in human nature. Siapura did not know about these things in the base. She was working hard at the moment and planned to finish the last few minutes of get off work and go back to lie down. She was exhausted from working non-stop. Seeing that the team was almost dispersed, she vaguely saw a man and a woman walking in the distance. The man hugging the woman like a princess. She couldn't help but look at them a few more times. thinking that the end of the world was not so cold and indifferent. At least there were still couples. Not as bad as she thought. The time was almost up, so she might as well let this couple be the last customers of the day. Customer, if you want to buy dumplings, please hurry up. We will close the stalls soon. The man tightened his grip on the woman, taking a deep breath and trotting over. As they got closer, she heard the conversation between the couple. The man said in a low voice, "Kid, get off me first. We are almost there. Let me buy you something to eat." The woman pouted and said in a childish voice, "No, we will be there in a while. Don't let me down so soon." Looking in the direction of the voice, the man and woman looked old. She stared at them for a while and couldn't believe her eyes. This is a little kid? Why does he look older than her? The girl continued to act like a spoiled child in the boy's arms. She spoke in a coquettish voice, widened her eyes, and asked innocently, "Brother, is the child heavy?" "Heavy," the girl pouted, looking like she was about to cry. The man's bubbling voice was comparable to the motorcycle of a spirited young man, and he dragged out the tail sound for a long time to coax the woman. "How can it not be heavy? The one in my arms is my whole world." If he continued to laugh, he would not be able to distinguish the sound of the tractor from his. "Is this free to listen to?" The people around him also heard it. From her angle, she could see people trying to hold back their laughter and trembling. She wanted to laugh, too, but the two parties were standing in front of her. It seemed not good to laugh out loud now. She could only hold it back. In her mind, she went over the saddest things in her life. "What would you like?" "We only sell steamed dumplings." She kept her word short. God knows how hard she tried to keep her face straight. The man slowly put the woman down. The heavy movement was like putting down half a pork. The flushed face finally got relief. The thin arms wiped the sweat from the forehead and waited for a few seconds before speaking. "Give our children 5 servings of steamed dumplings." After saying that, he took out 2 crystal cores and exchanged them for points, and used the remaining points to buy some instant noodles and ham sausage. "Okay. Please wait." Siapuro took out the dumplings skillfully. Now she just wanted to finish this order quickly. The woman's delicate voice made people shudder. "Brother, who is beautiful? Her or me?" "You are beautiful. My child is the most beautiful. I won't even look at other women," the man said, subconsciously glancing at Siapuro. He turned and glanced at the woman. The man put down the woman's hand, and then looked at Siapuro with a crazy wink. "Miss, you are so beautiful. The Pacific Ocean is my drool for you." The woman got angry, stomped her feet, and started to lose her temper. You are not allowed to look at her." "Siapuro, am I also a part of your play?" Except for Siapuro, everyone around her who had spent money, but had not left laughed out loud. Where did these crazy husband and wife come from? "Don't upset the young boss, or where will we eat tomorrow?" I said. "The boss didn't even look at your man. If you're unhappy, just take your man back." "That's right. Do you really think everyone cares about your man? Didn't you see that he talked to the young boss, and the young boss ignored him?" The woman then realized that. It seemed that Siapuro had indeed remained silent since they started talking. Chapter 16. The two teams met. "Then why didn't you pay attention to my brother? Didn't you hear my brother talking to you? What are you talking about?" "TSK." Siapuro wiped the sweat from her forehead. She wanted to argue, but the woman didn't give her a chance to speak. After questioning her, the woman looked at the man again. "Brother, don't you love children anymore? Why are you talking to that woman?" The woman's tone was pitiful after this set of continuous punches. Siapuro felt that she would never be able to learn this set of combos in her life. You can only take advantage of opportunities. Women don't even breathe heavily when they talk, so she can't get in the way at all. She didn't want to refute it, so she just watched the fun and saw how the man answered. "Child, of course I love you the most. I don't care about other women. Are you still worried about me?" Wonderful. This speech is really classic. If it weren't for the lack of conditions at the moment, she would have wanted to eat melon seeds. "My brother is so good to me. The child forgave me. I want to kiss you." The woman smiled shyly, tiptoed, and pouted her lips to meet the man's. Siapuro finally couldn't help but speak. "Hey, you two. It's impolite to continue. If you really can't help it, there's a small bush next to you." There were so many trees next to her that she didn't even need to point her finger. They were everywhere. She was still doing business. And it was so disgusting to do this in front of her stall. "I'm selling food here. Not a place for you two to perform." There was a popping sound when their lips parted. The man looked at her with a questioning look. Are you jealous? The woman was dismissive. Humph, it's useless for you to be jealous of us. My brother just likes me. Okay. Okay, your brother likes you the most. Take your dumplings and walk slowly. Siapuru was so tired that she had no mood to deal with these two weirdos. The man held the still hot dumplings in his hand and looked at the woman softly. Eat, kid. The kid can't finish it all by himself. Won't your brother eat it? Brother doesn't like this. If the kids can't finish it, can we save it for the next meal? Brother really doesn't like it? The woman confirmed again and again. The man turned his face away, trying to control his breath, so that he wouldn't smell the aroma of the food. I don't like it. The woman grabbed the dumpling forcefully with her hands and stuffed it into the man's mouth. Fearing that the woman would be burned, he had to catch the dumpling with his mouth. The woman smiled awkwardly. I want you to eat it. The man chewed a few times, and swallowed the dumplings in his mouth reluctantly, and said helplessly, Okay, brother has eaten, children are obedient, don't force brother to eat something he doesn't like. Put away the tables and chairs, and put them back in the car, and drove away without caring what everyone present thought. The man's eyes followed the back of the food truck leaving. It was really too tiring, so tiring that she didn't want to set up a stall tomorrow. Siapuru collapsed on the co-pilot to rest, and communicated, There shouldn't be a rule that requires me to set up a stall every day. Right? Can I go out 3 days a week separately? Yes, unless there are special circumstances. You can go out 3 days a week. Crystal core. Crystal core. Crystal core. The boy who was shouting had vines in his hand. The vines were wrapped around zombies, and Yen Mu's gold ability was used to harvest the zombies' heads. The zombies were roaring, dark, twisted, crawling. Yen Mu attached his ability to the knife in his hand, and the enhanced knife easily took out the crystal core. One by one, the crystal cores shone brightly under the sun. Shirju's bag of crystal cores was heavy, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, Wow! So many crystal cores. Look at you. You are so ignorant. Don't say you know me in the future. It's really embarrassing. Chihua threw the clean crystal cores into the bag held by Shirju. The rule of their team is to divide the harvested crystal cores equally. They don't care who contributes more or less. They have always been so casual in distributing supplies. The Captain Yen Mu contributed the most each time. In his words, it was easy to find supplies, and they were the only brothers who risked their lives for him. Lu Ming, when we went out to fight zombies before, we always got more crystal cores than this one. I've never seen you so happy. What else can I say? Shirju glared at the three of them. They did get a lot, but it was not easy to keep the surface clean. The other three uncles in the team, except him, had to eat well, drink well, and live well. And the crystal cores were spent like water. This time is different. This time, as long as they have crystal cores, their quality of life and diet can be greatly improved. His idea now is to save a lot of crystal cores, to recharge the B&B, and save a little more, then they can have a retirement. People, don't they work hard all their lives for a better retirement? Thinking about it, he warned a few people, don't spend money recklessly this time. I still want to live in the B&B for a while, to have a retirement. Okay. Okay, housekeeper. Lu Ming responded to Shirju playfully. We have no place to spend money in the B&B. Water and food can be bought with a few crystal cores. And the accommodation is not expensive. Shirju weighed the crystal cores in the bag again, confirming that these crystal cores were enough for them to pay the room fee, and said to the three people, almost, let's go back. Several people piled the zombies together, and finally Lu Ming set them all on fire. Today's harvest is not bad. We have enough for a month's room fee after this trip. Shirju walked in front with a smile. Be careful. A zombie ran towards them, so fast that only a shadow could be seen. Chihua quickly mobilized his superpowers, and a wall of earth rose up from the ground. However, he was still a step too slow, and when Shirju reacted and tried to dodge, his skin was scratched by the zombie's fingertips. Yen Mu released his gold superpowers, and cut off the zombie's head with his own hands. It's a speed-type superpower zombie, no wonder it's so fast. After he finished speaking, he realized that the atmosphere was not right, and no one answered him, and when he looked up, he found that Shirju's face was ugly. Come in quickly, hide here, there are zombies over there, come here quickly. A female voice suddenly sounded, it was Chu Ling in a room, a head popped out, and waved at them. You go. Shirju's pretended relaxed tone made the faces of the people present more and more wrong. They didn't move, Chu Ling urged again. You come in quickly. Wait a little longer, or the zombie tide will come. She was quite sorry. She saw everything that happened just now. In fact, those zombies were led here by their team. They were also fighting zombies just now, just across the street from Shirzu and his team. Halfway through the fight, they found a zombie with speed ability. Qian Wushuang and Zhuoxing couldn't beat it, so they hid inside. Go quickly, it's not good if there's a zombie tied. Shirzu pulled them, pushed them all inside, and locked himself outside. Shirzu, what are you doing? Didn't you say we'd be good brothers forever? There's still a way, come in quickly. Let's go to the big base. There must be healing powers in the base. We can find it. The zombies' howling voices were getting closer and closer. The three of them shouted anxiously, trying to persuade Shirzu to come in. They didn't dare to use force. If they broke the door, they would not survive. Shirzu, come in quickly. You only have a small skin break. You won't transform so quickly if you are caught by zombies. There is hope as long as you are alive. If it is an ordinary person, he will transform into a zombie within 2 hours after being caught. The superpowers can delay for a longer time. Shirzu turned a deaf ear to the words of his former teammates. The nearest base was the one where Xia Puras set up a stall. That base was too small. There were no healing superpowers. He had given up. He leaned against the door, lowered his head, and thought about his life. The four of them were friends, who grew up together before the end of the world. After the end of the world, they didn't know how many roads they had walked together, and how many times they had fought together. In fact, his life was also wonderful. Chapter 17 Healing Ability. His ability is not an attacking ability. Everyone in the team silently protects him, and pays attention to him when killing zombies. Can't wait any longer, I open the door, you pull him in. Yenmu walked to Lu Ming, and whispered in his ear. The three exchanged glances. With the tacit understanding of everyone's cooperation for so long, some words don't need to be said at all. Ho ho ho. The zombies' footsteps are getting closer and closer, and you can clearly hear that there are quite a lot of zombies. Now! The door was suddenly opened, hanging on the door frame and teetering. Lu Ming hugged Shirzu's waist, and forcibly carried him back. After they came back, Yenmu quickly repaired the door with his supernatural power, and after repairing the door, Qihua built another earth wall at the door. But this wall was not enough. He also reinforced the whole room. What are you doing? What if I become a zombie in there? Are you going to die? Shirzu's face was covered with tears, and it was too late to get out now. Shirzu fell backwards, feeling weak all over. His head was dizzy, and his 5 senses began to slow down little by little. If I become a zombie, kill me immediately. Qian Wushuang and the other two watched the show. Zhuoxing nodded from time to time. What a hearty brotherhood. You are a cold and heartless person. How can you kill without saying anything? I said I would find a healing person after this wave of zombies is over. Shirzu and Qihua started to argue, and were not willing to be outdone. I am cold and heartless? You dragged me in, there are others here. Others kindly asked us to come in to avoid the zombie tide, and you are going to hurt them like this? What are you afraid of? I will let Yenmu make you a golden cage in a while, and let you be the only canary among the zombies. 2 funny men. Yenmu and Lu Ming were silent, without saying a word. After arguing for a while, they both quieted down at the same time. The room was quiet, and the atmosphere was very solemn. Suppressing the complex emotions in his heart, Lu Ming squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Don't be so pessimistic. We will set off after this wave of zombies passes. We have brothers here, and we won't let anything happen to you. Yenmu's eyes darkened slightly, his mind working at high speed, thinking about which base would have a higher chance of encountering healing abilities. The door had been closed and reinforced, and there was no way to get out now. Shirzu could only shrink himself into a corner as much as possible, away from them, so that if he turned into a zombie, it would give them time to react. Chu Ling walked to his side, and put her hand on Shirzu's cut arm. Isn't it just a small wound? No one refuted her words. The 4 of them stared at her hand that was placed on Shirzu's wound. Her hand was glowing white, and the energy was continuously flowing out. This is healing ability. The 3 of them were very surprised. They watched the white light on Chu Ling's fingertips pouring out as if it was free, and they felt an indescribable gratitude in their hearts. There are not many healing abilities. It is said that only large bases will raise healing abilities to serve the big shots in the base. The healing ability can remove the zombie virus. Although the wound is not big, the deadly thing is the virus that has been integrated into the flesh and blood. Who doesn't want to get a healing person? If you are accidentally scratched by zombies, having a healing person in the team is a life-saving trump card. Yenmu looked at Chu Ling. Heard that there was a base bounty. As long as you tell the movements of the healing person, you can get a lot of money. As for how to recruit the healing person, it is unknown. She was willing to expose her ability to save people at this time. Except for Shizhu, who was dazed and didn't know, the three of them were ecstatic. The room was quiet, fearing that it would affect Chu Ling treatment. Her level was too low. She was level 2. Shizhu was level 3. And it was difficult to treat her. The zombie virus was not cleared until her lips turned pale. Shizhu could feel the vitality in her body gradually recovering. And the death energy was driven out by Chu Ling bit by bit. Are you okay? Qian Wuxuan came over and took Chu Ling away. And took out the crystal core for her to absorb in a corner. Thank you. Use our crystal core. Shizhu took out the bag that he had just regarded as a treasure. And grabbed a handful of crystal cores for Chu Ling. Qihua saw that he was fine. And stepped forward and teased, TSK. You were treating it like a treasure just now. There were about 30 level 1 crystal cores in his hand, which were enough to restore Chu Ling's superpowers. Feeling the sincerity of the few people, Qian Wuxuan did not say much. She could feel that the superpower levels of the few people were similar to hers, or even higher than hers. She confiscated the crystal cores they gave, and took out the crystal cores of her own team to replenish Chu Ling's superpowers. Shizhu felt a little embarrassed, touched his nose, said embarrassedly, she probably won't recover so quickly. Will you have a safe place to stay after the zombies leave? Shuixing looked at him warily. Qian Wuxuan's heart skipped a beat. It's not a good idea to show kindness to two girls for no reason in the apocalypse, Shizhu explained. Don't get me wrong, I just want to say that if you don't have a safe place to stay, you can go to Great B&B, we live there too, the environment is nice and safe. Great B&B? Chu Ling heard the familiar words, and looked at them weakly. Is it opened by a very beautiful lady? Yes. Seeing the reactions of several people, they also knew about Great B&B. And Yenmu came out to express his attitude. I am the captain of our team. If you want to go together, we are willing to pay you a month's room fee. If you don't want to, we will give you the crystal core, and we will go our separate ways after the corpse tide is over. The proposal to go our separate ways is out of respect and protection for the healing psychics. Thank you for your help. We won't tell anyone about your ability. Our team owes you a favor. If you need anything, just ask. Qian Wuxuan's heart was relieved. As long as these people don't have bad intentions to snatch Chu Ling, it's fine. Chu Ling wanted to say something, but was held down by Qian Wuxuan. She said coldly, no need to pay for the room. The zombie that scratched him just now chased us. Sorry. The most important thing in the end times is not to make enemies easily, especially strong men like these. You can't make them your enemies. Rather than being found out by a few people later, it is better to admit it first, so that they won't cause trouble later. It's okay. It's our own carelessness. If you go to Great B&B, can our car follow behind? Yenmu nodded. Sure. When Xie Ro returned to the B&B, she saw that the two teams were waiting for her in the lobby of the B&B. Chu Ling's superpowers were consumed too much, and she couldn't replenish her energy even after absorbing the crystal core. She fell asleep on the sofa in the lobby. Boss, we want to extend our room. She didn't know what was going on with the others yet, so she walked to the front desk and asked, how long do we need to extend the room? Chapter 18, Unlocking the Third Floor. Each of the four of us will renew for 1 month, Shizhu said as he took out the crystal core. He pointed in the direction where Chu Ling was lying. I want to pay 1 month's rent for the three of them. Xie Ro smiled and looked at the two teams meaningfully. If they agree, you can transfer the points to their accounts. Let them discuss whether they agree or not. Come here, I teach you how to operate. You can first exchange the crystal core for points, and then transfer them to practice. M80 told her about this function today. When Shizhu exchanged the crystal core for points, and followed her instructions to learn how to transfer money, she was working on decorating the remaining 2 rooms. The second floor from 2001 to 2006 is fully occupied, now unlocking 6 single rooms on the second floor, and 6 double rooms on the third floor. Unlock a new reward once the room is fully occupied. The reward unlocks the kitchen in the lobby of the B&B. Xie Ro was overjoyed. M80, host. Are you happy? Happy. Then go cook. I detected that several guests are hungry. What? She got the kitchen, but she has to cook by herself? She seemed to hear a thunderbolt, which hit her head. Host forgot? You don't have any employees yet, guests are not allowed to enter the kitchen, and you still expect the guests to cook for you? She really forgot. Employees have to be drawn. With the host's remaining points, isn't it a simple matter to draw employees? M80 bewitched. Bah, shit system, cheated me into spending money. No matter how much she cursed, she really had to pick an employee tonight, or else she would be exhausted to death if she didn't get a helper. Okay, this is how to renew the room. You can also manually click on your own panel to renew when your stay expires. Miss? Chu Ling was awakened by their noise, and was a little happy to see Xiaopu Ro. Is there anything to eat in the B&B? She had been craving for dumplings for a long time, and since she left, the dumplings she packed were not enough for the hungry people to grab. Yes, you can order what you want on the panel. I go to the kitchen to cook after I'm done. She taught everyone how to open the personal panel on the system, how to transfer points to other people's accounts. Finally, she also taught them how to choose their own room. By the way, the third floor is open, there are double rooms. Do you need them? Qian Wushuang and Chu Ling looked at each other. They decided to stay here on the way here. Since they were going to live here for a long time, it would be more convenient to separate. No, let's stay in a single room. Okay, you can handle the single room yourself. Since there's no need for a double room. She won't decorate it yet. You can place a reservation for tomorrow's breakfast. I have to go out to set up a stall tomorrow morning. I get up and do it tomorrow morning before going out. Finally, she decided to go out to set up a stall. If she goes one more day tomorrow, she will complete the task of 3 days a week. She was too addicted to drawing cards. She just wanted to change her food quickly. After making sure that everyone present had checked in, Xiaopu turned her back to everyone with a sad face, and walked into the kitchen cursing inwardly. The menu was automatically generated through the dishes she cooked. She glanced at it, and even saw the fried starch sausage she had made. There were also instant noodles with eggs. Instant noodles with sausage. No kidding. If she saw this menu before the end of the world, she would definitely think it was a joke. Host, do you want to draw a card? If you draw an employee, there will be someone to help you cook. And the food will also be blessed by cooking skills. What if you don't draw an employee? Xiaopu Ro was a little tempted. But she also felt that her luck was much better today than yesterday. What if she was unlucky tonight? If you can't draw an employee, you may still unlock new ingredients. And you may even draw a new staple food. M80 temptation really made her excited. But, based on her understanding, this stupid system must be a scam. I won't draw. It will make you anxious to death. The kitchen was not very sophisticated, but at least there were pots and stoves. As long as she unlocked the seasonings and ingredients, they were in the kitchen. The dishes ordered by several people were sent to the backstage. She only took a few glances and determined how many portions of each food should be made. After 2 days of busy experience, she quickly finished it and made herself a bowl of instant noodles. She brought the food to the window and asked them to take their own food. She took the instant noodles and went back to her room to eat. After eating the instant noodles, she did not forget to go to the hall and take out the shelf she had drawn. The shelf was placed next to the cash register, which was surprisingly quite suitable. The products on the shelf were automatically updated. At present, she only ate ham sausage, instant noodles, and the daily necessities she had drawn. Chu Ling went to check the shelves as soon as she had tidied them. When her eyes touched the daily necessities on the shelves, her face was full of surprise, and her eyes opened wide. Great! There are toothpaste and toothbrushes. She pulled Qian Wushuang's hand and shook it. Wushuang, there are toothbrushes. Let's buy one. Today they went to such a dangerous place to fight zombies, and they also wanted to collect some daily necessities. Xiaopu Ro stopped them. No need to buy. The standard toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, shampoo, shower gel, and hand sanitizer for guests are all free, and have been distributed to the toilet in your room. If you stay longer, those things will be automatically restocked when they are used up. One crystal core can be used for 3 days. It is clean, comfortable and safe. There is clean water for bathing. There is also such a big room. Now there are even supporting daily necessities. The 2 teams present were all shocked. Chi Hua murmured, "Boss, why don't you raise the price? I am afraid of you." Xiaopu Ro looked at him meaningfully, and said slowly, "It will increase in the future." "Okay, I'm going to go back to sleep. If you're hungry in the middle of the night, you can only eat instant noodles and sausages. I'm the only one who can go in and out of the kitchen. Siapura stretched and posted the check-in notes she had written behind the front desk. The procedures for exchanging crystal cores, renewing rooms, and self-check-in were all written very clearly. She could add whatever else she thought of. Chu Ling stared blankly at her graceful back and said to herself, "Sister's waist is not a waist. It's the scimitar of the deadly Sanling." Xian Wushwang slapped her on the head. "What are you talking about? Why are you still involved in the Renaissance?" She only heard the second half of Chu Ling's sentence. "I think the boss is so beautiful." Oh, her already chaotic sexual orientation has become even more chaotic. Don't mess around. Xian Wushwang took a step back, folding her arms in a defensive position. "We are all young people, there is nothing we can't joke about." The two teams chatted during the meal, and at this time, they were already acquainted, and they didn't think there was anything wrong with the two girls. "I'm going back to my room to take a good shower. Just now they said that the hot water here comes out in a second." "Really? Then I go back and take a shower. I wonder if the shower gel here smells good. I haven't had a good smell for a long time." Chapter 19 Employee Bubu. The two girls hugged each other and went upstairs together. They lived very close to each other, just separated by a wall. I wonder if they would regret it if they knew that the double room here meant two rooms. Anyway, Siapura wanted to say it, but the two made the decision too quickly, and she didn't have time. Siapura took a shower and lay on the bed, rubbing her waist. "Is there any massage machine that can be unlocked? I'm really tired." Draw. Host. "No matter what you have to have that luck." She stopped struggling. Looking at the many remaining points she had from her previous life, she opened 10 draws in one go. It was nothing but daily necessities. She was not convinced. She drew 20 more 10 draws in one go. Food cards, egg finger biscuits, milk, chocolate, unlimited supplies. Now she was convinced. A total of 30 10 draws. Only 3 supplies came out. Fortunately, there was no consolation prize, otherwise she would have doubted whether she would have to come up with another thank you for patronage. The last 10 consecutive shots. If it doesn't work, go to sleep. As the card drawing interface jumped, under a huge light, a purple card was turned over. Purple is below gold, the second best card in terms of grade. Siapura was so excited that she shouted on the spot, just short of setting off firecrackers. Click on the card. Employee, Robot Bubu. I will clean the BNB every day. I leave the hygiene of the BNB to Bubu. Good news, I got an employee. Bad news, the function is not what she wants. System, can I recruit employees myself? Without waiting for M80 to respond, she continued to talk to herself. Forget it, let's talk about it later. I think I still can't trust others. She had recruited employees in several small worlds before, but unfortunately, as long as they are human, they will have human nature, and human nature is the most insatiable. Although there are system protection restrictions, people with greed will always find all kinds of loopholes, and never get tired of it. If there is someone she likes in this world, she will talk about it later. For now, the tiredness can still be overcome. Compared to being tired, human nature in the apocalypse is the most terrifying. M80 knows what she is afraid of. Host does not need to worry too much about recruiting employees. Maybe you can draw a machine to detect maliciousness when drawing cards. And this plane is no longer a peaceful and prosperous world. Host can just throw people into the zombie pile. I have only been here for 2 days. I am not used to it yet. You should remind me more in the future. She mumbled, unable to speak clearly, and fell asleep. When she woke up again, she felt like she was fully charged. Full of energy again. She did a 10-shot routine. And this time she received an ingredient card, starch. According to the ingredients she currently had, the only way she could think of using starch was to make dumplings into ice flour fried dumplings. She opened the door and went to the kitchen to make herself a meal, and saw a clean and tidy living room. Bubu was released by her last night. He was a machine, about 1.2 meters tall, with hands and feet. This little guy even arranged every table and chair in the hall, as if no one had ever sat there. The shelves that she had not arranged separately were also arranged by Bubu into partitions. The food cards she drew last night were clearly on the list. I don't know when the people who made reservations yesterday will come. The reservations are also calculated from the time you check in at the hotel. Many people came to exchange points yesterday, about 200 people. Adding the points from the 3 people who booked the hotel, she now has more than 36,000 points. She generously furnished all the single rooms on the 2nd floor to rentable standards. And she didn't care about the double rooms on the 3rd floor. After breakfast, she learned her lesson this time. According to yesterday's situation, there should be many people buying dumplings. She steamed several batches of dumplings in advance and moved the cooked dumplings to the other side. When they arrived, they could be heated directly and served to customers, which reduced waiting time. After steaming more than a dozen batches, she slowly drove the food truck out. It was the last day, and she could sleep in after class. Get up. Get up. We have to go early today. Keep quiet. Don't let the base find out. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, and it was just getting light. The guy with the flat head, who reminded Siap-Pu-Ro to be careful at the base yesterday, was going door to door to wake up the people he knew. They were superpowers, but their level was very low, and they only had one room, which was full of people. Usually, they went out in teams to fight zombies, and they made an appointment to go out at this time yesterday to line up at the great dining truck. The dumplings yesterday were really delicious. I've never eaten dumplings that delicious. If the store was open at that time, I would go there every day. I was craving for them for a long time last night. Who wouldn't? Didn't I buy some dumplings last night and take them home to eat? My wife and children said they were delicious. They didn't even eat instant noodles. How much instant noodles did you buy? More than 30 buckets. If I wasn't afraid that I couldn't get them back, I would have bought some more. I also want to buy more today. Let's drive out. Okay, I was just about to tell you. The men from several families got together and hit it off. The flat-headed man said, "Let's drive 2 cars. We have more people. 6 men, 6 families, each family has a lot to buy. Don't ask if you will get tired of eating. You will feel like vomiting after eating instant noodles a few times. Is that food? That's life. It's good to have something to eat." Siap-Pu-Ro drove the RV and saw someone waiting for her at the stall from a distance. When people saw the familiar milky purple food truck, they consciously lined up and stood. Some people didn't notice this side. The people in the queue whispered, "Hurry up. Hurry up, the boss is here. Get in line." I seem to smell the fragrance of dumplings from such a distance, such a familiar meat smell. This person is new, brought by a familiar friend to buy dumplings. Keep your voice down, don't attract people from the base. The volume of the team suddenly became much quieter, turning to whispers. Siap-Pu-Ro saw it, said nothing, silently took out the tables and chairs from the car and prepared to set them out. The flat-headed man came forward and rushed to take the table and chairs from her. I do it, little boss. Go and set up the stall." He smiled very honestly, thinking that she would give him a bottle of water to thank him later. Siap-Pu-Ro didn't waste much time, said thank you, and went to the front to get busy. The flat-headed man asked a few people who came with him to open the table, put out all the chairs, leaving one person to take a seat at the table, and the others went back to line up. Siap-Pu-Ro returned to the dining car, and steamed the dumplings first to heat them up. Hang up a small blackboard, clean up a place to display the goods. Put the price tag in front of each product. 3 points for cookies, 5 points for chocolate, 5 points for milk. After doing all this, announce to everyone, there are new products today. If you need them, you can take some back. I won't set up a stall here tomorrow. There is the address of Great B&B on the poster next to the dining car. If you need them, you can buy more today, and you can come to the B&B to buy supplies in the future. Chapter 20. Someone is making trouble. Not coming tomorrow? Then when will you come again? The flat-headed guy was anxious. The crowd that was boiling because of her words quieted down, waiting for Siap-Pu-Ro answer. The host can still come next week, but it is not recommended to set up a stall in the same place for too long. There are still many people to be saved. Still saving? You think I am the savior, right? She complained in her heart. But she said to the crowd, I will come back next Monday, don't worry. The next week may not be the same. Okay, so that's how it is. The flathead understood. What do you want today? 5 servings of steamed dumplings, 10 servings of fried dumplings. Can I pack the sour soup dumplings? The flathead looked at her expectantly. She guessed that he wanted to pack them back for his family at the base. Siap-Pu-Ro thought about the various packaging on the RV. Sure, I separate the soup dumplings, and you can mix them together when you get back. Then I want 5 servings of sour soup dumplings, thank you, boss. The flat-headed man was the first person to exchange crystal cores for points today, because he exchanged so many. She looked at him twice more. The people behind him were dissatisfied. What will we eat if you order everything? Don't be too much. Okay. What should we do if you order so much? Don't worry, there are a lot of things. Everyone can buy them as long as they have points. Siap-Pu-Ro raised her voice to comfort everyone. The man was still dissatisfied. Even if there are a lot of things, how long will we have to wait if he orders so much? After that, he asked the long line behind him, "Is that right? Good fellow. You still know moral kidnapping?" Siapuro originally bright smile darkened. "Dear customer. It is up to other customers to decide how much they want to buy. If you don't want to wait, you don't have to buy anything. Don't make trouble here. How can you talk like that? Woman? I come to buy things from you because I respect you, and I want to take care of your business. If I wasn't kind-hearted, I would have taken over your small stall long ago. Are you going to cause trouble?" She stopped what she was doing and looked in the direction of the unreasonable male voice. Speaking so arrogantly, "How many mothers do you have at home?" I couldn't see his face clearly. His full beard was like a broom hanging upside down on his face, and I could only vaguely see the fierce look on his face from his eyes. The flat-headed man also saw the man's appearance, and felt that it was best not to provoke such a person, because if you provoke him, you will be in trouble. Forget it. Forget it, sister, I buy less first, and I come back to queue up later. Siapuro refused. When had she ever been wronged like this? You want to rob my food cart? She confirmed again. Girl, I don't just want to rob your food cart, I want your father too. The bearded man smiled lewdly. She could smell the yellow teeth full of tartar from a distance. The visual impact was too great. Siapuro couldn't help but frown and subconsciously held her breath. She understood. It wasn't about how much the flathead wanted to buy. This guy was just looking for trouble. At the beginning, he lined up to see what she was capable of, and whether there was anyone to protect her. After working at the stall, he confirmed that she had no help. So he started to attack. If it wasn't the flat-headed man, it would be someone else. If it wasn't because she bought a lot, it might be because she stepped on the RV with her left foot first. He saw her frowning, and thought she was scared. So he laughed even louder. As long as you are obedient, I will love you. There was no expected fear or shyness, and her expression didn't even change. The bearded man suddenly wondered if Siapuro was provoking him. He strode out of the line, and waved his hand, calling out his brothers in the queue behind him. Brothers, let's rob this woman today, the things belong to you, and the little woman belongs to me. This time, he could be regarded as a call for hundreds of responses. Except for the dozen hooligans he brought with him, the people who were originally in the queue felt embarrassed to stand there. It was not right to continue queuing, and they wanted to run away but couldn't. Everyone had been queuing since early morning, and no one wanted to leave first. The bearded man summoned a wall of earth around the dining car to prevent Siapuro from escaping. Everyone could see clearly that this bearded man was actually a third-level supernatural being. The flat-headed man knew that he could not afford to offend him. So he bent over and groveled forward, saying flatteringly, "Brother, let's talk it over. How about this? Can you get in front of me? Get out of the way." As he said that, he condensed her spikes again, which condensed from the ground and became larger and larger. He was about to attack the flat-headed man in the face. "Old White!" The friend of the flat-headed man shouted loudly. The flat-headed man was only a first-level psychic. It was as easy for the bearded man, a third-level primary psychic, to beat him up like killing an ant. After reaching the third level, the psychic will be divided into small realms, divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, but the system detection will ignore the small realms. In addition to the type of restraint between psychics, the suppression between levels is also very obvious. Let alone the difference of one realm between the two, even if there is only a difference of half a realm. There is no chance of winning. The higher the level, the greater the gap in the realm. Just like a level 3 beginner psychic fighting a level 3 mid-level psychic. Without any external help, the level 3 beginner psychic will definitely lose. Yubai did not struggle anymore. The earth spikes came at him quickly. He knew he could not escape. He closed his eyes, and thought of his wife, and children waiting for him at home. The people in the queue stopped queuing and ran away, fearing that the blood of the flat-headed man would splash on him. Being stained by fresh blood is no joke. At the least, it will attract zombies to attack. At the worst, it will attract a group of zombies. Alas, why are there always villains who want to make trouble? When the earth spike was about to hit the flat-headed man, Siapuro waved his hand gently, disintegrating the bearded man's supernatural attack. Even the earth wall he built dissipated together. The pain was not coming. Yubai tentatively opened his eyes. What's going on? Everyone present looked at Siapuro in shock. She slowly walked down from the RV. The expression of the bearded man gradually stiffened, and the flesh on his face was tightening with his expression. Siapuro's steps were really a sight to behold, and his blood kept surging to a certain place. At this moment, a certain place had already led his thoughts, and he did not think about how she managed to break his attack, and reached out to hug Siapuru's waist. He looked at Siapuru from head to toe with lustful eyes, and licked his dry lips, which only felt drier. Siapuru looked at him with a smile, without any action. When his hand was about to touch Siapuru, his entire arm was broken off. That was a level 3 beginner psychic. He was taken down in an instant? The young boss hadn't done anything yet, and still had that innocent smile on his face. Chapter 21 Invincibility is activated. The scene was very strange. Ah! My hand? What did you do? When everyone reacted, they were interrupted by the scream of pain from the bearded man. Siapuru ignored others, walked straight towards Yubai, the man with a short haircut, with a smile on her face. She helped Yubai, who was sitting on the ground, up and asked, "Are you okay?" "No, I'm fine." Yubai was stunned. Who was he? Where was he? And what was he doing? Why hasn't he recovered from what happened in just 1 minute? What I did is not important. What I will do next is important to you. Her sweet voice sounded like a ghost to the ears of the bearded man with broken arms. Seeing that the strongest bearded man had his arms broken strangely, the bearded man's brothers did not dare to act rashly. Some of them, who were pulled by him to bluff, quietly stepped back a few steps, trying to blend into the crowd. Siapuru certainly noticed it. With a wave of his hand, he brought back the few people who had just stood out. The invincibility given by the system is strong. In the previous plane, she only used it when she was on a few dangerous missions. It was great to think that in this world, she was always in this invincible state. It's none of our business. He came to us, and said he knew there was a dining car with plenty of food. He asked us to come. It's really none of our business. Several timid and thin men cried, and almost knelt down to beg for mercy. The bearded man saw that none of the people he brought wanted to save him. He lost both arms. He would not be better in the end of the world. He gnashed his teeth and looked at the people he brought with him. You? The severe pain continued to come. He was in so much pain that he couldn't say a complete sentence. He could only stare at them. At this moment, he knew that he had kicked the iron plate, and he didn't dare to think about it anymore. People are like this. When they suffer, they will only hate the familiar people for not lending a hand, instead of reflecting on themselves. You bitches, don't even think about having a good life. The bearded man glared at the people present fiercely. Siapuru wanted to see what he could do after he'd lost his hands, and said the harsh words. She didn't say anything, just looked at him curiously. He punched the cotton, and became even angrier. So angry that his bloodless face turned red. Siapuru just restrained the blood from his broken arm, and prevented it from flowing out. The blood that was about to gush out was now gathered in one place. And it was even more uncomfortable to have nowhere to flow. She still wanted to continue her business today. And it was not recommended to scatter blood. Host. He wants to self-destruct. What should we do? Go directly into the night? She was joking. Of course. But she knew that within her range, the system would not let her, and the guests present get hurt. The bearded man was in extreme pain, and he could no longer bear it. He shouted and was about to activate his superpower. However, he was horrified to find that no matter how hard he tried, his superpower could not be used. It was as if he had no superpower. He stared at her with fear and surprise in his eyes, as if he was asking her how she did it. Her red lips opened slightly. I won't kill you. She was gentle, bathing in the sun. No one could appreciate this picture of a beautiful woman sunbathing. Did you think women were easy to bully just now? After the bearded man's killing of the chicken to scare the monkey, no one dared to stare at her anymore. The scene changed, and she slowly told how she would deal with him. I give you a chance to live, and then it's up to you. With a cheerful tone, she snapped her fingers, and the bearded man disappeared in front of everyone. Where did he go? At this time, only the flat-headed man dared to speak. He went to a place surrounded by beauties. Don't worry about him. He will come back if he's lucky. She smiled, and her tone was as calm as if she was talking about what she had eaten this morning. The bearded man was sent to the H-City Hospital, the place that fell the fastest before the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, there were beautiful nurses here. Siapuru was not exaggerating when she said that she was surrounded by beautiful women. People always have a desire to survive. His first reaction after being teleported here was to find a place to hide. The next moment this idea came to mind, his arms, which originally had no blood flowing out, finally found an outlet, and blood gushed out in an instant. The beautiful zombie closest to him seemed to have been summoned, and her mouth with big red lips made a hoarse sound, and she approached him step by step. 5 zombies came around, surrounded him, and ate him up. M80 saw this and told her, "What a pity." The host gave him a chance, but he was unlucky. Siapura still had a smile on her face, as if she was in a good mood. "It's okay. There are still some." How to deal with these people became a problem. They seemed to have done nothing. No. It was too late to do anything. If she let them go, and they ran to find help, what would happen if the endless troubles disturbed her business? She looked at the dozen or so little hooligans who were out of tune with the crowd. When they met her gaze, the group of troublemakers fell to their knees. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. Please let me go." Siapura nodded, as if she had heard it. With a cold tone without any emotion, she glanced at the rest and asked, "What about you?" The rest looked at each other. I have 3 wives at home." The voice became smaller and smaller. I didn't know if this was okay. Carefully peeking at Siapura's reaction, seeing that she just lowered her eyes, I breathed a sigh of relief. What about the rest of the people? I don't have much patience. Everyone said something at once, until everyone said the reasons in their minds. There was also a person who was slow to react and just wanted to pretend to open his mouth, because with so many people talking, it was probably impossible to hear what he was saying. When he opened his mouth, the whole place was silent, and when he reacted, I don't know why everyone's eyes were focused on him. He broke down and cried, forgetting all the reasons he had thought of. Dad, please forgive me." Siapura corrected, "I am a girl, not your dad." Then, "Mom?" In public, he was still a little shy. Siapura's face was full of black lines. "What is going on? It's a lot of fun. It seems that you don't want to live anymore." He pondered for a moment. "How about this? You recite the core values of socialism, starting with you." She pointed at someone at random. From left to right, one by one. The person pointed at was confused. Although he was very scared, he still had the courage to ask, "What is that thing?" Good boy, he forgot what she just said. "You come." Siapura had a gloomy face, and pointed at someone at random. "What's wrong with these people? They look like they are half-aged people. How come they are still stupid?" Chapter 22. There will be an exam next time. The person who was pointed out happened to be the last one who couldn't make up an excuse. He said in a trembling voice, Mom, please let me go." He pointed out a few more people. None of them could recite. "It's too much. You are the worst class I have ever taught. The worst batch. Listen carefully, repeat after me. Let her, a good young man, show mercy and teach them. Onlookers, who are we? Where are we? Are we dreaming of returning to our school days?" After finally finishing her studies, Siapura was in a dilemma again. These people are not guilty of capital crimes, but it is not possible to keep them easily. How about this? I will send you out to gain experience, and whether you can survive depends on your luck. I have given you a chance, and if we meet again next time, I hope you will turn over a new leaf and start a new life. At the end, she added, next time we meet, I will ask you to remember everything and engrave it into your bones. With her hand waving twice more. More than a dozen people were randomly assigned to different places. The only thing in common was that these places were thousands of miles away. However, judging from the degree of road damage after the apocalypse, it would be difficult to meet again. Out of sight, out of mind. She was in a good mood, humming a song. I take you away. Thousands of miles away. Host, do you want to block them? If you block them, you can't shop in our store? Yes, don't block them yet. Mark them. Tell me next time you see them. I still have to check their homework when they come back. The scene after dealing with the bad guys was not messy. Siapura casually took a bottle of milk and stuffed it into the hands of the flat-headed man. I'm sorry to scare you. This cup is mine. You drink a bottle of milk to calm down. I go back and make the order you just ordered. You sit down first. With her words here, the flat-headed man doesn't need to queue up anymore. The points have been deducted. Just sit at the table and wait. As the owner, she has the right to control supplies. The customer's life was threatened in the store. It's not too much for her to give him a glass of milk to calm him down. Right? It seems that she still needs to block superpowers within the business scope in the future. If no one can use superpowers, there shouldn't be so many fools who dare to covet her supplies. M80, turn on blocking superpowers within the business scope. Already turned on? She turned around and added a shop rule on the blackboard. No superpowers can be used in the shop. No fighting or hurting others. Thinking about it again, she only wrote the shop rules, and didn't say what the punishment is. The system has too many punishments, all kinds of them, but they are too straightforward, too boring, not satisfying. In the end times without cell phones. Of course you still have to find some fun for yourself, to avoid being bored, or just do it her way. As the last stroke of the word fell, she added a sentence at the end of the small blackboard. All interpretation rights belong to the owner. As soon as the small blackboard was hung up, it was surrounded by people. What does this store rule mean? I don't know, the boss is still too naive. Those superpowers don't say they don't need to use their superpowers. There were many voices of discussion. Siapuro completely ignored them. She still had a lot of work to do. Soon, after everyone's discussion, some people found that their special powers could not be used. This discovery made everyone panic. Special powers are the left and right arms of everyone's survival in the end times. If you don't have special powers, you are just an ordinary person. What kind of life do ordinary people live in the end times? They just have to drink a mouthful of water and eat half a worm cake every day to survive. Some people found that it seemed that since Siapuro wrote the store rules on the blackboard and hung them up, they couldn't feel the special powers. Boss, what's going on? Why can't we use our special powers? Facing so many people's eyes, Siapuro just said, "This is the shop's rule, to prevent things like today from happening again. Don't worry. Your special powers will be restored after you leave the shop, and it's also to protect the safety of our customers." Someone was anxious. But if zombies come, how can we deal with it? Within the business scope of our shop, zombies can't enter, so don't worry. Customers. The people who were left aside by her again looked at each other in bewilderment, not daring to believe the truth of her words. She said that zombies can't come in. So they can't come in? Could she be the mother of zombies? Don't forget, the boss just didn't do anything, and that third-level psychic lost both hands. And before that, she just waved her hand and dissolved the psychic power, which doesn't seem like something an ordinary person can do. Logically speaking, with so many of us gathered together, the human smell is so strong. Even if we don't attract a zombie tide, we haven't even seen zombies passing by here. Can zombies really get in here? No one could give him an answer. Everyone had their own ideas. No one spoke for a moment. Everyone lined up quietly. Siapuro heard all of this. She didn't want to explain, so let them guess. Put a pile of steamed dumplings in another place to keep warm, and then steam the raw dumplings. After Xiaoping Tu packed up everything he ordered, Siapuro called him over to pick up the food. All you want. See if there's anything missing? The flat-headed man took a polite look. And the quantity was probably right. No. Thank you. Boss. I want to buy some more milk, biscuits and other things to take back home. He was still holding the milk that Siapuro had just given him. He had a wife and children at home, and he couldn't bear to drink such a good thing as milk. Siapuro agreed very much. With food at home, he wouldn't be panicked. Then you can go to the side. Take it yourself and pay the bill. As soon as the dumplings were taken out, the diners were shocked by the close contact. This is so delicious. The aroma of oil has made everyone's stomach feel so good. Boss, it's my turn now. I want 10 fried dumplings, 5 steamed dumplings, 5 sour soup dumplings. No one bought instant noodles today. After she said she would not set up a stall tomorrow, everyone just bought dumplings as if they had agreed. For instant noodles, at most you can buy 2 more bottles of water and soak them at home. But this way, everyone can't eat eggs. Siapuro reminded, today's fried dumplings have icy fried dumplings. You can consider whether to order regular fried dumplings or icy fried dumplings. Ice fried dumplings are much easier to make than regular fried dumplings. Only the bottom of the icy fried dumplings is fry crispy, while the top is still like steamed dumplings. You can have 2 tastes in 1 bite, and the aroma of fried oil. The person in front of the line immediately ordered 5 servings. Siapuro received the order and went to the back to open all the pots and heated the oil. Chapter 23 Fried Dumplings with Ice Flowers. Put the dumplings on top first, and fry until the bottom is golden brown. The ratio of starch to water is 1 to 10, and you can cover the pot and simmer after pouring the starch water into it. The fried dumplings will be fried later, so she can start packing the steamed dumplings first. Boss, I want steamed dumplings. You see they have to wait so long after ordering fried dumplings. Can I order some steamed dumplings first? There are many new faces in the queue today, and there are also many people who didn't eat dumplings yesterday. People who hadn't filled their stomachs for a long time smelled the aroma of steamed dumplings, which was a torture for everyone present. Let's do this. Those who want steamed dumplings can line up here. Siapuro directed a new line. There were 3 long lines in front of the originally huge dining car, which made the dining car look much smaller. Some bought instant noodles and other packaged foods. Some bought steamed dumplings. And some bought fried dumplings and sour soup dumplings. The person who just proposed got 5 steamed dumplings as he wished, and ate them in his hand. The dumplings that he had been dreaming about were finally in his hands. The steaming dumplings gave him an unreal feeling. He didn't care that the dumplings were hot, and couldn't wait to bite them. The taste was the same as he imagined. No, even better. He held the dumplings in his hands, and walked to the back of the fried dumplings line to continue queuing. The person in front of him was very close to him and asked, "Is it delicious, brother?" As he spoke, the person stared straight at the steamed dumplings in his hand. The brother holding the steamed dumplings turned around cautiously. Only by blocking his sight did he feel a little safer. Siapura found it funny, but soon, she couldn't laugh anymore. No matter what they wanted to buy, the steamed stock plus the freshly steamed ones were not enough to supply the customers. She was busy all the time. Luckily, she came out after eating a full meal, otherwise she would be exhausted. When there were too many people, she started to be lazy, steaming dumplings, frying dumplings, preparing the soup for sour soup dumplings. Preparing the soup was simple. She could prepare 10 portions at a time. Everyone couldn't stand the spicy smell. Like the guy before, he asked if they could split into another team, as frying dumplings was too slow. Siapuru agreed readily, so she split into another team. She ran from one place to another after she was done. There were also people coming from all directions. Looking at the long line in front, she said worriedly, "Such a long line. I don't know if there will be any when it's my turn." Many people in the nearby line had several steamed dumplings in their hands, eating them one by one. Some of them were bored and comforted him casually. "Don't worry, brother. This food truck is not ordinary. Maybe it's the owner's special ability. This food truck has a constant supply of supplies. No one has ever seen anyone come to restock. Look at the long line. It has been like this since morning. Are you afraid it won't be your turn?" "Don't worry." The person who asked the question nodded. He was just asking. No matter whether he could buy it or not, he would line up. 1 crystal core can buy 5 dumplings, enough for 2 or 3 meals at home. Anyone who is not stupid knows what this means. He swallowed his saliva, looking at the dumplings in other people's hands that smelled of meat. "Are these dumplings delicious?" Without waiting for others to answer, he muttered to himself again. "They must be delicious. There's so much meat, and there's even leeks. I haven't seen leeks for a long time." He made up his mind. "I must buy 8 or 10 of them later, and eat them all in one go." Siapura was so busy that she didn't know why she was so busy. She stopped for a while, and restarted her brain. I glanced at the line of people who were picking up bagged food by themselves. Everyone was buying in large quantities, holding the large plastic bags provided by the system and buying them crazily. Unexpectedly, the most people bought chocolate. This thing has a lot of calories. It was considered a luxury before the end of the world, and it is also a very popular choice for energy supplement after the end of the world. People bought them in bags, chocolate in one bag, and ham in one bag. Daily necessities sold the least. When they couldn't even eat, who would care about brushing teeth or something? It would be better to buy more sausages with those points. This has led to Siapuro not replenishing daily necessities since she opened the stall. She needs to replenish the items she draws manually. The amount of inventory depends on the number of cards she draws. The system will not automatically replenish the inventory if it is not infinite supplies. Siapuro kindly reminded, "These things can only be resold at the original price. Can you finish eating if you buy too much?" "Yes, you can finish eating it. If you can't finish eating it, you can keep it for emergency." Her words really gave everyone a sense of crisis. They stocked up a lot of goods even though they knew she would not come tomorrow. After an unknown number of hours, Siapura finally announced to everyone expressionlessly, "I'm closing the stall." There was a wailing from the crowd. "Stop it, boss. We've been waiting in line for a long time. And it's finally my turn. I really can't do it anymore. I've been busy all day. I sell this batch and stop." She ignored the pleas of others. She turned to the back to count how many were left. And after confirming, she shouted to the people in line, "There are 23 steamed dumplings, 10 fried dumplings, and each type is limited to 1 person. Those in line should check and leave early. Why? I've been waiting in line for a long time. And now you don't want to sell it? That's right, you're going too far. Can't you find a few more helpers if you can't handle it yourself? Siapuro's eyes were cold, and she glanced at the people who shouted the loudest. These people came later, and no one knew that she had dealt with a third-level superpower today. If you're tired of living, just make a fuss. She was so tired, she didn't care what others thought or said. If you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. What does it have to do with her if they are hungry? It's not her fault. She is not the mother of so many people, so she won't spoil them. After saying that, she didn't care what those people thought, and packed the remaining dumplings by herself. The men were noisy, and wanted to say something, but were stopped by others. Stop talking, are you going to die? Isn't she just a woman? What are you afraid of? Can she really kill me? The man looked down on her. Use your brain to think about it, there are so many supplies these days, can she be a simple person? They have so many supplies that they can just sleep in the safe house. Do they have to look at your face before they set up a stall? Don't make trouble anymore. They said they would come next week. If you make them angry, I wonder what you will eat in the future. Have you all forgotten the feeling of being hungry so quickly? The people who wanted to make trouble at the back figured it out. They were still hungry now, but they were upset by Siapuro's sudden announcement of closing the stall. Someone who had seen the excitement this morning snorted. This morning, this young boss also dealt with a third-level superpower. If any of you are stubborn, just go and fight him. Don't you see what your strength is? Chapter 24 earned 100,000 yuan. Ignoring the farce, Siapuro closed her stall earlier today than yesterday. There were too many people. Everyone bought 5 or 10 portions. She really couldn't stand it. She had never suffered this in the previous planes. She dragged her tired arms and legs back to the cab of the dining car. She didn't need to clean up the things on the dining car. The only good thing about the system was that it cleaned automatically. If she had to work hard all day to set up the stall and clean up, she would really curse. I printed 1,000 homestay flyers this morning and brought them here. The place where I put the flyers was already empty. She was too busy and didn't see if they were taken away one by one. Sitting slumped in the passenger seat, she didn't forget to ask, how many points did I earn today? Today's harvest is huge, plus the one you earned yesterday. It's 100,000 points. Really? Siapuro sat up suddenly, almost hitting her head with too much force. Really, I didn't expect to earn so much in the end of the world. I earned so much in one day of setting up a stall. M80 was also surprised. This result was not achieved in the previous few worlds. It's normal. We received so many customers today. Everyone bought a lot of things to stock up. But after this, I guess there won't be so many people stocking up next week. And did you notice that most of the people who come to buy things are first-level psychics and ordinary people? There are very few second-level psychics. M80 noticed it after she said that. He asked curiously, yes, why is that? I know that the computer brain is not as good as the human brain. Siapuro smiled. Judging from the reactions of those funny male teams, it is definitely not that the high-level psychics look down on her supplies. Either psychics above level 2 are rare, or most people in the base have not known about them yet. And now only the old people are guiding the new ones. This means that if you come here to set up a stall next week, you will get more points? M80 started to make its mechanical calculations. Host. Actually, I can also change to a physical entity. But it's too expensive. I didn't dare to tell you before. M80 saw hope from earning 100,000 points this week. As if hundreds of millions of physical entities were not so far away. When it thinks that they have such a good relationship, the host will definitely agree. Siapuro smiled and said, I declined. It was clear from the hesitation of the previous world systems that it was definitely possible to exchange for entities. But it would cost a lot. This week, she only transferred crystal cores from ordinary people. Although she has such a high income. In fact, it is possible that all the crystal cores that ordinary families can afford have been exchanged for supplies from her. It is still unknown what the situation will be next week. Her intuition is not optimistic. Having points means having the capital to draw cards. And also the capital to upgrade the guest room. She was in a good mood. Thinking that with the points, she didn't seem to be so tired physically. The beginning of selling goods in the end times was indeed better than the previous worlds. And she made more money. But she suffered more. She decided that she must draw cards before setting up the stall next time. She would not stop until she drew an employee who could help her. When she returned to the B&B, the first thing she did was to take a shower. Just as she was enjoying the wonderful time after get-off work, M80 brought her a piece of good news. Complete the stall task once a week, and you will be rewarded with a tindral. Must be a staple food. It's really strange to work. You are exhausted at work, but you will be full of blood after work and have your own time. Siapuru just sat down at the front desk in the lobby and prepared to start decorating the house. She looked at her hands that had just been washed. Her hands have been washed, so her luck should be good, right? I don't know why, I felt a chill on my body. My woman intuition told me not to draw today, otherwise I would get an inexhaustible supply of daily necessities. But the first time I drew 10 times as a reward, I would definitely get a staple food. It shouldn't matter if I only drew once. The golden food card was turned over. Rice bowl, tomato scrambled egg rice bowl, meat and eggplant rice bowl, permanent supplies. Ding! Next week, the random stall dishes have been changed to rice bowls. Siapuru laughed so hard that she could hardly open her eyes, and kept praising M80. Good system, you finally gave me rice. Her southern stomach is really not suitable for eating pasta every day. Although dumplings are delicious. She almost vomited. The 2 flavors unlocked are still her favorite rice bowl. She didn't think about decorating any guest rooms. She got up and went into the kitchen. The ingredients were already there. There were eggs, tomatoes and eggplants. The rice was already cooked. Plates of rice were placed in the cupboard to keep warm, waiting for her to cover them with the dishes she had prepared. Because it was an unlimited supply, every time a plate of rice was taken out, another plate would be automatically replenished. Put on an apron, wash the ingredients first. Tomatoes are really good, the color is bright and translucent. They are just right to eat as fruits after washing. She can be full with a bowl of rice. Save the scrambled eggs with tomatoes for tomorrow. She likes to eat eggplant with skin. Cut the eggplant into long strips as thick as fingers. Heat the oil to 60%. Fry until cooked and remove. Put oil in the pan. Add bean paste, add onion and garlic to stir fry until fragrant. Add minced meat and stir fry until it changes color. Add the fried eggplant and add various seasonings to taste. Finally, pour a bowl of starch water and cook over high heat to reduce the sauce. A sticky dish of minced meat and eggplant is ready. Pour the prepared dish directly on the rice. With the blessing of cooking skills, the dish she made is delicious and fragrant. Bringing out the fragrant dish, she found a table and sat down. Just as she was about to eat, she suddenly found a serious problem. System, if I sell rice bowls next week, I will make them one by one. Won't I be exhausted to death? M80 shrank its non-existent neck, prepared to be scolded by her. So the host should work harder and spend more money. It will be much easier to extract the employees. What if I can't extract them? Then it will be hard for the host. My star? You big star! After cursing until she ran out of words, Siapuru shoveled a mouthful of rice and stuffed it into her mouth. Ding! The elevator has reached the first floor. The elevator door slowly opened. 5 men and 2 women came out of the elevator. Wow, what a nice smell. It must be the owner's sister who is back. It was obvious that Chu Ling said this, only she would call her sister sweetly. Siapuru looked at them. Her eyebrows raised. It seems these people have different stories. Chu Ling saw Siapuru looking at them, and the teasing in her eyes was about to burst out. She waved her hands hurriedly, saying she was innocent. Nothing happened to us. It just happened that I met them when I went to call Wushuang for dinner, and they just happened to come out. What is the owner eating? She showed her meal to the others. The meat and eggplant rice bowl, which was delicious, was still steaming, and they could smell the fragrance from a long distance. Chapter 25 2 Kinds of Rice Bowls. Sister, can I order this? Chu Ling's voice was much softer, with a little bit of uncertainty. She hadn't eaten rice for a long time, and she didn't know how many times she had dreamed of such a meal. She said in a gentle tone, Sure, it's 20 points each. I'm having rice bowl with minced meat and eggplant, and rice bowl with scrambled eggs and tomatoes. Would you like some? I want the same as yours. I want minced meat and eggplant rice. 2. After counting, no one wanted tomatoes scrambled eggs. Maybe it's because everyone had fried eggs in their instant noodles yesterday? They're not craving eggs today? She wouldn't understand. The eyes of several people were almost glued to the rice bowl she had taken a bite of. God knows how tempting this dish was made by her. The eggplants and the minced meat were all covered with vegetable juice. Okay, I make it. When she left, she didn't forget to take the rice she had taken a bite of to the kitchen to keep it warm. The main reason was that everyone's eyes were too scary. She was worried that if she turned around, they would pounce on her and eat her up. Shirju had a look on his face that said, "Boss, you are treating us as outsiders." Siepuro only left her back, and the fragrance that had not yet dissipated in the hall to everyone present. There were also advantages to ordering the same dish. The pot was big enough, and she could cook 7 portions in one pot. With the support of the system, she could also control the seasoning, heat and time when cooking 7 portions at a time. It was as if she was born to be a chef. In the blink of an eye, the fragrant mincemeat and eggplant came out of the pot. The strong fragrance continued to spread around. There was a magic that made people unable to walk after smelling it. Chu Ling was very greedy, and stood at the food outlet early to wait. When she served it, she tried to divide each portion evenly, and just finished the 7 portions. She took it to the window, and let several people take it. She found that compared with her own, their portions were even bigger than hers. Humph, it doesn't matter, she still has a tomato in her pocket. She walked out of the kitchen with her rice bowl. The 2 teams sat separately. The 4 funny men sat together, and made a lot of noise. Qian Wuxuang and the other 2 sat at the table next to them. Siepuro walked to them and politely asked for their opinions. "Can I sit with you?" "Of course. Sister, please sit down." Chu Ling pulled out the remaining chair for Siepuro attentively. Siepuro has always been a person who can't sit still, not the kind of person who is cold and doesn't like to talk. Meeting a soft and cute girl like Chu Ling was very much to her liking. It immediately broke her cold store owner image. What an image! She can do whatever she wants. Chu Ling talked to her while eating. "Sister, your cooking skills are really great. Everything you make smells so good. Even your instant noodles with a fried egg taste good to me." No one present felt that she was flattering. They all agreed with Chu Ling's words. Instant noodles are obviously very simple. The ones I make myself are not as good as hers. They don't taste that good. Siepuro understood that this was due to the system blessing. And she was still modest. "I just think you are exaggerating and praising me." Shirju regretted while eating. If he had known that the store would have new products today, he would not have eaten so many instant noodles and ham sausages. Several young people living in the BNB ate and drank to varying degrees at noon today. The Funny Men team even melted the chocolate and ate it with finger biscuits. The remaining chocolate was not wasted. So they heated the milk, added it to the chocolate liquid and shook it. And it became chocolate milk. She sat down and chatted with Chu Ling about gossip. Qian Wuxuan occasionally interjected. And the girls were also having a great time. They were about the same age. So there was no difficulty in communicating. Filling her stomach. Eating too much meat inevitably makes her mouth feel greasy. So she could eat a tomato to clean her mouth. She took out the tomato in her pocket. She bit a small hole. And the rich aroma of tomatoes spread in the air. And then the tomato juice exploded in her mouth. The sour and sweet taste was moderate. And the refreshing feeling made her shake her body unconsciously. One bite after another. She finished a tomato as big as an apple without realizing it. Chu Ling's eyes were wide open watching from the side. And tears flowed from her mouth. She didn't ask for more. Tomatoes, which can be used as both vegetables and fruits. She didn't know how long it had been since she had eaten them. The sour and sweet taste was all around her. And as long as she breathed, the fragrance would be inhaled into her lungs through her nose, making her blood in her body clamor for more. She knew that if it could be sold, Siepuro would sell it. So there was no need for her to embarrass her at this time. All eyes were on her. And Siepuro was aware of it. She smiled embarrassedly. "If you want to eat it, you can order tomato scrambled eggs tomorrow. I won't go out tomorrow. And I will probably stay in the BNB all day." She changed the subject and said, "I just saw you guys leaving the elevator together. And I thought you were going to have 2 teams to go on a mission together." After the exchange during the meal, Qian Wuxuang was no longer cold and mature after getting familiar with each other. "How is it possible? The most taboo thing for a team in the apocalypse is to fight zombies with unfamiliar people, even if the opponent is strong. First, it is difficult to distribute supplies. Second, you dare not trust your back to unfamiliar people. That's right. How is it possible? Who wants to go on a mission with a funny guy?" After Chu Ling finished speaking, she looked at Shirju in a shady way, and she wanted to laugh when she thought of his appearance before she treated him yesterday. How can 2 funny guys quarrel so funny? The canary among the zombies, TSK, they really know how to play. The Funny Men team loves to joke, and they won't take Chu Ling jokes seriously. Besides, Chu Ling is Shirju's savior. Zhu said stubbornly. TSK, you may come to us to form a team in the future. Of course. They are more likely to form a team with healing abilities. Zhu is just the strongest king. Xiepuro has traveled through so many worlds to complete tasks, and is used to seeing the warmth and coldness of human nature. From their atmosphere, you can tell that the probability of the two teams combining together is very high, very high. She didn't get involved in the development of the two teams. After she stood up, a page popped up. Employee Bubu. Are you still eating? Click OK, and Bubu won't take your tableware. You can continue eating. She chose no. Bubu appeared in front of her, and cleaned up the tableware in front of her. He also polished the table. System. Bubu can't really go to the next world with me? Isn't this much better than a sweeping robot or a dishwasher robot? M80 roaring. Shouting. Very loud. You have me. How can you? A high-level system. Be jealous of a robot? He whispered. Chapter 26 Renovation of the Third Floor. Sister, what are you talking about? Chu Ling was the closest, and was always paying attention to her, thinking that Xiepuro was talking to her. No, nothing. Just got something stuck in my teeth. Xiepuro lied without scratching her face. I go first, you guys eat slowly. Originally, she had a lot to say, wanted to ask them, and want to know more about the world, but her brain crashed when she was about to say it. Forget it, whatever, just eat. Drink. Play and sleep. Back at the front desk, she began to design the double room on the third floor. Her favorite game before was dress-up games. She always felt a sense of accomplishment when she completed tasks, collected things, and built her own small room. Now she is playing more advanced games, and what she built can really be lived in. The double room on the third floor has 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. The room she used for practice is room 3001, which has a total area of about 70 square meters, and it is not very cramped to live in. All the rooms here have open kitchens, which makes the living room look bigger. There is a storage cabinet that goes through the ceiling on the right-hand side of the door. You can put ornaments and other things on it, and shoes on the bottom. It has a lot of storage space. The living room has a simple sofa, a coffee table, a carpet underneath, and a TV and speakers on the opposite side of the sofa. The kitchen is equipped with a refrigerator, a range hood, a stove, etc. The conditions are limited now. If you want to add more tools such as bowls, chopsticks, and knives, you have to wait until she takes them out before selling them. The 2 bedrooms have super comfortable big beds, which can turn over when 3 people sleep at the same time. Dressing table, wardrobe, bedside table, and other furniture were arranged. She was excited to arrange them. Boldly opened a floor-to-ceiling window and installed curtains. Then she arranged a table and a lazy sofa, where she could drink coffee, look at the scenery, and enjoy her own little world. A washing machine was placed next to the drying area. These were all built according to her ideas, and she didn't know if others would like them. But who cares if they like it or not? My grassland, my horse, my homestay, I make the decision. According to the decoration idea just now, the furniture was changed to a new style, and rooms 3002 and 3003 were arranged in this way. The remaining rooms on the third floor still had white walls, water and electricity, and a bed. What if the people who came didn't have so many points to afford a good house? Immersed in her own world, she only took a look after she finished. To live in the exquisitely decorated and fully furnished house she made, it would take 24,000 points. And she spent more than 30,000 points on decorating 3 rooms alone. And only a few thousand points were left after spending 100,000. There was only one thought in his mind. It's broken, it's over, these rooms are going to be a waste. M80 mercilessly ridiculed. You deserve it. I told you to decorate without considering the price. That's not what you just said. When I installed the curtains, you said you wanted to install expensive ones, with good light blocking quality. I was just giving you some advice besides. You are the host and I am the system. I am a system. What can I do wrong? The two quarreled for a long time in the end. Of course. Xiepuro 1. Bring up the check-in panel. Single room October 12th. Double room 0/6. The reserved rooms have been rented out, and it is unknown when the 3 people will move in. She was eager to find someone to share her decoration achievements with. Chu Ling, Wushuang, I just decorated a few double rooms on the 3rd floor. Would you like to go up with me to take a look? Ah? Sure. Let's go and take a look together. Chu Ling didn't react at first, but after reacting, she pulled Wu Shuang to see Pura's side. Chi Hua pulled Shizhu. Boss, take us with you to have a look. Okay. If you want to go, let's go. They took the elevator to the 3rd floor together, and first came to 3001, which was the first minimalist style she had decorated. When they entered the house, they all exclaimed, "Is this a double room? It's so different from the one we live in. We don't even have a shoe cabinet. Is it a 2-bedroom? 1 living room, 1. And there's a TV. My old swan. Such a new TV. Carpet. Chandelier. There are washing machines. What? There's a dressing table in the room. And a lazy sofa next to the floor-to-ceiling window. I didn't live in such a good place before the end of the world. Sister, when you asked us where we were going to live, I thought it was a double room with 2 beds in 1 house." Chu Ling had a sad face, feeling sorry for missing out on such a delicate room and a soft big bed. The cute sister was in tears, and her little mouth curled. The heaven and earth must be moved by the beauty crying. Pura comforted him softly. "This set is not cheap. The monthly rent is 20,000 points. You live here, and it is very cost-effective." Unexpectedly, Chu Ling's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she looked at Qian Wushuang. "We should have enough points to live here. Right?" She knew how much their team had saved, and they had collected so many first-level crystal cores over such a long time, but they could still take out only 200 first-level crystal cores. "Yes, but after paying the rent, we have to go out and fight zombies every day." Qian Wushuang was also very excited when he saw the big bed. It looked very comfortable to sleep in. "Okay, sister owner, can we rent a double room?" Pura was overjoyed. She thought that the room was going to be a big hit. She looked at Chu Ling with a kind look. "What kind of rich woman is this? She can take out 20,000 points at once." "Of course, you can, but I can only refund you half of the points for the previous single-room monthly rent." Chu Ling smiled from ear to ear. She thought that the previous points would not be refunded, but she didn't expect that half would be refunded. This is an unexpected gain. "I don't want to. We want to stay here too. Why should we give it to them?" "Yes, we are guests too, we wanted to. I was the first one to come in." Shizhu and Chi Hua, 2 prominent people, were not convinced. They also wanted to stay in such a nice room, especially since there was a washing machine in the room. Which man could refuse a washing machine? Chu Ling was not convinced, putting her hands on her hips and arguing with the 2 funny guys. "We said we wanted to stay here first." In order to prevent the start of a world war, Pura quickly stepped out to interrupt them. "Stop! Stop! There are still 2 rooms to be seen. Why don't you take a look before deciding?" "Okay, then take a look first." The few people reached a tacit understanding now. 3002 is Chinese style. It looks cold and grand. 3003 is French style. It should be the kind that girls can't move after taking a look. Chu Ling really couldn't move. She didn't want to leave after pulling Qian Wushuang. Chi Hua was happy. "No one is competing with you here. Why are you playing tricks? You won't compete with me?" Chu Ling didn't dare to speak loudly now. She wouldn't be arrogant again before the room was confirmed. "If I don't compete with you, why are we 4 grown men living here? It's just that 2 girls from your team live in a double room. What about Zhuoxing?" Chapter 27 Vending Machine. Chu Ling and Qian Wushuang looked at him. Zhuoxing was not very talkative. Usually, when a team was together, they would talk very little. "Me? It's okay for me. It's not dangerous to live here. The 2 girls can live here if they want." Zhuoxing scratched his head, indicating that he didn't care about it. They had been together for so many years, they couldn't quarrel over such a thing. They had communicated well, and Pura was relieved. "Okay, you can go to the 1st floor to redeem your points later, and choose the room type on the panel to check in." Chi Hua was anxious, and we also want the 2 rooms next door. Shizhu hugged Chi Hua's neck. "We too want 3001. And the captain and Lu Ming want 3002. You guys decide. I go back to the room first." Pura walked out of the room calmly, but then she broke down and laughed so hard that her body shook. Her tenants were all rich. She received 60,000 points in a short while. The weather in the end times was very strange. Pura was woken up by the heat in the morning. "I woke up from the heat and couldn't fall asleep. I went to the bathroom to wash off the sticky feeling on my body before going to the hall." "Ah, good morning, sister owner." Chu Ling was actually sitting in the living room so early. She felt something was wrong no matter how she thought about it. Do you have something to talk to me about? Chu Ling nodded. Yes. There is something. We slept well last night. The double room is really well decorated. If I didn't think I had something to talk to you about, I wouldn't want to get up. What's wrong? It's just, I want to ask if you can upgrade the single room, so that Zhuoxing can live more comfortably. Good brothers who share a wheel, and will have always shared the good things. Suddenly, Wuxuang and I live in such a good room. I don't want Zhuoxing to live in a bad one alone. Xie Pu looked Chu Ling up and down. She didn't expect that this girl, who looked careless, would care about such small details. Oh, that's it? No problem. No one can be in the room during the decoration. Call him out, and I will redecorate it later. Chu Ling was relieved after getting the answer she wanted. And she also emphasized, if possible, he should have the things we have in our room. Don't worry, sister owner. We have points. Xie Pu nodded. Okay. There is no breakfast. So let's start a good day with fried tomato and egg with rice. In fact, there are eggs and rice. And Xie Pu has a bold idea. Fried rice with egg? It's okay. But it can't be profitable. And only the host can eat it secretly. Forget it. If she can only eat it alone, she should save it for the midnight snack. There is no technical requirement for scrambled eggs with tomatoes. She made it quickly. The most outstanding thing about scrambled eggs with tomatoes is its color matching. The combination of fiery red tomatoes and golden eggs is nutritious and pleasing to the eye. Feeling that eating only this is not enough, she took out 2 more sausages and made fried starch sausages to eat. The starch sausages were fried until crispy, and you could see the pink meat inside when you bit it. She enjoyed it very much. The texture of fried tomatoes is different from that of raw tomatoes. The sour and sweet taste dissolves the eggy smell of eggs. The two complement each other, and the fragrance lingers on your lips and teeth until the end. After dinner, she happened to meet a few people coming down. She cooked for them, and then had nothing to do. She complained to the system, I always feel that I have to do everything in this plane. And I dare not easily recruit employees. I don't want to be exhausted to death if you don't draw employees for me. Host, don't think so. Think about it. This plane is also the one where we earn the most and the fastest. Thank you. A lot of points. Right? I exchange them with the soles of my feet that are so tired that I want to grow abdominal muscles. Sitting at the front desk with nothing to do. Xie Pu remembered. Did you say before that it only costs 1,000 points to unlock the same material with different flavors? Yes. Then, I will unlock other flavors of rice topped with toppings now. Once Xie Pu had some points, she wanted to pursue a better life. If she had a choice, she didn't want to eat the same food for 2 days. Host, you asked about instant noodles before. To unlock a new flavor of that kind of thing, you only need 1,000 points to draw a different flavor. To draw a different flavor of rice topped with toppings, you need 10,000 points at a time. Without complaining or being embarrassed, Xie Pu began to accept the outrageous rules of this world. Can I use the points I saved from the previous missions? No, I can only use the points I earned in this world. You can draw once with 10,000 points. You get whatever you draw. Then what are the points you saved before? Are they just something that looks good but is not useful? How about you use your previous points to draw a few 10-draw combos first? You might be able to draw the food you like. It sounds reasonable. Xie Pu started her card drawing life today. 10 10-draw combos, she got all kinds of daily necessities, small ornaments, and the furniture card for the first floor. Furniture card, lobby central air conditioning, only available in the lobby of the B&B. Thinking that she didn't lose out this time, she accidentally clicked it when she was about to quit, and it was another 10-draw. The card she clicked was actually purple. At this time, she always felt uneasy when she drew a purple card. With trepidation, she clicked the purple card. Vending machine can be placed in the B&B and used within the business scope of the food truck. Excited heart and trembling hands, can she finally stop cooking for herself? It seems that it doesn't matter whether there are employees or not. The vending machine can only choose one type to sell. Take your existing supplies as an example. If you choose to put dumplings on it, then the vending machine can only sell dumplings and can't put anything else in it. No restrictions on flavors and methods. Right? Xie Pu stroked the vending machine that was taller than her like a treasure. M80 hesitated for a moment, as if he had looked up some information. No restrictions. Then put the dumplings in. M80 confirmed again. Are you sure? Host? Only the recipes you have made will be displayed in the vending machine. And the food in the vending machine cannot be changed within a short period of time. Siapuro said disdainfully, "You are so long-winded, okay. Okay. She has her own little 99, anyway." After frying dumplings until her hands were tired last week, she didn't want to experience it again. She moved the vending machine to the kitchen outlet. Xian Wuxuang came out of the elevator and went straight to her. "Shopkeeper, can you upgrade the single room to?" Siapuro knew what she wanted to say after hearing what she said before, and interrupted her. "Can we upgrade Shuixing's single room?" Xian Wuxuang nodded in confusion. "How do you know? Chu Ling just said it. Didn't you discuss it? Is that so? We left one after the other, and we really didn't discuss it." Chapter 28 No Melon Seeds. Xian Wuxuang then noticed that there was such a big machine next to him. "Is this a vending machine?" "Yes, you can buy dumplings from the vending machine when I'm not around. You don't have to eat only instant noodles." Siapuro felt a little hungry again, clicked on the icon of ice flour fried dumplings, and had to choose dipping sauce. Siapuro chose soy sauce and vinegar among the various dipping sauces. Because she was the owner, she didn't have to pay points. A plate of 30 fried dumplings appeared at the vending machine's pickup port with a ding. "So smart," Xian Wuxuang exclaimed. Since she met the owner and moved in, she couldn't count how many times she was shocked. Siapuro took out the dishes. Each of them was white and plump on the top and brown on the bottom. They were placed on a clean dumpling plate and decorated with black sesame seeds. The steaming dumplings smelled very good, just like she had just made them. Xian Wuxuang had eaten a lot of dumplings before, but she still wanted to eat them when she smelled the fragrance of dumplings. "I go up and call them down to eat dumplings." Siapuro ignored her and took the plate to the table to eat. The plate was a dumpling plate, the kind with 2 holes on the side for dipping sauce. Pick up a dumpling and dip it in soy sauce to eat, so comfortable. The woman's delicate voice was full of impatience. "Is this it?" The man took out the promotional poster of Grape B&B in his hand, and carefully checked the address and store photos on it. The address was right, the sign was right, only the photo looked a little different. "This should be it. It's almost what's written in the flyer." The woman covered her face, her eyes showing undisguised disdain, as if she smelled something foul. "Is this a B&B? Which fool would sell things in such a place? Who with supplies would live in a place that is easily robbed?" Siapuro noticed the movement at the door, and when she came out, she saw a man and a woman standing at the door of her store, looking very disdainful. She didn't like this woman in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She said lazily, "This is a B&B. There are things for sale. Does the guest want to buy anything?" The woman saw the exquisite nail art on Siapuro's hands, and believed it a little. She walked in with a swaying waist. "Jiajiao, wait for me. What if there is danger?" The man was anxious, and followed Jiajiao but closely. Why did it feel like this was another crazy couple? Siapuro frowned, and then felt relieved. The end of the world was not a place where normal people could easily survive, and she wanted to see what was going on with these two. In front of her was a man who was so thin that she could slap him apart with a slap, and a woman with a well-proportioned body. "Hey!" The woman called Jiajiao asked her bluntly. "Where's the nail machine? Why can't I see the nail machine?" Siapuro didn't even want to maintain the superficial politeness. Her face turned cold, and she looked at her like a fool. "First of all, I'm not saying hello. Since you came in, you can call me clerk or owner. Secondly, it's the end of the world now. What are you looking for a nail machine for? Are you crazy?" The man was unhappy, and rushed to the front to protect Jiajiao behind him. "Speak politely, we are here to spend money." Siapuro glanced at him. "I thought the man was in love when I saw their conversation before, but now it seems that it is just a matter of willingness. Wasn't it your Jiajiao who was rude first? I didn't know that in the end of the world there is such a saying that consumers are God. Why doesn't the host just throw these two idiots into the zombie group? The end of the world is boring. Aren't there people here to relieve boredom? Besides, these two people haven't done anything too bad. No hurry." The man kept saying you for a long time, but couldn't finish a complete sentence. Finally, he only said, "My Jiajiao was just a little anxious for a moment. Buy whatever you want." After Siapuro finished speaking, she took the dumplings she hadn't finished and returned to the front desk, eating the dumplings as a snack. Open the decoration template, and play a game that simulates the decoration of a building. There is no reason to refuse the guests who come to the door, and there is no point in refusing the points that are delivered to you. She has been doing business for many years. What kind of weird things has she not seen? This woman just speaks impolitely, but actually thinks she has not done anything out of the ordinary. The fragrance drifted into the noses of the two people, and they all looked at her dumplings. Where are your dumplings? The woman chased to the front desk, and asked Siapuru arrogantly. Siapuru replied rudely, You didn't see such a big vending machine? Are your eyes on the top of your head? The two did not entangle with her anymore, and ran to the vending machine after getting the answer. They were really hungry, and they were craving for the food they hadn't eaten for a long time. They put their hands on the vending machine and operated it casually, according to the memory process before the end of the world. But they couldn't get it down. It kept reminding them that they needed to pay points. But what the hell were the points? As a last resort, the two of them had to return in disgrace. The man was kind. Shopkeeper. What are points? That machine. There's an explanation on it. Just read it yourself. After fiddling with it for a long time, the two finally put the crystal core on it and exchanged it for 100 points, and ran towards the machine again excitedly. Finally, a plate of dumplings was made. The woman called Jiaoju didn't even maintain her image. She ate them directly with her hands. Siapura looked at her from a distance and said, Why don't you ask for a manicure now? The woman took a bite. Siapura didn't want her to eat. She wanted to let the hungry people have a good bite, and then crush her beautiful fantasy and make them greedy to death. System put them. Before she finished, the elevator opened. The Shoichi Hua made a handsome appearance. I heard there are vending machines. I'm here to see the world. The woman still had dumplings in her mouth. She raised her head suddenly when she heard a familiar voice. Brother Chihua, she murmured. She ate the dumplings in her mouth quickly. She was reluctant to wipe off the oil on her hands, and she couldn't suck her fingers in front of Brother Chihua. Seeing Chihua dressed so well, his face was rosy and his voice was loud. She knew that he was living a comfortable life. She hardened her heart and stuffed the dumplings back into the man's hands. She yelled, How many times have I told you? I don't like you. Siapura had a feeling. There's something to watch. Host, what are you doing to them? Nothing. Let's watch the show first. She smacked her lips subconsciously. Her hands were groping for something, but she couldn't find it after a long time. Alas, I forgot there were no melon seeds. M80 quietly wrote it down. Is there someone she knows in the elevator? From her tone, the two girls are excluded as acquaintances. TSK, look at the full energy of these sisters. They shouted so loudly because they were afraid that the people in the elevator couldn't hear them. Jiujiu? What's wrong with you? The man still had a dumpling in his mouth, and he almost choked when he heard her yell. Why did you give it all to me? Aren't you going to eat it? Chapter 29 Watching and Eating Melons. Logically speaking, most men would not continue to eat at this time, but he was really too hungry, and at this time his body's function forced him to grab a few dumplings and continue eating. After being with Lin Jiaojiao, he gave her everything first, and he also changed from a relatively strong body to the current weak body. He raised his head and saw the face that he would never forget in his life. Chihua did not look at Lin Jiaojiu at all, but stared at the man directly. Wu Tianlong. Siapuru almost spat out a mouthful of 1,000-year-old phlegm. What kind of name is this? It's funny and quenches thirst. Host, please restrain yourself. How can you watch a show like this? You are about to interrupt them. M80 was eating electronic melon seeds. In Siapuru's mind, he turned into a cute little panda, watching the show seriously with his feet up. Okay, please restrain yourself. You should watch a show like you are watching a show. Brother Chihua. Lin Jiuji bit her lip. She was unwilling to let Chihua ignore her. Shizhu put down his hand on Chihua and quickly distanced himself from him. Well, you guys can chat about the past first. I'm going to have dinner with the captain and the others. The 6 people all agreed, walked to the vending machine and bought a portion of fried dumplings each, sitting in a place that was farther away but still visible, and ate melons together. Chu Ling asked Shizhu gossipingly, What's going on between them? Love, hate, and vengeance. You, a child, wouldn't understand even if I told you. I understand. Chu Ling glared at Shizhu. Does this woman like Chihua? 2 men fighting for 1 woman? After thinking about it, he felt something was wrong. But if that woman likes Chihua, why is she with that man? There is a lot of knowledge in this. Shizhu smiled and kept it a secret. He would not spoil the story. Humph. If you don't want to tell me, I will watch it myself. Chu Ling was angry and bought 2 more bottles of milk, brought 1 bottle for Qian Wushuang, and sat down to continue watching. Wu Tianlong. Why are you so thin? Are you not doing well? Chi Hua frown could kill 2 flies. Brother Chi Hua. This is the 3rd time he ignored her. Lin Jiaju stepped forward and grabbed Chi Hua's sleeve. Chi Hua pulled her hand off mercilessly and said coldly, "Shut up. This is not the right direction." Is Chi Hua heartbroken by this Jiao? Chu Ling little mouth chattered. And even eating dumplings could not stop her mouth. Xia Pura kept shaking her head. She also felt that this direction was not right. It seemed that Chi Hua did not like Lin Jiaju at all. It's only been a short time since we last met. How come you become so miserable? Chi Hua reached out and pulled Wu Tianlong, who was sitting on the ground eating, up. Isn't there a dining table next to you? You look anxious. While saying this, he helped him brush off the dust on his body. Wu Tianlong sat down and continued to eat, not caring whether Lin Jiaju ate or not. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Chi Hua turned his attention to Lin Jiaju. Why are you so miserable? It's because Wu Tianlong hasn't made any progress. In the past few years, he was only crazy about awakening his superpowers for 2 years. His superpowers have been stagnant. Now he's just a 2nd-level superpower user. Lin Jiaju looked at Wu Tianlong with disdain, walked to Chi Hua's side, and rubbed her body against him. The 2 soft lumps on her body kept rubbing against Chi Hua, and the seductive meaning was self-evident. Wu Tianlong finally responded, and suddenly grabbed Lin Jiaju's wrist, and his voice was tight. How can you say that to me? The end of the world is coming. And he was one of the first group of people with superpowers to awaken superpowers. After being with Lin Jiaju, she ate well, wore good clothes, and even didn't want to walk. He had no choice but to exchange the crystal cores he had shot for food and drink, and for gasoline. It can be said that he always responded to Lin Jiaju's requests. He would find a way to get whatever she wanted. It's not like he hadn't heard her say something similar before, but she had never said it in front of others. This time was different. She said this to him in front of Chi Hua? Lin Jiaju continued to rub against Chi Hua, not even bothering to give Wu Tianlong a glance, and said casually, "I said you're a waste." What's wrong? His hands were shaking. He just couldn't believe that this was the person he had been waiting for 3 years. She actually said this to him in front of Chi Hua, his best friend. Jiao, please don't say this to me. Okay? Wu Tianlong panicked and wanted to hold Lin Jiaju's hand, but she shook him off. Don't touch me. I feel sick every day I spend with you. Brother Chi Hua. After we broke up, I realized that I miss you every day. In fact, I have always loved you. Lin Jiaju's affectionate confession made everyone present gasp. What's going on? Didn't she come with Wu Tianlong just now? Why is it that Chi Hua is talking about someone else now? Host, humans are so complicated. Xia Pura ate the last dumpling, wiped her mouth, and talked to him 80. My dear, the human brain is more complicated than the machine brain. If you don't understand, then don't understand it. Yes, no matter how complicated the machine is, there are programs and codes to crack it. Human thoughts are so unsolvable. Lin Jiao, what are you talking about? Wu Tianlong was furious, calling her by her full name. Why has his ability level stagnated over the years? Others eat well, drink well, and sleep well, and have plenty of crystal cores to spend on themselves. But what about him? He spent all his crystal cores on Lin Jiaju, and raised such a thing? I let you eat and drink well in the apocalypse. But where do you think you got all that food? I earned it by going on missions and risking my life. Wu Tianlong felt that his heart was stabbed with holes by Lin Jiaju. Did I ask you to go? Didn't you want to? Lin Jiaju ignored his pain and blamed him instead. If you hadn't taken me away from Brother Chi Hua, how could I have become so miserable? Lin Jiao expressed her sincerity to Chi Hua. Brother Chi Hua, don't worry, my virginity is still there, and it has not been defiled by him. Jiujiu has always liked you. She blushed as she spoke. Wu Tianlong felt so heartbroken when he saw the blush on her fair and tender face that he could hardly breathe. He was such a fool. He had been reluctant to touch her. They had only held hands at most, but she was anxious to give it to Chi Hua. Chi Hua changed his usual funny look. He narrowed his eyes, and a cold chill came over him, and murderous intent surged. Will you give it to me? He asked Lin Jiujiu. Brother Chi Hua, what are you talking about? There are people here. The blush on Lin Jiaju's cheeks did not diminish but increased, and she leaned softly into his arms. Afraid that Chi Hua would misunderstand, she said in a low voice with courage, Jiaju is willing. Okay. Wu Tianlong understood, and stood up with a shake as if he had used up all his strength. I'm leaving. He really regretted it. Chapter 30 Being thrown out. He and Chi-Hua grew up together, the five of them played together, but he became distant from them because of Lin Jiaju. Perhaps this is his retribution, the retribution for forgetting his friends for the sake of beauty. I didn't say you can leave. Chi-Hua grabbed his wrist and met his lifeless eyes. I'm sorry. Brother, I really couldn't help it. Turned and walked towards Lin Jiaju. Brother Chi-Hua. Lin Jiaju called him tenderly. He seemed not to hear her, and stopped in front of her, standing straight, spreading his legs, like squatting, holding her to his body. Like carrying a bucket, he threw her on his shoulders without mercy, bringing her to the door, releasing his strength, throwing her to the ground like a piece of junk. Brother Chi-Hua? Lin Jiajiao didn't understand. She had said that Chi-Hua shouldn't have brought her to his room, and then, why did he leave her here? Brother Chi-Hua. What are you doing? Get lost. Chi-Hua was really angry. His good friend who had grown up with him was actually abused by her like this? He walked back to the B&B in 2 steps, and did not forget to warn Lin Jiaju. If I see you again, I will definitely throw you into the zombie group and let you scream your heart out. Lin Jiaju was stunned, and subconsciously wanted to chase after him. What's wrong with you? I'm Jiujiu. Xie Pura greeted Chi-Hua who came in. Do you need my help? Block her so she can't enter the B&B. Chi-Hua nodded. Then I trouble you. Thank you. Fortunately, her hand speed was fast. Lin Jiaju was about to rush forward just after she pulled the black shield. But she continued to rush forward after being bounced back by the system protection shield. Wu Tianlong. Wu Tianlong. What are you doing? I've been bullied. Are you dead? You didn't say a word. Seeing that she couldn't get in. Lin Jiaju was really anxious. Her long-term meal ticket was still inside. She was a weak woman, and she didn't have any special powers. In the end times, she had always been protected by Wu Tianlong, and she rarely saw zombies. If she were to face the end of the world alone, she didn't dare to think about what would happen. Wu Tianlong. Where are you? She beat the protective shield of the B&B, and shouted while beating. Xie Pura snorted, this guy only dares to bully others at home. She has her own hands and feet. How come she doesn't know that she can earn crystal cores by beating zombies? It was annoying to hear that. Xie Pura blocked her voice. Open a room for my buddy, Wu Tianlong, come here quickly. Wu Tianlong lowered his head, turning a deaf ear to anything in the outside world, as if covering his ears could escape from this world. When Chi-Hua hand touched him, and he was about to grab him to open an account, the thin young man finally cried out. Chi-Hua. Shizhu and the others felt distressed when they saw this, and walked over and patted his shoulder. The magical tacit understanding between men. Just not comforting. Yanmu stretched out his hand to him seriously. Welcome back to the team. We have been waiting for you. Under the expectation of everyone. Wu Tianlong's hand and Yanmu's hand clapped hands. Captain. His voice choked. Xie Pura didn't watch anymore. Their tender love scene should be saved for when she knocks them up later. While no one was paying attention, Xie Pura secretly moved the crying woman outside the door to another place. As for where? Randomly, she didn't know. If nothing unexpected happens, they probably won't see each other again. But what the woman said just now is quite right. M80 was really curious about what she said halfway. Which one is right? Manicure, my manicure is fine now. What about another month? Even if it doesn't break, it should be replaced with a new one. Right? The annoying thing is that I can't remove it even if I want to. I have to wear gloves when cooking with this thing on my nails. I understand. Host. You mean you should work hard to draw a lottery and win the nail equipment? I draw a big ghost of yours. Just now, while watching the show, she followed Chu Ling's request and decorated Zhuo Xing's room to the same level as theirs. The monthly rent of a single room is half the price of a double room, only 10,000 points. More and more people came in the afternoon, each holding a promotional poster she printed. I heard that a homestay has opened here. It's an absolutely safe area. Is it here? Yes. Are you guys going to stay or buy some food? We want to buy some food. The leader was a girl. Not very old. And seemed easy to get along with. The girl in the lead was very polite. Excuse me. Is there a purchase limit here? Xie Pura really likes to communicate with such polite people. There is no purchase limit. But you can only resell at the original price or give it away voluntarily. Can we buy more? Of course, if you can take it away. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. We have space ability users who can take it away. It is forbidden to use superpowers in our B&B, including space ability users. You can only buy and pack them in bags and take them outside for space ability users to pack. Although she didn't understand, she respected and agreed. With so many supplies, wouldn't it be a mess if superpowers were used inside? She directly took a large sack of first-level crystal cores and placed them on the table to exchange them in batches. Siepuro stopped her. You have too many crystal cores. I help you exchange them faster. Do you want to exchange all of these for points? Yes, thank you for your help. She waved her hand over the sack, and the sack of crystal cores disappeared, leaving only the sack that was as dry as a piece of paper hanging on the ground. They went to the shelves to sweep, taking almost everything they saw, even daily necessities. Fortunately, her supplies are unlimited and can be automatically replenished. Otherwise, she would have to replenish them until she was tired. These are almost enough, and there is no room for space users. Someone reported to the leading girl. Yushiwen, buy some more and fill up all the cars. In the end times, any resources are precious, including fuel. When she goes on a mission, in addition to completing the mission perfectly, she also has to try to save supplies for the base. She packed an unknown number of instant noodles. The person who came to report told her that the car was too full to fit in, so she gave up. Wu Tianlong came down and bought a portion of sour soup dumplings to take with him. The aroma of the dumplings just out of the pot attracted them. Yu Shiwen thought about it and asked the space ability user who was protecting her to come over and take out a dozen bags of supplies. In a while, except for the driver, everyone will have to hold a bag of supplies. I will treat you to dumplings. Chapter 31 BNB Upgrade. Okay. Yu Shiwen certainly didn't just want everyone to eat some dumplings. She took advantage of the time when everyone else was eating, and bought several hundred dumplings from the self-service vending machine, and chose to pack them all. Siepuro, who was watching from the side, exclaimed that it was awesome. No wonder the space ability user was asked to make space. Captain Yu, aren't you going to eat it? This dumpling is really delicious, even better than what I had before the end of the world. Yu Shiwen couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food, and took a bite with the chopsticks that the girl handed over. Next, Yu Shiwen led a team to eat hard. You have to know that now a first-level crystal core can only buy 1/3 of a bottle of water in the base, not to mention eating meat-containing foods such as dumplings. And the dumplings are so delicious, 20 points per plate is really too cheap. It has been 3 years since the end of the world, and the food is getting less and less every day. Most people are thinking about how to survive, and no one cares about farming. Later, the situation stabilized, and when they wanted to pay attention, they found that the land could no longer grow crops. The existence of this store is very explosive in the entire apocalypse. They didn't have any promotional posters in their hands. Siepura asked her how she found her place. You went to the flame base to set up a stall before. The people spread the word these days. I found out the address. The higher-ups knew about it, and asked me to come here to take a look. Can I tell her like this? Siepura was amazed at the other party's honesty. You don't know? Food is hard to find in this world. We are very happy to have a store like yours that sells supplies. Especially since the prices here are so low, a few crystal cores are enough for ordinary people to have food and drink for a month. This was the first time Siepuro heard people from the base say these words, and she seemed to understand the base a little bit. Last time we went on a mission, the supplies at the mission site were destroyed, and we returned empty-handed. We encountered a zombie tide passing by, and had to hide in the bank vault. After we got out, everyone was so hungry that they didn't know what to do. Luckily, we met a person who was short of crystal cores. We bought a few bags of compressed biscuits from him and spent more than a dozen crystal cores. But there's nothing we can do. It's expensive, but it's life-saving food. Siepura listened and sighed. Yu Shiwen was very talkative and straightforward. She said whatever she thought of. When she recalled the past, she seemed to open up. Siepura listened quietly and felt that the people in the officialdom had a hard time. Ordinary people at least had a safe place to stay. At most, they had no food or drink. When the officials like them went on missions, they couldn't even guarantee their lives. They were all risking today for tomorrow. The dumplings are delicious. We haven't had such a decent meal for a long time. Thank you, manager. You must persevere. If you need any help, you can come to the flame base to find me. Yu Shiwen's words were very serious, as if she was the hope of all mankind. Putting away her usual laziness and laughter, she nodded solemnly to Yu Shiwen. Yu Shiwen and the others left, but Xiepu's heavy heart could not dissipate. She was very weak alone, and could not do anything. The only thing she could do was to run the BNB well, earn as many points as possible and upgrade as soon as possible, and do her best to give the people of the end times a slightly better living condition. Blaze Base. The top leaders of the entire base gathered together for a meeting, waiting for Yu Shiwen to come back. How is that great BNB? The base leader looked at his daughter. Yu Shiwen had already prepared for the response, and took a bag of each of the supplies she and the space ability user brought back, and placed them on the oversized table in the conference room. Bottles of water were placed in front of everyone. This water? Yu Shiwen said frankly, I bought it from Great BNB. 1 point for 1 bottle, we bought a lot. 1 level 1 crystal core can buy 100 bottles. If we go a few more times, we probably won't be short of water in our base. Boxes of dumplings were placed in front of everyone, and the lids of the packages were opened. The dumplings were still hot, and there was not even any steam. The dumplings were just like when they were first received, and the long journey did not affect their taste at all. Yu Shiwen also saw such a magical packaging for the first time, and couldn't figure out how to achieve the goal of not even having water vapor. Let's get back to the point. Look! The dumplings in front of you are the dumplings bought from Great BNB. And the supplies in the bags are also bought from the BNB. This BNB is amazing. And the prices are extremely low. We bought a lot of things. And just as we took the goods off the shelves, they were automatically replenished. Yu Tonghai picked up a dumpling, put it next to his nose and smelled it, and made sure that the smell was the normal smell of meat. And then he ate a dumpling in one bite. Her stomach, which had not seen meat for a long time, clamored for another one after another, and she became happier and happier as she ate. She could not stop eating. She had not stopped until she had finished her share of 30 dumplings. Yu Tonghai laughed, and laughed out loud, my dear daughter. My dear daughter. We have supplies. Dad. Yu Shiwen glared at him. Her father was just an old child. When he ate something delicious, he began to not care about his image as the head of the base. The supplies we bought today should be enough to cover our base's expenses for several months. But the shop owner also said that these supplies can only be resold at the original price or donated voluntarily. Did the shop owner really say that? Yu Tonghai heard something unusual here. Most people wouldn't say that. But as a smart person, he would definitely listen to the words of this magical shop owner, who could provide a huge amount of supplies in the 3rd year of the apocalypse. Since the shop owner said that, we will listen to him. Shiwen, you will be responsible for the implementation of the relevant matters. Okay. No one in the base's senior management objected. They were still enjoying the dumplings they hadn't eaten for a long time. Drinking water with big gulps, eating meat with big mouthfuls, even if you are the senior management of the base. You wouldn't be so extravagant. How about this, Shiwen? See, when you are free, go to Grape again. Buy more dumplings, see if there is any white rice or something. As a native of the south, Yu Tonghai, putting aside everything else, his biggest wish is to eat a big meal of white rice. Yu Shiwen looked at her father expressionlessly. Dad. She didn't even have the energy to glare at her father. How could there be rice in Great BNB? If there was, wouldn't she have eaten it? The next time she arrived at the BNB, she would be slapped in the face by her own thoughts today. I go back first. Yu Shiwen didn't interrupt them to continue the discussion. She also had her own things to do. Yu Tonghai put away a box of dumplings openly, preparing to bring it to his wife later. Current accommodation is full. The host can upgrade. Then upgrade. Chapter 32 Self-Service Dumplings. After 2 days of busy work, she couldn't remember how many guests she had received to buy things, and before she knew it, the rooms were already full. Upgraded successfully, the self-service dumpling restaurant is now open. Please go check it out. Unlock the triple rooms 4001 to 4006 on the 4th floor. The number of all existing room types doubled. Single room on the 2nd floor 12/24. Double room on the 3rd floor 6/12. Triple room on the 4th floor 0/6. Xiepu row, ? I just drew a vending machine. And you told me that you're opening a self-service dumpling restaurant? He was already thinking. M80 frantically tried to make up for it. The vending machine can be brought to the food truck, and it will follow you to set up a stall, so you don't have to rush around. Come to think of it, it's fast and convenient to take the vending machine out to serve food. Xiepu Rose stopped complaining, and walked towards the newly opened self-service dumpling restaurant. Just now, it was the backyard, which emitted a dazzling beam of light, and there was no other movement. Clearly, This was the small house where she lived before. But now a self-service restaurant suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It felt strange no matter how I looked at it. As soon as I entered the store, the familiar smell of dumplings filled the entire self-service restaurant. The store was neither big nor small. The tables were uniform, and the chairs were arranged in rows, which looked a bit like a high school cafeteria. New task started. The self-service dumpling restaurant can unlock new dumpling flavors as a reward if it receives 100 guests. Can I unlock it without drawing? Just complete the task. In other words, as long as the self-service dumpling restaurant receives 100 guests, it will draw the original 10,000 points to draw, which is a good deal. Beep, beep. What's that sound? Siapura returned to the front hall and saw only the afterimage of a bus. 3 familiar faces got off the bus, and they were the 3 people she had booked out before. Little boss? The 3 of them felt relieved to see her here. After resigning, they packed their luggage and tried to use the business card transmission, and a bus appeared in front of them. It was an unmanned bus, and they felt uneasy sitting there, for fear that they would be taken to the wrong place. It doesn't matter if we take them to the wrong place, but it would be terrible if we take them to a pile of zombies. Fortunately, we saw Siapura as soon as we got off the car, so we were sure we were in the right place. You are finally here. It's been a few days. I was wondering when you would come every day. Boss, where is our room? Let's go upstairs to put our luggage first. You can see the check-in information by opening the panel. It's on the 2nd floor. Go quickly. Suddenly I felt that it would be a bit awkward without employees. People who come to stay here always carry big and small bags. It's impossible for no one to help carry their luggage. Right? Host, do you want to draw a lottery? Maybe you can draw an employee. I draw you. You keep tricking me into drawing a lottery. Do you have any secrets? Siapura narrowed her eyes. She had long felt that something was wrong with M80 since he came to this world. M80 said weakly, in fact, there are points task indicators between our systems. What indicators? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? It's comparing performance. The host is ranked according to his ability to earn points and spend points. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? You were such a lazy person before. You just barely passed any task. Even in the last world you managed for more than 30 years before reaching the maximum level. The system's simple grievance made Siapura embarrassed. You never urged me. That's because I don't want to put pressure on you. M80 roared, but it was useless. M80 has always been the bottom performer in the system, and finally saw a little hope in this world, but the host was still stingy and refused to spend points. Why are you trying to put pressure on me now? This is the last mission, and I can earn points so quickly. I just want to try to see how it feels to be ranked higher than the bottom. Siapura saw the system in her mind transformed into a national treasure red panda, leading only her back. And it looked like she had wronged it. Okay. I earn more. But I can't have no points at all. Can I wait until I have accumulated more points before drawing the lottery? Okay. After coaxing the system, the little panda in my mind was chewing on the electronic bamboo. So cute. Little boss, are there any dumplings here? The 3 were very excited when they saw that there was actually water in the room to wash their hands and take a bath. They washed their hands and came down. They would wait until they were full, and then take a good bath. After unlocking the dumpling buffet, Siapura put away the vending machine. Now they can only eat at the buffet. I take you there. There is a new dumpling buffet. You can eat as many dumplings as you want by paying 50 points. 50 points to eat as much as you want? Gao Sheng's eyes flashed with enthusiasm. Yes, you can eat whatever I sold before however you want. There is no time limit. If you eat too much, you have to go back and force people to leave the buffet. There is one more thing you can't waste. Siapura brought the 3 of them to the door of the dumpling restaurant, and she didn't go in. After eating too many dumplings, she was afraid of dumplings now. After she left, Gao Sheng and the other 2 felt more at ease. Without girls watching, they can eat freely without worry. It's not that they hate the boss. If you were staring at the boss while eating at a buffet, you would definitely feel uncomfortable. Water is also free in the buffet restaurant. They each got a large glass of water first, and then took their plates to the dumplings made in various ways. They picked up the fried dumplings and steamed dumplings with the tongs placed next to the plates and put them in their own bowls. Gao Shan was very curious. How did the sour soup dumplings come from? He took a bowl and placed it under the outlet of the sour soup dumplings. The machine first put a few dumplings in the bowl as if placing an order. And then the sour soup? Like cola. flowed out of the machine. The three of them were like hungry wolves. And they stopped talking and just kept eating. Siapuro was not selling outside the base. And these days, they could only live on the ham sausage and instant noodles they bought back. Every day they dreamed of the smell of dumplings and eating dumplings. Finally, they had the dumplings they had been thinking about day and night. So how could they have the time to talk? After eating and drinking, they didn't stay in the restaurant for long. They also had a bath upstairs. After taking a bath, there was a clean big bed to sleep on. The beds here were different from those in the base. In the base, only those with better conditions could sleep on the bed. Those with poor conditions could only sleep on the floor. There was not even a newspaper to cushion them. Siapuro didn't know about other people's things. She only knew that she had to go to bed early. She had to go to the stall tomorrow. Yu Shiwen came to buy a lot of things. Her turnover alone was more than 100,000 yuan. With her remaining points, it was nearly 200,000 yuan. She could be less presumptuous and boldly draw the lottery. First, she drew a rice bowl, unlocked a new flavor, and drew a mapo tofu rice bowl. Chapter 33, Upgrade of the Dining Car. She drew something else, to see if she could draw an employee. Unfortunately, the god of luck did not favor her. She drew a bunch of strange new things. In addition to a small number of old daily necessities, the new products this time include sanitary napkins, insecticides, ice machines, cooling patches, and thin clothes, which look like the material of sun protection clothes. Siapuro was still unwilling to give up. She drew another 20 tin draws, and actually got 2 employees. Employee, Bao Bao, a good packer, only for packing food. Employee, Kai Kai, a good cook, as long as the owner has done it once, Kai Kai will help the owner prepare food. Medicine, heat-clearing medicine, suitable for patients with heat stroke, relieve dizziness, vomiting, high fever and other symptoms after heat stroke. Medicine, Huxiang Jingqi Water Enhanced Edition, suitable for patients with mild heat stroke, strong and effective in relieving vomiting. Food, bagged enoki mushrooms, spicy sausage, red oil cowpea, jiaocai. Medicine and food are unlimited supplies. Other things came even more violently. She exchanged all the carts for real objects. There were thousands of clothes in total. Click on the description of the clothes. Heat-proof constant temperature clothing, effective heat protection, can control the body temperature at the best. What happened? Why are there so many strange things all of a sudden? M80 did not respond. She asked several times, M80 did not respond. I didn't think about it anymore. Since it came, I would make the best of it. I fell asleep. The advantage of going to bed early is getting up early. A busy figure appeared in the kitchen. Although it may not be good to eat spicy food in the morning, Siapuro dreamed about it last night. She dreamed about mapo tofu. She thinks the best way to cook tofu is mapo tofu, spicy and fresh. Originally, she doesn't like tofu. Tofu has a bean smell, and there is no other taste, light. But she really loves the way to cook mapo tofu, and she can eat 2 big bowls of rice every time she cooks it. Make a portion for yourself first. Cut a whole block of tofu into small squares. Put the cut tofu cubes in boiling water, add a spoonful of salt, which can effectively remove the beany smell in the tofu, and also add the base flavor in advance. Cook it for a while, and then set aside. In addition, add a little oil to the pan, add the pork belly and stir fry. The fat in the meat itself will be fried out of the oil, which will be much more fragrant than peanut oil. Add large pieces of ginger, minced garlic, chopped green onion. This is to take care of some people who don't eat ginger. Add seasonings, fry until red oil is produced. Then add appropriate amount of hot water, add tofu after boiling, make final seasoning, and drizzle with starch water, and it is done. The finished mapo tofu is placed on the rice, and the color combination alone makes people hungry. Use a spoon to eat, one mouthful after another. The tenderness of the tofu, the control of the seasoning, and the moderate saltiness make people unable to stop. While eating happily, a guest came to the B&B. When I looked up, it was Yu Shiwen, the god of wealth, whom I had only met once. Hello, are you going to buy something today? Manager. I want to, are you eating? Yu Shiwen smelled the long-lost aroma of rice. Siapuro nodded. Yes. She was still confused after getting up early, and looked a little cute. Yu Shiwen asked carefully, can I have one too? Is this for sale? Of course. You can choose the dishes, and order them on your system panel. You order first, I cook for you after I finish these 2 bites. Seeing that there was really white rice, Yu Shiwen had to buy the whole store. The big white rice that her father was talking about last time was within reach. She was also very greedy. It's a pity that the rice can't be kept for a long time, otherwise she really wanted to buy thousands of them and store them slowly. I want 200. Is that okay? Siapuru almost spit out a mouthful of rice. Is this sister here to buy goods? She didn't answer her question directly, but asked, are you going to buy it back to the base? Yu Shiwen nodded. I'm going to set up a stall soon. It's better for you to buy and eat now. Oh. Yes. I came to talk to you about setting up a stall. If you are willing. Can you set up a stall inside our base? The white rice dazzled her eyes. And she forgot why she came here. Inside the base? Yes. It is somewhat unsafe to set up a stall outside. With so many people going so far, the base is worried that there will be zombies attacking along the way. She didn't consider this. But it was just a change of place for the stall. So she didn't care. Okay, what do you want to eat? I make it for you first. Can I have the same as you? Yu Shiwen stood up straight. Mapo tofu. Right. Wait. Siapura got up and walked to the kitchen, leaving Yu Shiwen alone in the hall thinking about this and that. She came alone this time, just to ask Siapuru if she could drive the food truck to the base to set up a stall. She was the only one left in the hall. She subconsciously looked at the shelf, thinking that this trip couldn't be in vain. She had to buy something to take back. This was amazing. The shelves were full, and there were many more things than when she came. As she read the introductions one by one, she felt that the owner was not simple. She could even give medicine. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and more people were suffering from heat stroke. It was true that the 2 medicines she had were just what she needed. The price was not expensive, and each medicine only cost 100 points. There were also several new snacks, which she disdained before the end of the world, but now she wanted to show them all off. When she saw the introduction and price of the clothes, she was shocked. The clothes are a coat-like outer layer, transparent, thin as a cicada's wing. Can they really keep the temperature constant to the most comfortable state after wearing them? Your meal is ready, you eat first. I go to see the food preparation. Siapura shouted at the food delivery port. I'm here. In the end, Yu Shiwen didn't buy anything, filling her stomach first. Siapura watched the new vegetable robot prepare food in the kitchen. Feeling indescribable satisfaction, she finally freed her hands. Host, the dining car has also been upgraded. Do you want to go and have a look? Is there a big difference? If not, then I won't go. Yes. There are surprises. The dining car will be upgraded every week according to what the host wants to sell. Go and have a look. Is this the surprise you're talking about? Siapura pointed to the several recessed grooves on the dining car. Can this be called a surprise? Don't underestimate this small change. The host can put the dishes in it after they are cooked, and they can be kept at a constant temperature all the time. Besides, this is an alien space, no matter how much you put in. It won't be full. Siapura became interested and touched around, but couldn't see anything. I don't believe it. I'll cook some food and put it in there to try. She went back to the kitchen and cooked 5 large pots of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which would definitely fill up the small groove. Chapter 34 Setting up a stall in the base. She moved the 5 large pots of food over bit by bit, poured them one by one. At the end, I believe it now. After finishing the other 2 dishes, it was already very late, almost noon. Siapura felt the urgency of time. There was no time to waste. She packed up and went to the base. Before leaving, she remembered that Yu Shiwen was eating in the hall. When Yu Shiwen saw her coming back, he immediately understood her idea and took the initiative to say, do you want to go together? You drive in front. I follow you from behind. Okay. Yu Shiwen was full. She stood up and picked up a few clothes from the shelf and a lot of new snacks. She didn't count them, and when the card was full, she would take the number of points she was told to take. Siapura got on the dining car and put the 2 robots back into the system-owned space. She let the RV follow Yu Shiwen car, and she dozed off for a while. When she opened her eyes again, she was already outside the base. Yu Shiwen took her to the entrance of the base and set up a stall in an open space not far away. He turned to her and said, I have something to report to my superiors and will come back later. Okay. After walking a few steps, Yu Shiwen turned back, thinking about taking some meals back. Can I pack a few meals? Sure, you see what you want. Opening the lid, the hot air hit her face, blending in with the already hot weather. Eggplants, tomatoes are rare unmutated vegetables after the end of the world. I want 10 packs of each. Is that okay? Siapura nodded and said no more nonsense. The rice and vegetables were packed separately. There was a batch of packing boxes that had been filled with rice in advance. She picked up a clean packing box, and only needed to fill each box with 2 spoons of vegetables. The rest was packed by the robot bag. It packed quickly and well, much better than Siapuru's time-consuming and laborious packing. Can you take so many? Yu Shiwen carried the lunch box to the car by herself. When she heard Siapuru say this, she smiled handsomely. You underestimate me. Phew, I didn't expect that Yu Shiwen, who looked so serious, actually had such a lovely side. It's true that we can't easily define a person based on the first impression. After watching Yu Shiwen leave, Siapuru packed up everything in the car as usual, opened the awning of the dining car, and hung out the small blackboard. There was also a vending machine, which was moved out and placed next to the dining car. She didn't need to call out or shout. The customers came to line up just by smelling the food. The customers who came were old customers, who exchanged their crystal cores in a familiar way, and waited in line for her to finish. When they saw her taking out a table to set up a stall, several people helped her set it up. This time she didn't sell any daily necessities. She only took milk and some edible things. In the end times, nothing is better than a bite of food. Setting up a stall at the base also has its advantages. Most people would choose to buy and go home to eat with their families. After finishing everything, Siapuru stood on the dining cart, opened the lid to prevent dust from falling into the dishes. The rich aroma of food came. This is the smell of home cooking before the end of the world. Smelling this smell, I suddenly returned to the peaceful and prosperous times. There is no need to fight with others for a moldy cookie, arguing with others on the internet about whether sweet or salty tofu pudding is better. Arguing over trivial matters is because the country is peaceful and the people are safe. Only those who have experienced it will understand, and understand the happiness of quarreling over trivial matters. Come on, those who want to buy food can line up here, those who want to buy dumplings can buy them from the machine next to them, and the exchange of crystal cores is still here. As soon as the voice fell, people who had already lined up were unwilling to leave the line, and only those who had just arrived and had not had time to line up quickly ran to the machine. Boss, you don't need to tell us that we all know the rules. Siapuru looked back. People who had consumed at her place would teach newcomers how to exchange crystal cores. So she really didn't have to worry about it. She didn't say much. Otherwise the customers would be waiting anxiously. What kind of food would you like? I'd like one of all 3. Siapuru moved quickly. Her hands didn't shake at all. And she put 2 spoonfuls of food into the box. The robot bag packs the food on the table, and the customers take it away. With the help of the bag, Siapuru can pack 8 meals in 1 minute. It's so hot. I don't know why it's getting hotter recently. It must be 40 degrees. Right? Even if it's not hot now, I think it will be soon. Soon. The 2 people who were chatting came to the line. Stop talking. It's our turn. Let's think about what to eat. It's rare to buy food. What choice will I make? Of course, I want all of them. Suddenly, the base's radio started. Ordinary people who were curled up in some unknown corner heard the radio and stood up immediately. This is not a rule, but every radio broadcast will report important things. The last time it was broadcast was because of the zombie siege. The casualties that time were so heavy that it can only be described in 2 words. So now everyone in the base understands that the base must have important things before choosing to use the radio. Everyone in the base. Please note that the base is located at, and those who need to buy supplies can go there to buy them. The dining car sells bottled water. 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 100 points, which can be used to buy 100 bottles of water. The base may be worried that the people are afraid of the high prices and will not come to buy. So it actually lists all the prices of the things she sells. A few minutes later, the crowd is visibly getting bigger and bigger. System. What should I do? There are so many people. What should I do if I don't have time to cook after selling these dishes? Host. Don't panic. I'm not calm either. Siapuru, the fighting spirit that was ignited was extinguished with a click. M80 has been following Siapuru. A lazy guy. It has never seen such a scene before. It is very happy at the moment. There is no other way. She can only sell the remaining dishes first, and then prepare to cook. Although there are 2 robots helping her, she always feels that she is still so busy. It is easy. Cooking only requires her to season, put the dishes in, and then blah blah. With the blessing of the cooking golden finger, she can control the heat even when she opens 3 pots. But this team, why is there only more people and not less? There were also many people buying other supplies, most of whom bought water. Yu Shiwen appeared out of nowhere, and stood next to the dining car and talked to her. "How is the boss? Business is so hot today." "Tired, I'm so tired." Someone finally asked her how she felt, "My dear ones." Speaking of this, she was about to burst into tears. "Why don't you take a break? There are many people in our base. Don't tire yourself out, they can still line up to buy dumplings." Yu Shiwen gave her some advice. She really felt sorry for the boss. It had been several hours since the stall opened, and she had been working non-stop. She didn't know if her small body could bear it. "Should we stop for a while?" Yu Shiwen said again. Chapter 35 Extreme Heat Warning. Siapura's hands were so sore that they began to tremble. "Well, I take a break," she agreed. And Yu Shiwen shouted to maintain order for her. "Wait for those behind. Don't come back to queue if you've already queued. Give others a chance to eat. You've eaten your fill and forgotten that there are people who are hungry." "Right. I'm talking to you. You're still queuing. I just saw you bought more than a dozen. Hurry up and leave." She changed her casual and cheerful manner when talking to Siapura. Her eyes were sharp, same as the coolness Siapura had when she first met her. Siapura saw it. As a girl, she could easily empathize with her. A girl of her age could actually have such a frightening aura. I wonder how much suffering she had to endure to develop it. Yu Shiwen stepped forward and personally caught the person hiding in the team, who was playing dumb. "I told you to give others a chance to eat. If the leaders of our base are like this, do you still have a way to survive if you are so selfish?" She was not targeting this person, but was equally awakening everyone. There were so many people in the base, and the shop owner was the only girl who was busy. She didn't know how long she would be busy. These people were really ungrateful. Siapura also thought so. It should be like this. If such a selfish person was promoted to a high position, he would definitely not care about other people's feelings. The end of the world is already difficult. If there is no unity, and everyone only cares about themselves, wouldn't it make the end of the world more difficult? She didn't know that such people were everywhere in the end of the world. Because the Virgin Mary died in the early stage of the end of the world. Kill the Virgin Mary first in the end of the world. The old internet slang has come true. She was not idle either. Although it was a break, she just relaxed her hands a little. It was okay to stir the dishes occasionally. Yu Shiwen took charge of the situation and stood next to her. "It looked like he was going to maintain order here?" Siapura asked. "Are you here to buy food?" "No, the higher-ups said that I had met you and we were both girls, so they asked me to come here to maintain order." "It's true." Siapura watched the heat and talked to her casually. "There are so many people buying water here, the line is so long." Yu Shiwen had a worry in her eyes that she couldn't understand. She just said lightly, "Yes." And then nothing more. Yu Shiwen just brought back the clothes she bought from Great B&B. She only bought 3 pieces, so she didn't show them to everyone. In order to prevent the clothes from being filtered by wearing them with a functional impression, she tried them on for her father. Her father said that he didn't feel hot after putting it on. As a daughter, she knew that Yu Tonghai had a weakness, which was that he was extremely afraid of heat. He was a fire-type superpower, so she couldn't help him with his superpowers. In weather like this, he would sweat and soak several clothes every time he went out. Yu Tonghai felt magical after putting it on. And like an old stubborn man, he insisted on wearing it out to try. She had no choice but to take 2 pieces. One for her mother to wear, and the other for herself. The 3 of them went out for a walk in such a hot sun. And they didn't sweat at all. Thinking of the task her father had assigned her, she drafted it many times in her mind, and finally mustered up the courage to speak to Siapura. "I bought a few clothes from the store today. I just tried them on, and they were amazing. We want to buy a lot of these clothes from you on behalf of the base." Siapura was busy. It was hot, and she turned on the air conditioner and the stove in the dining car, but it was not much better. Without even raising her eyes, she responded while serving the dishes, "Sure. How much do you want to buy?" 2,000 pieces. "Are there so many?" Yu Shiwen was unsure when she said this number. The base has far more people than this number, but it can produce so many crystal cores. But I don't know if the girl with such magical clothes can produce so many. It's not that there are no bases researching heat-proof clothes. Those large bases have so many researchers, and they have spent a lot of money but still haven't researched it. She didn't think this kind of thing would be cheap, and it was really cheap to sell only 10 crystal cores. So cheap. How should I put it? So cheap that it costs less than 1 minute to do research in this area. If only it could be mass-produced. Sorry, I don't have so many of these clothes at the moment. Yu Shiwen's first reaction was disappointment. After tasting it again, the shopkeeper didn't reject her. She was ecstatic. Then how many pieces can you sell us at most? She was looking forward to Siapuro giving her more. If this dress was sent to the research institute, she didn't know how much progress it would make in scientific research. At most, 500 pieces. She didn't report all her inventory, because she didn't want the clothes to be monopolized, and she wanted to try selling some herself. It didn't meet her expectations, but 500 pieces was unexpected. Can I make a reservation in advance? I go back to the B&B with you to pick up the goods after work today. Siapuro opened her mouth, and was about to agree. M80 stopped her in time. Don't agree to her yet. What's wrong? Well, just don't agree yet, later. I can't just ignore such a big deal. Right? That's 500,000 points. M80 was silent for a while, then said, at least she can pick up the goods next Monday. Just listen to me. Can the system harm you? You good boy? To outsiders. Her communication with the system was like being in a daze. Yu Shiwen called her several times, but she didn't respond. Boss? Shopkeeper? Siapuro came back to her senses. There is a problem, that is. I can't give you the clothes until next Monday. Today is only Monday. It will take another 7 days to wait until next Monday. Yu Shiwen was not in a hurry, knowing that such good things are hard to come by, so there is no need to rush. Maybe the boss has his own unspeakable secrets. Then next week, do you want to pay a deposit first? Siapuro refused. No. It's not that she is not greedy for money, but in the end times, the deposit is not guaranteed, and it's not a big loss for a small order. What if she ran away with such a big order? Although it was impossible, she wanted to give her god of wealth a little more protection. She didn't stop serving food, and felt more and more strange. M80 was not a nosy person. Why did he make her refuse the 500,000 points that were coming immediately? Thinking of the purpose of this batch of supplies, and what M80 said when she first came to this world, she had a hunch that something big was going to happen next. M80 had said before that this was a doomsday consisting of natural disasters and zombies. She only saw zombies everywhere, and had never seen natural disasters. No matter what the reason was, she was very uneasy in the face of the disaster that might arrive soon. This was just her guess. The system must have its reasons for not saying it. She didn't want to ask, so she could only guess it herself. Chapter 36. Her selfishness. Yu Shiwen continued to make a request. In addition, we also want to order water resources from you in large quantities. Is it convenient for you? Boss? M80 spoke again. Promise her. Siapuro came out of her thoughts and responded. How much do you want? If it is convenient, I will go back and count how many places are suitable for storage, and then come to discuss with you. Is this okay? Okay. M80 voice once again confirmed her thoughts. And she felt that the extreme heat was coming. A thin little girl licked her dry lips weakly, lying in the slums of the flame base. I felt as if my life was coming to an end. Brother. Her throat was so dry that she could no longer speak. Gaudiel was a little better than her sister, but not much better. Both the brother and sister's lips were dry and sore. She whispered to comfort him, don't talk. Just now the base broadcast said that someone was selling water. I go see if I can buy some. Gaudiel managed to squeeze out a sentence weakly. Do we still have crystal cores? Gaudiel held their only crystal core tightly in his hand. They were both young. The small hand was clenched tightly, and his tone was firm. Yes. If the prices on the radio were true, they would be saved. If they were not true, he could only take the crystal core and ask the water-based psychic to give him a sip of water. You wait here for your brother to come back. Brother, be careful. Excuse me. Is this the place where the radio said to sell supplies? Gaudiel asked the person in front of him carefully. He didn't know that it was because the line was too long, and he couldn't see the color of the food truck at a glance. Yes, this is the line to buy food. If you want to buy water or instant noodles, go to the line over there. The elder brother he asked for directions pointed casually, and gave him a direction. Okay, thank you, elder brother. Gaudiel clenched the only crystal core in his hand a little tighter, and lined up at the back of the line. The originally neat line was a little flustered. Siapuro looked over from a distance, and could see that the end of the team seemed to have exploded. What happened? Did this person die here? He seemed to be an ordinary person. What bad luck. He didn't know to die far away. I finally got a meal. And it's disgusting to see a dead person. Siapura was tired and wanted to take a break and come down to watch the fun. She saw the scene. The person on the ground was still breathing. And the body on the ground was still moving. What were these people talking about? Make way. Everyone. Yu Shiwen squeezed through the crowd and came to Siapura's side, protecting him. Seeing the familiar figure on the ground, she squatted on the ground and turned him over. High profile. How come he fainted? Why are you all standing around him? He needs air now. Everyone. Make way. As the daughter of the base commander, she regarded every person and every life in the base as precious. It looks like he is short of water. How about giving him some water? Siapura suggested. Since he is someone Yu Shiwen knows, it is not a big deal to just lie here. He can be made into teppanyaki meat if he continues to lie on the ground. Yu Shiwen is very strong in boyfriend power. He picked up the little boy as a princess. She went to the dining car with Siapura. She bought water with her points in a small space next to it, and fed Gaogyao with small sips. She felt that Siapura's eyes were too intense. She couldn't even pretend to ignore it. This kid's name is Gaogyao. His mother used to be a cleaner in my house. She also worked there after the apocalypse. She later passed away due to an accident. Maybe he didn't want to trouble us, so he took his sister and left my house when we weren't paying attention. Is that so? It seems that the little boy knows not to cause trouble to others, and he is quite loyal. We looked for him too, but we couldn't find him. We thought he had left the base, but he was in our base, and living so well. Yu Shiwen was talking and thinking about the past. These two children were also grown up under her care. Sorry for bothering you. Please continue to be busy. I will ask him where his sister is when he wakes up. And then take them home. Okay. Siapura nodded. She didn't want to meddle in other people's business. She was just bored and wanted to find something to listen to. She was not a saint. But she hated people who took advantage of others' misfortunes. She didn't like those who just spoke and those who said that the little boy should die far away. Thinking secretly, when it's their turn later, I must shake my hands. I shake my hands more in front of them, to make the flesh come out. I make them mad. As soon as Gaogyao opened his eyes, Yu Shiwen couldn't wait to ask, Are you awake? Where's Gaogyao? Gaogyao, I'm here to buy some water. Gaogyao wants to drink some water. Out of confidence in Yu Shiwen, he opened his little hand. The crystal core in his palm was the one that Yu Shiwen had just tried to break open. Go buy it, and then we go find Gaogyao together, and then you two can go home with me. Sister Shiwen, you know Gaogyao, and I don't want to trouble you. Why did your mother die? It was because she saved us all. Do you want our family to die of guilt? Yu Shiwen put away her smile, and said sternly, You are not a burden, but a responsibility. It is my responsibility to your mother. Gaogyao was no longer stubborn, with tears in his eyes. Sister Shiwen, I understand. Let's go find Gaogyao quickly. I'm so worried about her. Where is she? In the slums. The pain in Yu Shiwen's eyes was about to turn into substance. She didn't ask why she sent people to the slums to look for them so many times, but couldn't find them. She didn't ask why they were in such a state, and they refused to go back to find her. You actually left Gaogyao. A girl. There. Do you know how dangerous it would be for a girl in the end times? If she hadn't controlled herself, Yu Shiwen would have shouted out loud. I'm sorry, let's go find Gaogyao. Gaogyao didn't dare to refute at all now. Now is not the time to talk, but her mission here. She looked at Siapura, who was also paying attention to them. You guys go, don't worry about me. Having said that, Yu Shiwen couldn't really leave her here without caring about anything. After talking to Siapura, she found a few guards nearby to watch over. I'll be back soon. Siapura didn't understand why Yu Shiwen treated her like a child, and nodded in agreement. In her heart, she prefers girls, and hopes that every girl will not be violated. This is the simplest, but also the most complicated wish. There are still rape cases in the peaceful and prosperous times. So how can there be no rape cases in the end times? A place that can best magnify human nature? At the same time, Yen Mu and Qian Wuxuang, two teams, went on a mission together. Chapter 37. Funny Guy suddenly changed into Greasy Guy. After the last incident, Zhu was scared. So, while both teams were eating at the self-service dumpling restaurant, he caught Chu Ling, who looked easy to talk to, and pestered her. With 5 of us handsome guys to protect you, are you really not tempted? Not only did Zhu pester her, he also brought Chi Hua with him. He lifted Chi Hua's clothes, revealing his 8-pack abs. With such a good body, I don't believe you are not tempted. He patted Chihuahua's belly, and Chihuahua started to move, showing off his biceps in line with his explanation. With such a good body, you may not be tempted on the first day, on the second day, on the third day, and in the long run, I don't believe you can resist. Chu Ling was speechless. Thank you for the invitation. I will make resistance shoes. They were not tempted, so Shizhu could only use his ultimate move. He performed a few aerobics moves with his shirt off. You are not tempted? We have several handsome guys with such strong strength to protect you. And you are not tempted? Shizhu asked seriously, with unspeakable shyness beneath his skin. Not moved. Baby Shizhu was rejected again, with a sad face. They just forced him to go big. So, Shizhu sank his breath into his dantian, and shouted with full strength, Captain! Look at them! I don't know anything else, but this trick always works on Yanmu. Ahem. Caught off guard, Yanmu, who was watching the monkey show, choked on the water. But since Shizhu had spoken, he had to say a few words. Well, it's like this, our team is pretty good. Chihuahua, Lu Ming and I are all level 4 psychics. Shizhu is level 3. Wu Tianlong also advanced to level 3 last night. After these words came out, everyone in the Qian Wushuang team was moved. Now most people are level 2, and the stronger ones are only level 3, but the 5 people in their team are so strong. Chu Ling was still unforgiving. So your team is so strong, but you have to perform monkey tricks for us? Shizhu. The two teams started to form teams, and the captains of the two teams discussed the distribution of materials for the two teams, and thus set out on a journey to fight monsters together. After a day, the two teams cooperated more and more tacitly. Shizhu suggested, how about we form a team together in the future? The two teams merge? I think it's okay. All the team members refused, and their eyes fell on the captains of the two teams at the same time. Want to join together? Yanmu invited Qian Wushuang, and gave her the final decision. The two girls in their team have abilities that their team doesn't have. After working together, he felt that it was really good to have girls in the team. Girls are very thoughtful. Not knowing how to answer, Qian Wushuang had to tell the team's previous plan. We had planned to stay in Great BNB, and we didn't plan to go anywhere else. Yanmu smiled, and his eyes with gold-rimmed glasses looked even gentler. What a coincidence. We also planned to do so. Qian Wushuang hurriedly turned away from his eyes, her heartbeat stuttering. She nodded under the expectant gaze of the crowd. There was no harm in teaming up with them, as their team was still too weak. Chu Ling's healing ability needed protection, and her mental ability was not yet capable of group attacks. The reunification of the two teams would undoubtedly greatly improve the survivability of both teams in future missions. Yeah, that's great. Chu Ling clapped her hands happily. But if our two teams merge, there can only be one captain. Right? She's the captain, and I'm the vice captain. Girls are careful. I think Wushuang can do a better job as a captain than me. Yanmu said this first. Qian Wushuang said, why not have two captains in no particular order? Both sides can exchange opinions, and not be limited to one person's thinking. Chu Ling said carelessly. That's it. I think this is great. The discussion ended. The rest ended, and everyone got off the car to continue fighting zombies, until the last zombie crystal core in this area was collected. The day's battle finally ended. Huh? Red beans? How can there be red beans in such a place? Is this a mutant red bean? It looks a bit strange. Let's take it back and see if we can plant it. Seeds are becoming increasingly scarce after the apocalypse. Shizhu bent down and put the strange-looking red bean into his pocket. He lowered his head and noticed that there were several other strange red beans on the ground. He put them all in his pocket without exception. Xie Puro closed her stall. She drove the RV and was going to park it directly in the backyard. She saw Shizhu and the others standing at the door of the BNB from a distance and not going in. She got off the car at the entrance of the BNB and let the food truck drive back by itself. Why are you all standing at the entrance? Hearing Xie Puro's voice, Shizhu, who was anxious, finally found someone who could help him solve his puzzle. Owner! I can't get in. I don't know why. Everyone can get in, but I can't. As he said that, he demonstrated it himself. It was as if Lin Jiaoju had been blocked by her and couldn't get in through the air wall. She looked at the blacklist of shops in this world. There was only Lin Jiaoju. Huh? Wait. System, what's going on? This was the first time Xie Puro encountered such a situation. She started to communicate with M80. It should be the BNB automatic protection turned on. Things that are dangerous to the BNB will be isolated. Is Shirju harmful to the BNB? He must have brought something strange. Host. Ask him. Siapuru asked. Did you bring anything strange back? No. Shirju put down the bag he was carrying and tried to get in again, but still couldn't. There was no place on his body to put things. If there were any dangerous items, they couldn't be in his pockets. Right? Thinking in his heart. Siapuru also said, Do you have any in your pockets? Shirju was so anxious that he was about to cry. He first searched his shirt pockets and took out everything. There was nothing except the crystal core. He tried to get in again, but was bounced back. Suddenly he remembered that he had put the red beans he picked up today in his trouser pocket. He took out 5 red beans and put them on his palm. There is really nothing else except this. He carefully touched his body while speaking, looking for anything else. I picked this up today. I thought I had never seen this variety of red beans. So I picked it up to see if I could grow it. Shirju had a sad face and felt wrong no matter how he thought about it. Why couldn't he get in? People who knew the red beans in his hand, except him, took a breath of cold air. Chu Ling murmured, I thought you were a funny man, but I didn't expect you to be a wolf. Shirju was confused. What's wrong? What's wrong with me? Chapter 38 The Mantis's Baby. Nothing, I just admire you as a warrior. After saying that, she moved away from him without leaving any trace. Shirju didn't understand, and asked everyone, What does she mean? Siapuru, don't be so strong in the future, and do it yourself, because your strength is coming. It's a baby given by the mantis. Your new mantis. Everyone quietly retreated a little in the direction of Shirju with every word. Only Siapuru, who had her own protective shield, didn't move. She was still smiling, and her smile was gentler than usual. Are there gears on your red beans? Shirju held the red beans and looked closely. Yes. You can see this? You have a good eye. Then count how many teeth there are. Shirju, I don't understand. But I respect it. I count them one by one according to Siapuru instructions. The small teeth are so small that he is dizzy. He counts them one by one with his fingernails. Everyone gasps. A true warrior is not someone who dares to face death, but someone who dares to face disgusting things and can accept that he will not die. Have you almost finished counting? Shirju counted halfway. I think I have. Siapuru also stood a little further away, to prevent him from jumping up when he knew the truth. Actually, this is a compressed package. No way. Shirju looked more carefully. It didn't look like high-tech. Cockroach.zip *5. Chihua, who was far away, looked at him with admiration. Brother, we admire you for being a warrior. You are the real one, creating danger for yourself when there is no danger. And you dare to pick up things in the end times. Live, who can live longer than you, live daddy? Ah! Shirju understood. What he held in his hand was not a mutant red bean, it was the egg case of a cockroach. Each tooth is a little baby. Ah! Stop talking. I am not clean anymore. Shirju, aggrieved, weak, helpless. He threw the babies that he had just held in his hands into the earth pit he built with his supernatural power. I want to wash my hands. Shirju looked at his teammates pitifully. No one paid attention to him. Only Zhuoxing came out with the bottled water he had left. Wow. Zhuoxing is still the best. You are the only one who doesn't despise me. Shirju wanted to hug Zhuoxing after washing his hands, but Zhuoxing also despised him and dodged, making an excuse. I burn these pests. Ha ha ha. The laughter was endless. Siapuru liked this atmosphere very much. After a tiring day, she came back and saw the funny man doing something, and was quite happy. Her eyes touched the burning cockroach egg cases on the ground. It seemed that extreme heat brought more than just heat, but also insect disasters. At night, M80 tempted her mysteriously. Host, do you want to draw a card? If you draw 10 cards today, you will get an extra card. Siapuru remembered it in her heart, knowing that she wanted to draw something to face the next disaster. She was ecstatic in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She pretended to be indifferent. Don't draw. You won't get anything if you draw. Oh, how could it be? It's still an event now. As long as you draw, you win if you draw. M80 was so anxious that he was running around, talking to Siapuru about this and that, and persuading her to draw cards. He couldn't help but tease it. Okay, I draw, but if I don't draw anything good, I won't draw. Okay, host. Draw quickly. Siapura knew that there would be something good this time. Since M80 said so, there should be something good. 110 shots came straight away. All at once. The screen flashed wildly, and all kinds of colors shone brightly. Food, melon seeds, pickled pepper chicken feet, and chicken drumsticks. Unlimited supplies, drinks, Coke, Sprite, and Mirinda. Unlimited supplies, items, insulated shoe covers, insecticides, insulated clothes, and teleporting business cards. There were so many items that she couldn't even count them. And the 2 kinds of medicines she had given last time were given extremely fiercely. Staff, Xiao Xiao, cooks for the owner. Can cook. And cooks exactly like the owner. Vending machines *5, only drinks can be vended. Vending machine *1, only in the lobby of the B&B. Central air conditioner, can only be used within the B&B after installation. It automatically adjusts the temperature within the range to the best temperature for the body. Compared to the past when she had to draw 50 tin draws to get 1 employee, this is already very good. With so many equipments, Siapura felt even more depressed. He was very satisfied with what he got this time. He was still teasing M80. What? You can't draw a new staple food with so many. It's hard to draw that one. Even the melon seeds were given to him after he begged the main system for a long time. He would not tell Siapura that staple food would only be drawn after 10,000 draws a day. Basically, the staple food can only be drawn by the chance to draw after completing the task every week, because the cost of drawing 1,000 times a day is too high. Click all the cards to use them, the air conditioner will take effect immediately, and Bubu will put other things on the shelf. A vending machine that can only sell water. Does the system want her to put the vending machine in the base? With doubts, Siapura fell into a deep sleep. She didn't get up early again. With the help of the staff, she didn't have to prepare the dishes or cook. At most, she had to put in some effort to move the food to the dining cart. After going back and forth several times, Xiao Xiao made a lot of things, and kept making them, before she got up. I don't know how much I did. Siapura was exhausted just carrying it. After carrying it a few times, she had an idea. She tried to give Bubu instructions, and let it help her carry it. It actually worked. Siapura had 3 black lines on her forehead. Then the few times she just carried it, wasn't it a joke? Today, she still went to the base to set up a stall. There are a lot of vegetables today, she should be more relaxed. Thinking of the vending machines she drew last night, she lost her mood. She was depressed all the way, thinking about how to tell Yu Shiwen. She just couldn't hold back her thoughts. And after a day of mental battle, she finally asked M80. System, tell me honestly, is a natural disaster coming? Yes. M80 was honest, and was going to tell her. But the main system wouldn't let her, and only told her to talk about it next week. It didn't say it. It was the host who saw it. Not it. It was just answering. Is it extremely hot? Yes, M80 answered cryptically. And Siapura was sure. It seems that her idea was right. The extreme heat and the accompanying insect plague should be very serious. So she gave her so many all-purpose insecticides and various things to deal with the extreme heat. With her heart on her mind, Siapura went to the base to set up a stall. There were so many people buying, she didn't put down the table to block the way, anyway. Most of the people who bought took the food home to eat. Chapter 39 The Current Situation of the Poor. After selling for a while, Siapura finally saw that familiar figure. Yu Shiwen, as she did yesterday, came to the dining car and stood guard. Siapura put down the things in her hands, said something to the people in line, and got off the car to find Yu Shiwen. Shiwen, didn't you tell me yesterday that you wanted to buy a large amount of water? Yes, what's wrong? Yu Shiwen was a little nervous. Is the store manager unwilling to give it to you? Nothing. I just want to tell you that I can place a vending machine that can only sell water in the flame base. You can go and ask the base for instructions. If they agree. Before Siapura could finish her words, Yu Shiwen interrupted her with surprise. She widened her eyes, and unconsciously grasped her arms in excitement. Siapura was shorter than her, and she had to look up to meet her eyes because the distance was too close. No need to apply. This is a blessing you can't ask for. Yu Shiwen remembered something and continued. But how do I redeem points? Can I redeem points with crystal cores at vending machines? Yes. Yes. Siapura relayed. Yu Shiwen was still a little embarrassed. Do we need to turn on the power? It's not that she was stingy. The office area was the only area in the entire base that had electricity, and even her father, the head of the base, Lit candles at night. No need to turn on the power. Great. Yu Shiwen was overjoyed. I'm going to tell the top management about this, and let them decide on a location to put the machine. Siapura thought about it, and held her again. I may disappoint you. Not one location, but 5. I can provide 5 water vending machines for the base. As long as my BNB sells them, you can buy them through the machines. That's great. Our base can solve the problem of drinking water. Don't worry, we won't waste water. Siapura believes in them. In this world, people who waste water will bring disaster upon themselves without her punishment. There is one more problem. I will tell you after you close the stall. I will go to the top management to discuss the placement now. Watching the woman back as she left, she strode away with hope. It seemed as if her suggestion could save the base. They had known each other for a short time, and she had to say that Yu Shiwen really cared about the lives of ordinary people. If people like her could live longer, she would definitely give hope to ordinary people who were struggling to survive at the bottom. Retracting her thoughts, she remembered that there was one very important thing she hadn't said. After staying at the Flame base for 2 weeks, it was time to leave for another base next week. She really admired Yu Shiwen's character. Fortunately, the BNB was close to the Flame base, so she could come here often to buy goods in the future, and they would meet again. Little boss, business is getting better and better. Do you still remember me? Yubai smiled and greeted her. Siapura looked up at him. Her memory was always good. I remember you. You were the uncle I met on the second day of my stall, who reminded me of the sinister end of the world. Yubai was just being polite. He didn't expect Siapura to remember his name after receiving so many guests a day. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly. What do you want to eat this time? 3 eggplants, 1 fried egg with tomatoes, 3 mapo tofu, thank you. Boss. Okay, wait a minute. Siapura added a little more egg to the fried egg with tomatoes. Yubai was flattered. This? What's wrong? Siapura looked at him nonchalantly. No, nothing, thank you. Boss, I wish you a prosperous business. Of course. He wasn't stupid enough to say it out loud. Wouldn't it make things difficult for the boss if he said it out loud? The rough man carried the food that Siapura handed over and happily went home. Now he could have a good meal at home. You're back? Yiron came over and helped Yubai take the things from his hands. Wife, look what I brought back. Yubai smiled and handed over a plastic bag of supplies. These supplies were very heavy in his hands, and he walked very slowly along the way. He queued for a long time to buy them, and carried them all the way back. He went early, and queued up early before dawn. Hard work pays off. He was in the front of the line, and first lined up to buy water. It was still early after buying the water, so he lined up to buy rice. He couldn't stop laughing when he thought that the big white rice in his arms could feed his wife and children, so much that wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. Dad. Yu Yuanyuan called Yubai obediently. The daughter's little lips were very dry, so dry that they cracked and bled. Everyone is like this in the end times. Yubai felt so distressed when he saw his wife and daughter, and quickly put down the water in his hand. Dad has brought back some water. Yuanyuan can drink it now. As he spoke, he slowly put down the heavy object in his hand. He had just refused his wife's help because his hands were numb from carrying it all the way. He could only unload it slowly. Otherwise he might get hurt. After the numbness in his hands eased a little, he couldn't wait to open 2 bottles of water. One for his wife, and one for his daughter to drink. Yiron was horrified, thinking that her husband had done something bad. She couldn't believe the authenticity of the bottled water in front of her. So she didn't take it. Where did you get so much water? She just saw him take down many bottles of water. Wife, drink first. Do you remember the one on the radio yesterday? It was the dining car that I brought back last week. Last time, I bought a lot of water. I have been saving it for the 3 of us. How can I really save it? Yubai forcefully put the water in his wife's hand, watching her drink half a bottle in one breath. He smiled with satisfaction. Keep drinking. Wife, don't save it. There is so much water. What are you talking about? You're not going to live well in the future? I want to discuss something with you. Yu Yuanyuan was only 5 years old. She was usually very sensible. Even the most sensible children would be greedy when they saw food in the end times of water shortage and food shortage. She tugged at Yubai's clothes and asked in a low voice, Dad, can I eat this? She pointed at the rice in the bag with her little hand. She seemed to smell the starchy aroma of rice. 3 years into the end times, she was only 5 years old. Rice was something she had never seen before. She only knew that the food in the bag smelled so good. Yubai slapped his head. Look at me, I forgot. Sit down and eat quickly. Just now the boss made me scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and gave me some extra eggs. Yirong cleaned up the small dining table, which had not been used for a long time. People have their meals, and if there is anything delicious, they just eat it with their hands, and if there is something good, the family shares it. There is no need to use the dining table at all. Dad, it smells so good. She swallowed her saliva, and the sweet smell of rice in the air made people unable to stop. Come and eat. Chapter 40. On the eve of leaving the flame base. Why did you buy so much? Can't you live like this? Yirong felt that her man was inexplicably extravagant today. Let's eat first, and talk while we eat. This is Yuan Yuan's. Yuan Yuan eats scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Right? Yirong glared at him. What are you talking about? We each eat a different one. Why don't we eat together? Why are you so reserved as a family? The hot meal was in front of her. I don't know if it was because of the hot weather. It didn't get cold on the way back. The aroma kept coming to her nose. The three of them could no longer bear it. And each of them took the first bite of the chopsticks, which were all the dishes in front of them. After struggling for a while, Yubai finally said, Wife, I want to discuss with you whether we should move to another place to live. Change? Why? Yubai took out the great B&B promotional poster that he had kept in his arms. Look at this. It has water and electricity. And you only need 9 crystal cores a month to stay. Is this reliable? Yirong took the poster. And when her eyes touched the words Absolute Safe Zone printed on the poster, she was a little moved. We haven't been to this place before. Who knows if it's real or not? It took so much manpower and material resources to build this base. But aren't we often harassed by zombies here? Her words made Yubai silent. Before, he just thought that going to Great B&B would at least give him a stutter. But now he thinks, then I go out tonight to discuss with Lao Wang and the others. And let's go see that store first. All the supplies I brought back today were bought from that store. It only cost a few crystal cores. If I bought it at the base, I don't know how much it would cost. You don't know, that food truck is amazing. It will automatically restock whatever supplies you take. You can buy it as long as you have crystal cores. Besides, people are so capable that they can open a food truck and set up a stall in the apocalypse. It's not a big deal to go and see if it's true or not. Yirong picked up the food in her bowl for her daughter. Are there really so many supplies in the apocalypse? The hesitation in her words made Yubai feel that she was also moved. Let's go check it out first. If it's safer and there are supplies. Let's go. Yubai solemnly agreed. Okay, I go to Lao Wang to discuss it later. Mom, you eat yours. Why do you keep picking food for me? The sweet voice of her daughter interrupted the conversation between the couple, and she lowered her head and looked at her daughter at the same time. Mom, what is this dish? This small question made Yirong burst into tears instantly. Her daughter is 5 years old, and she doesn't know what normal vegetables look like. Dear Yuan Yuan, this red, sour and sweet one is a tomato. And this one is? Yubai, a grown man, was so moved when he saw this scene. Maybe even if it's just for her daughter to have a full meal. They have to try it. That night, Yirong told Yuan Yuan a lot about things before the end of the world. Yuan Yuan was too young at that time, and she had no impression of anything. And children in the end of the world are not allowed to know what the world was like before. The education received here will only make children speculate about others with the greatest malice. Only in this way, even if their parents are not around, can they survive with the greatest possibility. At this moment, Yubai and others did not know that they had made the most correct decision in their lives, allowing several families and their children to avoid a natural disaster. There were no accidents all day. Only Xie Pu figure, who continued to work hard as before. After staying inside the base for 2 days, she saw what the lower class people in the end times were like. With Yu Shiwen here, no one dares to bully the weak by relying on their superpowers. As long as the lower class has a crystal core, they can get enough food even if they queue up. Those without crystal cores will form a team with a dozen ordinary people to hunt zombies near the base. They can buy food with the crystal cores they get, and each person can fill their stomachs with a few bites. The amount of food Xie Pura prepares is very large. Twice the amount of food an ordinary girl would eat before the end of the world. She is not afraid of waste. And it is impossible for her to waste. Not to mention the taste. If someone really throws food into the trash can, ordinary people will grab it and share it if they see it. Ordinary people had food to eat and water to drink. and the lower class finally saw hope. They thought that as long as they worked hard and killed more zombies tomorrow, they would at least have something to eat. There were many poor people wearing ragged clothes. Most of them were men. She noticed that there were very few women coming to her. She had some guesses, but she suppressed them all in her heart. Yu Shiwen came back. Shopkeeper, I told the senior management about your plan to put vending machines in the base, and they all took it very seriously. Well, I will close the stall after I sell all these. Do you want to come to my place to talk? Yu Shiwen felt that Siapura had something important to tell her. So she agreed immediately, and sent someone to tell her that she would be out for a while. When they arrived at the B&B, Siapura told her everything she wanted to say along the way without beating around the bush. Tomorrow is my last day at the Flame base. I will be going to another base next week. If you have anything to say, you can come to the B&B to see me on Thursday. She decided to set up a stall every Monday to Wednesday, and rest the rest of the time. This way, she would be more regular and avoid procrastination. You are leaving? Yu Shiwen was stunned. Which base are you going to? I don't know. Anyway, I won't stay in the same place for too long. Siapura said it openly. The two of them didn't actually have a deep revolutionary friendship, but just admired each other. Yu Shiwen admired her generosity. And although she didn't know where all these strange things came from, a little girl didn't hide them for herself. Surpassing 95% of people in the end times. Yu Shiwen would often ask herself these days, if she were a shop owner with so many supplies, would she want to go out and see? Would she help more people? Now, she looked at Siapura, and she was firm in her answer. Yes, definitely. If she were in her place, she would not be limited to a small base. There are more people waiting for such a magical dining car to have a full meal. After figuring out the reason, Yu Shiwen said lightly, I understand you. The atmosphere was dull for a moment. Don't be sad, my B&B won't run away. If you need any supplies, you can come and buy them. Yu Shiwen was amused by her, and she didn't know why the relationship between the two seemed to be closer, probably because they had many similarities. She joked, Girl, do you think you can see me whenever you want? Fuel is precious. Siapura heard her joke and pouted. Wait until she draws out the unlimited fuel supplies, and let her come to fill it up every day, and fill it up. Let's see if she still says it's precious. But can Siapura, who is not lucky enough, really draw unlimited fuel supplies? Chapter 41 Dora is here. Without continuing this topic, Yu Shiwen chatted with Siapura as if she was chatting with her family. The weather has been strangely hot recently. You have installed an air conditioner here. If I have nothing to do, I will often come here to enjoy the air conditioning. Yu Shiwen looked around to find the air outlet of the air conditioner, but he couldn't find it. He just felt that it was cool after entering the hall, and it was very comfortable. Siapura's heart tightened, and pretended to ask casually, the weather has been hot recently. Is there any change in the base? What changes can there be? It's still the same. Although the weather is hot. With you selling water in the base, everyone is living better than usual. She remembered something and continued. Recently, I feel that there are more mosquitoes. Siapura asked nervously, didn't the base take any measures to deal with it? Yu Shiwen looked at her serious expression and laughed. What's wrong? It's just some small insects. Siapura didn't say anything, not knowing what to say. The bugs in the apocalypse, can they be normal bugs? How can she persuade Yu Shiwen to buy more insecticide? They are just some small bugs, most people won't care about them. Will the base care about the bugs that seem harmless so far? I'm afraid they are focusing on other more important things in the base. But if we let the mosquitoes grow like this, what will the inconspicuous mosquitoes become when the extreme heat comes? She has no ability to predict, to put it bluntly. She is just here to do business. She just noticed something unusual from the system reminders, and the products that appeared when she drew cards. If there hadn't been those blatant reminders, she would have thought that those phenomena were normal. She thought about a lot more. From Taishang Laojun to Queen Mother, she was a boss selling goods. She just wanted to sell goods. Normal, right? She figured it out, and stopped worrying about it. She looked up at Yu Shiwen seriously. Her expression was more serious than ever. Shiwen, do you think there's anything wrong with these? Infected by her seriousness, Yu Shiwen sat up and thought carefully. She thought of what she said in the previous two sentences. It gets hotter. And there are more mosquitoes. These are just two key words. She fell into deep thought, and always felt that there were thousands of clues. And she seemed to have grasped something in the dark. Seeing this, Siapura stopped talking and only gave some suggestions. Based on her understanding of Yushiwen, she would not let it go if she noticed it, and she would investigate it in depth no matter what. She had no control over what happened next. She just chatted with him for a few words. Whether he listened or not, it was the base's business. Disasters are ruthless, but people are kind. She has system protection and the ability to stay out of it. If people like her only want to be safe, ordinary people will have no chance to survive. I have insecticide here. You can buy a bottle and try it. Siapura looked at her, blinking playfully. Yushiwen knew that she didn't want to say it out loud. The owner has always been very mysterious. No one knows where the great B&B and the food truck came from. It's like they appeared out of thin air, bringing people hope of life. I see. I'm almost going back, too. I can just buy some on the way back. Yushiwen smiled at her, and the two reached some kind of unspeakable consensus again. She really left, buying a lot of new things, filling the car with things before driving back. Before leaving, she turned around and said to her, "Thank you." Siapura smiled, returning her a bright smile. Don't let her down. She has traveled through so many small worlds, and is very good at judging people. I believe Yushiwen will not let her down. Yushiwen is still as stingy as ever. You say she is stingy. She is the biggest god of wealth in the store so far. You say she is not stingy. She is reluctant to waste the fuel every time she comes. She returns with a full load. Is the one in front the boss? Yes. It's her. We are in the right place. Siapura looked in the direction of the voice. 2 cars were driving over from a distance. Are guests coming? Siapura did not leave. After they drove the car to the backyard and parked it, she sighed, if we don't upgrade and build the parking lot, there will be no place for guests to park. The car stopped, and several people got out of the car. Oh, isn't this Dora? These people are also quite funny. It seems that the B&B is going to be lively. Siapura took the initiative to speak. I remember you. Are you Dora? Short-haired Dora glared at Gu Jing fiercely. It's all your fault. I don't even have my own name now. Ha ha ha. Isn't it good to leave a deep impression on others? Gu Jing laughed heartily. No, not at all. Dora was really going to get angry. From now on, she was vicious, because she was going to turn evil. Crush the big bug Gu Jing to death. The other members of the team were obviously used to the two people's fights. Han Bing was responsible for booking the room. Gongzi was responsible for moving the luggage. Everything was in order. Siapura raised her eyebrows. These people seem to have a good relationship. We have single rooms, double rooms, triple rooms. What room type do you want? You can rent it by day or month. Here is the operation process. You can figure it out by yourself. Siapura, I introduced myself politely. And then I took a nice bath and lay on the bed. I always feel that it is convenient for everyone to click and operate on their own panel. But people who use this function for the first time will be confused. M80. Can you give me a self-service input and room selection machine at the front desk? I believe you can do it. Keep pestering me. Come on. If you help me with this, I will draw more cards. And you will be the performance star at the end of the month. Deal. Siapura was full of confidence. This matter was a sure thing. The stupid system was obviously protected by someone. Otherwise, how come every time I asked it to find the main system to open a backdoor, it could complete the task perfectly? Siapura, I have seen too much with my eyes. Tomorrow is the last day to stay in the flame base. I don't know what ordinary people who have finally had 2 full meals in the past 2 days will do. Without her, how can they live? Manual dog head, boss, we have selected this room type. Why can't we place an order? Dora walked to the front desk, and her voice was like a pair of hands, pulling Siapura, who was still daydreaming, back to reality. Well, let me do it. Which one did you choose? Siapura had forgotten that she had generated renderings before, and hung each style on the room type, intending to decorate it immediately after people had chosen to move in. The 3 of them chose a triple room and a single room, both of which were the most expensive. She looked at them deeply, and she really didn't expect that these people were the best living here. Dora saw that she hadn't done anything yet, and politely reminded her, we want monthly rent. Thank you. Okay. Right away. Chapter 42, Pork Knuckle Rice Bowl. Recovering her thoughts, Siapura quickly opened the panel, and copied and pasted the rendering she had designed before to the new room. Your room is ready. There is a dumpling buffet in our backyard. You can eat as much as you want with just 50 points. There is also a rice bowl vending machine next to the food outlet on the first floor. It's right there. Siapura pointed the direction to them, and continued, everything that can be sold in the store is here. If it's not available, it's not available. New products will be added from time to time. And some employees will replenish the stock. Is there anything else you want to know? The four of them were stunned by what she said. Why did the boss, who was just indifferent and didn't want to get involved, suddenly say such a long string of things? No. No. Dora was the first to react and replied. Siapura nodded politely and continued to be in a daze. There were too many things to think about, and her mind was empty. She had made a lot of money recently, and she hadn't been idle for 2 days at the base. She was like a crystal-absorbing stone, absorbing countless crystal cores from the base. Since tomorrow was the last day, she would spend her points to draw another dish. Congratulations on winning the Pig Trotter Rice Bowl. Pig Trotter Rice Bowl. Oh my! This is the golden legend. If there is a dish that is suitable for all ages and loved by everyone, it must be the Pig Trotter Rice. She couldn't wait any longer, and she didn't stay at the front desk, but went straight to the kitchen. When she confirmed that the ingredients for the Big Pig Trotter appeared in the kitchen, she finally felt relieved. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, you will always feel that it doesn't belong to you. You will feel relieved when you see it with your own eyes. Dear feet, I will definitely cook you deliciously, so as not to disappoint you. Boil the water, and remove the fishy smell. She only took 1 pig foot. Her energy was limited, so she only made 1 portion. Let Xiao Xiao do the rest. When the time is almost up, add various seasonings. Simmer it for 2 hours, and the pig foot will become very soft and tasty. The time waiting for delicious food is always long. During this period, Siapura was so bored that she kept drawing cards. After more than 30 draws, she drew a bunch of strange things. Mosquito-proof tents, ice machines, and mosquito-proof badges. There was nothing she could use. The system protective shield was too invincible. No bug could get into her body. Before drawing the card, happily waiting for the pork trotter rice. After drawing the card, eating the pork trotter rice in depression. Did she give her too many employees? She started to not give her employees. Don't think too much. The aroma of the pig feet slowly wafted out of the pot. I waited for a while before opening the lid and taking it out. I took it to the hall to eat. The pig feet were not fat, but had a lot of gelatin. The lean pork was very tasty. I gently licked the skin, and it slid down my tongue into my mouth. I could easily separate the meat and bones of the pig feet with an iron spoon, and mixed it with the fragrant and springy rice and the soup from the pig feet. With 1 spoonful, I found half of the rice and half of the pig feet, and the tempting soup was drizzled on top. 1 mouthful. 1 spoonful, 1 mouthful. It is soft and tender without residue. The rich gelatin and tendons of the pig feet add a lot of taste to a simple pig feet rice. The gelatin is fine, but not sticky. It is worthy of the blessing of the golden finger of cooking. I will eat beef dumplings later. I want it so much. I have been thinking about it for a week. I must eat enough. I want to eat sour soup dumplings. My stomach has been dull this week. I am going to become dull. No one wants to eat pork. The steamed dumplings are good, too. Why is no one praising them? I love eating that stuff. It's so juicy when you bite it. I saw him before I heard him. Dora and her group didn't know if they had agreed to go downstairs to eat after dropping off their luggage or something. Anyway, they saw Siapura eating heartily. She couldn't move her legs. Dora, it's not that I don't want to go. It's my legs that want to eat this. Good, it smells so good. It tastes like pig trotters. Siapura didn't have time to greet the new guests. She had no resistance to the pig trotter rice. After eating the pork trotter rice, she was the happiest woman in the world. Who cares what others think? She was immersed in her own world, until she scooped out the last spoonful with a spoon. And then she burped with her stomach. Dora came closer and said faintly, "Is it delicious? Why are there so many people around her? Why are they looking at her?" Gu Jing also came closer, but he and Siapura still stayed within a safe range. How can it not be delicious? It smells so good. If I taste it, I can't even imagine how lively and cheerful I would be. Gongzi said mercilessly, "Coward, I dare to think about it." Dora didn't even look at him, but kindly helped him correct his mistake. "It's an old boy. You are almost 30 years old. Please don't pretend to be young." "Thank you." After the 3 of them quarreled with each other, they turned their heads to Siapura at the same time and asked her, "Boss, do you still have pork trotter rice for sale?" They had originally planned to have a dumpling buffet after landing. Now that I have seen the pork trotter rice, there is no place for dumplings in my heart. The dumpling restaurant waiting for people to come. Okay. Okay, you are really playing with the pork trotter rice, but you are just pretending to play with me. Right. Siapura wiped her mouth, with an elegant and slow movement, which seemed to have lasted a lifetime in the eyes of the 4 people waiting for her answer. It is for sale. There is an automatic food outlet over there. You can study it yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, the wind whistled a few times and rushed over. She was in no hurry to leave, and just took a rest in her seat. Oh my god! Only 20 points per portion. This is real pork. This is pork trotter rice. It's only 20 points? I don't accept it. Boss, can you raise the price? The noisy young people gave her a headache. How can you buy a meal with your mouth? How can you talk so young? Siapura really wanted to shout upstairs, to shake Shirju down, and she would eat melon seeds and watch them talk. She wondered if these teams had gathered together. There are no secrets in this world. Huh? Siapura's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. I do this when I'm bored. Who says there are no good operas in modern times? Isn't there a pure man who is worth the money? It's really delicious, even better than I thought. And the ones bought from this machine are just like freshly made ones. So amazing. It seems to have a bit of the smell of the pot. This is the best pork leg rice I've ever eaten. Compared to the pork knuckle rice I had before, these are too simple. Okay. Delicious food always inspires people's good memories and good aspirations. Eating delicious food makes me feel that there is hope for the future. Maybe M80 really hit the point at the beginning. Anyone at any time, only when you are well fed and clothed will you have the desire to live. Now most people in the end times should be self-paralyzed every day. The desire to survive is struggling. Chapter 43 The Last Day. But her power alone was too small. It was fine as the flame base was close. If she went to set up a stall in another base far away, she would have to send a car to buy supplies and transport them back. And most ordinary people would have to go hungry. If they didn't get some good stuff, they would suffer. That being said, she got up and set up the stall as usual the next day. When Siapura got up, she had just finished lunch and could go to the base. Her current routine has become to sleep until noon, and then get up, check if the food prepared by the robots is enough, and if there is no problem, she can set off. Last night before she went to bed, she thought that many people would want to buy pig trotter rice. So she asked Xiao Xiao to start making it at 3 in the morning. The dishes Xiao Xiao made were exactly the same as hers, and each pig trotter was cooked soft and tasty, making people unable to stop eating. She slowly finished another serving of pig trotter rice before going out. She came early today, and there were already several long lines waiting for her. Yu Shiwen was also waiting for her there with her hands folded on her chest, and she smiled back at Siapura's eyes. Siapura knew that the base probably agreed to carry out anti-mosquito and insect control activities. Would you like a meal first? We have pig trotter rice today, she asked while her hands kept busy, preparing to start working. Yu Shiwen's eyes flashed with astonishment. There's even pig trotter rice? Give me one. As someone in the base, everyone knew Yu Shiwen. If the daughter of the base chief bought a meal, no one would say anything. And everyone's heart and eyes were now full of pig trotter rice. The people in the back of the line started to worry, wondering if the boss had prepared enough pig trotters, and whether they could get their turn. Your pork trotter rice, I poured a big spoonful of soup for you, you should try it. Siapura handed the lunch box to Yu Shiwen. It was inconvenient to eat standing up, so she put down a table and chair for her, and took it back after she finished eating. How could Yu Shiwen let her come alone? So she rushed to get the table and chair herself. Okay, I'm going to start eating, don't ask me. Siapura returned to the dining car, and started to cook and sell rice today. People in the back row couldn't see what the pork trotters on the dining car looked like, and the people who bought them also put them in a box and left. As a last resort, everyone could only look at Yu Shiwen, although it was a bit impolite to stare at a girl while she was eating. It shouldn't matter if they only looked at the pig feet, right? From a distance, one could see the rich marinade poured on the rice, and a big pig foot covering the rice, even if one had never eaten pig foot rice. Just by looking at the sheen of the pig foot on Yu Shiwen's plate, one would know that it was definitely not simple. Yu Shiwen felt everyone's gaze, but she ignored them, and enjoyed the pig foot rice that she had missed for a long time. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva is not loud, but it comes and goes. The sticky pig feet are paired with a mouthful of rice covered with sauce. From such a distance, Everyone can see the tenderness of the meat directly, and you can imagine how tasty it is. I wonder if the chewy pig skin will be very springy. According to the boss' skills in making vegetarian dishes so delicious, the pig feet rice must be a delicacy in the world. Why is the wait getting longer and longer? The person in front takes a step, and the person behind follows closely. Following closely, Yubai finally came to the line. This time, he didn't think twice, and only ordered 3 servings of pork trotter rice. This was the first time Sia Pure received someone who only bought 3 servings of rice in the base. She looked up and saw that it was Yubai, an old acquaintance. She quickly prepared the rice for him, and gave him a little more soup as usual. Boss, see you tomorrow if you're lucky. After saying this, Yubai left, and Sia Pure felt confused. She didn't give her time to think. The people in the line behind her were ordering food, and she followed their voices, and continued to work hard. Boss, the pork leg rice is really delicious. Yu Shiwen finished eating, and walked over to throw the garbage into the trash can in front of the dining car. By the way, they promised to pay attention to it, and the specific plan is being customized. Sia Pure nodded at her. Got it. Yu Shiwen was about to leave after briefly reporting what she wanted to say, and called Sia Pure. I'm going to do something else. You go first. A middle-aged man, with a righteous face, and a sneaky look quietly walked in front of the dining car. The diners in the front line rushed to make room for him. You first, you first. After a shove, it was their turn soon. Sia Pure looked at the scene in confusion. In the end times, there are still people who are humble? Could it be that this person is very important? The middle-aged man pretended to refuse, with a smile on his face. He stepped forward and asked, I heard that there is pork trotter rice today. Sia Pure replied, Yes. I want 3 servings, give me more soup. Sia Pure confirmed again and again that the people behind him had no objection to the middle-aged man's cutting in line, and then she started to serve the man. The man took the lunchbox and sat down at the table where Yu Shiwen had just finished her meal. He opened only 1 dish and ate it on the spot. As expected, the delicacy of pork trotter rice is best eaten at a stall. When he finished the second and was about to eat the third, a female voice came from the noisy crowd. Dad. Yu Shiwen rushed over. You asked someone to assign me a task to eat here, right? Hey. My dear girl. Keep your voice down. I'm still outside. Yu Shiwen calmed down a bit. Her eyes fell on the remaining food on the table. Her eyes became more fierce. You've already eaten 2 servings of pork trotter rice? Aren't you afraid of being full? You can't eat this portion anyway, let's go back to do your work. She dragged Yu Tanghai away. Yu Shiwen is the daughter of the base commander. Isn't the man she just called Dad her dad? Sia Pure smiled and shook her head. Sure enough, the daughter is like the father. Both father and daughter can't resist the pork trotter rice. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. She was careful and noticed that most people who came to buy water bought a lot at a time and put it away before continuing to line up. Based on the expressions of people when they were queuing to buy food, she guessed that Yu Shiwen didn't tell anyone that today was her last day to set up a stall at the base. It was a good thing she didn't say it. Otherwise she didn't know if everyone would want to buy more lunch boxes to store for the next day. M80 familiar mechanical voice. Host. I'm here to pester you again. She seemed to hear a pitiful feeling from it. How is it going? Perfect. The main system promised to reward you together. When the BNB is upgraded next time, you must not forget what you promised me. Got it. It's just Krypton Gold, silly system. She was going to Krypton Gold in the first place. After closing the stall that night, Sia Pure was alone. As soon as she returned to the BNB, Yu Shiwen followed closely. Little boss. I'm sorry, I just sent my dad back, and when I found you again, you had closed the stall. Chapter 44 A Sleepless Night. Yu Shiwen parked the car. The weather was too hot. She couldn't wait to get into the BNB. She didn't wear heat-resistant clothes. The base meant that her identity was special. She represented almost all the top leaders of the base. They should set an example. So she and her parents could only wear the heat-resistant clothes she bought at home. The elderly were not like the young people. Her father didn't want to take them off. In the end, in order to prevent the top leaders of the base from having any opinions, she could only go out as little as possible. I still have a lot to tell you. So I came here to find you. Sia Pure sat next to her and asked, What's wrong? We have discussed the location of the water vending machine. Do you think we can put it in the base tomorrow? Let me briefly tell you the plan we have discussed. The general idea is that the base is willing to provide 30,000 first-level crystal cores, and rent the right to use 5 machines on an annual basis. Siapuru was puzzled. What the hell is going on? What are you talking about? What about 5,000 crystal cores? It's a vending machine that is placed at our place by the base. We will pay you an annual fee. Now she understood, but the system stipulates that she can't take it. Siapuru organized her words and tried to make her words complete. We don't want any crystal cores with usage rights. If the base is not satisfied with me during the cooperation, I will take back the machine at any time. Of course, if the base doesn't want me to keep the machine inside, I will take the machine away. As long as I put the machine in the base to sell water, the points will be calculated according to the number of points per bottle of water, and the machine will have a crystal core exchanger for use. I finished all the words in one go, and felt much more relaxed. Yu Shiwen had no objection to this. The base's order to her was to persuade the store manager to put the vending machine in the base no matter what. Any conditions unilaterally proposed by Siapuru, as long as they were not particularly excessive, would be agreed to. Besides, the little girl did not ask for too much. She just had her own way of dealing with things. Okay, we will cooperate. Are there any other requests? No. Then Yu Shiwen told her about a series of methods used by the base to deal with extreme heat. Siapuru only listened to the beginning, and did not continue to listen. What the base does has nothing to do with her. A base that is willing to pay rent to rent machines to the poor will not ignore life. Yu Shiwen continued to speak. I will come to you to continue purchasing goods starting tomorrow. There is one thing I don't understand, that is, you can't increase the price and resell the goods. If we can only sell at the original price, then how can we resell in order to ensure the survival of the residents in our base? M80 gave a solution. Host, you can sign an authorization resale contract with the base. After the contract takes effect, the base can increase the price within a reasonable price to sell the goods. Siapuru asked, what is a reasonable range? This system will judge if there is a malicious price increase. It will automatically terminate the authorization contract. She told Yu Shiwen the words intact. Yu Shiwen is not the only one who can make the decision. She only said that she would bring the answer to her when she comes another day. Yu Shiwen took out something, spread it on the table and opened it. To her surprise, the file turned out to be the layout of the base. Siapuru was shocked. Isn't this kind of thing confidential? It wasn't decided by me alone. The higher-ups decided to let me show you where to put it. The flame base had come to the conclusion early on that Siapuru was a friend, not an enemy. No matter what. Before the great dining car appeared, people died of starvation and thirst every day in the base. It was only when she went in and set up a stall that everyone had something to eat. The conclusion of the discussion among the old guys was that if there was still a little hope in this doomsday, the great dining truck and great B&B would definitely bring them hope. Having said that, Siapuru really wanted to see where the base would place the vending machines. So she took a closer look. The drawings were marked in great detail. And even if Siapuru had not seen the entire base, she could tell at a glance where each was. 2 vending machines were placed on the middle level. 2 vending machines were placed in the slums. And 1 vending area was placed on the upper level. She was very satisfied with this distribution. The crowd was always in the middle, the lower level, the upper level had few people. 1 vending machine was really enough. I finished reading. I have no opinion. You should put it away quickly. It was not convenient to display such secrets in such a public place, that is. No one was around, otherwise it would be bad if someone saw it. Okay. Yu Shiwen obediently put the things away. She said she would come to the B&B tomorrow to discuss other things with her and purchase supplies, and also to transport a few machines back together. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. After Siapuru dining car left the base, she informed that the dining car would go to another base in the future, and would not continue to sell boxed lunches in the flame base. In the middle, the people at the bottom all suffered from insomnia. They had finally eaten 2 full meals in the past few days, and suddenly hope was gone again. The base later announced that it had signed a contract with the B&B. In the future, the base would sell all the packaged food sold by the great dining car. Everyone had no feeling about this statement. Who knows how expensive the things sold in the base would be? The great dining car was so cheap. It had both meat and vegetables, and was full. Many people beat their chests and stamped their feet, hating themselves for not buying more supplies today. The senior management also had trouble sleeping. If the water vending machine did not come to the base for a day, they would not be able to rest for a day. Yu Shiwen was the only one in the entire base who slept well. She was beautiful. She had eaten well these days, And she wore a constant temperature suit when she slept. She was the most comfortable. Yu Tonghai did not indulge her. She was kicked out early in the morning to negotiate a great B&B. Siep Pu Ro understood what Yu Bai said to her that night. What see you tonight if you are lucky mint? Yu Bai and 4 men came with their families and filled up the triple rooms on the 3rd floor in no time. They lived in the cheapest type, and the monthly rent for a triple room was only 2,100 yuan. Several families were like this and rented a triple room because the triple room can only accommodate 3 people. 2 families with older brothers and sisters lived in single rooms, which were also the cheapest and simplest room types. There were only basic facilities, but several families were excited after moving in. After the end of the world, everyone's biggest wish is to have a room that belongs to them alone. The 2 brothers and sisters who lived in the single room were only in their teens. The high-spirited boys and girls were so excited that they burst into tears. The days to come will definitely get better and better. Living in such a house, you can eat well and sleep well, and you can be motivated to kill zombies every day. That night, several families made an appointment, and after taking a bath, they gathered at the dumpling buffet restaurant together, and everyone had a big meal to celebrate. Chapter 45 Vegetable Salad Juice. There are quite a few people from several families together. Siep Pu Ro was ecstatic, and the cafeteria was one step closer to having 100 people. The store had almost no business during her time out. The effect of handing out flyers before was minimal. She set up a stall at the entrance of the flame base, and most of the people who got the flyers were people in the base. Everyone can eat in the base, so no one would go so far. There are accommodations, and people who came when she was not in the store read the note she left with the operating steps. Some people left, some people didn't understand, waited for her to come back and teach them how to operate. Some people spent a lot of time figuring it out by themselves and moved in. When she came back and had nothing to do, she would sit at the front desk, and new guests would greet her when they came and went to make her familiar. After all this, there were only 2 empty rooms left in the homestay to fill it up, and it was time for the next upgrade. That night, she completed the 2nd week of stall setting up tasks, and the food she drew was vegetable salad and several kinds of fruits, and also milk tea accessories and a sealing machine. Vegetable salad naturally became the next food she was going to sell. I really don't understand. No one should need to lose weight in the end times. Right? Selling vegetable salad. Will anyone buy it? Incompetent roar. Good news, I got a fruit. Bad news, I got a lemon, kumquat, passion fruit. All sour. Who understands? Family members? Siep Pu's only sore spot when eating is sour food. When she eats sour soup dumplings, she only adds a little vinegar to taste. How can you eat lemon? The 3-piece fruit set given by the system didn't look like it was for her to eat. It was obviously for making drinks. Siep Pu Ro slept until she woke up naturally. As soon as she got up, she started to play with the fruit she had been thinking about. She asked Boo Boo to find the ice maker she had drawn before, and she made a large number of ice cubes without stopping. She wanted to make passion fruit, kumquat and lemon juice. This thing was icy and cool, sweet and sour, and it was always the most popular drink in summer. It could relieve greasiness and stimulate appetite, and children loved it very much. I don't know about the old people. It's rare to see old people drinking ice food. If you make lemonade hot, just thinking about it makes me feel cold. It takes a certain amount of time to make ice. Siep Pu Ro came to the kitchen. There is another very important thing in making drinks, which is syrup. Almost all drinks will add a lot of sugar, especially fruit tea, which needs the most sugar. The key to making good syrup is the ratio. She has the blessing of the culinary aura, and she can make the ratio into the golden ratio with her eyes closed. Sugar needs to be stirred constantly when added to water. After the sugar melts, squeeze in an appropriate amount of lemon juice. This ensures that the syrup will not clump. To save trouble, she boiled a large pot of syrup at once. She was not idle while it cooled down. She sliced and seeded the lemons herself. The lemons were both perfume lemons and yellow lemons. The system was not stingy in this regard. The 2 most commonly used varieties were given to her at once. Kumquats have more seeds. She only cut a few and didn't want to do it anymore. The rest was handed over to the robot Kai Kai. After a while, the ice cubes were almost ready, and there were enough fruits. She started making the drinks. In fact, lemonade is not difficult to make, and you can do it with your hands. Add a small amount of ice cubes to the cup. Add a few slices of yellow lemon and perfume lemon, and beat 2 kumquats until the ice cubes stimulate the lemon fragrance. After beating, add a passion fruit and an appropriate amount of syrup. Add ice cubes. Fill with pure water and shake evenly. She is very serious every time she does something, striving to do every detail to the best, so that she can do it in one go. She only needs to make each kind of food and drink once, and she can perfectly replicate what she made with a spoon. After shaking the syrup evenly, she also added a piece of perfumed lemon to the wall of the cup as a decoration. After sealing, the lemon slice inside can be seen from the outside of the transparent milk tea cup, which is beautiful and delicate. She tasted the first cup. It tasted sour and sweet with a cool and refreshing taste. The addition of ice cubes reduced the acidity of the fruit by 1 degree and made the syrup very refreshing. Each fruit has its own flavor, blooming on the tip of the tongue and blending into one. Lifting the milk tea cup to look at it, it has a bit of turbid watercolor. I also made a vegetable salad. Vegetable salad is not difficult. Just chop various vegetables, add salad dressing, and mix them together. She only cut a little bit of each vegetable, just to let Kai record the making process of this dish. The system provides several kinds of salad dressing: original flavor, avocado flavor, cheese flavor, grape flavor. The salad she had was topped with grape-flavored salad dressing. She had met traders from all over the world while doing missions before, and each country was famous for its love of vegetables. Each country's salad dressing was also very good. She had tried salad dressings of various flavors, and finally found that grape flavor was the most to her taste. She held iced fruit tea in one hand, and vegetable salad in the other. She brought the finished food to the hall to enjoy, and added the drinks available for sale on everyone's panel: passion fruit, kumquat, lemon. Oh, new products! They're out so fast. Yu Shiwen was urged to come early. She knew Siapura was in the kitchen, so she didn't rush her. After finishing the stall at the base, Siapura put the dumpling vending machine in the living room again. Yu Shiwen bought one and ate while waiting. When she saw the two things in her hands, her eyes were like a gangster seeing a beautiful girl. She couldn't help wanting to look, want to drink, want to eat. Can I buy this? There is actually vegetable salad. The vegetable salad in the shopkeeper's hand is made up of at least 10 kinds of vegetables. Maybe her quality of life has improved recently. She was still craving for vegetables after eating meat. Vegetables are more precious than meat in the end times. When the superpowers are hungry, they can kill some mutant beasts to eat. Although the meat quality becomes strange after mutation, it's better than nothing. Edible green leaves have not been seen since a month after the end of the world. I heard that the leaders of the central base can eat it. Scientists and agricultural experts have cultivated it after unremitting efforts and consuming a lot of materials. I don't know how vegetables taste, but it's said they're not delicious. Not only that, there's another common problem: precious, delicate, difficult to cultivate. Maybe it's a common problem in human psychology. The more precious it is, the more you want to eat it. Before the end of the world, you can't avoid it. After the end of the world, you can't eat it even if you cry bitterly. Looking closely at the bowl of vegetable salad in Siapura's hand, there's sauce sprinkled on it, purple, very beautiful, very tempting. It makes people who can't eat it can't help but imagine what the purple salad sauce will taste like in their mouths. Siapura asked Xiao Xiao to make a portion of milk tea and vegetable salad. Chapter 46: Central Base. The portion of a bowl of vegetable salad was neither too big nor too small. Siapura always felt that vegetable salad would not be enough without staple food. It seems that she will have to bring a dumpling vending machine with her when she goes to another base to set up a stall next week. Seeing that she was eating happily, Siapura sat down beside her and ate with her. Do you like vegetables? Yu Shiwen was stunned for a moment and smiled awkwardly. I didn't like it before the end of the world. I would not eat vegetables if I could avoid it. Then what are you doing now? I think I'm craving for vegetables. The more I eat, the better I think the vegetable salad tastes with this sauce. Siapura could see that she really liked it. She almost buried her head in it while eating. She asked again, "Don't you like it?" "Yes, but I think I'm craving vegetables too much now, and the salad sauce is sweet, and it's easy to clash with the lemon fruit tea." She stuffed the vegetables into her mouth and ate them, and then started eating dumplings. One bite of dumplings and one sip of milk tea. There's air conditioning here. You should change the name of this store to Paradise on Earth. It matches the store better. Yu Shiwen didn't think her name was bad at all, and casually said another earthy name. The end of the world paradise is not bad either. She nodded after saying that, as if she was agreeing with herself. Cheer for herself? Siapura shook her head like a rattle. Goodbye. Sister, this is a formal place. Your names are not very good. After signing Pure Unilateral Overlord Clause, Yu Shiwen had the machine take it away with satisfaction. Puro warned, the machine will not sell ice water when it is extremely hot. At most, it will be a little cooler than the normal water temperature. There will be ice drinks after the extreme heat passes. Yu Shiwen is not a novice without common sense. She knows that not selling ice drinks is a disguised protection for everyone. The lemon ice drink in her mouth relieved the summer heat. Yu Shiwen looked outside and murmured, "Today is hotter than yesterday." She didn't say anything more. They all knew what the arrival of extreme heat would bring to this already broken end of the world. The base is already underway to eliminate mosquitoes. My dad has reported to the central base, but we haven't received any feedback yet. I don't know if they will listen to our advice. Yu Shiwen was full, and she sipped the unfinished ice drink. The air conditioning wrapped her whole body comfortably, and she felt lazy. "Captain Yu, take the things outside and load them into the car." The team member who came to report to Yu Shiwen looked eagerly at the lemonade in her hand. Yu Shiwen looked at Puro, raised the milk tea cup in her hand. "Can you pack it? I want to buy more than 100 cups to take back for my leaders." "Yes, you can click on the panel to place an order, choose to take away, and you can pick up the food in a while." Puro taught her how to place an order. Everyone Yu Shiwen brought to her bought a cup of milk tea, and took a lot of rice and dumplings back to the base. After visiting the new products on the shelves, Yu Shiwen said sullenly, "Each one is useful, I really want to buy them all. Why do you launch new products based on what I want?" Puro smiled, "If you want, take one home to try the effect. I will buy more if it is useful." Yu Shiwen rubbed her hands on the mosquito repellent tint, and could not feel what material it was made of. "Nothing I bought from you is bad. And it is also good quality and cheap. It's just that she always buys in large quantities on behalf of the base, and she buys more than she needs, and of course she can't get so many crystal cores by herself. Then I will take a few of each back first." Yu Shiwen convoy was packed again when she returned, except for the driver. Everyone had lunch boxes and milk tea in their hands. I was on edge all the way. I hadn't even breathed a sigh of relief when I heard the base broadcast. The base broadcast said, "The central base released the latest news. The meteorologists predicted that everyone would face extremely hot weather in the near future. Please take turns to line up in advance and buy water resources on demand at the vending machine before noon today." Ordinary people who were doing tedious and heavy work in the base had no reaction after hearing this. The Grape Dining Car also left. The materials sold by the base agent Grape Dining Car were 3 times more expensive. They ordinary people had some hope, but not much. The price is only 3 times more expensive than the Grape Dining Car, which has shocked many people. The prices of dining cars are ridiculously low to begin with. After the base purchases the materials, it has to transport them, which consumes a lot of manpower and material resources. But it is only 3 times more expensive. The base is responsible for transportation, which saves everyone from the dangers that may be encountered when leaving the base. The middle and low-level people should be grateful to the base leader for his righteousness. The price of water has not increased, because it was Puro who put the machine in the base, and it did not go through the base's hands. Without the base's laborious transportation, there is naturally no middleman to make a profit from the price difference. Yu Shiwen felt extremely heavy in her heart. The extreme heat notice issued by their base, in the name of the central base, means that the documents they submitted were recognized by the central base. The important thing is, their base is under the government. Her father, the base commander, has always been a member of the central government. The large amount of materials they purchase from Grape BNB need to be supplied to the central base first. Captain Yu is really amazing. Even the extreme heat can be sensed and reported to the central base in advance. Ignoring the ridicule of the people around her, Yu Shiwen thought more and more that something was wrong, and ran to find her father anxiously. "Dad, what did the central base say?" Yu Tanghai glanced at her, and his eyes went straight behind her. He didn't see what he wanted to see. "You're so irritable. Didn't you bring back anything delicious for your dad?" "Dad, you're still thinking about that at this time. Answer me." Yu Tanghai looked serious. "I reported the Grape BNB food truck to our base. The central base said in the communication that they would send a group of people to protect the space ability users to collect the supplies. They allocated a sum of money to us, so that we can prepare for the stockpiling of supplies in advance for easy connection." "Dad, how could you report the Grape BNB incident as well?" Yu Shiwen roared at his father. "Silly girl, where else did all these supplies come from? Let's not talk about anything else. Don't you know about the constant temperature suit? Even the central base spent so much energy and failed to develop it. We are a small base without even a scientific researcher. What else can we say if we don't report it truthfully? Yu Shiwen knew that he was not to blame for this. The base chief's responsibility is not only to manage his own base. His father has a heavy burden on his shoulders. But I'm worried. It's no use worrying about this and that now. You can go there later and tell that little girl that I'm sorry for her. Yu Tonghai also felt guilty about this. He didn't know if he was wrong to push Great BNB out to face the center. He felt bad to let a little girl face the central base. Standing in his position as the head of a place, it was inevitable that he would think more. Chapter 47 Recommending Vegetable Salad. If he were asked to do it again, he would still report it honestly. This is his responsibility. The central base is not a jackal, tiger or leopard. This place is so far from the central base. Their arms should not be so long that they can't reach over. Okay, instead of thinking about it here, you might as well prepare yourself, and then go there again. Say hello to the boss, so that you won't be at a loss. Yu Shiwen stamped her feet, turned her head and went out. She drove to Great BNB alone. The task was arduous. She was thinking about what to say all the way. She couldn't let Xia Pu Ro feel that the base was stabbing her in the back, which would chill her heart. She reminded carefully. The central base has already known about the Great BNB here. Would you like to make some preparations in advance? Unlike her worries, Xia Pu Ro was overjoyed. Are they going to buy things from me? No. My dear sister. Think of a solution quickly. What if the central base forcibly collects your money? Those who can become the leaders of the central base have their own strengths. Spending crystal cores to buy supplies is a small matter. But spending crystal cores continuously is a big loss. Yu Shiwen said so after thinking about it. Xia Pura smiled and comforted her. Don't panic. It's okay here. His eyes touched her apologetic eyes. And he knew that she was worried that the base commander would report the matter to her, and it would bring disadvantages to her. I'm fine. You really don't have to worry so much. It's impossible for me to open a store in the end times without any trump cards. Such straightforward words brought direct comfort to Yu Shiwen. You and the base commander have not let me down. If it weren't for your report, I would have driven the dining truck to another base to set up a stall. Don't worry. After saying the last sentence, Yu Shiwen calmed down completely. He asked her to book almost all the supplies that the BNB had temporarily. Tents, insecticides, thermal clothing, etc. The base said that they would take as many as they could get. Food and water. Xia Pu Ro interrupted her. You don't need to book food and water. I can take out as much as you want. Yu Shiwen still reported a rough figure. The central base is not a small base like ours. Their population is much larger than ours. If they check and find that the supplies are okay, they will purchase in large quantities. A large quantity, purchase. She made a lot of money from setting up a stall last week. We should have new products tonight. How about we wait until the new products are released before deciding on food and medicine? She took advantage of tonight to unlock more things. It was not easy to get a big order from the central base. She could make a lot of money. Yu Shiwen nodded. Okay, let's do this for now. When will it take for me to pick up the items I ordered? Next Monday. This was the first time that M80 was so tough, and Xia Pura listened to it. Okay, then I pick it up on Monday. Yu Shiwen estimated the time, and the people at the central base would arrive at about the same time. Xia Pura saw that she had two big dark circles under her eyes, and it was really hard for a girl to run around every day to care about the base's affairs. Concerned, you didn't sleep well? How about sleeping here for a while? Well, then I sleep for a while, and you can open a simple room for me. Yu Shiwen never felt bad about spending crystal cores on herself. She was also paid for her work and missions at the base, and she had nothing else to spend money on except food. Sleeping here for a while only earned 50 points, and women should be nice to themselves. Xia Pu Ro asked her to check in upstairs by herself, and after opening the room, it was full by coincidence. The BNB can be upgraded. According to M80, this major upgrade will bring great changes to the BNB. So she was advised to upgrade after everyone went to bed at night. It didn't matter how long it would take. So she readily agreed. After Yu Shiwen entered the room, she was amazed at how good life was here. When she saw the shower head that could produce hot water in seconds, she was no longer sleepy. After washing herself from head to toe, she drew the curtains and lay on the bed. And she began to feel sleepy. The curtains were so good at blocking out light. She fell into a deep sleep. And she didn't know how long she slept. She only knew that this was the most comfortable sleep she had ever had since the end of the world. Before leaving the base, Yu Shiwen said hello to the guard at the door. Yu Tanghai knew that she was coming to the great B&B. And he was not in a hurry at all. And let her go. It should have been noon when Yu Shiwen went to bed. And the people living in the B&B slowly got up. There were random footsteps walking in the corridor. But Yu Shiwen couldn't hear them at all in her sleep. Sister owner, do you have anything delicious today? Chu Ling rubbed her eyes and yawned. The first thing she does when she wakes up is to open the panel to see if there are any new dishes in the cafeteria. According to the speed of the B&B new dishes, Chu Ling looks forward to waking up every day. As long as there are new dishes, she will buy them. When she saw that the new dish in the cafeteria was vegetable salad, her decisive little hand hesitated. There is vegetable salad. I ate one this morning. The grape salad dressing is super delicious. Would you like to try it? Chu Ling was hesitant to order salad dressing. But with Xie Pu Ro's strong recommendation, she decisively placed the order. She ordered pork trotter rice, which was paired with lemon tea, which was refreshing and good with rice. More than a dozen kinds of vegetables were mixed together. And Chu Ling couldn't tell what was what. She only knew that she was amazed at the first bite of the vegetables. It didn't have the green and bitter taste of green vegetables in her stereotype. The leaves she bit were like popping pearls from a horse's hoof. And a sweet taste burst out. This sweetness is different from the greasy sweetness of milk tea, which requires a lot of sugar to adjust. It is the natural fragrance of vegetables. Why are these green vegetables different from what I remembered? Chu Ling muttered, eating more and more vigorously. The grape salad dressing is really delicious. A taste she has never tasted before. When eating with the leaves, she doesn't feel like a rabbit at all. Rabbits may be able to taste the sweetness of green vegetables, but they can't enjoy such delicious salad dressing. After finishing one portion, she still wanted to eat another. So she ordered another one, which was also with grape salad dressing. People gradually got up and came down to eat breakfast. Huh? There are green vegetables. Is it a new product? Shizhu asked Chu Ling, who was enjoying her meal. She didn't need Xie Pu Ro to recommend it. Chu Ling, who ordered 2 vegetable salads, took the initiative to strongly recommend grape salad dressing to Shizhu. She said it so much that her saliva flew, and she clapped her hands in admiration. Shizhu and the others felt that if they didn't order one portion to eat, it seemed that they had come to the world in vain. The 5 people ordered 1 portion each. Maybe most boys like to eat meat more. Chi Hua didn't have much appetite when he saw the green vegetables and leaves. Under Chu Ling's strong urging eyes, he bit the bullet and ate a bite. Now they didn't need Chu Ling to recommend it anymore. And they started the train mode. Chapter 48 Comprehensive Upgrade. I don't know if it was time or something. People kept coming downstairs to eat, and soon the hall was crowded with people. Everyone who arrived at the hall smelled a sweet smell of green vegetables. Maybe it was herd mentality. Everyone was eating the new vegetable salad. Taking advantage of the crowd, almost everyone was there. Xie Pu Ro raised her voice to inform. I want to inform everyone, the homestay will be upgraded tonight. The door will be automatically locked for 5 minutes at night. You are not allowed to leave the room within 5 minutes. It will be automatically unlocked after the upgrade is completed. After that, a notification popped up on each guest's personal panel, which contained what Xie Pu Ro had just said. It was only 5 minutes, so no one was worried. Those who knew each other discussed and speculated on how the B&B would be upgraded, and those who were unfamiliar with everyone and kept to themselves just listened quietly. Several groups of guests came that day, coming all the way from the base to do tasks, and coming to eat dumplings after they finished their tasks. Xie Pu Ro was no longer setting up a stall at the base, so everyone could only come to eat something when they came out to do tasks, which did boost consumption. But it was nothing like when I was setting up a stall at the base, earning 100,000 points a day. The number of guests received by the dumpling restaurant far exceeded 100. And a new flavor of dumplings was unlocked. Dumplings stuffed with water chestnut and pork. She thought it was strange, and she ate it immediately. It was like unlocking the door to a new world. The crispness of water chestnuts was very prominent, and even eating meat in big mouthfuls would not feel boring. Today, while she was bored, she made all the dumpling recipes she knew in one go. Sesame sauce, soup, clear soup, sour soup, spicy, Thai, red oil, spicy, tomato, and many other ways to cook, including the self-service dumplings. There are so many more flavors. The B&B was upgraded that night. She got up early before everyone else got up. After the B&B was successfully upgraded, her room was different. There were many more exquisite furniture. Even the bed she slept on and the area of the room were much larger. Is this an equal proportion enlargement? Host. Go out and take a look. This time it is really a big upgrade. She washed up and went out slowly. It was still early. She glanced at the time, and it was only 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, the sun hadn't come out yet, and the sky was so bright. There was central air conditioning in the B&B. Even if she stood in the open space in the backyard, it was the best temperature for the human body. She couldn't feel the temperature outside. From the looks of it, the temperature outside should have risen a few degrees compared to yesterday. There was no point in thinking so much. She collected her thoughts and looked at where she lived. From a small house, it was upgraded to a 2-story building. There is also a yard full of flowers and plants outside the first floor. In addition to her, the whole place of the B&B has become larger. It is surrounded by a layer of iron nets. From the outside, the current B&B is a large building surrounded by greenery, which looks like a community. The whole B&B has become much larger. This large building is what it looks like after the upgrade. The first floor is still a super large canteen. The difference is that there are windows waiting to be unlocked in the canteen waiting for her to light up. A rice bowl restaurant needs to unlock 5 different types in total before it can start vending in the cafeteria. The current progress bar is April 5th. Please unlock and open the store as soon as possible to avoid affecting diners. The original kitchen is also there. It is an independent operation room, except for her. Only robot employees can enter and exit. The small shop for purchasing supplies is in the cafeteria. An area opened up next to it. She still unlocked too few supplies. It looks empty. Now Siepura feels that the first floor is not like a canteen anymore. It is a bit like a large high-speed rail station. After the upgrade, her main activity place has changed from the first floor of the homestay to the canteen. Now that there are more guests coming and going, it has become such a large canteen. The entrance reception desk has been upgraded to a self-service operation screen, which is a panel that people are more familiar with and easy to operate. You can check the room type on it. You can also see the room pictures and choose the level of accommodation environment by yourself. The small shop has also been upgraded. If you want to buy a large amount of supplies, you only need to enter the quantity at the checkout counter after selecting an item. After the payment is successful, the goods will be automatically packaged into bags according to the purchase quantity. Her question had no answer. M80 urged her to check the parking lot below. Now you don't have to park in the backyard. The expanded electric grid is surrounded by flowers and plants. Flowers and plants surround a large activity area. Children can run, jump, and play. And adults can also run in the open space. The vehicles from outside parked in the parking lot below through the parking lot opened up next to it. She had just checked. Except for her dining car, all the guests' cars were moved to the parking lot below. The parking lot should be a different space. It looked like it could never be filled. Unlocked a new room type. Quadruple room, 6 rooms, located on the 5th floor. The number of original rooms doubled. Current room, single room 24 of 48. Double room December 24th. Triple room 6/12. Quadruple room 0/6. Is the host satisfied with this upgrade? Siepura couldn't help nodding. Satisfied, it saves trouble. After upgrading the hotel, the items you draw should also change. Siepura took advantage of this opportunity to draw various drugs to prevent heat stroke, and heat stroke popped up one after another. There were also many common drugs for trauma, such as disinfectant, gauze, bandages, etc., which were all unlimited supplies. A lot of heat insulating and constant temperature clothing was also drawn. Adding the previous ones, there were really 2,000 pieces. There were a lot of miscellaneous supplies. She was too lazy to look at them. She just asked Bubu to add the inventory to the store, until she used up all the points from her previous life. She unlocked a breakfast set of steamed buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. The breakfast items were a related series. If you wanted to unlock other items such as steamed buns and sandwiches, you only needed to spend 10,000 points to unlock them. But she didn't know what was inside, or what she would get if she unlocked them. There were also various bagged snacks, including her favorite chicken drumsticks and braised eggs. The drinks included wangzai and iced black tea, and they were all her favorites. The guests were supposed to sleep until noon or afternoon, but someone woke up at this time. Shirju and Chihua came out with dark circles under their eyes. They fell asleep as soon as they came back from fighting zombies yesterday, and slept until 12 o'clock. Shirju woke up first. He was bored, and thinking about what the owner said about not going out. He woke Chihua up. Chihua was so angry that he had a fight with him. In the end, the two of them were tired and watched TV in the hall. Watching TV was not enough to resist the urge to sleep. At 3 or 4 o'clock, Chihua couldn't hold on and fell asleep, and Shizhu pinched his thigh. Then the two pinched each other's thighs and persisted until dawn. In Shizhu's words, he wanted to be the first person to see the changes in the homestay. Chapter 49. Fighting each other. Just live. Who can live longer than you, lied Dad. Chihua rubbed his thigh that was pinched purple by him, and opened the door of the room with a curse. As soon as the door opened, everyone was stunned. Even the corridor in the building had changed. The elevator also changed from 1 to 2. Did I stay up too long and have hallucinations? Who would believe that the change after upgrading could be so big? Shizhu believed it. He sneered, looking at Chihua with contempt. You are uneducated. We psychics upgrade so awesomely. Then the two people's eyes went dark. They fought each other. Siapuru was shocked. What's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well? No, the room is haunted. Chihua glared at Shizhu fiercely. He really wanted to teach his good brother a lesson. From now on, you must lock the door when you sleep. Fire prevention, theft prevention, Shizhu. His questioning eyes fell on Shizhu. He pretended to cough twice and changed the subject. The B&B has changed a lot. It must be 3 or 4 times bigger than before. He felt like he could play badminton in it. It's quite big, and there are many new things. Do you want to go and have a look? They walked to the store arm in arm, and Siapuru followed closely behind. Wow! Infinite chicken drumsticks. Spicy. My favorite. Chihua pounced on his food like a tiger. A small bag of small chicken drumsticks, only 4 points, rounded off to be free. First 100, realized the freedom of small chicken drumsticks. Bag braised eggs, he didn't like them very much, but he hadn't eaten them for a long time. Never mind, just throw them in. The two of them bought a cart each, filled it up. Yes, the mall has a shopping cart, made like a supermarket, and self-service checkout is available. This is done to facilitate people passing by the B&B to restock. Everyone is more accustomed to this model. M80 shook his head when he saw it. Others upgraded to evolve to be more convenient, and its host upgraded for convenience. Siapuru also shook her head, took a bottle of Wangzai and walked to the cafeteria. Don't forget to remind them, after the upgrade, there will be breakfast. After that, she ignored them and walked to the breakfast window and ordered a big steamed bun with soy milk and fried dough sticks. She was cheated. This is not a steamed bun. Isn't it called steamed bun without filling? M80 said stubbornly. Our steamed buns are without filling. Forget it. At least we have fried dough sticks and soy milk. The fried dough sticks are very crispy and can be eaten with soy milk. In fact, she still needs some white porridge with pickles for breakfast, which is what Xiaogui likes. She still has hundreds of thousands of yuan in her balance. Why is she here? I don't remember. But if she wants to draw cards or unlock materials in the future, she will have to spend points to draw. A 10 draw is 10,000 points. I really don't want to spend it. Shizhu and Chihua pushed the cart over, and saw the fried dough sticks in Siapuru's hand, and they each ordered 2. Chihua said, fried dough sticks, I haven't eaten them for a long time, and it turns out that fried food is the most popular. Shizhu, eat it. You are a greasy man. While eating, the two of them pulled Siapuru to chat. Socializing is nothing more than that. And it's easy to talk about the strange weather recently. Shopkeeper, do you think the weather is a bit strange recently? Oh, the two funny men are testing her? Seeing that the store has so many new heat-resistant materials. Are they trying to test her? She pretended to think. And after thinking for a while, she said yes. A little? Yeah. I said it's hot recently. But now we are on a mission and everyone has a constant temperature suit. So it's not really noticeable. The new thermostatic clothes in the store are quite useful. But I don't know if they can be used on zombies. What? For zombies? The picture is too beautiful. I dare not imagine it. She asked, why should I wear them on zombies? The weather is getting hotter, and the zombies are rotting more and more. I wonder if wearing them can delay the rotting. Shizhu said. Siapuru suddenly doubted her life. Why did she think these two idiots would want to trick her? Maybe they would be happy to help her count the money after she sold them. She usually stays in the RV, or in a B&B, and has never been out in the heat. She asked, how many degrees is it outside now? The two idiots were honest, and they answered all her questions. It's probably around 40 degrees. If it weren't for the constant temperature clothing, it would be a tough life. Even the animals and plants look strange in this weather. Before she could ask more, Shizhu continued. Animals are fine. Most of them have luxuriant hair after mutation. But the plants are miserable. They are so dry that they can be served on the table after being sprinkled with pepper and salt. We can feel the obvious animal migration when we go on missions recently. I don't know if it's a habit or something else. Siapura lowered her head. She thought it was because the weather was hot. The temperature was rising every day. The water source that animals relied on for survival was evaporated. They had no choice but to migrate to places with water. Ding! Latest mission. Selectively rescue mutant animals, release water sources for mutant plants. Golden Finger, Space Ability, Water Ability, Affinity Aura. The reward is actually being distributed now. No need to wait until the task is completed to receive it. Survival is not easy. Please host try to save any life in this world. The halo takes effect immediately when it reaches her. If you are not someone who doesn't like her at first sight, you will involuntarily think that she is easy to get along with. Shirju and Chihua looked at her with strange eyes. Manager. Why are you suddenly? Suddenly what? Nothing, I just suddenly think you are a really nice person. Can I call you sister? Siapuro. Is this the side effect of the halo? She tried to make her own request. Can I go on a mission with you today? Of course. Sister, where do you want to go? Their team went wherever they wanted every day without any goal. Now they have food and drink. They don't need anything except the crystal core. So they unanimously decided, without a goal, wherever there are zombies, there will be their Paw Patrol. I didn't promise you to call me sister? Siapura yelled. Shirju gave her a look that said, I understand you. She was numb. Really numb. It was just a name. And she didn't bother to care. She said, the world is so big. I want to go out and see it. If it's convenient for you. You can drive me with you. It's convenient. It's convenient. I asked the captain and the others. They will definitely welcome you. Shirju finished eating with Chihua, patted his butt and went upstairs. He called all the people from the two teams. And the 8 people gathered in Yenmu's room. Chapter 50 Children Welfare House. The 2 idiots told this matter, and no one objected to Siapura going with them. Surprised at the changes after the upgrade of the BNB, Yenmu and others were really curious about what Siapura's ability was. They had guessed before, and the direction of their guesses was related to the BNB, but they didn't expect that she actually wanted to go out and face the end of the world. The reason why Siapura wanted to go with them was simple. She didn't have a car. The dying car was not suitable for travel, and the navigation above could only locate the base. She would not make them worry if she followed them. She had an invincible protective shield. She could protect them by standing beside them. With the curiosity of Yenmu and the others, the 9 people set out on the mission. For quiet people in one car, Siapura and 2 girls, and 2 huskies in one car. They sang and danced all the way. She refreshed her perception of them again. You only saw the singing. Right? Don't worry, the dancing was Chihua waving his hands. The 2 of them sang loudly along the way, arguing and making noises. Chu Ling and Qian Wushuang had gotten used to it, since the day they went on a mission together. Yenmu asked for their opinions, and arranged them in the same car forever. They suffered this torture every day. Shirju muttered while driving, it's really strange, I didn't see any zombies along the way. Have the zombies in this area been cleared by some warrior? Do we have to drive to the city to fight zombies? Siapura knew why, probably because of her invincibility, which could block the popularity of people around her, so that the zombies couldn't find them. System. Can you turn off the protective shield first? Otherwise, there will be no zombies. No. For the host's life and safety. It can only be forced to stay on. It can't be turned off. She stopped struggling. There are dangers everywhere in the apocalypse. If she has an accident, and she doesn't take care of it, she will be lying down. This is also good. Shirju's car was in the front. And Yenmu's car was behind. This way. No matter how deep he went, he couldn't find any zombies. The car drove slowly into the city. Those dilapidated buildings that had been uninhabited for a long time seemed to be only traces of the existence of human civilization. Passing by a dilapidated children welfare home, Shirju said that the car was running low on gas and needed to get out to refuel. Chihua made a gesture to the car behind, but she didn't understand. In short, they stopped at the welfare home. Siapura and Yenmu said, you guys refuel first, I want to go in and see what it looks like inside. Such a bold suggestion, let alone Yenmu, the 2 idiots advised her, it's dangerous. She didn't intend to hide the fact that she had a protective shield, and explained it in a few words. Qian Wuxuang and Chu Ling were saved by her. As soon as she said it, the two of them understood what happened at that time and persuaded the men instead. Xie Pu instructed, "Don't worry about me. You wait for me in the car. If anything happens, either come to me or leave first." Shizhu envied the protective shield she mentioned. Which middle school boy didn't have an invincible fantasy? He stood up and said to her manly, "It's not a big deal. Just go ahead and don't worry. I'm your brother here." Xie Pu raised her eyebrows and asked the two idiots, "How about you go with me? Don't worry. I'm invincible and can protect you too." This is not good, sister. Shizhu was a little scared. The dilapidated children welfare home looked gloomy. They were just not afraid of facing zombies. But they didn't say they were not afraid of such weird places. Qihua was also scared. Seeing his good brother's scared look, he got brave for no reason and said, "Go! Let's go! I said I can protect us. What are you afraid of?" She also mocked Shizhu provocatively. "Why, you don't trust me?" No matter what he said, he just put a chokehold on him. "Sister, I've got him under control. Let's go in." She rolled her eyes at them speechlessly, let them get back in the car, and pasted a piece of paper on the front window in front of them. This can temporarily block zombies, even if zombies pass by. They won't find you, you can rest assured. This was just what she had drawn. And it was still not warm yet. But since she was joining someone else's team, she would try her best to avoid bringing danger and trouble to others. Yen Mu and Qian Wuxuang were in 2 cars respectively, nodding to her. She didn't waste any more time here, walked in with the 2 huskies in 2 or 3 steps. The walls were full of innocent paintings by children, some of which were destroyed, and some of which were painted for too long and no longer showed color. There were spots of blood on the white wall, and the blood solidified into dark red forever over time. It was not difficult to see what had happened here before. 3 years after the apocalypse? I wonder if there are any survivors here. She strode inside. Suddenly, she heard a faint rustling sound. She had been to a world full of ghosts before, so she had developed her courage. The sound came from a house opposite the center of the courtyard. That house was the most conspicuous, and it was bloody from the door. What a little fool. Isn't this just trying to cover up the truth? Afraid that others won't find out that there are people here. Qihua and Shizhu stood beside her, trembling, and asked her in a trembling voice, "Sister, can we not go in? Look at the blood stains here. There might be." Shizhu didn't dare to speak out his fantasy. Good things don't work, but bad things do. He didn't dare to say it. Ignoring them, Xie Pu walked forward with big strides. There was a very big mutant tree in the yard in the middle. She looked up and saw unknown small fruits on the top of the tree. She guessed that there should be something with intelligence in the room. Whether it was a person or an animal or plant, it was hard to say, but it could make a sound to scare them away, and its IQ must not be high anyway. The old broken wooden door creaked open, and the 2 huskies were so scared that they didn't care about the difference between men and women. She hugged Xie Pu's arm tightly, hiding her head behind her, and the 2 of them faced each other with their eyes closed and trembling. She looked around the room and walked to the only possible hiding place. Just as she reached out to open the large water tank in front of her that could accommodate 2 people, something inside moved. They took the initiative to stick their heads out. They were 2 little girls. Their faces were dirty, and they were skinny. I don't know what they ate in such a place. Could it be? Xie Pu had a vague guess in her heart. Shizhu and Qihua stuck their heads out. The 2 little girls were trembling with fear. After seeing the man, there was only despair on their faces. The older girl's eyes flashed with fear, then struggled, and finally accepted her fate. Although she was also a little kid, she patted the little girl's shoulder to comfort her. Then the girl took the initiative to come over. "Don't touch my sister." "Okay." Chapter 51 Mutated Tree. The 2 idiots were even more confused, and continued to put their heads behind Xie Pu. Xie Pu frowned, and took out 2 pieces of her clothes from the space. Before leaving, she put all kinds of things that might be used into the space she just got, and now she used them. She sighed, and slapped each of them. "You two, why don't you wait for me over there?" Qihua nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice, and pulled Shizhu over to the side, and couldn't see the situation over there from that angle, and was close to Xie Pu. She sighed, helped her pull up her pants, and wrapped them in the clothes she had taken out. She tried to comfort them gently. "Don't be afraid. We are not bad people." The clothes on the 2 children were as dirty as rags. and there was no telling how much mud was on them. Not only were their clothes dirty, but they were also dirty. Siapura had always known what women would encounter in the end times. Not to mention little girls. Even adult women would probably not have a better fate. Her homestay is for profit. The two girls probably can't live there without crystal cores. She can't help much. Shurju and his team often encounter such things when they are on missions. In most cases, they don't care. But these two little girls are too young. No one can say whether they will die here. He suggested, why don't we take them to a nearby base? The older girl reacted strongly and looked at her beggingly. Thank you, sister. We are not going anywhere. We are here. The two little girls could sense her kindness, and they trembled and cried as if they were begging her. Yes. How could the two girls have an easy life in the base? Why don't we go ask the captain what to do? Chihua didn't know how to deal with such a thing. Siapura ignored him, squatted down and looked at the little girl. What do you eat here? We? The older girl stopped talking halfway, looked back at the little girl, and said through gritted teeth, we eat the fruits on the trees. Siapura narrowed her eyes slightly. She had looked at the mutant tree just now. It was so high that even two adults would be scared to climb it. It seemed that one of the two girls had superpowers. I won't force you. You can stay if you want. She took out a bag of water and some snacks and put them next to it. It should be enough for the two girls to eat for a week. I can't help you much. If you encounter any danger and need help, you can use this business card to ask me for help. She took out 2 teleportation business cards and handed them to the little girls. One for each. Worried that they didn't know how to read, she explained it to them carefully. She had no shortage of teleportation business cards now, and she was lucky enough to draw 99 cards. Although she wasn't so extravagant as to throw them out on the street, she didn't have to be stingy. Everyone has their own way of living, and it's up to them what they want to do. Finally, she looked at them and sighed deeply. Let's go! I hope they can live well. The 3 of them walked out the door and remembered the system task to water the plants. The big tree in the yard should also be considered a plant. Her footsteps stopped in front of the big tree. Chihua asked curiously, what's wrong? They now knew that this place was just gloomy, and there was no dirty thing. They were no longer afraid and stopped hiding behind her. Siapura did not answer his question, but squatted down beside the tree roots, and a stream of water flowed out of her hands. The water flow was very small at first. She found that the tree was short of water. No matter how much water she released, it would be absorbed quickly. So she increased the water output. Her ability was given by the system. There was no level difference, and her ability would not be exhausted. She could release as much as she wanted. Cool. You have space ability and water ability. Sister Buro. You are my only sister. Siapura glanced at him. She watered the tree with one hand and raised the other hand to moisten Shurju's face. Drops of water dripped down from the wet hair. Shurju collapsed and screamed, ah! My hairstyle. Chihua asked with a smile, so what are you doing? Siapura did not show favoritism and splashed water all over his face. Ha! You look like a drowned dog. Hey, how about we do the same? Chihua was speechless. He was called a drowned dog. Then what was he? 2 drowned dogs? The 2 little girls in the house did not relax their vigilance and listened attentively to the movement outside. Sister, what are they doing? The little girl asked. Gu Qingli shook her head. Sister, I don't think they are bad people. How about we follow them? Gu Qingqing's little hands were picking at the things Siapura gave her. Seeing a bottle of Wangzai milk, she happily opened it. But her little hands were weak. She handed it to Gu Qingli to open it for her. Gu Qingli was full of thoughts. She was not as naive as her sister. She was 10 years old, and her sister was 7 years old. As long as these people didn't leave for a minute, she would not dare to relax for a minute. Sister, I saw them watering the tree. Gu Qingcheng used her supernatural power to tell her sister what she saw. Chun-chung, don't use your supernatural power recklessly. Those people hadn't left yet, and her supernatural power level was not high. If she was discovered, it would not be so easy to get away. Sister, drink too. The little hand handed over the sweet Wangzai after taking a sip. The mutant tree was moving. Siapura didn't relax her vigilance when she released the water. She felt that she had released enough and was about to retreat. But the tree began to rain fruits. The fruit was milky white, small, the size of a cherry. The fruit that fell rapidly seemed to have eyes, perfectly avoiding them, and finally landing softly on the ground. What's going on? Shizhu's eyes widened. This is too weird. They haven't encountered such a thing in such a long time of missions. The two exchanged glances, and read confusion in each other's eyes. I haven't heard that anyone can get equipment by watering trees. Shizhu had a bold idea. The milky white fruits fell all over the ground. Gu Qingcheng in the house widened her eyes. She and her sister grew up in an orphanage since they were young, and they had the best relationship with Dashu. After her sister brought her back, Dashu would give them 1 or 2 fruits every day to fill their stomachs. But it was only to fill their stomachs. She had never seen so many fruits before. Sister, Gu Qingcheng whispered to Gu Qingli. Host, the fruits of this mutant tree seem to have different functions. Xiepu Rou had no interest in this thing. She had no special powers, and was invincible, so she didn't care what functions it had. But she was still curious about what the mutant fruit tasted like. Don't eat it. This fruit can cure the zombie virus. Chapter 52. Take it away with the roots. Host does not need to advance. Eating it is useless. M80 felt sorry for the fruit. If this thing is put out for sale, how many points can it fetch? Dream on, just eat it. She really had a rebellious mentality. The more she was not allowed to touch something, the more curious she was. It's impossible for her to taste the fruit on the ground. Release the water power, and just wash away the dust on the fruit. It has no taste, not even sour or sweet, just white, and no taste. After tasting the taste, she lost interest. With a wave of her hand, the fruits on the ground disappeared and moved to her space. M80 rubbed her hands excitedly. Host, how about we take this tree away as well? This is a good thing. Sister, they are leaving. Gu Qingli suddenly raised her head, grabbed her sister's arm, and the two of them trotted out. Beautiful sister. The person who had been eating small amounts for a long time suddenly ran and panted heavily. She panted and called Xiepu with a resounding tone. Can you help us? We can go fight the zombies. I will take good care of my sister. The 10-year-old girl's eyes were so determined, it was very difficult to take this step. She had a hunch that if they missed this beautiful sister in front of them, they didn't know how long they would have to stay here. She took out the crystal core she had just held in her hand. You said you run ABNB, we have the crystal core, we won't stay here for nothing. Believe in this beautiful sister, this may be a turning point for them to change their fate. The crystal core was obtained by the director's grandmother with her life. In such a large welfare home, only she and her sister are left. Before she died, the director's grandmother told her to take good care of her sister. She must not miss this opportunity. Xiepu pursed her lips and thought, why do you believe me? Your eyes are the most beautiful eyes I have ever seen. Since the end of the world, she has only felt kindness from her. And the feeling from you makes me feel that you are a good person. Gu Qingli hugged her sister tightly, hoping that her decision was right. When she said this, Xiepu understood. Maybe the halo given by the system worked. And now everyone wants to give her a good person card. I'm just a businessman. If you want to follow me, you have to earn crystal cores by yourself. As long as you have crystal cores, I can provide you with safe shelter and food. Do you understand? Xiepu made it clear to the two little girls that saving people is definitely not to make them rely on you. Even though they were still young, maybe they might not understand what she said, but she still had to say it. We understand, thank you sister. Gu Qingli and Gu Qingcheng bowed to Xiepu. Xiepu's eyes softened a little, wanted to touch the heads of the two little girls, disliked that they were too dirty, and didn't move. Host, just take this tree. This tree is awesome. M80 was clinging to her mind. This guy is like this. When he encounters a little good thing, he doesn't want to let it go. Thinking that since she was also going to take the two girls away, if the tree stayed here, and it ran out of water during the extreme heat, it might die from the sun. Things that could cure the zombie virus really shouldn't be buried. So let's take them all away, she said to the two girls. Stand back a little. The few of them were confused, but they did as she was told. They retreated to a safe distance, and a big pit appeared on the ground the next second. Xiepu transplanted the mutant tree into the space with its roots and soil. Let's go! Shizhu was stunned. Sister, how many surprises do you have that we don't know about? Shizhu, you go out first. I let you go, and I be back in a while. Xiepu took back the things that the little girl had just given out. I keep them for you first. I don't want the crystal core. You keep them for yourselves, and I give them to you when you get to where you live. The two little girls did as they were told. She took the two little girls to find Qian Wuxuang and the others, and ignored Shirju's intention to let them go. Now she was very proud. Even if Shirju went to the bushes to solve the problem, and was bitten by zombies, Chu-Ling could treat him, and the fruit could detoxify him, so he wouldn't die. Just then, Lu Ming came to look for them. We were just about to go in to look for you, but didn't those two idiots come out? No, they said they wanted to let him go. Xia Pu took the little girl back to the car without looking back. She didn't hear the conversation afterwards. When Shirju saw that she could get equipment by watering the trees, she felt that she had discovered a new world, and was very confident that she could do it too. Get out of the way. I'm going to pee yellow. I'm going to spray it, and see what comes out. He sprayed wildly at a small tree. Xihua. Lu Ming. The water was all gone, and the small tree didn't react at all. As for releasing some water, he wouldn't waste water resources. People who have suffered, even if faced with cheap water, wouldn't think of wasting it. When they wanted to get back to the car, Qian Wuxuang told them that the car had been requisitioned, and asked them to squeeze into one with Lu Ming. Now we have a ladies' car here. Qian Wuxuang drove. Chu-Ling sat in the passenger seat, and Xia Pu sat in the back with two dirty kids. Maybe girls are naturally more empathetic to other girls. They don't know what these two little girls will encounter in the end times. There was no complaint about Xia Pu bringing the two little girls back. Only envy. Envy that she could reach out to help those who wanted to help. Lu Ming asked, "Are we going back? Didn't we just come out? We haven't done anything yet. Let's go fight the zombies." She didn't want her to affect the progress. This time, Yan Mu's car led the way, and Qian Wuxuang followed behind. The two girls probably haven't talked to anyone for a long time, and introduced their names. The 7-year-old girl still spoke with a childish voice, and sweetly called the 3 older girls in the car sisters. When they arrived at the destination, the girls in the car had become friends. Seeing that several people got off the car without taking them, they became anxious. Gu Qingcheng raised her hand and actively recommended herself. Just like she did in school, I want to fight zombies too. She is a psychic, although her level is low, but she can help Gu Qingli slow down the speed of zombie attacks. Xia Pu just wanted to test their reactions, and she felt relieved when she saw the 2 children were so active. Ambitious people, as long as they are willing to work hard, can survive anywhere. System. What should I do if they fight zombies? She couldn't touch the crystal core, so she couldn't just watch. The host just couldn't touch the crystal core, but it didn't mean she couldn't fight zombies. If you want, go ahead and try. That's right. Xia Pu felt that something was different. She asked Shirju for a cold weapon to chop zombies. When others came to their senses, she killed twice as many zombies as everyone else, and exceeded their team's goal for the day. I'm sorry for wasting your time today. You can divide the crystal core. The 2 kids will go too. Fighting zombies with cold weapons was quite tiring. She rubbed her shoulders and sat back in the car. Chu-Ling understood, patted the 2 kids on the shoulders. That's what a beautiful sister is like. She's careful but doesn't like to talk. She's easy to get along with. Don't be afraid. Chapter 53 Pears and Oranges. While they were digging crystal cores, Xia Pu watered the mutant plants nearby. The mutant plants did not drop equipment anymore, and M80 did not yell at her to store the plants in space. It seems that encountering a mutant tree that can bear fruit is really rare. The 2 little girls cooperated well in fighting the zombies. Xia Pu glanced at the ones they fought, and it should not be a problem for the 2 of them to support themselves. It's just that I feel sorry for such a young child, who has to work hard for a living. After harvesting the crystal core, they wanted to give it to Xia Pu. Xia Pu didn't say anything and put her hand on the crystal core. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, her hands penetrated the crystal core, as if she was touching the air, and penetrated it. Seeing is believing. The crowd finally stopped insisting, and wanted to give the crystal core to the 2 little girls. The 2 girls firmly refused. Brothers and sisters, if we accept your kindness now, even if my sister saves us, how can we survive in the troubled times? She was very pleased that Gu Qingli said such words at such a young age. People who understand the situation are the most flexible. Xia Pu made the final decision. You can divide it, and just come to my store to buy more things. There was no objection to this matter. Back at the B&B, the 2 little girls handed the larger crystal core to her again, and gave her the crystal core they were assigned. Sister, please exchange these crystal cores for points for us, and my sister and I will split it equally. Xia Pu was a little surprised. Are you sure? Why don't you keep some for yourself? Sure. As soon as Gu Qingli entered the room, she knew that she had really met a noble person. The two sisters were nervous all the way, worried about what kind of destination they would arrive at. After getting off the car, they saw the clean, bright, tidy homestay, and were really shocked. When they entered the room, there were still diners eating in the cafeteria. It was such a big cafeteria, and they stood so far away, the smell of food could drift to the depths of the sisters' souls. After exchanging the points for them, Siepura thought that the store didn't sell clothes. It would be better for the two of them not to continue wearing the dirty rags on their bodies. Just when she was hesitating whether to alter her clothes to make them smaller for the two sisters, Chu Ling and Qian Wuxuan came downstairs with their clothes. The clothes were packed into a small bag. These clothes are too small for the sisters. You can wear them first. If the store sells them in the future, you can buy new clothes. There is no such thing as small clothes in the end times. Clothes that can be worn are good clothes. The two girls knew that they were helping them. Gu Qingli pulled Gu Qingcheng and bowed to them again. Thank you, sisters. Siepura booked a double room for them. The cheapest one, based on their choice. They chose to go upstairs to take a shower first, and then come back to eat. The two sisters had no luggage, only the clothes they had just received. Looking around, Gu Qingcheng's eyes sparkled. Sister, are we going to stay here from now on? Gu Qingli said, yes. Sister will work hard to help you earn crystal cores in the future. In fact, she herself hadn't figured out how to fight zombies. The points of the two people added up to more than 5,000 points. The second-level crystal core that the dean's grandmother left for them was exchanged for 1,000 points. And the rest was what they earned today, plus what Siepura earned. The prices here are very low. We can eat 3 meals a day. Chung Chung. This will be our home from now on. Chung Chung and Lily's home. Xiaoqing smiled sweetly. The two sisters took a bath together, washing off each other's dirt. These dirt are avoided by others, but for them, it is the best thing to protect themselves. Clean water washed away the shower gel that was covered with dirt, revealing the sisters' faces. In the peaceful and prosperous times, these two faces were the focus of protection of the director's grandmother. But in the apocalypse, they were the sisters' death warrants. So what if the beauty was covered? The beasts in the apocalypse don't care whether you are young or not, or how you look. The two of them fled all the way back from the base, and saw a group of men when they slept in the stinking ditch that night. They didn't even let the dog go. The puppy howled desperately, and was held down by several men in turn. They pulled out the dog's teeth and tongue, so that it could not make any sound. The world was in chaos, and the devil was in the world. It was hard to tell who was the real beast. The men didn't know that the dog was actually a mutant. When the dog was dying, it exploded. People who were far away were not seriously injured, but those who were close were blown to pieces. I think the dog's ability level was too low. Otherwise those beasts would have been blown to death. Lizzie, don't we have to cover our faces anymore? Gu Qingli didn't know. She didn't know if it was safe here, but she had to be on guard against men and not cause trouble to her sisters. But the mud had been washed off. The room was clean, and there was nothing to cover the two of them. They had no choice but to go downstairs. Sister owner, do you have masks for sale? Siepura was held by two beautiful little girls, and she didn't react for a while. It took her a long time to realize that the familiar voices were the two children she had just brought back today. Such a beautiful girl wants to wear a mask, and it is self-evident why. Thinking of the two girls who got dirty before, she suddenly felt a little distressed. No mask. They are really too short, and they are like this because they didn't have enough nutrition during their growth period. When she stood, she couldn't talk to them on an equal footing, so she could only bend down, and her voice softened a lot when facing the beautiful little girl. It's safe here. No one will hurt you. As long as you are here, you are absolutely safe. After she finished speaking, she was stunned. It's safe now, but what about going out? They also said they were going out to fight zombies. Otherwise, how can they earn crystal cores and survive? Can you stay at home for the time being? I help you think of a solution. Okay. The Fruit Sisters are very well behaved. Even though she said it was safe here, they still bought food and went back to their room to eat. There is no entertainment in the apocalypse. What else can they do if they stay in their room like this? Looking at their backs as they went upstairs, Siepura wondered what else she could do to help people like them. After thinking all night and not coming up with any answer, she asked M80, System host, work hard to upgrade. This world is different. You may get what you want after upgrading. The implication is that it cannot solve this problem now. Siapuro was not anxious after getting this answer, because she would soon set up a stall at the next base, and then she could promote the homestay. Chapter 54 Gift from the Big Tree. Yu Shiwen came, and took away a large number of supplies. Only the heat-resistant constant temperature clothing could be delivered next week. She received the grant from the central base, and was generous, directly paid the points for the constant temperature clothing. After paying the points, she stammered and said to Siapuro, "Manager, the central base knows that we have a water vending machine in our base, and asked if we can transport 2 of them. The water vending machine cannot be moved in a short time." Siapuro answered directly, "No. They can buy water from me. But the machine can only be placed in your base for now. And it cannot be moved." The store manager's attitude was very firm. And Yu Shiwen breathed a sigh of relief. She had no feelings for the central base. But she had already regarded the flame base as her responsibility. If a few machines were distributed, their number would be reduced. Putting aside the supply and demand issues, she was unwilling to share her own things with outsiders. The flame base hadn't even warmed up the water vending machine yet, and they stretched out their hands to take it. She was unwilling to do so. In the face of life and death, everyone's life is life. All she can do is hope that there will be more space ability users coming to the base, and bring more back, so that people over there can have more drinks. Manager, I really think you are amazing now. Compared to you, I am really selfish. Siapuro was confused by her incoherent words, and didn't know what to say. Yu Shiwen still had a lot of things to do, so she took a lot of food and left as usual. When it was dark, she could see many stars in her small courtyard, shining and bright. System, can I take that tree out and plant it in my yard? Sure, your yard is so big anyway, no one can get it except you, plant it. Getting approval, she found a shovel, bent over and dug in the big yard. M80 waited until she was almost tired of digging before reminding her, "Did you forget that? This is your territory, you have absolute control." Siapuro, can I give you a slash of red? A burst of birdsong and flowers is omitted here. She was tired from digging in the first place, and now she was so tired after scolding that she stood with her hands on her hips. Finally, the tree was transplanted to the yard. The mutant tree seemed excited. There was no wind, but the branches were shaking. She tried to put some water in it, and it took it all. A leaf fell on her head, and she reached out to take it down. Why do I feel like this tree is spitting at me? M80 was so excited that she screamed in her mind. Host, this is a gift from the mutant tree. She lifted the leaf up and looked at it carefully. A gift from the tree. What's the use? Keep it for now, when the time comes. Siapuro obediently put it in her space. Tomorrow is the day to end her break and go to the stall, preparing to go to the new base. I'm still a little excited. Unlocked a new flavor of rice bowl, sweet and sour pork tenderloin rice bowl. With 5 dishes in total, the cafeteria has an additional rice bowl window. In the future when she's not here, everyone can order rice bowls and let Xiao Xiao make them. Selling only vegetable salads is obviously not enough, so she unlocked other salads. After spending 10,000 points, I unlocked the avocado salad. For now, I will only sell 2 kinds of salads, and then increase them day by day. The ingredients used for avocado salad are very simple. In fact, everyone makes different salads. The recipe given by the system is avocado, cooked pumpkin, soft-boiled eggs and several vegetables. Just add salad dressing and mix well. This thing is very easy to make. Avocado is different from other fruits. You have to peel off the skin to see the green flesh. She thinks avocado has no taste. Biting a bite of avocado feels like eating an avocado. After chewing carefully, the taste of avocado will spread throughout the mouth, just like eating a bite of avocado. Avocado is a very versatile fruit. No matter what food it is paired with, it can highlight the deliciousness of another food. Yes, nonsense literature is very suitable for describing the taste of avocado. I always feel that eating avocado is like chewing soap, although she is not so perverted as to chew soap. Anyway, it is almost the same feeling as imagined. This thing doesn't require you to select dishes and cooks quickly. She set the robot staff to get up at 8 o'clock to prepare the dishes, and then let Bao Bao pack them herself, and finally Boo Boo took away the packed salads. With her hands free, she was only responsible for waiting until the base to sell them. At 12 o'clock in the morning, Siapuro woke up. The diners who came to eat lunch watched the iconic milky purple food truck leave. I told you, the owner must be going out today. Every Monday, She drives the food truck out. TSK, you just came 2 days earlier than me. I didn't expect the owner to be so selfless. If it were me, I wouldn't want to go out in such hot weather. I have to set up a stall. It's so tiring. Everyone in the B&B already has a thermostatic coat. Even if you wear a thermostatic coat, you won't want to go out. It's comfortable. But you're really tired. The owner is really worthy of our admiration. If I were so determined, I would have killed all the zombies around here. The admirable owner Siapuru is now choosing which base to go to. In fact, she was not familiar with any place. So she just ordered a nearby one. The nearest base, apart from Lion, which was within a few kilometers, was Shurgang Base, which was 11 kilometers away. She chose that base. She took a short nap. And when she woke up, she was almost there. It seemed that Shurgang Base was smaller than Lion. The guard standing guard at the door noticed the dining car the moment it appeared. What a strange car. It looks so new. Xiaoli muttered to the person next to him. It is quite new. As new as your brain. Xiaoming retorted. Do you have a brain? How could such a new car exist in the end times? Unless it came from a large base, like the central base, it would be possible to drive a new car. Should we report to the big brother? Xiaoming, don't worry, let's see what it will do first. Just report to them when a car appears. Don't you know that they are not easy to get along with? The car just appeared, and did not do anything. If we report it, the higher-ups will say it is too much trouble. Pay attention. Pay more attention. The dining car naturally stopped not far from the entrance of the base. This direction is convenient for attracting customers, and will not hinder the entry and exit of vehicles. Siapuru stretched, relaxed for the last time, and began to set up the stall as usual. It's actually a woman. And she's pretty. What is that woman doing? It seems to be setting up a stall? Xiaoming thought that the way she packed things was very similar to the snack stall downstairs from his house before the end of the world. That snack stall was like this. Taking out tables and chairs to prepare. Chapter 55 Sweet and Sour Pork. A beautiful woman setting up a stall in the apocalypse. Is she crazy? If those high-ranking officials saw her, maybe sigh. These days, there are so many women who have been played badly. There are very few women now. And there are still beautiful women walking on the streets so openly. Does she have supplies? It seems that she does. I think she saw some food. Green. It should be green leaves. Xiaoming grabbed the telescope, and it was not clear, but his intuition was that there was food. You stand guard here. I go by it. She put the telescope back in his hand. No. Why should you go first? I want to go too. What will it look like if we both go and let others see us? They stand guard in pairs, with a total of 10 people standing guard. The two of them couldn't agree, and the argument became louder and louder. So loud that several people on duty nearby could hear it. What are you arguing about? Xiaoming told the story again. Someone suggested, why don't we send someone to investigate first? The others are waiting here. No one objected. Finally, through the rock-paper-scissors method, Xiaoming was chosen to go over and take a look. Siapuru took out the vending machine. Originally, the machine sold dumplings, but as time went by, she changed it to rice bowls. She got up too late, and didn't have time to eat before setting up a stall. It's just right to try the newly unlocked sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Paired with a new avocado salad, it should be sour, sweet and refreshing. Just after taking the rice bowl out of the vending machine and opening the lunch box, Xiaoming, who was halfway through, smelled the fragrance of the food and ran over in one step. What are you doing? The closer he got, the stronger the sweet and sour aroma in her bowl became. Xiaoming's stomach was rumbling. So hungry. Looking at the steaming food, he put on a smile. No matter what, in the end of the world, anyone with supplies is a father. The beautiful woman in front of him was far inferior to the food. Nothing was more important than filling his stomach. If she could fill his stomach, it was okay for him to call her mother. The man came too fast. Siapuru blinked and looked at the rice bowl and salad in her hand. Isn't it obvious what she's doing? Eating. This guy is so careless, and he disturbed her eating. She's a little upset. If you can't tell, you can ask a healing person to show you. Xiaoming smiled flatteringly, glancing straight at her bowl. No, I'm asking, are you setting up a stall by putting these things out? Siapuru moved her body, pointing to the car behind her. Of course I'm here to set up a stall. Aren't the 4 big words great dining car on my car obvious? Xiaoming was too lazy to talk to her about this, and went straight to the point. Little beauty. How much is this? We have 2 new salads. Vegetable salad and avocado salad. 18 points each. You can pay for what you want to eat. There are 5 kinds of rice. 20 points each. You can go to the vending machine to check. By the way, there are instructions for exchanging crystal cores for points at the back. If you have any questions, ask me again. Siapuro finished speaking in one breath. She was going to eat. The tenderloin of the sweet and sour pork tenderloin is fried and then coated with sweet and sour sauce. The taste is sour, sweet and fragrant without being greasy. She did a good job of controlling the oil, so the tenderloin is not very oily. When the smell of the tenderloin reached Xiaoming's nose, he couldn't help it, and anxiously exchanged a crystal core for points. He took a look at the salad on the dining car. The avocado salad looked more cost-effective, with both vegetable leaves and fruits. In fact, he didn't know what avocado was, but he had heard of it before the end of the world. That thing is so expensive. It costs $7 apiece. None of the men he knows even works out, so ordinary men would never eat that expensive thing. He took a box of avocado salad, and started to hesitate again in front of the rice bowl machine. His first reaction was to choose the pork trotter rice bowl, but Siapuro was eating sweet and sour pork next to him, and he was salivating like crazy. In the end, he still chose the man's first instinct, which was also the first choice, the pork trotter rice bowl. After he finished shopping, he was about to leave. Siapuro raised her eyes and asked, "Aren't you eating here?" My companion is waiting over there for me to report the situation here." Xiaoming didn't know why, but he blurted out the purpose of his visit. Is he really a person who believes that whoever feeds him is his mother? She treats him as her mother just because she feeds him? Fortunately, she didn't make things difficult for him. She nodded and let him go. Siapuro thought that if he stayed at the stall to eat, he could attract more customers. Since he wanted to go back, then let him go. He could also go back to promote her. Xiaoming took a last look at the great B&B poster on the dining car and left. So far, nothing was more important than the meal he had been thinking about. The 9 people waited for him to come back, and when Xiaoming approached, they saw what he had in his hand. Is there really food? They tried to open his lunchbox, but Xiaoming held it tightly. Go buy it yourself. It's over there. And it's very cheap. I can buy so much with 1 crystal core. And more. A crystal core? The strongest Xiaohei let him go. It's just a crystal core, so there's no need to force it. Let's go and buy food. They didn't even guard the gate. This wasn't a formal base, and the guards didn't have much sense of responsibility. Leaving Xiaoming alone to guard the gate, he hadn't reacted yet, and his body was still protecting the food. They walked away, until they were sure they were far enough away. He opened the lunch box on the spot, and ate like crazy. A bite of green leaves and a bite of meat. No matter whether it is sweet or salty, it is his own when it is in his stomach. Oh, you are a pretty little beauty. Siapuro didn't know how to react. He was such a scoundrel, why bother with him? But even if she didn't bother, she couldn't let him bully her verbally. She said harshly, if you want to buy something, just follow the instructions. If you don't want to buy it, get out, don't bother me. You? Xiaohei was about to get angry. In the base, no one dared to give him face so badly. He led a group of gatekeepers. Except for the eldest brother, anyone who wanted to enter or leave the base had to smile at him. A voice from the side called him. Brother Hey. There are meat and vegetables here. Meat? Vegetables? Xiaohei's attention was attracted by him, and he looked in the direction of the man's hand. The pictures on the vending machine were accompanied by text, and it was the first time that he felt the power of text so intuitively. Every word made him so hungry, so hungry. The sensible people had already honestly exchanged their crystal cores for points, and Xiaoli was the first to complete the exchange. He also chose pork knuckle rice, and picked up a box of salad, and saw bottled water on the dining cart, and tried to take one. The money was deducted, and he agreed without thinking, and took the water. Xiaohei wanted to take the salad and water just like him, before he recharged. The first scream of the day was heard. Chapter 56 Xiaohei dead. It turned out to be classmate Xiaohei, because he took a bunch of salads, and wanted to run away. He was punished by the system with electric shock. You are a thunder-type mutant. Hei Zi felt pain all over his body, and collapsed on the ground. At this moment, even breathing was painful. He could feel the burning sensation in his respiratory tract. Ignoring him and continuing to eat her salad, Siapuro said lightly, I am not. In the dry and water-scarce weather, few people were smellable, and when you get close, You can smell a mixture of sweat and acid and various odors. She could still eat now, all because she was still holding on to the idea of not wasting food. The other 8 people who came with Xiaohei all exchanged crystal cores in a proper manner, and were not punished at all. They were all busy with their own things just now, and Xiaohei fell to the ground without knowing what happened. She was thinking fast, and weighed the pros and cons quickly. It was well known that Xiaohei was the boss lackey, and if they didn't obey him, they would be afraid of being stabbed in the back while living in this base. But no one was willing to give up the food that was still warm in their hands. If it's for survival and living, who would be willing to work for a private base? They don't know other private bases, and haven't seen them. Anyway, in this private base, they just want to make a living. Xiaohei lay on the ground in a mess. It took him a long time to recover from the severe pain. No one came to help him for such a long time. He lost face and panted and roared. Why are you standing there? Why don't you help me up? Several people took action, helped Xiaohei up, and quickly returned to their seats to continue eating their food. The weather was very hot. And the food was hot, too. They were sweating while eating. Siapuri then remembered something. And there was lemonade. As long as the customer didn't commit suicide and earn crystal cores for her, he would be a good customer. She wouldn't care so much. We have passion fruit kumquat lemonade. Do you want to try it? The 8 people were tormented. On one side was the life in the base, and on the other side was good food and drink. In the end, Xiaoli made the first choice. The world is so big. As long as he could swallow his anger, he could be successful anywhere. Why should he hang himself on the tree of Shurgang base? I want a cup. I want one too. You all wait for me. I go back and tell my brother. And you? Xiaohei stared at Siapuro, his eyes widened. If looks could kill, he didn't know how many times he would have used his eyes to kill Siapuro. He knew he was isolated and helpless here, and these 8 damn bastards were obviously going to rebel. Everyone was gathered for profit, and the benefits of the dining car right now were that they could eat their fill, and drink as much water as they wanted, so who would want to go back to the base and suffer? Xiaoli had thought it through. No matter what, he would finish the meal first. At worst, he could just run away after the meal. I heard that the flame base was pretty good. At least it gave ordinary people a way out. His ability level was only level 1. No matter what, it was better than ordinary people. It was not just Xiaoli who thought so. Others were already planning where to go. The crystal core was not big. This kind of thing was carried with him. The things that belonged to them in the base were just a bunch of useless junk. There was no need to think about going back to get them. With his mind turning over and over again, Xiaohei wanted to rush out with the salad while Siapuro wasn't paying attention. Siapuro really didn't pay much attention to him. She went back to the dining car when someone ordered food and was washing and cutting fruits. She had forgotten about the drinks and didn't ask Kai to prepare the food. Xiaohei took a few steps. His knees softened, and he knelt down. His body also limply fell to the ground. If Xiaoli, who was closest to him, could have taken a look at him at this time, he would have found that his hair was permed like tin foil. Siapura put down the kitchen knife and got off the food cart. Why don't you repent? The system told her why in due time. Host, I didn't remind him that he would be punished for taking the goods in the store directly. Then why didn't you remind him? Is your machine brain broken? Siapuru chuckled. I don't like him. He's a scoundrel. You can tell at a glance that he's a disaster in the end times. M80 has a strong sense of justice. Boss. I was wrong. I won't steal your things anymore. Don't shock me. Xiaohei's face was covered with snot and tears. He struggled to crawl to Siapuro's feet. Siapuro did not ignore the venom in his eyes. It was because she saw it that she let him crawl to her feet. I was wrong. I have a crystal core. I am willing to give it to you. Please let me go, Xiaohei said as he crawled. When he crawled to her feet, his eyes suddenly changed, and the fat on his face became fierce along with his hands. You damn bitch. I will show you what a real man is. If you dare to treat him like this, don't blame him for ruining her pretty face. He said harsh words, but when his fist was still a little distance away from Siapura, it was blocked by an air wall. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get any further. Siapura shook her head helplessly. Why did you provoke me? I'm powerless. You provoke me like hitting cotton. Right? The expression and tone of his voice, there was a sense of anger at the lack of resistance. I was wrong. Please let me go. Xiaohei was really scared now. Knowing that he had hit a wall, He frantically turned out all the crystal cores on his body and took them out all at once. I give you all the crystal cores. Just let me go. He was already speaking incoherently. In the apocalypse, offending someone will not end well. How could he be so unlucky? Offending a powerful woman. If just now, this man tried to take her things twice, she would have to think about how to deal with him. Now, there is no need to think about it. The other person has hit her in the face. If she continues to endure, she will be in trouble. But since you have provoked me, there is no reason for me to let you go. He sneered. This person definitely does not understand the core values of socialism. He gave an order to the system. Just throw him into the zombie pile. I don't want him alive. He scares me. M80 obeyed the order and chose a place with the most zombies and teleported him there. Looking at its owner again, he calmly returned to the dining car and asked the customer if he wanted normal ice or less ice. This is not a sign of being scared. On the contrary, the man who was teleported to the zombie pile was really scared to death. The smell of urine made the zombies more excited. They took all the food before they got a few bites. When Xiaoli and the others reacted, they didn't dare to ask more questions. When she asked about the amount of ice, they only dared to say that it was normal. In fact, in such hot weather, they really wanted more ice. Xiaohei's fate made them afraid to interfere. They were afraid that they would disappear on the spot in the next second because of talking too much. And they didn't know where they went. They even breathed carefully and didn't dare to smack their lips when eating. When Xiepu Ro came out with a few glasses of lemonade, she saw 8 people sitting upright with their backs straight and eating quietly. Chapter 57, Offering Treasures to Beauties. She also thought, why are they all friends in the same circle? These people are like good students in the eyes of teachers. If you are afraid of being retaliated against when you return to the base, you can take a look at the flyers. The flyers for the homestay were distributed, one for each person. Respectfully receiving the flyers, Xiaoli also politely thanked him. The others saw him, and thanked him one after another. Xiepu Ro shook her head. It seems that in the end times, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Without caring about what they thought, Xiepu Ro returned to the dining car to enjoy the air conditioning. Inside the Shurgang base. What? A beautiful woman? And a lot of food? After finishing his meal, Xiaoming kept looking over there with a telescope, watching the entire scene of what happened in the dining car. Seeing Xiaohei disappear on the spot, he even stopped standing guard, and ran to report to the base boss Wu Jianan. He seemed to see a bright future waving at him along the way. He also fantasized about being reused by the boss. If he took down the dining car stall full of supplies, he would not be full, but at least he would not be hungry every day. Wu Jianan selectively ignored Xiaohei's disappearance, his mind full of beautiful women and food. How beautiful is that woman? The pot-bellied man was wearing a flowery dress, with a pair of small green eyes on his round face. He smiled lewdly, and the fat around his eyes squeezed his eyes into a slit, making people doubt whether he could see. His fat body was shaky as he walked, and he was in an unspeakably ugly state. Boss, that woman is clean, and her breath smells good when I get close to her. Xiaoming echoed his lewd smile. He made a gourd-shaped outline with his hands in the air. The woman figure is like this. Knowing what Wu Jianan likes to hear, he picked out the key points and emphasized, I think the woman heard about your deeds, and wanted to come here to seduce you. His flattery hit Wu Jianan hard. Such a good figure? Xiaoming was not well educated, and he was at a loss for words, and could only use comparison. Let me put it this way, the woman face alone is prettier than Xiaomei next to you, not to mention her figure. Xiaomei is the most beautiful woman around him. He treats her very well, and he is reluctant to let ordinary subordinates touch Xiaomei. Even when he and his most loyal subordinates are on a foursome, he is reluctant to tire her. How beautiful would she be if she were more beautiful than Xiaomei? Wu Jianan was distracted just thinking about it, and the blood rushed to his legs. Originally, he was about to go and see the beauty outside the base that Xiaoming mentioned, but as the boss of Shurgang base, he definitely didn't want to let himself down. Go find Xiaomei, I do something with her first. Xiaoming was stunned. Are you not going to find that woman? He didn't dare to say anything more, didn't dare to ask more. He listened to Wu Jianan and went to find Xiaomei. When Xiaoming found Xiaomei, she was showing off to other people among the women. Xiaomei was very proud. Now she was second only to Wu Jianan in the Shurgang base, and was considered to be above 10,000 people, who would not call her Sister Xiaomei when seeing her. Sister Xiaomei, the boss asked you to go over. Let me tell you, if you want to capture a man's heart, You still have to live well. But being beautiful is inevitable. We women have to be beautiful to be liked. The way Xiaomei held her head high and gave lectures to other women was like a peacock. TSK. Ming Qinglu was tied up all over and could only curl up in a corner. She disdained Xiaomei's words. The existence of such people was to discredit women. Not only did she brainwash herself, she also tried to brainwash other sisters, using her bullshit wife literature to indoctrinate them. What are you cutting? Ming Qinglu. I have tolerated you for a long time. Who do you think you are? You dare to cut me? Xiaomei looked at her with gritted teeth. This woman was just captured yesterday. She was very beautiful, and brought her a great sense of crisis. Wu Jianren did not do this woman on the same day. I don't know why. He said that he liked her shabby personality and wanted to conquer her slowly. She didn't understand. It's obvious that strong men like good-looking, gentle women. What's so good about a woman like Ming Qinglu? Haha. You haven't been to elementary school. Have you? You can even say such things. Ming Qinglu laughed sarcastically. If her students were like this, she would definitely give them a good scolding. Unfortunately, the last thing to do in the end times is civilization. Xiaomei couldn't stand her arrogant look. So what if you haven't been to elementary school? I can still put you under my feet now. You can only talk about climbing into a man's bed. Apart from your body, what else can you be worth? You? Seeing that the two women were about to quarrel again, Xiaoming could only interrupt. Sister Xiaomei, the boss called you urgently. Did you hear that? The boss missed me. He brought you back because he thought of me first. Xiaomei smiled triumphantly at her. Ming Qinglu looked at her like a clown. She couldn't understand why she was so proud of such a thing. How could a woman use this kind of thing as a capital to show off? Wouldn't she be ashamed? Xiaomei twisted her buttocks and went out. She usually wore a cool and transparent suspender skirt. This thing was called sexy clothes before the end of the world. In order to prove her charm in front of Ming Qinglu, she rubbed her big buttocks against his pants when she passed by Xiaoming, and gave him a wink. She smiled with satisfaction when she saw the tent he politely erected. Xiaoming's throat was dry because of her teasing. Reason told him that this was the boss woman, a woman who was only touched by the boss' closest right-hand man. He was just an ordinary and inconspicuous gatekeeper, and he could only look at women. But he had already told the boss that there was a beautiful woman with supplies outside. When the boss was happy, wouldn't it be a matter of time for him to replace the boss' left and right arms? It was this woman who seduced him first. He hadn't touched a woman for a long time, and his inner restlessness was even more uncontrollable. He took Xiaomei to a place where no one was paying attention, hugged the woman, and touched her quickly before withdrawing his hand with satisfaction. Hate it, Xiaomei said coquettishly, and broke free from his restraints. She was just mad, not stupid, and his status was not worthy of her. That's all for today. When the boss gives him this woman, he will definitely have a good time. Let's go, the boss called. She had no choice but to urge again. That day, Xiaomei and Wu Jianren did unspeakable things for an entire afternoon, so much that Wu Jianren was so weak when he walked. Xiaomei really felt a sense of crisis, and she used all her skills to pester Wu Jianren, for fear that he would have the energy to look for Ming Qinglu. Wu Jianren wanted to go to the gate of the base to look for someone after he was done. Sorry, Xie Ro had already closed the stall and went back to sleep. Chapter 58. You are really hungry. Today, she only did business with 9 people, not counting Xiao He. After he threw out all the crystal cores, she asked 8 people to divide the crystal cores. They each bought a teleportation business card from her, and stayed at Great B&B that night. Xie Ro's task was only to set up a stall at the base 3 days a week. There was no performance requirement. If no one came, she would come back. She was also surprised. The Shurgang base was empty. The 10 gatekeepers were gone. Didn't the people inside notice it? I couldn't figure it out. So I stopped thinking about it. I slept until dawn, and went to the stall as usual. Xiaoming didn't sleep well that night. He was thinking about how the boss would reward him after he got a lot of supplies tomorrow, and how to punish Xiaomei. Wu Jianren called him to the gate of the base early in the morning to report to him as soon as he saw the food truck coming to set up the stall. But this day disappointed him. Xie came very late, and didn't set up the stall until the afternoon. The base here is too small, and there are no people coming in and out. Xie put a big cross on this base in her heart, and just wanted to complete the task quickly. Xiaoming ran all the way to find Wu Jianren. He ran too fast and fell several times along the way. Last night, He told Wu Jianren that the other 8 people guarding the gate of the base did not come back. Wu Jianren sent a few more people to guard the gate without caring. He was not familiar with these people. If he did not run faster, he was afraid that his credit would be taken away. He shouted at the door. "Boss! That woman appeared!" Wu Jianren indulged too much yesterday, and he was waiting for the beauty Xiaoming mentioned all day today. At the door? He stood up and pulled up his pants. His belly was getting bigger and bigger. It was uncomfortable to wear pants normally. It was his territory anyway, so he didn't have to wear them. It was different today. For the legendary beauty, Wu Jianren even brushed his teeth. He touched his chin. He had just shaved. He felt that his appearance was plus 99. He felt that he was kind and gentle to women. He was reluctant to kiss her, and she was suffocated. Before leaving, he glanced at Xiaoming with a warning. He rarely brushed his teeth. If it wasn't the beauty who came, he would have waited for death. When he saw Xiapiru, he smiled so hard that his eyes could not be seen. He tried to open them again. He felt it was a loss if he didn't look at Xiapiru once more. "Hello, little beauty. What's your name?" He took out his dirty hands, wiped them on his pants, and then stretched them out in front of Xiapiru to shake hands. "Just call me boss or owner." Xiapiru didn't shake hands with him. She was a little disgusted by his greasy eyes. How could someone be so fat in the end times? Most of the people she saw were pale and thin. This was the first time she saw someone so fat. Suddenly, she was very curious. What in the apocalypse could fill his stomach and make him so fat? It was only a few meters from the base to her place. And he took a car. After getting off the car, she saw her jogging a few steps. She felt as if the ground was shaking when she was several meters away. "Why are you so polite? Can I call you my wife?" "No." Xiapiru's face turned cold. Did she smile too much? If you want to buy something, go over there and read the instructions yourself. If you don't want to buy, get out. Xiaoming is Wu Jianren's powerful lackey. He was the first one to be unhappy when his big brother was humiliated. "What are you talking about? This is our base boss Wu Jianren. Have you heard of him?" "Answer the question." Xiapiru replied honestly, "No. This name is quite good. It fits the name." Wu Jianren raised his fat hand and slapped Xiaoming in the face. "You dare to be mean to my woman, do you want to die?" The slap was so strong that his fat body fell in one direction, and he tried very hard to stand still, leaving Xiapiru with a perfect profile and the perfect jawline he had worked hard to create. "Beautiful lady, did you see it? A man who protects his wife should be handsome. Right?" He really wanted to touch his slicked hair and praise himself. A true man. "Xiapiru, I see, a steamed bun with dough on the side. It must be made with the best yeast, otherwise how could it be so big? Let me introduce myself. I am the head of our Shurgang base. My name is Wu Jianren, and I am the man you can rely on in the future. If you know what's good for you, take your supplies with me, and I promise that only I can touch you. No one else can. In addition, I can feed you every day, and all the delicious food and drinks will be provided to you first." If Xiaomei heard this, her teeth would be broken. Xiapiru has always dreamed of what she can get easily. "What if I don't know what's good for me? Then I take you back, it's the same." Wu Jianren whispered, "Anyway, I just took a beauty yesterday. She's not as pretty as you, but you can keep her company." "Oh, you took someone else?" Xiapiru teased him to continue. "Don't worry, I will make you the woman second only to me in this base, and everyone will listen to you." Wu Jianren rolled his eyes, looking her up and down. This baby is so pretty, like a star so fair. Xiaomei is indeed not as good as her. Xiaomei, whom he compared with, was on her way. It was rumored in the base that Wu Jianren was going to the gate of the base to find a beauty. It was a hot topic. Some people even said that the beauty who was setting up a stall at the gate was prettier than her. How could she dare to delay? She rushed to the gate of the base without stopping, and didn't come to destroy it. If she really went in, where would her status be? Husband. Xiaomei's delicate voice became even harsher. Xiapiru couldn't help but want to dote on her after hearing it. Xiaomei ran to Wu Jianren's side, rubbing her body against him, almost twisting herself into a rolling S. Wu Jianren did not resist Xiaomei's appearance, and he thought Xiaomei came at the right time. Let the beauty opposite see how manly he is, how popular he is, and it would be best if she could feel a sense of crisis. Wu Jianren's eyes were naked and obvious. "Take a good look at my strength, and follow me obediently." When Xiaomei saw Xiapiru's face, The sense of crisis she felt was stronger than that brought to her by Ten Mingqinglu. She had a hunch that if Xie Puru really followed Wu Jianren, it would be hard to say whether she would have a place in the base in the future. She was ruthless and shook Wu Jianren's arm tenderly. Husband, don't you have me? Why are you looking for so many people? Xie Puru suddenly asked Xiaomei, are you hungry? I'm not hungry. Xiaomei didn't want to pay any attention to Xie Puru at all, and only wanted to coax Wu Jianren back. I think you are really hungry. You can eat anything. This is so greasy. It's enough to kiss the meat without eating the meat. Wu Jianren can become the boss. He is definitely not a fool. He quickly realized that Xie Puru was suppressing him by talking to Xiaomei. Chapter 59. Go deep into the Shurgang base, revised. You don't want to show your face? Do you? I gave you a chance. But you didn't want it, and forced me to use force. He still wanted to leave a good impression on Xie Puru, and didn't intend to use force himself. He took a step back while holding Xiaomei. The group of people who followed him rushed forward and surrounded Xie Puru. Wu Jianren looked at her with heartache. Don't struggle. Otherwise it will hurt you. He also reminded the group of people, don't hurt her. Wait. Xie Puru suddenly spoke with a blank expression. Her eyes fell on Wu Jianren's face. Others did not dare to touch her. This was the woman the boss wanted. Wu Jianren was surprised and happy. Have you figured it out? No. Xie Puru pursed her lips. I want to know what you eat to be so fat. Xiaoming came forward to make himself familiar in front of the sister-in-law. And there were 5 clear slap marks on his swollen face. Our boss has meat every meal. You won't be missing if I follow the boss. Xie Puru showed a confused expression. It's been so long since the end of the world. Anyway, she hasn't seen any meat in animals. What kind of meat do they eat? 2-legged sheep. Xiaoming's eyes were grim, and he smiled darkly. The people around him laughed along with him. The laughter was like the evil spirits crawling out of hell. The expressions were all so disgusting. He looked back and saw that the boss expression didn't relax. He continued, we have pigs in our base. You brought your supplies here. Our boss will definitely give you the best food first. Xie Puru understood the meaning of the words. They dare to eat people. No wonder this base commander can eat so much. Frost gathered in her eyes, looking at everyone around her indifferently. No, these people cannibalize their compatriots. They can no longer be called human beings. System. M80 understood in seconds, supported her indignantly. Host, they are too much. Do whatever you want. Why are you talking nonsense to her? If she doesn't want us to take her back and send her to the bed of the eldest brother. As for women, if they have tasted the benefits of Big Brother, they will be inseparable. Her tone became colder and colder, but she continued to ask patiently. Are the women in your base also captured by you and treated like this? Yes, but don't worry, you are the woman that our Big Brother likes. Xiaoming didn't dare to scare her. It's okay to scare her. If she was really scared, Big Brother would beat the other side of his face to make it symmetrical. Husband. Xiaomei stamped her feet, wanting to ask Wu Jianren if he didn't love her anymore. When she saw Wu Jianren looking at her with a bit of impatience, she fell silent. The people gathered in a circle and complimented Wu Jianren. In front of such a beautiful woman like Xie Puru, his male chauvinism was unprecedentedly satisfied. What are you hesitating about? Take your sister-in-law back. Wu Jianren looked at Xie Puru with even more passion, wanting to see through her clothes with his naked eyes. Xie Puru had one last question to ask. Those people guarding the gate yesterday, except Xiao He, had they all eaten human flesh? Xiaoming looked strange. What nonsense is this girl talking about? Does she think that everyone can eat meat in the end times? What are you thinking? Such precious meat must only be eaten by those who are valued by the boss. Does she think raising pigs is free? You can't let them starve to death while raising them. Women are so naive. Stop talking nonsense, quickly, take her down, so I can go back to sleep. Wu Jianren was extremely itchy. Xie Puru's cold voice sounded. You are right. Let's fight quickly and make a quick decision. Without waiting for others to react, the wind under his feet rose into the air, and rose into the air. Ice. A chill came in response, rising slowly under everyone's feet. At first everyone felt quite cool, but a second later, their legs were frozen quickly, and a group of people were nailed to the spot by the ice, unable to move. What happened? Where did the ice come from in such hot weather? Is this woman an ice-type psychic? Xiaoming looked at Wu Jianren, the strongest person in the base. Boss! Save me! He didn't know that. Wu Jianren was also trying to save himself at this moment. He was obviously a fire-type psychic, and it should be easy for him to break the ice, but he couldn't use his psychic power. He was sweating profusely in anxiety, and he couldn't even save himself, so he didn't have the energy to listen to Xiaoming nonsense. Shut up. The people who were traveling with him knew that Wu Jianren was not a person who could save others, and wanted to use his psychic power to save himself. At this time, they found out with horror that their powers were no longer usable. Yes, within the range of the dining car, they would not find out that their powers were no longer usable unless they actively used them. Unfortunately, they found out too late. Freeze. See, a pure, cold, and pleasant female voice gave them the final death ultimatum. Everyone except Xiaomei was quickly frozen from bottom to top. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. When Xiaomei came to her senses, she wanted to hold Wu Jianren's arm. Touching the frozen hand, she only touched it lightly, and the whole arm was like a shoddy project, breaking at the touch. Boss! She screamed in despair. It's not that her feelings were deep, but if Wu Jianren was gone, it would mean that her status would be gone. She was just an ordinary person, with only a face. If she had no one to rely on in the end times, how could she survive? Thinking of this, she became more and more panicked, and rushed forward, wanting to hug Wu Jianren. Now it's good. Originally, she just lost an arm, but now her whole body was broken into pieces of ice. Siapura looked at the woman who was yelling. This was the first time she killed someone in this world. Before, she just asked M80 to send people to the zombie group. Now she was really angry. She didn't kill her, she just needed a guide. Take me in. Xiaomei didn't dare to refuse. There were many people in the base. You, go and close the door. Xiaomei was trembling, sobbing with every step. Siapura was impatient. Hurry up. Don't force me to beat you. There was no guard at the door, so they came in so easily. Most of the people on the street were guards of the base, and Siapura killed them one by one. The smell of blood on a hot day was not pleasant, so she froze them one by one. The number of ice sculptures increased in piles, and the entire Shurgang base became much cooler. I hardly saw any women along the way. Take me to find the kidnapped people. Xiaomei took her to the depths of the base. From a distance, she could hear the sound of a woman crying and begging for mercy in a shabby tent on the street. Siapuro's heart tightened, and she quickened her pace. More than 40 men were scattered everywhere. They ordered the women in shackles around at will. The women had their hair loose, and everyone looked numb. The women who had obviously been tortured by suffering had no expression on their faces, and there was nothing in their eyes except despair, because they had already accepted their fate, and knew that no one would come to save them. Chapter 60. Shark. All shark. Host. Ah! They are too much. I am so angry. M80 was so angry that he wanted to swear, but its program did not have swear words set, and after being angry for a long time, he could only use a few words to describe these beasts. Now he regretted it. Why didn't he learn a few words when the host scolded him? Siapuro didn't bother to pay attention to him. He stepped forward and kicked the man who was pressing on the woman, forcing them to separate. The man who left the woman's body was about to curse, but he saw a beautiful face like a fairy, and approached her with a lewd smile. What's wrong? You want to take her place, right? Siapuro didn't want to talk to these people, and she killed all the men in the area. Killed them. Killed them all. What a disgusting bunch of people. She was quite stimulated today. Knowing that the end of the world is dark is one thing, but when you feel it firsthand, you are so angry that you can't control it at all. The numb women didn't show any emotion when they saw her, and tears welled up in their eyes when they saw her kill people. Siapura's move made the women feel like they saw a savior, and they felt her strength. The woman she had just rescued was in tears, and her voice was hoarse. Are you here to save us? She spoke the short sentence more and more quietly, until her voice was so quiet that she couldn't even hear it herself. Siapura nodded. Is there anyone else? Her intuition told her that there were more than just these women, and there were more people waiting for her. The women's eyes gathered in another place. I put a thin layer of ice on Xiaomei's feet, not letting her leave the place. The tattered tent may be just a place for ordinary men to vent. The better tents are really infuriating. The young girls were naked. Their eyes were already swollen from crying. The youngest among them was only as old as Gu Qingcheng, and her petite body was covered with purple marks from being beaten and pinched. No wonder the two little girls reacted like that after seeing a man. Hell is empty, the devil is on earth. Still a shark. All sharks. All go to hell. Siapuru was a shark gone mad. She froze all the men present into pieces. She wanted to take out clothes from the space for the women, and put them on the girls, but she didn't put so many. As a woman, she could understand the pain of these women more deeply. This alone was not enough. She said to them, "Follow me, if you want revenge yourself." With Xiaomei's guidance, she led a group of women to rescue the imprisoned victims everywhere. The women here not only have to suffer mental and physical torture, but also those who are too ugly, or have been physically abused and sick, are called to do work for men. A group of women are aggressive, led by Xiepiru, and they pick up wooden sticks they found from nowhere and beat a beast to death in one go. It is unknown how many people passed the stick. A group of people walked almost all over the base in such a mighty manner. Some people rushed to each other and cried until their eyes were swollen. Some people were still looking around, trying to find their relatives. The further she walked, the angrier she became. These were all people. Living people. Some places had saved women when they arrived. Xiepiru realized that the first place she arrived it was quite decent. At least it was not like this place now, full of corpses of men and women. Some girls with genital diseases were left here to die. The women knew in their hearts that if they were not saved by the godlike girl today, their fate would be no different from waiting to die. Xiepiru had a sullen look on her face. Not towards them, but she was so depressed that she couldn't smile. Almost all the people in the base had been killed. She killed anyone who looked bad to Xiepiru. There were also some who looked honest. Xiepiru was ready to let them go, but another woman said that she had been bullied by them. In the past, men could beat, scold and humiliate them at will. When they were horny, they could pull a woman to cooperate with them. Now the two gangs were switching places, and the women could decide their life and death. They wailed, admitted their mistakes. But what was the use? It was God's job to forgive them or not. And Xiepiru's mission was to send them to hell. Later, a tacit understanding was formed. The women who could not point out their mistakes were reluctantly let go, and the rest were killed by the system. It was difficult to stay out of trouble in the end times. Until the end, no more than 50 people in this base could be let go. Benefactor, are you tired? The kind-hearted women did not want Xiepiru to suffer, and wanted her to stop and rest for a while. I'm not tired. Let's clean up the base first. She looked up at the people following her. Her eyes were so clear and bright. The hope that was strangled by the end of the world returned to people's eyes, like little stars. Since they were a group of people who killed everyone they saw, those who stayed behind would only follow them. No one went to inform them. And they almost cleaned up the entire base. How much space is left? Xiepiru looked at Xiaomei, facing those sharp eyes. Xiaomei didn't dare to hide anything. There are two more. One is a room for women who are masturbated to look good. The other is... What is it? Xiaomei's eyes were erratic. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's a place for pigs." Xiepiru followed her all the time, and didn't miss the unnatural look in her eyes. It was obvious that she had eaten meat before. Lead the way. He led them to a room. There was a lot of noise inside. A vulgar male voice came out. "The boss is out to find another beauty. You just follow me. Let me taste you first." Another voice came from the room. "Are you in front or behind?" It was not difficult to hear the woman struggling, because the woman smashed everything she could reach inside. "Help! Help!" Ming Qinglu cried and shouted in despair. It was the second brother. The third brother was inside. The boss' right-hand man. They used to go out with 4 people together. Xiaomei thought bitterly, blaming herself for coming here first. This voice sounded like she hadn't succeeded yet. Just one step away, and Ming Qinglu would never be able to be so proud in front of her. Isn't she just pretending? Pretending to be cool and cultured, aren't you just going to be ridden like her? Xiaomei tried to hold back Xiepiru's steps, but failed. Xiepiru ran in and pulled the man off the bed, and kicked him in the vitals. She used all her strength in this kick, only heard 2 wails from the man, and there was also the sound of his balls breaking. Ming Qinglu's hands and feet were freed, and she wanted to find something nearby to cover her body. But there was nothing. Her clothes had been torn into strips. Chapter 61 Chastity is not under the skirt. Xiepiru gave her the cloth she had just found from somewhere, at least covering the key parts. The hand she used to cover her body with the cloth was held tightly by Ming Qinglu, and holding this hand was like holding a life-saving straw. She was not afraid of being violated, not afraid of getting dirty, but she remembered clearly that it was those 2 people who killed her husband and son one by one in front of her, and she would rather die than be violated by these 2 beasts. After crying for an unknown amount of time, Siapura placed her other hand on her shoulder and patted her twice, which was also a silent comfort. She looked at Xiaomei with a deeper look in her eyes. There is one last place. Take me there. The last place was the dungeon. The people imprisoned there were all being raised. And when they were chosen, they would become Wu Jianren fat. She didn't remember how many people she froze today, nor how many places she had walked. When she came here, she almost killed everyone she saw. There are not many guards here, and most of the prisoners are still healthy. After all, they are kept as reserve food. But they are short of food and water. They will be fine after eating something soon. They destroyed the entire base, rescued 237 women and 103 men. And after identification by men and women, only 11 people were released without charge. They didn't care whether they knew each other or not. And they didn't distinguish between men and women. They cried as much as they wanted. Cry, and you will be reborn after crying. Siapura thought so. Oh, there is still Xiaomei left. She can die too. The temperature of her body dropped sharply. Xiaomei widened her eyes in shock. She wanted to say why. She was obviously a victim herself. She led them to save people, and showed them the way. The word she wanted to ask got stuck in her throat, and as the people rushed over and punched and kicked her, she broke on the ground. This woman is the worst, she hinted at those people when she saw a young and beautiful girl. The first person who took the lead in beating Xiaomei choked. He couldn't bear to say it. His sister was killed by her. If she hadn't made that hint, his sister might have survived until now, and been rescued with everyone. Everyone smashed everything that could be smashed in the base, and took everything that could be taken. Countless crystal cores were placed together, pushed to Siapuru's side. No one hid them privately. Siapuru's eyebrows flickered. What are you doing? Ming Qinglu was not afraid, and took the lead to answer for everyone. There are so many of us, and we can't repay you, so we can only do our part, and give you these things we found in the Shurgang base. Siapura glanced at the approximate value of those crystal cores. She didn't expect that the small Shurgang base would have such a huge fortune. She just chose a place nearby to set up a stall, and unknowingly made a big profit. She felt relieved after saving the people. The burden on her shoulders, when she first entered this base, has been put down. After sorting out her emotions, Siapura looked at the women. She didn't know why they had a layer of death on their faces again. What's wrong with you? Logically speaking, shouldn't we be happy and carefree after getting revenge? Each of us has lost our innocence. And we don't know how many beasts have. The man didn't say anything more. And most of us have contracted diseases. And we know we won't live long. Siapura wanted to refute the previous question. But she didn't know how to react when the next sentence came out. She has experienced many worlds. But none of them is as inhumane as this one. Host, arrange them all to stay in the BNB. There are so many people. After the BNB is upgraded, the hospital can be opened. What's the use of a hospital? There are no doctors. This is what Siapura is worried about. It's just a minor illness. This small virus is not even 1/10,000,000th of the zombie virus. The tree in your yard can even cure the zombie virus. For this minor illness, just take a few fruits and squeeze the juice and add some water for them to drink. It is guaranteed that the disease will be cured. Can it be like this? Then why do I need a hospital? M80 was choked. What else can I do? Who can guarantee that everyone in the base will not have a headache or fever, and will not get sick in the future? Okay, I understand. Siapura hurriedly coaxed the system. Don't really make it feel wronged. Of course she knew that it was a good time to upgrade. But to save people, they had to let them pass their own level first. Siapura was still thinking about what to say, and racking her brains to chew up the little knowledge she had left and then eat it. And then she found out, oh, it turns out that my head is already empty. Sisters, don't think like that. Our chastity has never been under the hem of our skirts. Yes. Siapura nodded frantically. This is what she wanted to say just now. We are born naked, why fear dirt? What a cultured person. Siapura looked at her with surprise and joy. She looked like a teacher from her temperament. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she would really like to ask if it was true. Ming Qinglu continued to speak. Her voice had an unknown power that encouraged everyone. The two short sentences kept echoing in everyone's mind. Chastity is never under the hem of a skirt. We are born naked, why fear dirt? Yes, it's not them who are dirty, but those damned evil people. Seeing that everyone's eyes were gradually covered with a layer of mist, Siapura assured everyone in time. If you believe me, follow me, I can cure your illness. As long as you are willing to work hard, Life will not be difficult. After a silence, the crowd burst into another climax of crying. Ming Qinglu came out first to set an example. My life was saved by a benefactor. I am willing to go with you. One person's voice resonated with everyone. We are willing to go with you. We are all willing to go with you. The voices echoed in the empty room. And she felt as if she had unified the world. When everyone calmed down, Xie Puru said, each of you now share the crystal cores. You need crystal cores to follow me. System, bring my dining car here, is it okay? With so many points to earn, M80 was happy to serve her. Not to mention just the dining car, even if it had to pester the main system again, it would be willing. The unmanned dining car drove in automatically. Xie Puru clearly remembered that the gate of the yard was closed, but the dining car ignored the gate and drove in. Let Ming Qinglu lead everyone to exchange crystal cores in an orderly manner. Except for those who work in the base, who can only get the basic 10 crystal cores. Each person can get almost 200 first-level crystal cores. Converted into points, it would be 20,000 points. This amount of points is enough for everyone to eat, drink and rest for a while. Benefactor, there are more than 20 level 2 crystal cores, and 1 level 3 crystal core. We will keep these for you. Level 2 crystal cores are rare. Wu Jianren has been relying on absorbing crystal cores to advance. There are not many crystal cores stored in the base. Xie Puru looked over. It was the first time she saw a level 3 crystal core. Is this thing graded according to size? Chapter 62, where can we set up a stall if we have wiped out the whole nest? Every additional level of crystal core will make it bigger. She thought, if the zombies are level 8 or 9, wouldn't her head feel heavy as if there was a tumor? I don't want it. You should divide those crystal cores. Shaking her head, she had some strange ideas. She specifically asked Ming Qinglu to divide the crystal cores among everyone, and asked everyone to listen to her. 200 crystal cores per person, and the remaining crystal cores were divided equally between the younger ones, and the ones with serious injuries. The harmonious scene reminded Xie Puru of another thing. She became worried. System. Our B&B has not been upgraded. There are not so many rooms. Right. I have already applied to the main system. Special approval for batch upgrades to accommodate everyone here. Great system. Praise it. Great B&B. The parking lot and the entrance and exit gates of the B&B were closed. A sign was displayed at the gate. Upgrading. A panel popped up in front of the people in the B&B. Please all residents return to their rooms. People who are not staying in the B&B, please stay where you are. It takes 5 minutes to upgrade the B&B. The countdown will start after 3 minutes. Please follow the prompts. The original residents of the B&B returned to their rooms one after another. Within 1 minute, half of the people in the hall were gone. People who came to eat from other places were very curious. What would happen if they moved? After the countdown of 3 minutes, someone tried to get up from his seat, and found that he was controlled by a mysterious force, and could not move. Although he was controlled, his mouth could still move. The feeling of being out of control made everyone panic. Their mouths were like Gatling guns, and they were madly outputting. What are you yelling about? Didn't you say that the upgrade only takes 5 minutes? Won't it be done in a moment? Listen to me, we have single rooms, double rooms, triple rooms, quadruple rooms, and family rooms. Family rooms have 5 rooms with no limit on the number of people staying in them, and other rooms can only be occupied according to the number of people. Everyone, please line up from left to right according to the room type you want to stay in. Ming Qinglu, can you count them? Ming Qinglu nodded. Okay. Host. The upgrade is complete. I've upgraded 1 level at a time. You will be very happy to see it when you go back. This upgrade unlocks the clothing store. You can buy ordinary clothes in the store without drawing cards. How about we change their clothes first? It's really what you think. If everyone goes back wearing this, it's really a bit inappropriate. Not to mention what others think. People who are used to civilized society, no matter how well they adapt to the end of the world, they will not wander around naked. After asking for everyone's consent, Xie Puru bought a set of clothes for everyone, male and female. The men bought tops and pants, and the women bought loose skirts. They all had wounds of varying sizes. Especially, wearing a skirt would make it easier to move around and not get wounded. The one-size-fits-all skirts could be worn by adults and children. Thank you, benefactor. After changing into clothes, everyone knelt down to her again. Xie Puru was so scared that she jumped up from the chair she was sitting on and wanted to bow to them. This is not the way she does business. You paid? We just paid for the goods. Please don't do this. She couldn't do it anymore. But you saved us, and gave us clean clothes to wear. Siapuro pinched her temples. It was a good thing that they didn't save a bunch of ungrateful people, but it was another matter that they were too grateful to her. I'm just a businessman. Please don't do this anymore. If you really appreciate me, let me earn more. The girl's outspokenness made everyone more grateful. The soft-hearted god was met by everyone, and everyone was very happy. Everyone checked in. Most people chose a 4-person room, thinking it was more lively and cheaper to live together. A few people chose to be alone. However, there were still some little girls. What should they do without adults to take care of them? Ming Qinglu stepped forward, saying, I will live with these children. I will live in a family room with the youngest girls so that I can take care of them. Are you sure? Siapura noticed that her eyes were much gentler when she looked at the children. I'm sure. I used to be a teacher. Living together can also teach children to read. In fact, there are only 8 younger children in total, but they have as many injuries as adults. If Ming Qinglu lives with them, she can also take care of the little sisters. The little sisters looked at Siapuru eagerly, waiting for her decision. They like Ming Qinglu very much. She feels like a mother. Just now, Ming Qinglu was also taking care of them. But what should we do with 8 people? Can the family room accommodate them? Siapuru had thought it over and gave Ming Qinglu a privilege. In the family room they lived in, except Ming Qinglu's room, the other 4 rooms were made into bunk beds. She told them about this decision, and they were all very happy. Great, we don't have to separate in our new home. Hua, I want to sleep with you. Then I want to share a room with Nyo. The innocent and joyful laughter filled my ears, and swept away the previous haze. People of the same age can communicate better with each other. They finally get together to keep each other warm in the end times. A friend in need is a friend indeed. The girls cherish their friendship. Ming Qinglu touches the heads of the little girls, her eyes full of love. What is Siapuru doing now? She is hiding in the corner trying to draw cards. Ah, I don't have enough teleportation cards with so many people. The system chuckles. Draw. Host. Siapuru has consumed it. So its performance is coming. Isn't it? BNB Business Card * 999. When Siapuru had used up 6 million points, she finally won. Who knows, her heart was bleeding every time she drew around, but fortunately, she earned more today. The points they exchanged all went into her account, plus the points she had saved before. It was more than 8 million. She had to decorate the house for everyone, and spent so many points, there were only more than 500,000 left in Siapuru account. Poverty was written all over her face. Oh my god. If only the points were as big as a man's heart. Let everyone buy a business card. There was a loud noise in the sky. Oh! It turned out that 350 people were shouting in unison, Grape, you are my god. They shouted 3 times in a row. The buses that Siapuru had seen before appeared in front of everyone one after another. Benefactor, aren't you leaving? She waved her hand. Just call me the owner from now on. You go ahead. I'll be there soon. She still had to drive the dining car back. Everyone got on the car in an orderly manner, no crowding, no noise. Siapuru suddenly came to her senses on the dining car. That's not right. I have wiped out the Shurgang base. Where will I set up my stall tomorrow? Or, the host should go to the Lion base. It's just one day anyway. We will change the mission location next week. That's the only way. The dining car returned to the BNB before the bus arrived. She was shocked by the huge changes in the BNB. Chapter 63 Snack Street. The area and landscape of the BNB have increased by more than 5 times. The fence that was changed in the last upgrade disappeared. Instead, there is a huge barrier above the BNB. She can feel a cool breeze when she walks in. The air conditioner can even be turned on outside the house. The original canteen has become an open street. The food she unlocked has become a stall on the gourmet snack street. The middle of the street is full of tables and chairs. The speed of unlocking and upgrading the BNB is too fast. The snack stalls are so few and shabby. Each evolved stall is equipped with a robot employee, who can only make ordinary dishes according to the instructions of the customers. Dumplings are still self-service, and the price has not changed much. While everyone is still here, she walked into the building to take a look. There are 5 elevators distributed in 5 places according to different room types, and each elevator can only go to the corresponding room type. Even though Siapuru has completed tasks countless times, she couldn't help but sigh, what a big change. Special approval. This time, the hospital and clothing store are also unlocked. The clothing store has basic clothing. If you draw something, It will automatically be updated. But the hospital is a bit more difficult. The host needs to sort it out personally. Yeah. There's no rush. When she goes out to work for another day tomorrow, the task for this week will be completed. I do it when I have time to rest. After the upgrade was completed and the band was unlocked, the natives of the BNB came down to stroll. Am I in heaven? Isn't this the snack street I dreamed about last night? Oh my god, I'm not awake yet. Chi-hua. Please be kind to me, I'm not dreaming. Am I? When I heard this familiar voice, I realized the most active ones are always those two conspicuous bags. She pretended to look around, and glanced at the two men with the corner of her eyes. Let me use my clairvoyance to see, how are the two men being kind to each other? As soon as her eyes caught sight of a corner of clothing, the next second, 3 crisp pa-pa-pa sounds were heard. Siapuru was shocked. Shocked. 2 men actually slapped each other in public? It really hurts, tsk, they are good friends who wear the same pants. But they hit each other so hard. I am not dreaming. Ah, Huazi! Our brother's dream has come true. I will never be lazy again if you let me go out to fight zombies. Wu Zhu, we won't have to go hungry anymore. The 2 men who just slapped each other actually hugged each other again. Siapuru looked away. She couldn't watch it anymore. Is this something she can watch without paying? She really didn't understand the thoughts of funny men. If she hadn't been lucky enough to go out with them once, she would really have to investigate whether these 2 idiots survive by being funny in the end times. Hey you two, there will be guests coming soon you two, ahem, be careful of the impact. She didn't want to interrupt them, mainly because there were children. Are there guests? I'm free, so we entertain you. Shizhu and Chi-hua were arm in arm, smiling brightly. If they were shown in school, I wonder how many girls would be fascinated by them. Just don't do anything stupid. She paused. Don't force me to beg you. The existence of these 2 guys added a lot of fun to her boring life. Without them, she would have less joy. They are good in every aspect. But it's a pity that they are not good enough. The sisters who came this time are all tired today. I hope they don't scare people. Don't worry, are you still worried about us brothers? We will do it for you in a grand manner. Chi-hua patted Shizhu's chest and assured her. Then you pat yourself, why do you pat me? It doesn't hurt me if I pat you. As the 2 were arguing, Siapuru heard the sound of the bus arriving. The women on the bus saw that she arrived early, and breathed a sigh of relief, and lined up to get off the bus one by one. Shizhu and Chi-hua showed their standard 8-toothed grins. Hello everyone, do you need help carrying your bag? When she saw that no one was carrying the luggage, she was somewhat disappointed. Then I come and look after the children. I'm the best at taking care of children. Chi-hua stretched out his hand to the 8-year-old girl Hua-hua. Can I hold your hand? Hua-hua was startled. The experience of being tortured by the men was still vivid in her mind. She stepped back in fear. Siapuru came over, squatted down to comfort her. I remember others called you. Your name is Hua-hua, right? The familiar person's gentle and soft voice made her feel at ease. Hua-hua nodded. But she still looked at the 2 strange men with fear. Don't be afraid. Hua-hua. No one will hurt you here. Don't be afraid. Everyone. M80 secretly turned up the halo. With the blessing of the friendly halo, her voice was like a pair of soft hands, soothing everyone's heart. The atmosphere improved a lot. Hua-hua was not so afraid of Shizhu and Chi-hua anymore. But she didn't dare to get close to them. Even so, Siapuru was already very satisfied. She should take her time to deal with the emotional damage. After everyone got off the bus, Siapuru led everyone in. As soon as everyone got off the bus with a suitable temperature, they were sweating in the hot weather. When they walked into the BNB, they clearly felt a chill. The streets were decorated in a dreamy and exquisite way. It felt like walking on this land. It was no wonder that Shizhu suspected that he had arrived in heaven when he saw the snack street. This was the same thought of everyone at this moment. Siapuru also led the way and introduced everyone one by one. This is a clothing store. Currently, there are only simple clothes. You can buy food here by paying points. If everyone saves their points, they will have enough to spend after they recover from their injuries and want to go out again. In fact, she didn't have many things here. As long as they didn't buy in large quantities, like the base, their points would be enough for them to use for a long time. After introducing the basic things, Siapuru announced that everyone should disperse and find their own rooms according to their respective panels to rest first. What are you two still doing here after the group was disbanded? Chi-hua and Shizhu looked sad, like a pair of stone lions guarding the gate. They couldn't understand why they were suddenly disliked by girls, when they were loved by everyone wherever they went. Siapuro knew what they were thinking, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just rescued them from a private base. Ah? Shizhu was stunned. Then they must be. They understood after just one sentence. No wonder the wounds on their bodies are so strange. No wonder such young girls are so afraid of him. I really deserve to die. Shizhu. You really deserve to die. Two self-blaming voices said in unison. Shizhu and Chihua stared at each other. No, you went up to talk to me. Why are you talking to me? You didn't stop me. Did I not stop you? You stepped on my shoes, and then whoosh, you flew out. Chapter 64 Juice Cures Diseases. Siapuro left without looking back. These two can only be serious for 3 seconds. They should be made sad for a while longer. She still has a lot of things to do. After the canteen was upgraded to an open street, the small kitchen was moved to her yard. Now there are robots for guests to eat in the B&B. She is the only one who uses the small kitchen. How many fruits can be picked to detoxify so many people? It's just a minor disease and poison. One small fruit for 100 people is enough. She brought back a total of 351 men and women. She didn't hesitate and picked 4 fruits. For fruits in her hand still couldn't fill her palm. Is this thing really that powerful? Gaga. No matter how powerful it is. You can't just smash the fruit and boil it in water and send it over. That would be too weird. Will boiling it with other things affect the efficacy? Host. Please correct your attitude. This is not an ordinary fruit. What? Is this the fruit in Wangwei poem? M.A. roared. This is a fruit that can cure the zombie virus. Hee hee, I won't tease it anymore. She came to the kitchen and washed the fruit, put it in the blender, and crushed it into pulp and juice. It's better for the children to drink something sweet. It's just right to cook a ginger cola. Fry the ginger for a while, add red dates, wolfberry, cola, and add the pulp juice after boiling and mix well. The portion for 350 people is not small. She can only use the radio to call everyone to line up at the gate of her courtyard to get the drink. After the distribution, looking at the last little left, she packed it and took it to Gu Qingli and Gu Qingqing's room. Ding dong. She rang the doorbell. The 2 girls saw through the video doorbell that it was her outside the door. Sister owner? The 2 children were very polite, opened the door, and invited her in. I give this to you. She took out the 2 cups of ginger cola that she brought with her, which were still hot. She didn't know what the 2 girls had experienced. She didn't want to know or ask. It's always better to be on the safe side. That's not right. She slapped her head. Didn't these 2 girls survive by eating fruits under the tree before they were brought back? Forget it. Forget it. Since we are here, it is not a big deal to have a drink. I came here because I have something to say. Today, many children of your age came. A new store has opened downstairs. If you want, you can go to Building 5, Room 2003 to play with them. When distributing Coke, she mentioned it to Ming Qinglu, and told her that there were 2 other children in the B&B, and asked her if she could let the 2 little girls play with them. Ming Qinglu said it was no problem, and then she told her the room number. Children of this age are still very young. Who doesn't like to play? Can we go and play with them? Gu Qingchun looked up at her. In just 2 days, her little eyes were full of admiration and trust for her. Siapura couldn't help but rub her head. The washed hair was clean, and smelled of the shampoo she got from the card draw. Of course you can. Our little Qingzi and little Lizzie are so cute. If you go, the aunties there will definitely like you too. The 2 little girls blushed when she praised them for being cute. Okay. I'm leaving now. You can come to me if you have any problems. Siapura took one last look at the 2 children. She couldn't bear to leave 2 little kids alone at home. Walking on the playground downstairs, breathing the smell of green grass, Siapura couldn't help but say, System, when will you upgrade it to a nursery for me? Finish the hospital. And then upgrade it. It's so clever. I submitted it when I applied. The main system probably didn't notice its little trick, and approved it without saying anything. It must be the best system for the host. Host, Yu Shiwen is looking for you. When Yu Shiwen arrived at the B&B, she wondered if she had come to the wrong place, but the changes were so great, she felt that only great B&B had such a great change in the end times. Yu Shiwen was exhausted, and she didn't know where she had just rushed from. Shopkeeper? I thought I had gone the wrong way. Then I thought, where else in the apocalypse is there such a brightly lit place except here? Siapuro took her to the meeting room set up in the store for conversation. What's wrong? Is it about the central base? Yes, I originally planned to come on Monday, but the weather was too hot, and the car had several flat tires on the road. Is it very hot? I didn't think so. Maybe because she has air conditioning everywhere. She will wear a thermostatic suit whenever she leaves the RV. I have to go to your base to set up a stall for a day tomorrow, Siepuro said to her with a smile. If they come, they can come in and buy things by themselves. I may not be here. I came here just to tell you about this. The people from above must rest for a night before leaving. They should arrive after you close your stall tomorrow night. Is your accommodation enough? The accommodation conditions at the base are definitely not as good as those at Great B&B. The last night she stayed here was the most comfortable night. And there is not even an electric fan in the base. It's not that there is no electric fan, but electricity is too precious and it has to be reserved for lighting, but it is not willing to be used in such a recreational place. Fortunately, her family of 3 has the thermostatic clothes she bought, so they can sleep better at night. The temperature rises several degrees a day, and her father can't stand it anymore, so he wears the thermostatic clothes inside and hides them, and refuses to take them off. Alas, when the people from the central base come, they can wear them openly after buying them in large quantities. There are about 40 to 50 people here. Are there so many single rooms available? Yu Shiwen memory was still stuck on the last time she came here. The corridor was so long that you could see the end at a glance. She was worried that there were not enough rooms. It can be accommodated. There are many more rooms after the upgrade today. Then I'm relieved. I came here for this reason today. Nothing else. Do you want to take the thermostatic clothes that your base has reserved today? Siepuro was worried that tomorrow both bases would want to buy more thermostatic clothes for their own bases. Thermal clothes are limited supplies. And it's not good to have too much. It would cause a conflict of interest. Well, if it's possible, that would be great. It's okay, you originally reserved it for Monday, and you didn't come to pick it up yesterday. Yu Shiwen didn't say anything, but lowered her head, wondering what she was thinking. The two walked quietly for a while, and Siepuro took her to the clothing store. After the upgrade, clothing with special functions was classified here, and sold here uniformly. There are so many more things, even clothes are for sale. Her voice was muffled, and she didn't seem very interested, but she was still excited when she saw the styles of new clothes in the store. Chapter 65 Chinese Cold Noodles. Siepuro noticed. What's wrong with you? When I came here, I went to the slums to see where Gao Gugaodiao lived before, and I saw many ordinary people who fell ill. Her voice was trembling slightly, thinking back to the street where people fainted everywhere, and those who didn't faint were half dead and hanging on, lying in the shaded corners dying. Siepuro looked up to see the sun. It was already around 9 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was still bright. The sun was setting more and more slowly. A beautiful bright glow dyed the sky red, and a thin mist reflected the miserable silence underground. Those ordinary people should have suffered from heat stroke. Long-term exposure to high temperature will cause the body's regulatory function to be unbalanced. On an ordinary summer before the end of the world, people working outdoors would also suffer from this disease. It is said that the mortality rate is as high as 50%. In fact, the water she provided has made most people in the flame base much better. Everyone can afford the price of 1 point per bottle of water, compared to other bases that are short of water and hot. The situation at the Lion base is many times better. The price of medicine is also very low. You can buy a box of medicine with just 1 crystal core. Not knowing how to comfort Yu Shiwen, Siepuro could only put her hand on her shoulder. You have tried your best. I believe the base has taken corresponding measures. They and she bought a large number of insulated tents, which must be provided for people who have no houses to live in. It takes time to set up tents, and they may not have taken so many things into consideration. The base has given points to everyone to drink water, but there are still many people who have fallen down. Yu Shiwen couldn't bear to see those scenes. She just took a look and left. After she came back, she still thought about it from time to time. Siepuro really couldn't bear to see the girl trying to be strong but shaky. She now completely understood why the hero didn't like to hear the heroine complain about her grievances, and just wanted to hug the heroine in his arms. If Yu Shiwen wasn't a queen, it wouldn't be appropriate to hug her in her arms. She really wanted to put her on her shoulder to comfort her. You tried your best to give the best you could, and you deserve it. Siepuro changed the subject to make her feel more relaxed. I go to the base early tomorrow to set up a stall. Would you come with me? There will be cold noodles for sale tomorrow. She got the new food from the crazy card draw today. Speaking of food, Yu Shiwen's mood improved a little. What kind of cold noodles? Have you seen Crayon Shinchan? Chinese cold noodles. Xiaopura wanted to describe it to her, but she felt that it was more intuitive to eat this kind of thing directly. Wait, I make it for you tomorrow morning. Her arrogant expression and the gesture she wanted to make but couldn't made Yu Shiwen laugh. Then don't stay in bed. You don't get up until 12 o'clock every day. It's already 1 o'clock when you arrive at the base. How can a worker love going to work? Yu Shiwen went back with the thermostatic clothes she promised him, and got up early the next day. She had to prepare the things she needed to set up a stall to sell cold noodles. Cut the cucumber into shreds, and tear the boiled crab sticks into shreds. Blanch the fungus and bean sprouts separately. The bright yellow egg liquid was spread in the pot, spread into a thin pancake, and after solidification, it was taken out and cut into egg strips. This is the side dish. The noodles can be used directly after they are made, and the taste is more chewy after being boiled and rinsed in ice water. In order to make the color look good, and to let people who eat cold noodles taste the long-lost tomatoes, she cut a few slices of tomatoes and prepared to put them on the plate together. What is surprising is that the system also provides an ice bowl for this dish. It is to use a large ice-shaped bowl to hold the food, and the food can always keep a cool taste with the coolness of the ice. Put the noodles soaked in ice water in an ice bowl, and put the side dishes on top and spread them out one by one. Pile them into the shape of a small hill. Finally, add a boiled egg on top, and pour the secret sauce prepared in advance. Sprinkle a few fried golden peanuts to increase the appearance and taste, and a bowl of cold noodles is ready. The inconvenience is that you still need a bowl to cover the ice bowl, otherwise the ice bowl will drip on your hands when it melts. As a face control, Xiaopura always has high requirements for the appearance of the food she makes. With the blessing of the cooking golden finger, it is full of color, aroma and taste. Bright red tomatoes, golden egg liquid, emerald green cucumber shreds, wood ears, bean sprouts, crab sticks, boiled eggs. A small bowl of cold noodles contains too many little thoughts of Xiaopura to resist the extreme heat. After eating the cold noodles, you can put them close to the ice bowl to cool down. If you don't mind the melted ice cubes, you can drink it as water. The price is only 15 points per bowl. She knows that. The stupid system must have contributed to it. After a simple packing, she took all the machine employees except Bubu with her. They will live in the dining car from now on. The B&B can already produce and sell its own products, so they can just follow the dining car. After she finished eating, she hesitated for a while, and arrived at the flame base at just after 7 o'clock. The guards here had already let her dining car pass after seeing her, without even checking it. When she arrived at the familiar place, Yu Shiwen was already waiting there. You came early enough today. Yu Shiwen returned to her usual carefree look, standing there with her arms around her chest, and smiled heartily. Don't let Miss Shiwen wait impatiently. Opening the place where the dining table was placed, she took a folding table and put it in her hand. I'm going to open the stall, you don't have to be idle, come and help. The two of them were familiar enough, joking while working and getting along like good friends. Yu Shiwen didn't tell the people at the base that she would come to set up the stall today, and only a few people lined up after the tables and chairs were set up. The people who saw the dining car asked their friends around them to go back and inform everyone, and the word spread quickly, and she hadn't even said a few words to Yu Shiwen before she had to go to work. You go, and do your work. Let me try your loving cold noodles. Yu Shiwen didn't even raise her head. She picked up a piece of cold noodles with chopsticks. With a swishing motion, the noodles slid into her mouth. The temperature of the ice bowl made the noodles very chewy, and blended with the cool sauce. The soup was very clear. She lowered her head and took a sip. The cold soup tasted even better, with the noodles in her mouth. The refreshing taste blossomed on her taste buds. Even if she didn't wear heat-insulating clothes, she would feel very refreshed after eating a mouthful of cold noodles. When she was eating just now, she didn't mix the ingredients on the noodles. Now she mixed them first, then picked up a chopstick, made sure that the chopstick picked up all the side dishes in the noodles, and put it into her mouth again. Each side dish has its reason for existence. With one bite, the taste in her mouth was extremely rich. So delicious. It's so delicious, she shouted, startling the people in the queue next to her. She had no time to care about other people's thoughts. She continued to eat after shouting, not letting her mouth idle at all. The sweetness of the noodles itself made people unable to stop. The polite words of adults. One encounter, unforgettable for a lifetime, finally had a prototype in her mind that could be described by taste. Chapter 66 Chinese Cold Noodles 2. The residents of the base received the notice issued by the base, and thought that the food truck would never come to set up a stall again. When they heard someone spread the news that the food truck was selling cold noodles today, they thought it was a rumor. With a skeptical attitude, everyone still came. When they found out it was true, one person spread it to 10 people, 10 people spread it to 100 people. And everyone lined up together. Siepuro was still relaxed even though there were many people in the line. The 3 robot helpers were all there, and her use was the most critical transmission function. There are still many people buying rice bowls even though the rice bowl machine is placed next to them. Compared to cold noodles, which are suitable for summer, the Chinese people prefer hot food. The cold noodles are big with the ice bowl, and even bigger after being packed. The guests carefully took the packed cold noodles home to eat. The weather is hot now, but they dare not wait, because if they wait any longer, it will melt into a pool of water. Almost everyone has a standard cold noodle, lemon tea, fruit salad, and a rice bowl for those with a big appetite, or they buy it home and keep it for tomorrow. It is easier to take away if you only buy your own food. If you buy more, it will be very heavy. Some people have families who want to buy food for several people, so they call their children out to line up to buy together. Hurry up. Hurry up. I heard that there are vegetable salads for sale today. I can finally eat some green leaves. Is there really a vegetable salad? I have been talking about wanting to eat vegetables before, and the food truck actually sells salad. He was not shocked by the reality of the food truck selling salad, but he was shocked that his dream came true. Look at those people. Are they holding anything? After a careful look, there are indeed traces of green leaves in the takeout bag. What are you waiting for? Let's go! The 2 hurried to line up, and Yang Datong, who was passing by, was confused. He came from another base, and saw so many people lining up for the first time. Maybe it was because they saw a different dining car, or maybe it was because of the herd mentality. Others were lining up, so he lined up too. He lined up, but what were he lining up for? He patted the guy in front of him. Hey dude, what are you queuing for? Are you from another base? The man looked at him suspiciously. The whole base had reported it. If he was from the blazing base, he would have heard it. Yeah, I'm from the sunny base. The one in front is the great dining truck. Today we're selling cold noodles. It said that there's a big ice bowl for buying cold noodles today. Finally, you can cool down. And do you see the machine next to it? That's a place that sells rice with toppings. There's also vegetable salad and lemon tea. The person next to them heard the conversation and added, I've heard from people who've tried it that grape-flavored salad dressing is the best, and ordinary salad dressing is not so good. The people at the Flame base were all very proud of the existence of the great food truck, which no other base had. Anyway, it was boring to queue up, so the 2 of them started chatting. When the eldest brother talked to Yang Datong, he actively introduced him. Yang Datong was shocked. Selling food? His friend was very satisfied with his surprised expression, which gave him great psychological satisfaction. The people standing next to him also liked his inexperienced look and teased him. What do you think? Doesn't it sound like food? Could it be that the soles of shoes were stained with sauce and pretended to be pork chop rice to trick you into buying it? Let me tell you, there are many flavors of rice topped with toppings, but the best one is the pork trotter rice topped with toppings, and the taste is really amazing. He was drooling as he spoke, and he still craved the taste when he recalled it. Yang Datong thought he was bragging, and asked him, why don't you line up to buy rice with toppings? The food in the great dining car is delicious. Although the rice with toppings is delicious, I always feel that I would definitely regret it if I missed the cold noodles sold by the owner. Besides, it's so hot. Eating something cold can cool you down. The man raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yang Datong looked at his hand, his eyes wide open. You actually still have tissues? Could it be that the guy in front of him is a high-ranking official in some base? In their base, tissues are something that only high-ranking officials can use. Don't ask what people use to wipe their butts now. Although plants have mutated, not every plant will mutate into an attacking plant. Everyone discovered a non-mutated plant early on and transplanted it into each base. The leaves of that plant are large and thick, and it is the best thing to use instead of tissues to wipe your butt. The great food truck sells it. Yang Datong didn't understand. Didn't the food truck sell food? Now the food truck only sells food. Because our base has cooperated with the great base, our base can sell the supplies provided by the great B&B. If you are interested, you can go to the sales hall of the base to have a look. That's great. How many crystal cores do I need to buy a meal? Yang Datong was so nervous that he scratched his hands. If there were too many crystal cores, he couldn't afford it. Seeing what the people in the queue in front of him were wearing, he thought that since everyone could afford it, he should be able to afford it too. I don't know how many points are for cold noodles and vegetable salad, but a meal is only 20 points anyway, so it shouldn't be that much of a difference. The elder brother also kindly told him how to exchange crystal cores for points. Yang Datong wanted to ask something else, but the elder brother waved his hand and stopped talking to him. He couldn't talk anymore, or he would expose the base's underwear. What if people from other bases found out that Great BNB was so good and wanted to grab it? But not every base leader is as good as theirs. Yang Datong had no choice but to continue queuing with curiosity. Seeing the people in front of him coming out with packed cold noodles, he could feel the faint coolness when they passed by him, and he was even more excited. After queuing for more than an hour, it was finally Yang Datong's turn. He packed 2 servings of cold noodles, a salad, and a glass of lemonade, and the ice bowl was heavy in his hand. Isn't cold noodles a cold dish? He wanted to see how delicious it could be. He found a clean stool and sat cross-legged, using the stool as a table, and opened the bowl of cold noodles on it. The cool air on his face was so comfortable that his face relaxed. There were so many side dishes, and there was even an egg on top. He subconsciously wanted to hide the cold noodles, but he saw many people sitting on the ground like him and eating noodles. His action of hiding the noodles froze. This is the flame base, and everyone is used to it. Only then did he feel relieved to continue eating. The weather was too hot. The moment he opened the cold noodles, the ice bowl was melting. He had no time to appreciate it. He opened the disposable chopsticks and started eating with big mouthfuls. The taste was amazing. It overturned his understanding of cold food. In his impression, cold food is usually cold dishes. It was the first time he had cold noodles. It was not oily, not spicy, and slid down his throat coolly. He chose the grape-flavored salad dressing recommended by them. He took a bite of salad and a bite of cold noodles, and the heat was relieved a little. After eating the cold noodles, he couldn't help but drink the noodle soup together, and the ice bowl was waiting for it to melt little by little. It was left in the packed bowl for a while. Chapter 67 Someone from the Central Base. After finishing the second bowl of cold noodles, Yang Datong drank the bowl of ice water that had melted without any disdain. This was the day he had eaten the most and drank the most freely since the end of the world. Although his stomach was full, he still wanted to try the pig trotter rice bowl that his elder brother had mentioned. He simply cleaned up the garbage and continued to queue while drinking lemon tea. He was afraid that he would not be able to buy it if he was late. Yang Datong was lucky. He bought 2 rice bowls with the remaining points before Siepuru closed the stall. If he can't finish it today, he can still eat it tomorrow. Anyway, he won't. And he won't waste it. It was already very late when Siepuru returned to the BNB. She was the one who left early and came back late. She had just taken a shower. People from the central base arrived and were waiting for her on the food street with Yushiwen. There were not many people on the food street at night. Everyone had eaten their fill during the day. The lights on the food street were very bright, which could illuminate the appearance of the food. The difference from indoors was that the air here was better and more circulated. When she arrived, everyone in the central base had several meals in hand, and they were eating happily. She thought that the central base would not be short of food, but she never thought it would be like this. You are here. Yu Shiwen patted the seat next to her, motioning her to sit down. There were still people staying in the BNB nearby who came down for a night walk. Isn't this a place to talk? How about we go somewhere else? Hello, owner. I am sent by the central base to be responsible for purchasing items this time. You can call me Shieka. Xiaoke is a boy. To be precise, there are no other girls except Yu Shiwen and her. She nodded politely. Hello. Can we sit here for a while? Siepura nodded. She was not thoughtful enough. The people from the central base were eating too seriously, and she was embarrassed to interrupt them. She sat down and chatted with Yu Shiwen. Does your father have any good friends who are base commanders? A base that is closer. When she asked this, Yu Shiwen understood what she meant. Yesterday, she destroyed the Shurgang base by herself. She understood it when she saw so many new women in the BNB. Now, the news has not spread yet. It will spread in 2 days. Jiyang base is pretty good. It is well developed there, and it is close. Siepura nodded and wrote down the name. She planned to go to this base next time. Miss Xia, we are full. Where do you think we can go to chat? So fast? They only said 2 sentences. Let's go to the clothing store. Aren't you here mainly for thermal insulation clothing? Yes, not entirely. We also want to buy as many insecticides as possible. Xiaoku explained truthfully, after receiving Lian's reminder. We sent messages to all major bases, and each base reported that there were a large number of mosquitoes breeding recently. It's strange to say, mosquitoes will exist when it's hot, but if the temperature exceeds a certain level, not to mention people, even mosquitoes will disappear. It seems that the arrival of the apocalypse has affected the normal ecology to some extent. Various animals and plants look normal, but in fact, they have already changed. The survival of the fittest in the apocalypse is not only applicable to human struggles. The survival of the fittest also applies to the struggle between animals and plants. Xiaopu thought of the tree in her yard that can remove the zombie virus. She asked the system, that tree? It is recommended that the host should not study mutant plants. Current science cannot study them. So it is useless to give them the fruit. M80 misunderstood Xiaopu's meaning. I mean, they will want to take the tree back for research after seeing it. If they knew the fruit could detoxify, I would have no peace. I want to ask you, can they see the value of the tree? If they can, she should pack the tree and put it back into space. If she can't save all mankind, at least don't let them bother me. Host, don't worry, even if they eat it, they won't be able to taste it. Aren't you talking nonsense? I eat fruits without knowing what nutrients they have. M80, break up in 3 minutes. While communicating with the system, she walked to the meeting room of the clothing store without realizing it, and even sat down. Xiaoku saw that she didn't speak, and there was no expression on her face, and thought she was unhappy. Shopkeeper? Any questions? No. Xiaopu came back to her senses. As a guest of the B&B, she stood up and put a bottle of water in front of everyone. I wanted to take out some melon seeds to eat while talking, but I felt that it would make the occasion informal, so I didn't take any. Make a list of what you want, and how many you want. I take a look. Xiaoku took out the list she had prepared long ago, and gave it to her. Hot water clothing, take as many as you can get. Insulated tents, take as many as you can get. Insecticide, take as many as you can get. She read a few lines and stopped reading. In short, take as many as you can get for everything? The central base is indeed a big base, very rich. Are you all from the central base? No, the central base is far away from here, and we can't come here in such a short time. We are on a mission to another base, and we are close, so the leader asked us to come here on the way. Xiaopu seemed to be thinking. Is the central base so far? She regretted it the moment she said it. What a stupid question. The owner is joking. It's not far, but the road is not easy to travel. Yes, Yu Shiwen had mentioned the problem of the road before. Is it because the weather is too hot, and the tires can't adapt? Not entirely. The main reason is that after the end of the world, we can't take the old roads. We can only take small roads, which increases the difficulty of getting here. According to the zombie movies Xiaopu has seen, it should be the early stage of the zombie outbreak. The cars are stuck on the road, and the people trapped on the road have mutated. It takes time to clean up a large number of cars and zombies, and no one wants to waste time and energy on such a thing. It will take some time for you to go back. What if it is extremely hot on the road? The central base sent a plane to pick us up. So, Miss Shopkeeper, can you sell us more rice? Xiaoku didn't know if his request was a bit too much. Xiaopu didn't let him worry for too long, and agreed immediately. Tell me how much you want to buy, and I asked them to mass produce it. At the end of the discussion, the rice was set, and they ordered as many dumplings and rice topped with toppings as possible. They could just heat them up and eat them. They only ordered 5,000 servings of vegetable salad, which would not last long after being taken home. They could only enjoy the cold noodles and lemonade here. When they were eating at the snack street just now, they ate every kind of food they had. It was so delicious that they only hated themselves for having only one stomach. The rest of the food was drawn at the Shurgang base. She didn't know what she had drawn. She would have to wait until she was free tonight to see for herself. Can you take all the things you ordered back home? Chapter 68 Ice Jelly. Shioka responded. Don't worry, Miss Shopkeeper, we have 28 space ability users traveling with us. Yu Shiwen looked at them enviously. The more space ability users there are, the better. Unlike their base where there are too few space ability users, and they simply buy some necessary bag food every time they come, it seems that they can also purchase some meals appropriately in the future. Since they all said they would take as much as they can, then Xiaopu can only go back tonight to count what she can give and discuss it tomorrow morning. That's all for tonight. I get up early tomorrow. Everyone, have a good rest. Siapuro stood up and took everyone else with her, which startled her. Well, get some rest early. I'm leaving now. The rest of the matter was left to Yu Shiwen to see how she led the group. She was used to being casual, and didn't want to take care of so many things. She couldn't sleep right after returning to her familiar little bed. She was lazy and asked M80 to count all the supplies that could be used in Gyre. She only left a little change for herself, and sold it in the store, to avoid running out of stock before the next card draw. After finishing work, it's time for a little bedtime routine system. I completed my task this week but haven't drawn a card yet. Can I make a wish? I want something that's suitable for children, and also suitable for everyone. Host. This is randomly drawn. I know. I'm just talking to you casually. Pretending to mutter casually. Those people who came yesterday were so pitiful. While taking a shower, oh, it would be great if I could draw something cold and suitable for all ages. While brushing teeth, if everyone likes it, I can't imagine how happy they will be living here. Pretending to sleep and talking in sleep. Ice jelly, delicious. Everyone likes it. The hint is given that you can go to sleep. Let the system battle with the main system. There are points to earn. She is getting rich in her dreams. As soon as she wakes up, she draws cards. As she wished, she drew the ingredients for ice jelly, and there is an unexpected gain, tang haas. The ingredients for tang haas are various fruits. From another perspective, the system can be regarded as giving her good things. After washing up, she went to the kitchen and saw that there were only 4 types of fruits unlocked: hawthorn, strawberry, sun rose, and sugar orange. She knew how to match them at a glance. She washed a few strawberries and sun rose grapes for herself. This variety of grapes is very sweet, but too sweet. She still prefers to eat raisins. Don't rush to make candied haws. She wants to set up a stall in the food street and make it with the children. Now she can make ice jelly. The ice powder is kneaded by hand, not difficult, and it is very easy to make. The time waiting for the ice powder to solidify is just enough for me to take a trip to give them the supplies. By the way, let Bubu add the snacks unlocked last time to the store shelves. The more they consume, the more she can earn. One night, more than 50 people in the central base slept well, turning on the air conditioner, feeling the crazy passing of time. Under Yu Shiwen leadership and introduction, everyone knew that zombies would not come in, and there were indeed no zombies nearby, and they slept a rare and peaceful sleep. Even Xiaoku, who had the best self-control, didn't want to get up from the big bed in the BNB. After struggling for 5 minutes, he finally got up. He didn't expect that it was the end of the world. What woke him up was not poverty, not his family and country responsibilities, but the snack street downstairs. He could eat and drink as much as he wanted with just a few crystal cores. There were not many times when he could fill his stomach and enjoy delicious food. He couldn't waste time in bed anymore. Everyone had the same idea as him. When he knocked on the door one by one, the door opened. Everyone had washed and dressed neatly, and planned to go downstairs to eat something. More than 50 people walked together. There were space users, and no one was holding anything. One of the space users asked a question. If we check out, can we take the things inside? Xiaoku was silent. The things provided by the accommodation here are very practical. Soap, shampoo, shower gel, these things are also popular in the base. In the early days of the apocalypse, everyone was thinking about food. Now that it has recovered, those things have been destroyed in various ways, and the things collected are almost expired. How about we ask the owner later? I think it's okay. It's just a question. If it doesn't work, forget it. It won't hurt. The first thing Xiaoku said when she met Siapuro today was, Ms. Owner, can we take away the toiletries in our room? Siapuro was stunned. People in the central base still care about these things? Most of the people who stay here are long-term stays. It seems that Yu Shiwen is the only one who stays for only 1 day. The room is provided for customers to use. I have no problem if you want to take it away. The hygiene problem is, if they don't take it away, the system will also recycle it. That's great. The space ability user who proposed to take it away was very happy. It's not that they can't purchase it. These daily necessities such as toiletries must be ranked after food. They have more important things to store in their space. Siapuro only communicated with Xiaoku and the other 3 people. Others can move freely and come to load the goods later. She was about to say that the ability cannot be used here, the system reminded him. After upgrading, The host has the authority to enable special powers for people individually. The space special power can be used to load goods inside. After loading the goods, the host can close the authority. The words came to her lips, but she swallowed them. She received more than 30 million points from the central base. This is not the upper limit of the base, but the upper limit of the goods she can provide. She provided 6,000 pieces of heat-insulating and constant temperature clothing alone, and received 6 million points. She also bought a lot of tents and insecticides, which take up space. After collecting the supplies she provided, space ability users can collect food. She couldn't keep up with how many portions of food were bought. She even left a few spaces for water. Is the base short of water? Missed the shopkeeper. You're kidding. Which base doesn't have water? Siapuru pondered. It seems that the central base is not doing well either. We have a bus. This teleportation business card will be given to you for free. 100 copies. Next time you want to come, you can follow the instructions above. She handed over the teleportation business card. Xiaoke felt like he had found a treasure after reading the introduction. They bought so many things, she didn't have much discount to give. The teleportation card of 100 points was her return gift. The people who came to the central base were all gods of wealth. They had the performance of her and her system in the previous 5 years. You can't be stingy with the gods of wealth. Miss Shopkeeper, if there is a water vending machine next time, can you give priority to the central base? Xiaoke's eyes were sincere, and her words were sincere. And she didn't use how difficult it was for them to blackmail her morally. Siapuru pretended to be embarrassed and kept silent for a while. She couldn't let the other party think that her things came easily. Just when Xiaoke's eyes dimmed, and she felt that there was no hope, Siapuru said, "It's a pleasure to cooperate this time. If you can provide it to the central base, I will give priority to it." Just such a sentence seemed to ignite new hope in Xiaoke. She excitedly led the people around her to bow 90 degrees to her. "I thank the owner on behalf of all the people in the central base. This is not his hope alone, but the hope of the people in the entire base. You're welcome, God of Wealth." Chapter 69 Candied Haws. Don't you want to buy some snacks to take back? During the conversation, Siapuru took them to the store. The shelves were full of goods, all kinds of snacks. Spicy strips, potato chips, biscuits, jelly chicken feet, and chicken legs. Siapuru was surprised herself. She, a non-African, has unlocked so many? The most important thing is that the fast food products have also increased, including self-heating rice. Some bottles and jars of chili sauce, rice sauce, pickled mustard, canned fish made the people in the central base stare. Xiaoke wanted to say something to refuse, but he swallowed it back. Several space users who knew him knew what he wanted to say, which was nothing more than no need. We want to keep our space for more useful things. They stood up before Xiaoke could say anything. I think my space can still be squeezed in. There should be some gaps. Mine should still be able to squeeze in. The other space users also stood up to agree. Just kidding. Who wouldn't be excited? Just a can of luncheon meat placed casually in an inconspicuous place in the store, that was his favorite before the end of the world. Now if there is such a can of luncheon meat in the base, people will fight for it, not to mention that it is only a dozen points, even if it is sold for 50 crystal cores. There will be people who want to buy it, and it is the kind that is in short supply. And those pickles, even if they dislike them now, if it was before they arrived at the Great B&B, they would drool at the sight of them. They looked at Xiaoke, the commander-in-chief of this time, until he nodded. Everyone began to allocate who would pack which supplies. In her mind, she was still thinking that the supplies she had packed and brought back to the base were not enough. And she must buy some more. Eat her fill. And then go back. By the way, Xiaoke, did Yu Shiwen tell you about the need to sign a contract? Xiaoke said seriously. Yes. When is it convenient for the owner to sign the contract? Right now. Siapuru took out the contract she had prepared long ago and gave it to them. Signing a contract in the end times is funny. But her contract is not ordinary. The contract was signed with the system. Without this thin piece of paper, you cannot sell privately. Prices vary from place to place. You can only reasonably adjust the price according to local prices. In order to avoid embarrassment, Siapuru repeated what she said to Yu Shiwen. In short, after you set the price, you can click on your personal panel to scan the price. If there is a prompt that it is unreasonable, you can change it. If you maliciously increase the price, the authorization contract will be automatically terminated, and your base will no longer be able to resell the goods. Xiaoke felt that Siapuro's expression was very serious when she talked about this matter. And she didn't look like she was teasing him at all. But they were thousands of miles away. How could she know that they would definitely sell the goods according to the set price? He shook his head vigorously, throwing away this old idea. A young lady could open a homestay full of supplies in the end times. Could she be an ordinary person? Just look at his personal system panel, and you will know. How could he hide it from someone with such high technology? Thank you for your reminder, Miss Shopkeeper. We will pay attention to it. Anyway, she had already said it. It was up to the other party to decide what to do. The transaction was completed. They just needed to take the snacks and pay for the crystal core. She didn't need to follow them. If there's nothing else, I leave first. Xiaoka nodded and watched her go out. Xiepuro was going to prepare the ingredients for making candied haws. This kind of thing is suitable for all ages. Sugar can always stimulate dopamine. I hope it can bring a little happiness to everyone. Host, have you forgotten about the hospital? Xiepuro really forgot, but she said stubbornly, I just wanted everyone to be happy first, and then I would go to build the hospital. You are talking nonsense, you just forgot. Right. But where can I find it in the apocalypse? M80 interrupted her. You can unlock good things if you manage the hospital well. What good things? How can I tell you? But if you have healing abilities, it's useless to have a hospital. Can healing powers help with childbirth? Can they deliver babies? Can they cut the umbilical cord? It's the end of the world. Why give birth? Halfway through her words, Xiepuro jumped up. Could it be that there was a pregnant woman among the people who came back yesterday? Host calm, I'm just making a metaphor. How can I know if someone is pregnant as a system? Xiepuro couldn't calm down. If that's the case, the hospital really needs to speed up. Well, can't we just pick an employee? Didn't I just ask you to recruit employees? It's so troublesome to recruit employees from outside, and you have to try to learn all kinds of instruments in the hospital. It takes too much energy to train a doctor. It knows the host's laziness very well. Go ahead, you can recruit when you have time. Anyway, I made a lot of money today. If big customers, like the central base, come a few more times, she can lie flat. The method of making candied haws is to wash the fruits first. Try to dry the washed fruits as much as possible. Otherwise it will be difficult to hang the sugar, and then string the fruits together. She used a small stick. Only a few fruits can be strung on one stick, so that people who don't like sweet food can have a light taste without getting tired of it. Dig out the pits of the hawthorn, and string 3 of them together, with a grape at the bottom, a strawberry in the middle, and a hawthorn at the top. The size of the tangerines doesn't match the other 3 fruits, so they can only be strung together in a separate string. 3 tangerines are just right. It would be nice if there were more fruits. It is said that everything can be made into candied haws. Before, she was a nobody, and she didn't cook much. After coming to this world with the blessing of the golden finger, she seemed to fall in love with cooking. Now she works 3 days and rests 4 days, which is just right for her. That's right. Everything can be made into a candied haws. I heard that spicy candied haws are delicious, but she has never tried it. She took a pack of Weilong, and the length of the Weilong was twisted into an S shape and strung back and forth. Just enough for 1 spicy strip to be strung into a string. She didn't want to string only a few strips, and let the robot do the rest. People who like to cook may not like to prepare dishes. And this sentence is a wise saying. She even secretly ate a few of them during the stringing process. It was so attractive. It's not her fault. It was the spicy strips that started it. Started to boil sugar. Boiling sugar is the most important step. The quality of sugar is very important. The sugar can't be too thick, otherwise it will stick to your teeth, and be too sweet and not tasty. It can't be too thin, otherwise it will lose the soul of the candied haws. It's easy for her to make a crunchy candied haws. In fact, there are many clever ideas for making candied haws, such as adding various things to make the taste richer. But she is lazy, and doesn't have so many ingredients, so she just makes do with pure fruit. First, coat the fruits with sugar, then put them aside to cool with a snap. It is said that the snap is the soul of the candied haws. Chapter 70, The Eve of Extreme Heat. Finally, coat the spicy strips with syrup to avoid the spicy strips taste on other fruits. The finished candied haws are crystal clear and beautiful. After cooling, she ate a string of them herself. It was a success if it was crispy, and did not stick to the teeth. The sugar oranges wrapped in it were super sweet. The fructose and syrup blended together, without any abruptness. Focus on the rock sugar spicy strips. I was a little nervous before eating it. I had never tasted the taste of rock sugar spicy strips. What if she thinks it tastes good, but others think it doesn't. She took a bite with anxiety. Now she doesn't have to worry, it's delicious. Sweet and spicy, very chewy. The red oil wrapped in the spicy strips will explode in your mouth. Every bite is just right. The spicy oil comes with the spicy strips, so there won't be much oil. She immediately decided to ask the robot to make a few more, otherwise it wouldn't be enough for her to show off. Although the number of strings seems to be quite a lot, it's actually just a bag of spicy strips. Can you be full after eating one bag of spicy strips? Anyway, she would eat 2 or 3 bags of spicy strips every time, and she would not stop until she was full. While eating, she waited for the candied haws made by spoonfuls to solidify, and before she knew it, she had finished eating. Since she had finished eating, she would start the plan of setting up a stall in the B&B today. Usually, she would go out to set up a stall, and finally she could do whatever she wanted in the B&B. She took the candied haws she made to the food court, and found a stall at random, and put out the candied haws she made. I'm ready. The system popped up a window to tell them that there are candied haws for sale today. Okay. M80 was very considerate. Worried that some children who couldn't read would not understand, it gave them a voice announcement. Shopka and his friends, who were still in the base, also received the pop-up window. They didn't stay in the store, and rushed to the address of the stall Siapu Ro had notified. Fruit. Spicy strips. 2 exclamations sounded at the same time. They came from Chu Ling and Shizhu respectively. Shizhu and Chi Hua, 2 conspicuous bags, jogged around the B&B when they had nothing to do, and they called it fitness. Freshly made candied haws, they came here just by smelling the food. Chu Ling had been living well in great B&B for a while, and had 5 meals a day, and her face had gained more flesh. She was angry that she had gained weight, and she insisted on running with Qian Wushuang. The 2 of them just wanted to come here to rest for a while, and saw the stall before they saw the pop-up screen. Sister owner, we want 2 strings of 3 color fruits, 1 string of sugar oranges, and 10 strings of spicy strips. Chu Ling saw Shizhu and the others running towards this side from a distance, and hurriedly pulled Qian Wushuang to speak first. Siapura handed her the candied haws. I don't understand why she is in such a hurry. Chu Ling, I got to eat the new product first. Shizhu, I've eaten it many times before you. But Siapura didn't seem to make many dishes. Right? How could she have eaten it many times first? I asked after thinking about it. You don't know until you ask. You're shocked when you ask. 2 childish ghosts actually regard this as a competition? And they even count eating the new store snacks first as a competition. Shizhu gritted his teeth and bought it. Humph. I want 1 of each. The 4 of them were eating on the side. And Siapu Ro continued to arrange the candied haws, waiting for customers. About 5 minutes later, Xiao Qingzi and Xiao Lizi, who received the news, came over, their eyes shining as they looked at the candied haws. There were many children in the welfare home, and they all ate big pot dishes. As far as they could remember, they had only eaten candied haws once. It was a wealthy family who came to choose a child to adopt, and they had originally chosen Gu Qingli, but she happened to be sick those 2 days. The uncle said he didn't want weak children, and bought a string of candied haws for each child in their welfare home, and the adoption was dropped. Gu Qingli looked at the candied haws in her hand, and felt bitter. She was about to have a family that time, but a string of candied haws broke her idea of having a family. That string of candied haws was the only one in her memory, and it tasted bad, bitter. This time she bought one for herself and her sister, because the candied haws was small. The system determined that it only required 8 points per string in the future, and the candied haws of spicy strips were cheaper. Only 3 points. Sister, you eat it too, it's sweet and delicious. Gu Qingcheng handed the candied tangerine in her hand, which she had only eaten one, to Gu Qingli's mouth. She smiled foolishly, sweetly, dispelling the unhappiness brought by the past in Gu Qingli's heart. According to her hand, Gu Qingli ate one of her tangerines. After biting open the sugar coating, sweet juice splashed into her mouth. The flesh and the crispy sugar coating tasted very good when chewed together. Who said she had no family? Her sister is her family. It's delicious. Everything Xia Kingzi gives to her is delicious. It was originally a coaxing word. Gu Qingli found it more and more delicious as she ate it. She couldn't help but eat the remaining tangerine in her sister's hand. Gu Qingqing's cheeks puffed up. Sister, I want to eat yours too. She stood up and bit off the strawberry in the middle of the 3-color candied haws in Gu Qingli's hand. Her mouth was too small. She couldn't finish it in one bite. There were still some strawberries left. Ah, my strawberry. The two sisters started a food war. Each tried to eat what the other had, and didn't eat anything in their own hand. Siapuro looked at them and laughed. Childhood is so good, the smiles on their faces are so happy. Suddenly I want to destroy their happiness. System, when the school is open. Can I give them a set of 3-year college entrance examination and 5-year simulation for free? Host, are you not a human being? What bad intentions can I have? I just hope they can succeed in their studies. He said so, but his evil plan was crackling. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. 10 seconds later. Siapura's slender figure and her cart were submerged in the crowd. Xiaoke had just come out of the store after sweeping it, and now it was really full. There was no gap in the space. I don't know if the system deliberately arranged the store in the middle of the snack street, but as soon as they went out, they saw the candied Haws stall. From a distance, the color combination looks very nice. It is a rare bright color in the end times. Well, I suddenly feel that I can put more in the pockets of my clothes. Actually, I seem to have almost digested what I just ate. I can still eat more. How about we go over there and take a look? Xiaoke was a little hesitant. I will definitely eat again after we go over there. There are so many children in the base. They haven't even seen what a candied Haws is. Okay. They start playing the emotional card. They really understand Xiaoke, and they know he will fall for this. The plane also has a weight limit. Xiaoke hesitated because he was worried that he would not be able to control himself and buy a lot of things, which would be bad if he couldn't take them on the plane. Chapter 71 Extreme Heat is coming. That's fruit. It's been a long time since we last ate fruit. One by one, Xiaoke's psychological defenses were gradually broken. Until the mention of fruit, he woke up as if from a dream. Yes, that's fruit. If you don't even eat the fruit in front of you, what's the point of living? After making a major decision, Xiaoke's tone was much lighter. Let's go! At worst, we can see if there are any useless things on the plane, and throw them all down to reduce weight. If the situation allows, Xiaoke is really considering whether to buy a batch of candied Haws and bring them back to the base. Just like they said, the children in the base have never seen candied Haws. If they are younger, they don't even know what fruit is. Many mutant plants are offensive, and fruits are rarely seen. I don't know if they are taken away and eaten by animals, or if they don't bear fruit. Anyway, he has rarely seen mutant plants that bear fruit in so many missions. Even if he sees mutant plants that bear fruit, he doesn't dare to eat them. Xiaoke led a group of people around. They were wearing the same black uniforms for missions. At first glance, Siapura thought they were coming to collect protection money. She used to be a small vendor in the black market in the 1970s. The muscle memory formed almost made her want to pick up the table and run away. Host. Open your eyes and look. This is your world. You are invincible. Kid. Why are you running? After the system reminded her, Siapura paid attention to the people coming. Saorui muscle memory. The main thing is that they are too big, and they really look like they are here to cause trouble. Siapura straightened her back, and explained without any hesitation, well, I just felt numb from standing and wanted to stretch. After saying that, she hated herself for having such a big mouth. If she really can't help it, she might as well poison herself and make herself mute. Miss Shopkeeper, can we buy in bulk? As she got closer, she felt that the candied Haws were even smaller, and she should be able to take away a few thousand. Siapura cleared her throat, and became serious. Sure, when do you want them? We don't have that much right now. We packed them for you after they're ready. There were only 3 types of candied Haws skewers. The sugar-coated fruits were crystal clear, and were made small and delicate by Siapura. Not to mention the children, even he, who doesn't like sweets, was greedy. 2,000 3-color fruit skewers, 1,000 tangerines, and 500 spicy strips. He ordered so much without even asking the price. Siapura liked people like him who were straightforward. I give it to you in 2 hours. But it's hot outside. And if you space ability users take out the candied Haws, they will melt quickly. Out of humanitarianism. And for long-term cooperation, Siapura had to remind the other party more. We know. Please try to save space when packing. Miss Shopkeeper. Siapura nodded, showing understanding. After making a reservation, everyone can choose the candied Haws they want. And everyone bought a few strings. She bought a lot. Fortunately, we made a lot. And there was still a lot left. After a few minutes, Ming Qinglu took the children downstairs. The children each had their own points. and they could spend their own money to buy things. They were all very well behaved and didn't make any noise. Little Orange and Little Pear. Wawa had good eyesight, and saw the two sisters sitting in the crowd. Aunt Qinglu. Can we go over and play with Little Pear? The 8 children who were traveling with Ming Qinglu all listened to Ming Qinglu's words. After a day of getting along, they respected Ming Qinglu, and would ask for her opinion before going out to play. Ming Qinglu checked that everyone had a candied haws in their hands. Go ahead. Don't run with the candied haws. It's dangerous if you drop it. I know. The child's voice fell, and ran away without a trace. They were the same age, and it was easy for them to play together. Ming Qinglu looked back at their backs, with a smile on her face. These kids. Shopkeeper, give me one of each. Siapuru handed it over, and she didn't expect that she liked it too. Maybe her curious eyes were too hot. Ming Qinglu explained the next second, before the end of the world. My son always asked me to buy him candy. I saw his rotten teeth and didn't buy it. I wanted to try what my son likes to eat. She took a bite. Felt the juice bursting out. It's really delicious. If I had bought it for him at that time. Siapuru was silent, not knowing what to say. Ming Qinglu took the gourd string in her hand and left. She didn't continue to be unhappy, but took the candied haws to the children, talked and laughed with them, or watched them play quietly. Siapuru admired her. I don't know what she had been through. All those who could redeem themselves were very powerful. Before the helicopter sent by the central base took Shioka and the others away, Siapuru delivered the goods. You ordered these candied haws. We see you later. Whenever Siapuru saw Shioka, he always had a faint smile on his face. Only when he saw the food would he change for a moment. Thank you for the hospitality, Miss Shopkeeper. We see you later. The people accompanying him were reluctant to leave. They kept looking back at Great B&B. Finally, they sat down on the plane. Someone asked Xiaoku. A place like this is like heaven in the end times. Prices are low. And as long as they work hard, ordinary people can also have a way to survive. This is the goal of the central base. We will come again. Xiaoku raised the transmission card that he kept close to his body. The card that he kept close to his body carried his body temperature. Now this is the most important thing. It means whether he can take the bus to the next transaction. Trekking through mountains and rivers is a normal problem, but the various accidents on the road are the most troublesome. Did you feel that it was getting hotter after leaving the B&B? You tell me. I was sweating as soon as I came out. I didn't think the weather was so bad before. In the end, everyone could only sigh that it was difficult to go from luxury to frugality. What they didn't know was that, luckily they walked fast. If they walked a little later, the extreme heat would have been terrible. The day after they arrived at the base, they didn't have time to distribute the extremely hot supplies to other bases. The extreme heat finally arrived. No one expected it to come so soon. Everyone will remember the scene of that day for the rest of their lives. The sun did not set that day. The scorching sun was always hanging high in the sky, burning everything on the earth mercilessly. The whole earth seemed to be a huge cage. Everyone was forced to face the sun directly. The scorching temperature made people breathless. Even the floor was scorched by the sun. Every step you took was hot even through the thin insole. You could smell the smell of melting sole glue after taking a few more steps. 2 days later, people realized that, accompanying the extreme heat was the polar day. Chapter 72. Something big is going to happen. Xiaoku, do you feel that the weather seems a little strange? From the time point of view, it was already 10:30 p.m. when dozens of people got off the plane. Generally, the sun would set at this time even if it was late, and would rise early the next day. Why did it seem different today? It feels like something big is going to happen. The sun still showed no sign of setting until 12 o'clock in the evening, and the people were talking about it one after another. The base knew that it could not hide it, and could not hide it. As the broadcast above the base sounded, it sounded a warning before the disaster. The content of the broadcast was to tell everyone that they were about to enter an extremely hot natural disaster, and to let residents prepare for the extreme heat. People were filled with despair after hearing this. The base is with you all, and the country will not give up on anyone. Please believe in the country, believe in the base, and we will eventually overcome all disasters. This sentence was replayed several times above the base, and every word was telling people that the country and the family are together. That night, the people set up tents overnight under the organization of the base. The tents were connected one by one, leaving only a passage for one person to walk through. Fortunately, the tents were big enough, so they could hide in them to escape the heat even if they squeezed a little. No one complained. Shika and others brought back a lot of water and medicines on this trip, giving people hope in the end times. How long can such hope last? That night, the residents all had a bite of hot food, and 1 bite per person was the maximum the base could do. Old people, children are the least in the end times. Shauka's candied haws were equally distributed to each child, 1 string per person. Originally, it was planned to only distribute to children under 8 years old, but the candied haws brought back could not be distributed all, so the age limit was lowered a little. The children ate the candied haws they were given in small bites. Just like during the Chinese New Year. "Mom, this is sweet, you eat it too." The child didn't know what sweet was. She was lucky to get a string of 3-color candied haws, and she only bit off the sugar wrapped on the outside. The child is still very young, and she doesn't even remember what fruit is. Her mother coaxed her softly. "The one on top is hawthorn. The one in the middle is strawberry. And the one on the bottom is grape. Baby, remember it." "Mom, you know so many things." The child's mother's eyes were red. These were things that could be seen every day before the end of the world. If you wanted to eat them, you could just order takeout and have them delivered. In the future, Mom will take the baby to know more things. The baby will eat them by himself. Remember the taste, and you will know what you are eating next time. No one expected that this meal would be the last preparation before everyone faced the extreme heat. With that meal, the people united and spontaneously set up the heat-insulated tents. There were people everywhere who had no experience in setting up tents. Several strong men worked together to set up a tent. After studying for a long time, they completed the final setup until the sun became hotter and hotter. Children, women, old people, and finally men moved into the tents. The sun was getting hotter and hotter. It was better after getting into the tents, as if they were really isolated from the heat waves outside. There were more than a dozen people in each tent, and people could only lie down with their bodies pressed against each other. No one knew that not long ago, many omens had been fulfilled in nature, animals and plants. The largest river in the world was evaporated by the sun, and the water level dropped by an unknown number of points. But no one measured it. Smaller lakes were directly dried up by the sun and evaporated. People were overwhelmed, and they couldn't even save their lives at this time. The base was busy with disaster preparations, and had no energy to pay attention to those things. Global warming. The Earth is facing the judgment of the sun. Glaciers melted and separated, and large areas of ice melted into many small pieces. Polar bears far away from human habitation and not affected by zombies were also affected. They need to constantly migrate and constantly find new habitats. If the zombie virus is a wiping out of humans, the disaster is a test for all creatures on the Earth. Forest fires are frequent, and without human firefighting, the desperate forest can only wait for a miracle, or they just let it burn. And when it has nothing left to burn, it will die. Plants can only wait to die on the spot, because no matter how hard they try to take root, they can't find water. Some big trees in good locations can still hold on with the water they have accumulated over the years, but small saplings can't stand it. The land that was originally covered with weeds was burned yellow overnight by the high temperature. Animals that can move can only keep migrating, constantly looking for water, and competing with other animals for territory. Whether it is people, animals, or plants, they are all fighting against this natural disaster. They are also struggling to survive in the natural disaster. Everything is so insignificant in front of nature. Sia Pure didn't know these things. Her homestay was still peaceful. The people in the Shurgang base who were brought back by her, both men and women, are sleeping and recuperating peacefully. On the day Shika went back, Sia Pure still spent money under the instigation and temptation of the system. The most important thing is to build a hospital. The things people care about most are nothing more than eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, birth, aging, illness and death. The former can be provided by the homestay, and the latter cannot be left behind. All the equipment and facilities in the hospital need to be drawn, including but not limited to employees, machines, floors, chairs. She was originally complacent about her income of 6 million. But now it seems that it is not enough. You will regret not having enough money when you need it. The card drawing page switches to medical-related items, and she draws while eating melon seeds. She draws the hard equipment such as floors, tiles, and roofs of the hospital in one go. She knows that the things she draws first will definitely be some insignificant things. She is now very stable. She also drew a lot of medicines, which were all very common and frequently used. After spending more than 5.6 million points, She finally drew all the equipment that the hospital needed for general examinations. She would never lack consumables such as disinfectant and infusion equipment. She drew 3 hospital employees, called Dr. 1, Dr. 2, and Dr. 3. Fortunately, their employees were not biased, and were almost all-rounders, and could do any examination. The most practical consumable she drew was the emergency medical kit, which contained many things needed for daily rescue. It is useless in the B&B. If it is placed at other bases, it will be a rare material. As the apocalypse gets longer and longer, it becomes harder and harder to find non-polluting medical materials. When Shauka came, he took away 5 spaces of basic medical materials. From this, we can see how scarce these things are in the base. It would rather compress the space with food and bring medicine. Food can save lives, and medical supplies can save more people. Siapuro suddenly thought of a question. Why did you let me give you Shiwen supplies only this week? Host, think about it, the little supplies you drew are not enough for the central base. If you give them too early, they will distribute the supplies to various bases. What if everyone comes to ask us for supplies when the extreme heat comes? It's not that they are stingy. The host has given all that can be given. Only a small amount of the insulation supplies are left to sell in the store. The host has done his best. Chapter 73. I can't stand it. You are quite considerate. Siapuro didn't consider those things at all. If the sky falls, the country will have soldiers to support it. She is just an ordinary worker, and she didn't think much about those twists and turns. Host is not worried. What are you worried about? Natural disaster. He spat out the melon seeds and said casually, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. Anyway, everyone will work together to live a good life. If I, a worker, have to worry about these things, then why don't I take the high-level positions in the military and politics? Switching the card drawing page back to the normal scene. She planned to draw some normal things with the remaining 1 million. To see if she could unlock some small surprises. Against the backdrop of 9 ordinary white material cards. A purple card slowly turned over. Damn! A good treasure? Teleport return card asterisk 199. The user shouted 3 times. Little Grape wants to go home. And then return to the starting point in front of the bus to pick people up at the B&B. Siapuro, I don't even eat melon seeds. And you show me this? What's the use of this thing? It's better to hire another employee. No, maybe it's useful for the god of wealth in the central base. Host, we have Krypton to get the hospital, do we still need to use it? Siapuro was a little unhappy. The system machine brain probably couldn't understand it. The hospital is to treat illnesses and save lives. I would rather the hospital be deserted all the time. It's best for everyone to be healthy and strong. And no one should get sick. The hospital is never a profit-making place. Its existence is just to prevent problems before they happen, so that people can get treatment for their diseases and have medicines to use, not to say that it exists to make money. Okay. Host. M80 machine brain can't understand, but it is obedient. Whatever the master says is what it does. Will you set up a stall to sell candied haws and ice jelly next week? She said to herself. M80 denied. The extreme heat is coming, host. There is no need to set up a stall. The weather is too hot, and no one will come out to set up a stall. People can't stand hiding in ordinary houses, let alone being exposed to the scorching sun. Siapuro thought thoughtfully, extreme heat? It's so sudden. Shauka just went back. I hope those supplies can be useful. Does that mean I don't have to do anything next week? She was flattered by the sudden vacation. Suju just wanted to go out and rescue some animals and plants. Siapuro thought that she had got a water-based ability for free, a space, and 2 golden fingers. But I don't want to go out. Then don't rescue. Is it that simple? She might be the happiest worker in the world, working 3 days and resting 4 days, deciding her own working hours and irregular vacations. Siapuro was so happy that she continued to draw with the remaining points. If she guessed correctly, the things she got from the points draw should change with the current situation. Before the extreme heat came, she had drawn the materials related to the extreme heat crazily. Now she was curious about what else she could draw. She only left 50,000 points for herself and drew all the others. Each card was automatically divided into categories for her to check. Leisure chess and cards, chess, go, flying chess, beast chess, poker, werewolf killing and other cards. It seems that I really have to stay at home. The equipment is quite complete. Vending machines, 8 water vending machines, One automatic vending machine can only be used in B&B's RV business scope. There are also various canned foods. Canned grapes, canned yellow peaches, canned oranges, canned lychees, canned strawberries, canned dates with black bean sauce, canned tomatoes, canned braised beef, canned chicken breast, canned 8 treasure porridge, canned millet porridge. System, do you not want me to eat with so many cans? Didn't you say you wanted to eat fruit? Hee, canned fruit is okay. In fact, Siapuru had already shown off a lot of fruit when she was eating candied haws. She had to eat fruit every day before. If she didn't eat fruit for a day, she would always feel that even her bowel movements were blocked. In addition, 3 more dishes were unlocked this time. Grilled cold noodles, egg waffles, grilled squid. Although they were all snacks, she was already very satisfied. The staple food was topped with rice, so she just filled up the snack street. Temporary task. Please complete the snack stand operation as soon as possible. The reward for completing the task is to unlock milk tea. Okay, now she has to do it herself to unlock milk tea? Is it because she makes money too fast? But this is also a disguised benefit for her. Unlocking milk tea without drawing cards, this deal is still very cost effective. Just after complaining to M80 in my heart, I found that a large number of people poured into the B&B. New guests. Just when the points in my hand were at the bottom, Siapuru put away the melon seeds, got up and tidied her clothes, and went forward to greet them personally. Hello. I'm the owner. Are you here to eat or stay? The woman who entered the B&B first was holding a little boy of 7 or 8 years old. Her swollen eyes were full of indescribable fatigue. She wanted to speak, but just as she opened her mouth, she found that her throat was hoarse and she'd lost her voice. She coughed lightly to moisten her throat and said with difficulty, "Do you have water?" There were about 20 people in their group. She didn't notice that they were driving several cars. Yes, 1 point for each bottle of water. If you want to buy water, come in and buy it. Next to the front desk on the first floor of the B&B. The previously placed water vending machine is still there. The transparent outer layer of the vending machine allows you to directly see the mineral water and drinks placed inside. It's water. Water? There's really water. Several men following the woman pushed the woman in front away and rushed straight to the vending machine. Before Siapuru could say anything, he actually hit the machine hard. The man didn't know where he got the strength from, and kicked the vending machine. The other men didn't do such a bold move. Maybe she wanted to wait for the leading man to kick it away first, so that she could get some? Water? Give me water. There was another loud bang. Siapuru frowned. The machine was kicked twice so hard that she felt distressed. It was a machine produced by the system. If it was replaced by an ordinary machine, it would probably be scrapped. She lowered her voice. Customer, please don't destroy the facilities in our store. She could understand that desperate people wanted to get water urgently. Bang! Another kick. Uncle can bear it, aunt. Can bear it or not, anyway. Sister can't bear it. She gently squeezed her hands in the air. The man who kicked the machine was lifted up by the collar by an invisible big hand. His legs left the ground. The feeling of weightlessness made him struggle hard. Ghost! The shouting lasted only a second. Siapuru sealed his mouth, not allowing him to speak. The man opened his eyes wide and made a humming sound. He looked so terrified that his eyeballs were about to fall out. Kick my machine. Right? Siapuru kicked him in the stomach. I reminded you. But you still kick me. You don't understand me. Right? This kick was on his back. She didn't use too much force, and his ribs were definitely not broken, but the man made a pig-like howling sound. Shurju and the other 5 were coming down the stairs. Originally they were going to compete to see who could run down the stairs faster. Chapter 74. Supplies are in short supply. There was a lot of crackling noise downstairs. Wu Tianlong pricked up his ears and listened. It seems like someone is making trouble downstairs? I think so. Shurju ran away. Wu Tianlong was stunned. Why are you running? The shop owner won't be bullied. Chihua also ran downstairs after Shurju. Why are these 2 running? Lu Ming walked with them leisurely. Aren't they rushing to watch a show? Shurju and Chihua hurried downstairs and asked Siapuru, what's wrong? What happened? Just then, I saw Siapuru kicking the man for the second time, and a group of people were stunned. Shurju saw that the situation was relatively stable and within his expectations, and took out the melon seeds he'd bought from the store. The small packages of melon seeds sold in the store are very suitable for carrying around, so you can eat melons and watch the show anytime and anywhere. The child in the swollen-eyed woman's arms was so scared that he dared not speak, and hugged his mother tightly. Even if the person being kicked was his father, he dared only breathe gently. It is said that those who can survive in the end times are extraordinary. Even a child knows to read people's faces. Siapura looked unhappy. She kicked people roughly and cursed while kicking. You kicked 3 times. I kicked you 3 times too. Isn't it fair? After kicking 3 times, Siapura released the man's band and put him back on the ground. The man shrank into a ball in pain and couldn't even cry out in pain. Siapura glanced at everyone except the man. Do you still want to stay? She is not a very good person, and she will not implicate innocent people. Guests are guests. Except for the man who destroyed the machine. The others did nothing or even said anything. She had no reason to refuse guests. As for whether these people were the man's friends, wives or children, that didn't matter. The punishment of killing 9 generations of the family had long been destroyed with the Qing dynasty. As long as they behaved well and didn't cause trouble or get in the way, she had no right to interfere with what kind of people they were. Why are you letting them live here when they are like this? Shirzu was the first to stand up and express his displeasure. Siapura glanced at the melon seeds in his hand. I run a B&B, not a mother. As long as these people don't get in the way and don't do anything heinous, I don't care what they do. It's just destroying the machine, not killing or setting fire. Shirzu nodded, and it looked like he didn't understand. He turned his attention back to those people. The woman holding the child didn't know where she got the courage from, and was the first to say, I want to stay. The process is over there. Read it, and do it yourself. The woman put the child down, and wanted to go forward to help the man up. When she touched him, he cried out in pain, Dad, let's stay here. They were from a nearby village. Every household had a cellar, and they had survived for 3 years by eating food from the cellar. Recently, there were more mosquitoes, and their food was almost gone. There was no water in the well, so they thought about going to a base to have a look. The child didn't know where the poster was picked up from. They looked at the absolutely safe zone and decided to come with the whole village. The journey was not peaceful. When they set out, there were 50 or 60 people in the village, but they were the only ones left at the B&B. They lost nearly half of their people to come here, and they had to stay no matter what. Siapura, you think so well. Do you not regard me as a person involved at all? You can stay, but this man can't. There was no emotion in her tone, and her stern face showed that there was no room for negotiation. Destroying the facilities in the store is already a serious matter. Isn't hitting her machine just hitting her in the face? System. Block this man. Wang Dazhuang has been blocked. As the system voice sounded, the man flew up from the ground. He was very satisfied with his handling and showed everyone what a perfect parabola is. He was isolated outside the B&B, and the sound he made could not be heard inside the B&B. She looked at the man's wife and children, wanting to see what decision she would make. The woman just showed a worried look, and then calmly took the child to exchange the crystal core. Fortunately, Wang Dazhuang disliked the crystal core because it was uncomfortable to carry it on his body, and threw it on her. Otherwise, they would not be able to stay. The woman successfully completed the double-room accommodation, bought a few bottles of water for the child to hold, and took the child upstairs. The other villagers were dumbfounded. Sister Wang, you don't want your man anymore? You have to live here even if you want a man. There is food and drink here. If I don't live here, what will happen to the child? Zheng Hongying thought that as long as they moved in, it would be okay to buy some water and food for her man. It would be better than being kicked out together. Right? Siapura looked at her meaningfully. Don't try to sneak in. Zheng Hongying shuddered while holding the child, and said nothing. She ran away. She dared to breathe heavily only after running to her own room. The rest of the people also checked in. 3 women and 10 men. And a few children. A few days passed peacefully. Zheng Hongying and her children secretly helped Wang Dazhuang these 2 days, and Siapura turned a blind eye. As long as it doesn't violate the store rules, it's fine. But, can they be so honest? Central Base. Every 3 days, the base gives everyone a bottle of water to sustain life. Many operations that can be stopped have been stopped. Some operations cannot be stopped. The staff wears insulated constant temperature clothing and insulated shoe covers to maintain the normal operation of the base. It's hot to breathe, even wearing constant temperature clothing. Everyone is uncomfortable. If you walk a little faster, you will be out of breath, as if you are short of oxygen. Only when disaster strikes do we realize how precious materials are. The materials that Shika and his companions brought back are not enough to be distributed to other bases. Even the central base is not enough to be distributed for a few days. The population base is too large, and the arrival of extreme heat makes the precious materials they brought back seem so insignificant. Each person has a bottle of mineral water, which is distributed every 3 days, and the materials that Shuka brought back will soon be consumed. Food and medicine are fine, but water resources are becoming more and more scarce. The existing water resources can only be distributed twice at most, but what about after the 2 times? Waiting to die? The crowd spent the first night of the sun never setting in a flurry of activity. No one expected that the temperature would no longer rise slowly, and it rose by 5 degrees in one day, approaching 60 degrees, catching them off guard. Sunshine usually represents hope. Many film and television dramas end with a rising sun, implying that people have survived a difficult day. And now, the arrival of the eternal day makes people discouraged. Li Hu, Yang Shang and everyone else discussed, and they were willing to go again for the base. They found Xiaoke after they discussed. Xiaoke, take us to the Great BNB again. We can ship the goods back. They knew how big the risk was if they wanted to come back, but they did not regret it. Chapter 75 Go to Great BNB. Who said that only attack-type abilities can contribute to the base? Who said that space-type abilities can only hide behind and be protected as mobile warehouses? They don't want to. They want to tell everyone with their actions that as long as the base needs their space-type abilities, they will never say no. The time when space-type abilities are most needed is now. Since everyone has the same idea, there is nothing to talk about. Xiaoke found the head of the logistics department and wanted to apply to go to Great BNB again. Minister Lin. Logistics Department Zhou Ke. Li Hu. Yang Shang. A total of 30 space ability users applied to go to Great BNB, Minister. Let me go again. I can bring back some water. He tried to control his emotions. Nonsense. Other people's lives are lives. Your lives are lives too. You can't do it recklessly. Zhou Ke. Minister Lin wanted to talk to Xiaoke seriously. We know what we are doing. They are doing something big. Zhou Ke's eyes were red. He had been running around the base these days, watching those people fall down one by one due to the heat, and then being carried to the tent to take medicine. Among the group of people were his colleagues, and the disaster victims he rescued. Send business cards. Send business cards can take us there. Everyone knew that, without water, they could not survive this extreme heat. Minister Lin shook his head helplessly. The question now is not whether you can get there, but how can you get back? Even a helicopter can't handle this temperature. The temperature outside is approaching 60 degrees, and there is even a slight tendency to rise. Even if they can arrive safely, they need a helicopter to pick them up on the way back. The risk of spontaneous combustion rises sharply when they are on the road in this weather. Minister. Xiaoke asked him very seriously. Please let us try, okay? His eyes were bloodshot, and he hadn't had a good sleep for many days. Even if there were constant temperature clothes, his colleagues would be dehydrated and fall down due to dehydration after wearing the clothes because they had no water to drink. We are running low on water. We can't delay any longer. If they had agreed to Zhou Ke, they wouldn't have needed to travel long distances for this mission. With the Great BNB business card, if it was really that magical, their safety would have been guaranteed. The hardest part was coming back. Minister, we have no choice. Minister Lin knew. He understood better than anyone else. He looked at Zhou Ke and the other young people, who were in their prime. How could he let them go to die? There is not only one central base. The population is too large. Their base is just a branch base. There are more than 60,000 people in the entire base, but there are only 39 space ability users. If the mission fails, the base will lose 30 space ability users. But if we don't go, the loss will be far more than 30 people. Zhou saw that Minister Lin was hesitant to speak, and further expressed his thoughts. We are willing to take this step. He looked at Minister Lin with more and more determination, just like when he first joined the party, every time he took the oath. We should be worthy of the people and the country. This is what we should do. This is what a soldier should do. I don't know how long the stalemate lasted. Minister Lin sighed. Be careful. This is considered an agreement. Even if he struggled, no matter how unwilling he was to watch a group of young people die, he had to make such a decision. When necessary, he must sacrifice himself for the sake of everyone. I want to see you come back safely. The man in his 50s could no longer say anything to Xiaoke. His hand trembled and fell on his shoulder. He felt guilty about these young people. Thank you, Minister. I bring you the luncheon meat you want most. Knowing that this trip was half a step into the gates of hell, Shaka finally smiled at Minister Lin. He knew there was hope. The hope of so many people in the base rested on their shoulders. With Minister Lin's nod, their approval to go to Great B&B was quickly obtained. They left with great fanfare. Someone leaked the news, and everyone in the base knew that they were going to Great B&B. According to Minister Lin, this is not a bad thing. Why should we hide it? He also wanted everyone to know that the young men in their logistics department are all good. People took advantage of the clouds blocking the sunlight and came out of the tents one after another, watching them silently. Mom, what are those uncles going to do? Why are so many people looking at him like this? The woman held the little girl and walked out of the tent, joining the crowd watching them. She spoke softly and whispered to her daughter about the cruelty of the world, and that there were great people protecting them. Those uncles are going to do something very brave. Do you remember the candied haws we ate last time? They were brought back by those uncles. They are heroes. Remember, there were fruits in those candied haws, including strawberries, grapes, and what else? The innocence of the children showed that they lived a carefree life under the protection of the soldiers. Baby forgot again. Mommy will tell you again. Aces. Excuse me. King Bomb. I won. I won. All of you come here so I can draw turtles on your faces. Chu Ling was unhappy. I don't want to play anymore. Why do you always win in landlords? Shirju is such a jerk. He can't shake out 6 in flying chess. But he wins like crazy in landlords. You're cheating? Chu Ling made a face at him. I just don't want to play with you anymore. Shi Hua. Look at her, why is she like this? Shi Hua mercilessly pushed away Shirju, who was twisting and turning on him, and said calmly, be normal, otherwise people will doubt my sexual orientation. No, we both live in the same room. What else do you have to clarify? I'm straight. Shi Hua roared. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't rub your back tonight. I was wrong, we don't live in the same room. Shi Hua was stunned. No, brother, are you a tiger? Living in a suite 2 rooms, living in the same house under the same roof? Xia Pu shook her head when she saw it. No one can go out when it's hot. Since the store has new entertainment items, these people have bought melon seeds and happy water every day, and gathered a few people to take turns to fight. It's not really salted fish. Before the weather was not hot, they went out to fight zombies quite frequently. But after the weather got hot, they didn't want to move. Every day they ate and slept, and went downstairs to find people to play with. They couldn't stay idle because their rooms had TVs, and many rooms without TVs were even more restless. After adapting to the environment of the homestay for a few days, I gradually dared to go out to play after confirming that it was safe. A group of people who knew each other, and people who didn't know each other played together. And there were countless people who wanted to form a team to play cards or chess. Chapter 76 Grilled Squid. Therefore, there are many people playing downstairs. Unlike other places where people are struggling to survive, there is laughter and joy here. Xia Pu went back to the kitchen and took out the ice jelly that had been prepared and chilled. Conditions were limited, so she sprinkled canned fruit on it for decoration, which raised the appearance of the ice jelly to a higher level. The grilled squid that had been unlocked was a bunch of finished products. She fried it on the iron plate, cut it into pieces, and then brushed it with the sauce she personally prepared for the squid. The grilled squid was so fragrant that it was not an exaggeration to say that it was fragrant for 10 miles. She was setting up a stall on the snack street, and the prepared ice jelly was placed next to it. Chu Ling came over. Sister owner, is the grilled squid ready? I've been waiting so long. Right away. The squid will be in the best condition in 1 minute. Xia Pu flipped the squid on the iron plate and swallowed unconsciously. Who understands? Suddenly, she didn't want to sell it anymore. She could show off by herself. She has always liked eating grilled squid. She liked to eat it when she had no money, but she was too busy to eat it after she had money. With these 10 grilled skewers, it is no exaggeration to say that if there are 10 more, she can show off all of them by herself. Shirzu curled his lips and waited beside him with dissatisfaction. It's grilled squid. But why do you have to wait until the squid is grilled before selling ice jelly? Isn't this deliberately trying to make him greedy to death? Okay. You two have made a reservation. For skewers per person. A whole super large grilled squid. 1 for 20 points. Don't ask why it is so expensive. When Xia Pu didn't have money to buy it, it was about the same price. It sounds a little expensive at first, But the price is affordable when you think about it carefully, which makes people want to show off one bunch after another. When you can't afford it yourself, you want others to be unable to afford it. After being caught in the rain, you should grab someone else's umbrella and use it for yourself. Ice jelly, 15 points per serving. Hand-kneaded ice jelly, with canned fruit on top. At this price, only her store sells it in the entire apocalypse. Don't be a 3-minute enthusiasm for everything. Since you have decided to exercise, you should exercise to the best of your ability. Keep running. We take a break after 2 more laps. Remember your goal, to lose fat, so that you can eat whatever the owner makes without getting fat. Yezi led the people in training. It happened that she was a sports practitioner before the end of the world. I can't say she is very proficient in fitness, but she knows a little about physical exercise. The arrival of the eternal day also has an impact on the BNB. Everyone is used to sleeping at night, but the sky is always bright, and the body is strange and can't fall asleep until it can't stand it anymore, and it's tired, and then it falls asleep during the day. This is not good. The most important thing in the apocalypse is to have a healthy body, otherwise if the zombies chase you, you can only pick your ears on the spot. Almost everyone's mother has said, you can't touch someone who is picking their ears. However, zombies may not follow this rule. So you can only pray for the best. Because not every zombie has a mother. Before the mutation, there was one, but if you are brave enough, you can get close to the zombie's ear and ask, do you remember what your mother said before? In order to strengthen the body, try to vent useless energy during the day. Without pure organization, everyone will consciously form a team to start running. Look, Yezi is leading everyone to run in circles. I don't know where the wind came from. The smell of grilled squid blew to the people who were running over there. Siapuro looked. Oh, it turned out that I was crazy because of poverty. It smells so good. Coach, I have never smelled this smell in the store. The owner is making new snacks. Coach, should we take a break first? Yeezy had a stern face, seemingly unmoved, but in fact he was hissing. No last lap, eat after you finish. Persevere, don't give up halfway. Anyone who has ever worked out knows that. If you don't work out until your legs feel sore and even having trouble taking steps, you haven't worked out enough. The same is true for running. In fact, no one has ever exercised much, and if you really want to run, it's when your life is hanging by a thread and you burst out with strength. But people can't always gamble their lives with luck. Right? If you really encounter danger, it is most practical to have a pair of powerful legs. They just started training, and they have been running for a while, and are now tired. The last lap is to increase the difficulty for everyone. If you practice well and thoroughly, you can make another breakthrough next time. Otherwise, if you don't practice well this time, it will be useless, and the previous laps will be wasted. No one stepped out, so everyone continued to run a lap obediently. Siapuro hid in the corner, and ate the remaining 2 skewers of grilled squid. It was really delicious. Her cooking skills beat the roadside stall she had eaten before. Now she really understood the value of the cooking golden finger. She was excited to think that this golden finger could be used in rebirth. The owner seems to be squatting in the corner to eat. The skewer in his hand, plus this suspicious smell. Sisters, I suspect the owner is selling grilled squid. Woo woo woo, I shouldn't run at night. I didn't encounter any monsters. Perverts, but I encountered a grilled squid stall. Hold on a little longer, I win if I finish this last half lap. They talked while running, and they were out of breath when talking. As time passed, they finally finished a lap. Easy said. Disband. Dozens of people rushed to the owner's stall. Obviously, many people noticed that the owner's stall was so small that it was impossible for them to grill enough at one time. Everyone tried their best and ran to the grilled squid stall as the end. The speed was so fast that the soles of their feet were shaking. Yeezy shouted helplessly, "Didn't we agree to be tired? Just now. You were weak and frail, and now you are old men fighting for eggs." Right? Her shouting was doomed to be useless, leaving her alone in the wind. Yeezy looked down at the empty Air Sports watch on her wrist that didn't exist at all. While looking at it, she nodded and praised herself. Well, very good, I have reached the exercise standard today, and I will reward myself with a good meal. If they eat, I will eat too. I will fight with this group of people. When she arrived, there were 2 long lines of people. She wanted to stop eating, but the tempting aroma came over her, and Yeezy felt uncomfortable all over. Seeing that new people were about to line up, Yeezy had no choice but to take the lead and choose a line that seemed to have fewer people standing. It was finally her turn. And she seemed to lose her mind when she saw the squid on the iron plate. I want all 10 skewers. What weight loss? What fitness? How can you have the energy to run laps if you don't eat enough? Siapuro had no objection. But the people behind her were not happy. The owner could only grill 10 skewers at most at a time. And it would take several minutes to wait for the next batch. The few minutes of waiting for delicious food was like a second. Okay? No. Chapter 77. The voices behind me all rang out, scaring Yizi. Putting herself in his shoes, if the person in front of me bought all the things, I would also collapse. Okay, then I want 8 skewers. Only 2 skewers for those behind us? The eyes behind me were like thorns. Then, 6 skewers? The eyes behind me were even sharper. 4 skewers. No less. How about this? 2 skewers are not enough. 3 skewers are just right. Now there are so many people. Let's temporarily limit each person to 3 skewers. Siapuro sprinkled a little chili powder on the grilled squid and negotiated with them. In the end, Yizi bought only 3 skewers of grilled squid and a bowl of ice jelly with tears in her eyes. 3 skewers is fine. At least it can satisfy her craving for food. Yizi's eager heart could no longer be restrained. She found a place to sit down, unpacked the package, and took a closer look at the source of the fragrance. After being tortured by the fragrance for a long time, she took a bite directly, and it was a palm-sized grilled squid. 1/3 of it was gone. Looking at the big gap on the squid, she wondered if some master had frozen time and secretly eaten a bite of her grilled squid. Otherwise, could this tooth mark and this huge mouth of the abyss be hers? The tenderness, smoothness, elasticity, freshness, fragrance, and spiciness of the seafood bloomed in her mouth in an instant, and the deliciousness reached the depths of her soul. Before she could swallow it, her eyes were fixed on the 2/3 of the grilled squid in her hand. While digesting the deliciousness in her mouth, she opened the box of ice powder. She bought lychee-flavored ice jelly, which was topped with canned lychee fruit and sweet water, and was sprinkled with osmanthus flowers by Siapuro for decoration, which looked good and tasted good. The ice jelly was like jelly, soft and elastic, and it would bounce back with a bang when the spoon was gently tapped. The only flaw was that she only bought 1 bowl of ice jelly, and the people in front of her bought 2 or 3, so when it was her turn, only the lychee bowl was left. She took a big bite of squid and a small bite of ice jelly, and her mouth had no free time at all. The fierce eating posture scared the children nearby. Wangzi cried and went straight to his mother's arms. Mom, will this ant eat children? How could Yizi bear it? She opened her mouth a little and glared at the child fiercely. Call me sister? Her son, whom she held in her heart, was scolded. Wang Xiaozi was not happy. She explained sullenly, I'm sorry, the child is still young. Yizi didn't buy the idea that the child was still young. She responded directly, the child is still young, you are not a child as a mother. Are you? Humph, sitting here affects my mood. Yizi went to the store to buy a bottle of happy water, and went back to the snack street to sit in a different place. I started to stay away from naughty children and mothers who dote on their children. How can you see doting? Such a big child, looks like he is 8 years old, still needs to be held by his mother, if it is not doting. What is it? It is not the kind of hugging, it is holding him in her arms, like a little baby and walking. This kind of existence is also very explosive before the end of the world. Mom, I feel like someone will bully me after Dad stops living here. Wangzi couldn't stop feeling wronged. When they lived in the village before, the boys were bullies, and no one ever said anything bad about them. Besides, I had a peeing competition with Gooden in the village before, to see who could pee farther. People passing by would praise me for peeing higher and farther. This morning I peed on the grass, and I peed higher and farther. But someone scolded me for having no manners. Mrs. Wang's face darkened, and she got angry. She wanted to find trouble with that person while holding her son. She wanted to ask why they didn't praise the child, but scolded her child for being uncultured. The noise of standing up was not small. People around looked at her. Wang's wife thought they were all ferocious. She sat down again with the child in her arms, and lowered her head. Maybe her son was right. They all bullied her because she didn't have a man. Without a man, both mother and son were targeted and looked down upon. Wangzi was dissatisfied with her mother for not taking her to find a fight. She continued to add fuel to the fire. That man scolded me. But he also scolded you. He said he really wanted to see how my parents taught their children. Is this person sick? What's wrong with us teaching children? What's there to say about a child peeing? If she has the ability, her son should not pee. Sister Wang yelled on the spot. People around cast dissatisfied glances again. What are the mother and son doing yelling? It disturbed their good mood. Son, bear with it for now. Dad is not with us. We can't find anyone to bully you now. Next time someone does this, you can yell loudly and say that he bullies a child. See how thick his face is. Wang's wife shouted loudly, hoping that everyone could hear her warning, so that they would know that she was not easy to mess with. After shouting, she felt furious and carried her son back to the room. A little girl huddled beside the door of the room. Seeing them coming back, she stepped forward to help Wang Zi change his shoes. Wang's wife finally found an outlet for her anger. She grabbed her daughter's ears while she was squatting on the ground to change her son's shoes. Wang shouted, "Why are you here again?" The whole village moved, but no one thought of taking their daughter with them. The reason they kept their daughter was just to serve their son. It would be a burden to bring their daughter with them on this trip. No one mentioned it at all. The daughter of a whole village was left behind. Wang Xiaodi followed them all the way secretly. She knew that her parents didn't like her, so she didn't tell them that she had superpowers. She was very careful along the way. With their large army leading the way, she hardly encountered any danger. Occasionally, she encountered scattered zombies, but she could deal with them. The girl whose ears were pulled up had a cold voice. She didn't resist and had no emotion. "Mom, I just want to ask you one thing. Why do you only love your younger brother? I am your daughter too. I thought I had come here all the way, and I had seen so many familiar people in their team being pushed out to feed the zombies. I was already so disappointed when I really had to face my parents' lack of love. I found that I was still so fragile. When I gave birth to you as my first child, I was laughed at by the whole village. No one said I was an old hen that didn't lay eggs until I gave birth to Wang Zi." Thinking back to the past many years ago, Sister Wang was angry and annoyed, and kicked Wang Xiaodi in the chest. "Wang Xiaodi, I am your mother, you owe me for life. Bring the son into the room, close the door, and isolate the girl from the outside. The soundproofing is very good. Wang Xiaodi can't hear the scolding inside from outside. She has hidden in the haystacks and the trash cans along the way, and has countless scratches of all sizes on her body. This time, if she can hear her mother say that she loves her too, she will give the crystal core in her hand. A child who doesn't get love will long for love all his life, but she feels that she no longer needs it." Tears slid down her face drop by drop, and she kowtowed 3 times to the door. "Mom, I don't owe you anymore." Chapter 78 The Light of Merit. The light screen transmitted by M80 was only visible to Siepuru, so she just watched it as a live broadcast. After seeing the little girl wipe her tears, she resolutely went to the first floor to get a single room for herself, and smiled meaningfully. To be able to accept that your parents don't love you and digest it yourself, that requires a lot of courage and determination. I knew that the mother and son would still make trouble. Siepura didn't care, but wanted to see how they made trouble. This little girl should have a bright future. I'm optimistic about her. You keep an eye on the mother and son. Report to me if anything happens. Okay. Siepura had been selling grilled squid for a few hours. She couldn't remember how many people had come to buy it. There were also many new faces she didn't recognize. They must have checked in when she was away. Remembering that it had been a long time since I checked the check-in status, I clicked on the panel to check. Single rooms 300, double rooms 200, triple rooms 100, quadruple rooms 50, family rooms 50. Each room type was not fully occupied. Hosts will need to use points to unlock rooms in the future. Siepuro understood that. It was the same when she did the task before, after reaching certain conditions. You need points to unlock the room. How can our small place have so many rooms? 700 rooms? It doesn't look like that at all. Another space. So the host should upgrade quickly to make each room type independent. If it can be independent, then I will be a rich lady who owns several buildings, who wouldn't be tempted. How many points do you need? I need to go to the central base again. Okay, then let's go with the flow, no action without excitement. Today's squid is delicious. I queued up 3 times and ate 9. How much did you eat? I queued up twice and ate 8. Why do you have so many? I was lucky. I bought 5 before the purchase limit was set. You are so lucky. I will run faster next time the owner sets up a stall, and strive to be the first. A few girls passed by, chatting and talking. Siepura felt more and more like she was playing a business development game, looking at the BNB she managed. Everyone just discussed the weather, food, drinks and other small things every day. This indirectly reflected that everyone was living a good life, without worries other than food and drink. Next, Siapura made egg waffles and grilled cold noodles to set up a stall. The egg waffles were very simple to make. Just mix the batter, put the batter in the machine and bake it. No technical skills are required. The baked egg waffles are full of milk aroma. You can feel the milk aroma spreading in your mouth with every bite. The baked cold noodles are laid one by one on the iron plate. Crack an egg and splice them together, and sprinkle the seasoning and small ingredients you want to add. This time she did not set up the stall herself, but made a portion and brought it to the side to eat by herself, and let the robot take over if someone wants to buy. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the milk tea shop. Unlocked milk tea. Original milk tea. Siapura. Is it milk tea made from fresh milk and cold brew tea soup? It's not that I don't want to drink it. M80. This is her basic requirement for milk tea. At least it can't be made with milk tea powder. Under the watchful eyes of the public, a new store was added next to the snack street, with only two simple big characters on the sign. Milk tea. Long-term residents are no longer surprised. Only those who have just arrived are a little shocked, seeing that other people's expressions have not changed, but when they're in high spirits, they lower their heads, pretending to blend in with everyone, otherwise they will look like a local dog. Siapura walked to the milk tea shop resignedly, and was relieved when she saw the ingredients for making milk tea. The milk was fresh milk, and the tea leaves needed to be brewed into tea soup. As a milk tea lover, she knew a little bit about it. Compared with cold brew tea, ice dripping tasted better. The ice cubes were placed on top of the teapot for ice brewing. As the ice cubes melted little by little, the tea brewed through the tea leaves was really unique. To make a cup of milk tea, you need to prepare tea soup, ice cubes, and the syrup she made last time for lemon tea. By the way, the lemon tea I made last time should also be sold in the milk tea shop. Right? Of course. It's all milk tea. Just after the original milk tea was made. M80 reminder sounded. Host. The god of wealth has arrived. Someone from the central base is coming. Didn't they just leave 2 days ago? It seems that the shortage of supplies over there is very serious. Siapura washed her hands, wiped them casually, and went out to receive the guests. She didn't even have a sip, which was a bit regretful. We meet again. Miss Shopkeeper. Joke rested for a while on the bus. Originally, he thought it would take at least 7 days to get there by bus, but he didn't expect it would take only 1 day and 1 night. The calmness on his face disappeared, and the group of people accompanying him had untidy beards on their faces. He rested on the bus, but he was always thinking about the central base, and didn't sleep well. Facing them, Siapura raised a polite smile. You look tired? Do you want to take a rest? No, Miss Shopkeeper. We want to buy some supplies, Siapura said as she led them to the store. The heat-resistant equipment provided by Puro is very good. Our base is barely enough. This time we come mainly to purchase water. She frowned. I remember I brought a lot of water back last time. Is that not enough? There are too many people in the base. We also packed a lot of other relief supplies last time. There is not enough water. Joka smiled bitterly. I can provide you with 8 water vending machines. There is a place to exchange crystal cores for points next to it. Do you want to take the machines away? A light called hope suddenly lit up in Joka's eyes. Their base is water. The base is saved. It took a lot of effort to barely restrain the joy in my heart, and I couldn't help crying with joy. Everyone who followed him was on pins and needles all the way, worried about various things. What if the owner of the B&B doesn't give us supplies? What if there is not enough water? If the B&B cannot buy enough water, how should they deal with it? Various questions lingered in everyone's mind. Not wanting to put pressure on teammates, they could only suppress it in their hearts and not discuss it. The anxiety and worry of these days all disappeared when Siapura said that she could provide a water dispenser. They are the ones who have truly faced the plight of no water, and they personally rescued those who fell down one by one due to lack of water. No one understood the importance of water better than them. Joka took off his hat, and all the personnel took off their military caps and saluted Siapura. Siapura didn't react for a moment, and just accepted it. The light of merit that no one could see merged into Siapura's body as they saluted. Siapura could feel some subtle, negligible changes in her body. Chapter 79 Women are scarce. Don't do that, we are trading. I'm not providing it to you for free. Joka and the others smiled innocently. We can agree to any number of crystal cores you want. Miss Shopkeeper. Before leaving, Minister Lin said, no matter how much it costs, as long as we can bring water back, it's fine. It's better if the shopkeeper wants to trade, but I'm afraid the shopkeeper won't give them the opportunity to trade. I mean, I provide you with a machine for free, and you use the crystal cores to exchange for points to buy water, such a trade. You don't need to buy water. Right? Do you want to buy some food to take back? The profiteer Siapuru would never let go of the fat sheep that came to his doorstep. If there is a chance, he would definitely try his best to get more things from them. Do you have a satellite phone here? We want to contact the base to pick us up. Siapuru just remembered to say, I don't have a satellite phone, but I have a bus return pass. I give you 100 for free. Originally, it was prepared for the god of wealth. Siapuru had already counted out 100 cards and put them in the space. Everyone, shock. Originally they were still worrying about how to get back. Everyone was determined to die. Now they were told that they could get back safely and quickly. How could they not be excited? How many points does this cost? Miss Shopkeeper? Let's give you points. We can't just keep asking for your stuff for free. Siapuru accepted everyone who came. Okay, 100 points per card. Just like sending business cards, each card can be used 5 times. This is too affordable. Joka paid without saying a word. Joka remembered something very important. Can the card be transferred? Yes, but it can only be transferred voluntarily, and cannot be resold. It can't be sold. It will be automatically destroyed, and the system will distinguish whether it is voluntary transfer or resale. Joka bought these 100 cards, plus the transmission card, which means 500 round trips. However, the shopkeeper's place is so advanced. But there is no satellite phone. With the return bus, it should only take 1 day and 1 night to return to the central base. It was agreed with the base that if Siapuru didn't have a satellite phone, a helicopter would be arranged to fly over to pick them up in 7 days. The bus took only 1 day and 1 night to get them here, saving them a lot of time. Joka felt relieved and started to buy food. He first bought a batch of instant noodles and sausages at the store, and then went to the lunch box area and bought countless lunch boxes, filling more than a dozen special power spaces. Now everyone can have a good meal. Siapuru followed them the whole time, and occasionally gave them some suggestions. Wouldn't you like some vegetable salad? Vegetables can supplement vitamins. Joka and his friends paused while collecting their food. After the apocalypse, they couldn't eat green leaves, and everyone had scurvy to varying degrees. It was the scientists at the base who extracted nutrient solution from plant fluids that could replace vegetables. But the price was too high, and even at cost price, it was not affordable for ordinary people. After hesitating for a while, Joka decided to buy it. The base gave him a lot of crystal cores, which was a budget based on the normal purchase price at other bases. So he only needed to consider the problem of reasonable allocation of space, and didn't even look at the points. Just buy. For the base, this price is really very cheap, and there will be no problem no matter how much he buys. During the crazy purchase, they got to know each other better. Siapuru asked the question she had always been curious about. Shaoku, why is there not even a female among your companions? The last time I came, there was not even one woman among the 50 people. Joka gritted his teeth and tried his best to suppress the bitterness in his heart. Every time the memories came to his mind, he could feel it again as if he were there. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Li Hu stepped forward to explain. Many female lesbians were the targets of many people's cruelty in the early days of the apocalypse. The superpowers were slowly stimulated a year after the apocalypse. Many female lesbians who awakened their superpowers wanted to help the people more, but were killed by people with ulterior motives. So the shop owner must be more careful. Don't trust others easily in the end times. We have regulations, but some female comrades are more emotional and always think that saving more people is a good idea. It is natural for soldiers to help the people, and the unity between the army and the people, which was normal in the early days of the end times. Somehow, the more they racked their brains to rescue the survivors no longer believed in the soldiers and the country. Most people wanted to occupy the mountain and rule their own side. This is also the origin of many private bases. Siapuru analyzed from a few words that many women were backstabbed when they were rescuing survivors. Didn't the owner notice that there were so few women? You have a lot of women here. And there are children. They were talking about the women she brought back from the Shurgang base. I found it. She found it when she was setting up a stall at the base. The difference in the ratio of men to women was not ordinary. She saw fewer elderly people and even fewer children. It's impossible that there is not a single woman. Right? Since that rescue operation, most of the people killed were women. There are not many space users in our logistics department. Now there are only a few people in the whole department. Siapuro nodded. Then don't you need to buy some sanitary products? Joku blushed, and finally decided to buy some. Because he is not a woman, he really can't put himself in the shoes of women. He has ignored such things, really. Thank you for reminding me, Miss Shopkeeper. They were stunned when they saw the price of sanitary napkins. This? Only 10 points per pack? No matter how careless they were, they knew the market price. The sanitary napkins now were produced in the past, and they would have expired long ago. Only many wealthy people could afford them. This price was too friendly. They bought a whole space of sanitary products, and they hadn't finished packing their lunch boxes. They went to the dumpling shop again, and bought a large number of dumplings. Fried dumplings have a little oil and water, so they are more cost-effective, so they only bought fried dumplings, regardless of whether the dumplings are dipped in soy sauce or vinegar. The seasonings have been upgraded to small packages, which can be taken out of the packaging and eaten with the dip. Pork and beef fillings account for half each. Can your space ability keep it fresh? Won't it go bad? They bought a lot. Siapuro asked curiously. It can't keep it fresh. But there is no temperature inside and bacteria won't multiply. It won't go bad even if it is left for about 3 days. Siapuro said. Oh! Her space is really powerful. It can also hold living things. I don't know how long they have been collecting supplies. Siapuro has been watching them work. Chapter 80. Dining car turned into RV. They are like hard-working little bees. They never seem to get tired while working. She is not supervising them. She just thinks that the distinguished guests should be entertained and accompanied by themselves. Miss Shopkeeper, can we put those machines in first? Prepare to fill them up. Siapuro took out the machines in a daze and gave all 8 machines to him. Think carefully before placing these machines. Once they are successfully placed, their positions cannot be changed within a short period of time. Thank you. He didn't know how many times he said thank you today. Although it was a basic social etiquette, Siapuro was a little tired of hearing it. The inventory of heat-resistant and constant temperature clothing she won last time has increased a little. With her consent, she was given 20 pieces of each item to sell in the store, and they bought the rest in bulk. After packing up everything, Joku was about to leave with everyone. Aren't you going to stay here for a night to rest? Joku evaded the question. No, the base is still waiting for us. The sooner we go back, the sooner they can drink water. You can also rest on the bus. Your space is full. You must eat on the bus. Right? Siapuro tempted. We have new grilled squid, grilled cold noodles, milk tea, egg waffles. You can pack them and eat them on the bus. Joku, I don't want to buy them either, but Li Hu's saliva is about to flow on me. They turned back and bought many more egg waffles, remarking that the robot should cut each egg waffle separately. This job may be very tiring for humans, but for Siapuro robot, it can be done in 2 strokes. After packing, the space was full, so they put it on the bus and bought a box of water to move to the bus. They could drink it without guilt. They slept after eating in the bus, which was different from the anxiety before. The curtains were drawn, and the car was dark, which was very suitable for sleeping. They were completely relaxed, and there was air conditioning in the bus, so they fell asleep comfortably. The curtains were not only blocked from the light, but also blocked from their sight. They didn't see the zombies hiding under the shade of the trees. The instinctive desire to survive made them subconsciously avoid the sun. Didn't you say before that you would give a reward for running the hospital well? The host just decorated it, but no one went for the checkup. How can it be considered as running the hospital? You are awesome. That night, Siapuro issued a discount for the hospital physical examination. Each person only needs 10 points for a full physical examination. Only the first 5 people can experience it. After the pop-up window was displayed, a limited time was set for grabbing. Only 5 were sold, and the original price would be restored after 5. The 5 spots that were grabbed were all girls. Siapuro took them to the hospital and gave them a full set of treatment. Those girls were from the Sure Gang base before. They were worried that they would get sick, so they waited for a discount to get the spots. She was very curious about the test results. When the results came out, Siapuro was surprised. She thought there would be some minor viral infections, such as gynecological diseases. Gynecological diseases are very easy to be infected, even if the environment is not good. Some girls will get gynecological diseases when they wear skirts on the bus. I didn't expect the fruit to be so magical, it can actually detoxify. You are very healthy, there is no problem. After saying this, several girls, who believed her, began to wonder if the owner was coaxing them. Were they terminally ill and needed to be coaxed? The girl said with a sad face, "Owner, you are not going to say that you can eat whatever you want recently and drink whatever you want, right?" "Ah? Yes, eat whatever you want, don't wrong yourself." Siapuru was asked so many questions that she didn't react for a moment. "Help. Shopkeeper. Just tell us what disease we have." The girls were about to kneel down tremblingly. Siapuru handed over the list. "All indicators are normal. You can check it for yourself." The inspection list was made easy to understand by the system. All the hidden risk probabilities were marked. Even Siapuru, who didn't know much about it, could understand it. The girls simply saw the words "no abnormality" and were very happy. After returning from the hospital, they all advised their sisters to go to the hospital for a checkup. The mission is completed. What is the reward? The host went to see the dining car. Siapuru walked towards the dining car. The original ordinary dining car was upgraded to 3 floors. The first floor was the same as before. The second floor could be used as an independent small room. The third floor was very impressive, like a small balcony. A lounge chair was fixed on it, so you can sunbathe during the day and look at the stars and the moon at night. A dining car turned into an RV system. Let's go out and play. Siapuru couldn't let go of the new car. This is no longer a simple dining car. It can be used as an RV as it has a resting place. M80 was a little proud and said proudly, "Didn't you say you couldn't go out? The past is the past, and now is now. Do you think I still look like the past?" What he said was a set of words. Siapuru was planning to go out and play, but she had to settle down at the B&B before going out. Because she didn't have a car. She could only take the car of Shirju team. But they had a goal, and she couldn't disrupt their plan. After she had a motorhome, she could go wherever she wanted. Before that, she had to make some preparations. For example, go to the store to get some supplies and put them in the space. How can you enjoy life without snacks? After the dining car is upgraded to a motorhome, the speed is greatly improved. The host can go anywhere and come back on the same day. How long will it take me to go to the central base? 12 hours. Siapuru was surprised. Although she had never been there, she could tell from Joku and the others' expressions that the central base should be far away. Can we stop along the way? Of course. M80 thought proudly, we are not only high-tech, but also very user-friendly and very smart. Since the dining car has been upgraded, according to the past practice, the card drawing should also change. Click on 10 shots 10 consecutive. Soap, toothbrush, heat-proof and constant temperature clothing, barbecue and rice, laundry detergent, insulated tent. Sure enough, she has figured out the pattern. Right? Each upgrade always brings unexpected goodies. I will not be a sucker anymore in the future. I will just keep it and wait for the B&B or something to upgrade. And then I will draw it myself. But she will not tell it. I can't let the stupid system know that she has figured out the pattern. Otherwise, it will know that I don't spend points, and it will definitely be anxious. I have an idea. No, you don't want to. No, I want to. The world is so big, I want to go out and see it. If I want to go out and set up a stall, will it count as completing this week's mission? Yes. Siapuru rolled her eyes. Or I will go to the central base and give Joku and the others a surprise? Chapter 81 Departure to the Central Base. Do it as soon as you say it. If you have the conditions. Wouldn't it be a waste to stay in the B&B? Not everyone is lucky enough to witness the end of the world. Grill the meat for the barbecue rice first. Marinate the chicken thighs with Orleans marinade and string them together. Put them on the special barbecue machine and let them rotate and bake automatically. The barbecue mix with the flavor of spices slowly turns on the grill, and the outside is roasted until it is golden and crispy, making a sizzling sound. The roasted meat on the outside was fragrant and crispy. Cut off the outer roasted meat and cut some cucumber shreds. Make yourself a bowl of rice. Put cooked potato shreds and cucumber shreds on the rice. Put the roasted meat on the vegetable shreds. Squeeze salad dressing, ketchup. After filling her stomach, Siapuru remembered something and asked, "Can my space keep fresh?" Yes. Go to the milk tea shop and pack yourself a dozen cups of milk tea and put them in the space. Bring a few sets of clothes to change. She posted a notice on her door saying the owner is out of town and embarked on her journey to the end of the world. It's okay if I'm not at the B&B. You supervise me. If you have any questions, tell me. M80 agreed. Okay. Siapuru only set a destination for the RV. The RV was driving very fast. After a nap, she would reach the central base in 20 to 30 kilometers. She didn't sleep well. There was a TV in the RV. She watched the pink hair dryer all night. I thought the plot was a bit childish before. In this era without entertainment, everything is just right. I don't know how long it has been, but the sky outside is always bright. This is the disadvantage of eternal daylight. People will unconsciously reverse day and night. Slowing down the speed, the RV slowly drove in the forest. She just came out to take a look at the end of the world, not to work overtime on purpose. It was probably like Shoka said, the road was heavily congested. The route taken by the RV was either a remote and deserted road or a forest. The plants in the forest grew wildly, and huge trees with lush branches and leaves were everywhere. She had good eyesight, and looked through the layers of branches and leaves to the leaves on the top. The leaves on the top layer turned yellow layer by layer under the sunlight day and night. According to her observation of the forest for a few minutes, the plants here were growing well. The leaves on the top layer were tightly blocked, and the saplings below were not affected too much. Seeing a plant that was obviously mutated, Siapuru got out of the car and watered the trees along the way. After waking up, she hadn't seen any animals along the way. I don't know where the animals hid to escape the heat. I didn't even see a bird. But even if she encountered an animal, she wouldn't affect it too much. The ecosystem has its own balance law. Survival of the fittest has always been the law of nature. All things are interdependent. The existence of each creature has a restraining relationship. If too much human interference leads to the proliferation of a certain creature, it would be a bad thing. Thinking about animals, she moved subconsciously, and she didn't know where she was. I wanted to see how the roots of the plants were being watered, but I found a black, furry thing at the roots. I looked closely, and it turned out to be a human head. Siapuru had never seen such a scene before, and she took 2 steps back in fear. No, it was not just a human head. It looked like a person. He also snatched the water she had put for the plants and drank it up. Siapuru poured a handful of water over him to wake him up, and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Who is lying on the ground and scaring people?" The man seemed to come back to life after drinking the water. Breathing heavily, Jiangzhou was almost dying of thirst, and he felt that he had no strength left in his body. He was just on a normal mission outside, but he didn't expect the extreme heat to come suddenly. He hid in a tree hole on the way back without evacuating in time. At first, the forest was relatively cool, and he could drink the water and food he brought with him when he was thirsty or hungry. He had finished drinking the water in the past 2 days, and the food was compressed biscuits. He didn't dare to eat compressed biscuits because he couldn't secrete excess body fluids due to the heat. He felt that his life was about to end, and he seemed to hear a clear and pleasant sound of water flowing. The instinct of survival supported his body to crawl over here. When he was only a few steps away, he couldn't hold on and fainted. Fortunately, Siapuru was in a daze, but also subconsciously moved forward. A stream of water poured on Jiangzhu's head. If it were any other time, a normal person would definitely curse. What's going on now? On the verge of death. Even if he peed on his head, he would be grateful to the lifesaver. In front of life, shame and humiliation are all false. Only by surviving can there be a future. My name is Jiangzhou. I'm from the central base. I was on a mission and got separated from my teammates. The temperature just happened to rise suddenly. After briefly reporting the basic information, Jiangzhou couldn't stand the feeling of being short of oxygen even though he was breathing all the time, and he fainted with his eyes closed. Before Siapuru said anything, he fainted. Judging from the army green clothes he was wearing, I really had to save him. It's just that the clothes looked a little familiar, as if they were the ones Shoka and the others were wearing? Really? I don't even know to print a word on the clothes, otherwise how can I tell which base it is from? After upgrading, the invincible aura on my body can maintain a constant temperature, but it only works on myself. I had no choice but to drive the RV over, open the door of the RV, and send some cold air to him. After bringing him here, I made sure he would be fine. It was just a short-term fainting caused by lack of water and oxygen, and it would be fine after a while. Siapuru unfolded a layer of the dining car by herself, took out a stool, and ate on the storage board that stretched out in front of the dining car. Take out a large cup of iced milk tea and an egg waffle for afternoon tea. Not everyone can have the opportunity to have afternoon tea in the forest while driving a motorhome. But it is nice to appreciate the scenery brought by the plants. Jiangjua hasn't eaten for a long time. He woke up slowly, and was shocked when he smelled the milky egg waffle. Xie Puro was no longer surprised. Most people were shocked when they saw her in the end of the world. Are you awake? Do you want to eat something? Jiangjua stood up weakly, feeling very comfortable in the cool breeze coming out of the motorhome. He looked down and saw his clothes and blushed. Can I eat? He swallowed, and forced himself to suppress the urge to eat the other person's food. Of course, scan the code to pay here. Oh no, take out the crystal core to exchange for points. Use the points to buy food from me. Crystal cores can be used to buy food? Jiangjua breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to have crystal cores. I'm afraid that if you don't want crystal cores, you will want your life. He took out all his belongings, a total of more than 20 crystal cores. Do you think these are enough? He scratched his head. If it's not enough to exchange for food, can you exchange it for some water? I still have some compressed biscuits. I can eat them with water. Chapter 82 Plants and Humans. You can exchange the crystal cores for points. Today, I only have barbecue rice and bottled water for sale. Do you want barbecue rice? If not, she went to the third floor to enjoy afternoon tea in the sun. Yes, I want it. Suspecting that he had heard it wrong, but he didn't dare to be vague, he rushed to answer, for fear that he would lose the opportunity to eat if he answered too late. Xie Puro didn't move, and asked the robot to make a barbecue rice, and put it on the shelf in front of her. And then stood up. If you want water, you can pay with points. You can eat at my seat. After that, she went to the third floor to enjoy her alone time. Jiangjua paid for points, and saw that his points balance was actually more than 2,600 points. The food he just paid for was only 20 points per portion. Water was still 1 point per bottle. Oh my god! He tried to get another bottle of water, and he could actually buy a bottle of water with only 1 point. He didn't have time to think about it. The aroma of the barbecued meat and rice had already made him thirsty. The meat was just cut after being roasted. The heat was uneven, and some pieces of meat were a little burnt on the surface. He ate the meat at first bite, and it was full of the flavor of roast meat. You can tell that the quality of the meat is very good. It is not fishy or woody, and it is roasted to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it is full of juice. Barbecue rice must be eaten with barbecue. He mixed it, and the taste of the sauce added a different flavor to the monotonous meal. You can taste the salad dressing, the ketchup, and the fusion of cucumber and potato shreds, and you can taste it in one bite. He took a bigger bite, and ate all the ingredients, meat, and rice in one gulp. The overall taste was not strange, but harmonious, which made people unable to stop gulping. He unscrewed a bottle of water, and drank it in big gulps. A 500 milliliters bottle of water was like oral liquid in his hand, and he drank it in 2 gulps. He was really hungry, and he hadn't eaten for a long time. He only barely filled his stomach with a portion of barbecue rice. Hello. Can I buy another portion of barbecue rice? Jiangjua shouted at the top of the RV. The top was transparent, and he could also see Xie Puro enjoying eating and drinking on the top. Xie Puro didn't say anything, but snapped her fingers in response. Seeing the robots on the first floor start to get busy again, Jiangjua sat down and waited for the food. He drank water in small sips, while drinking and waiting. A female voice came from above. Where are you going? I'm going back to the central base. I'm going to the central base too, but how are you going to get back? Jiangjua froze while waiting for his meal. Yes, the car was gone and his teammates were nowhere to be found. How could he get back? It was a long walk from here, not to mention how long it would take to walk this distance. It was impossible for people to be directly exposed to the sun now. But he still had the information he saw with his own eyes after the extreme heat began. He had to bring it back to the base no matter what. Boss, can you give a message to the guards at the central base on the way? Xie Puro didn't care, just gave a message, and immediately agreed. Okay, you want them to pick you up, right? No. I want to report to the base about the changes in plants, animals and zombies after the extreme heat. She was a little surprised. Let me tell you something. Do you not want to go back? This person was quite nice. At least, she didn't unreasonably want to take her car back with her. As long as the information is delivered. It doesn't matter whether I go back or not. Jiangjua smiled bitterly. Boss, do you have a pen and paper? seeing what a stupid request he made. How could he have such a thing as a pen and paper? Forget it. I tell you orally. Boss. Is that okay? I'm issuing an urgent task now. Bring Jiangjue back to the central base. A school building will be awarded upon completion of the task. Who is this person? Why can you give such a generous reward? Besides, didn't you say that no one except me can be on the dining car? Siapuru sat up straight in shock. What he saw and heard in the apocalypse, and reported it to the base in person, could prevent more people from getting hurt. Jiangjue was still talking, and Siapuru interrupted him. Stop! I take you there. Now he is her god of wealth, school. In the previous plane, to unlock facilities of this level of school, you need to get a lot of points at least in the middle and late stages. Eat quickly, we leave after eating. Jiangjue was stunned. I didn't speak rashly because I didn't want to embarrass the boss, but since the boss said so, I certainly wouldn't refuse. Who would want to stop here if they can survive? It's just his luck in such a remote place, and he happened to meet her. Normally, it's not so coincidental to meet someone in such a large forest, and the boss is a water-based superpower. After dinner, Jiangjue got on the RV. There was also a place to sit inside the first floor of the RV. He sat next to the door cautiously, and looked outside through the window. He didn't dare to look around. He sat down, and stared out the window motionlessly. Siapuru was very satisfied with his sense of propriety. He would stop and water the mutant plants when he saw them along the way. She couldn't tell which plants were attacking, because none of the plants attacked her. This time, as usual, she got off the car and saw a plant that was obviously mutant, with fangs. Thinking, this should be the attack type. Right? Tentatively, she stretched her hand to the plant's teeth. Not only did the plant not attack her, but it rubbed her hand with its harmless side. These plants are spirits. The movements are like those of kittens. The affinity aura is not given for nothing. As long as it is a normal plant or animal, it will not attack the host. If it is in a rage, it may attack. How amazing! Plants don't want to hurt people. In the beginning, the evolution of plants was just to better adapt to the end of the world. Humans' living space was constantly compressed, and they could only eat plants and drink the juice from plant roots to quench their thirst. In order to survive, more plants had to evolve into attack systems. Otherwise, they would have been eaten by humans, and there would be no green left. Siapuru was stunned. From a human perspective, there is nothing wrong with humans trying to survive. From a plant perspective, the juice between humans and them is no different from being sucked of blood, and the juice running out is like the human body losing blood. Plants were forced to attack humans, and it can't even be called an attack. It can only be regarded as self-protection. So the plants are not wrong. What is wrong? It's the chaotic times. They don't attack you. I didn't want to explain to him, thinking that he would convey it to the base. Siapuru guided him and asked, there is no conflict of interest between plants and humans. Why do they attack humans? Jiangjue pondered deeply. He survived in the mountains for many days. He was too weak to move much. He didn't fiddle with plants, and no plants attacked him. If there is a conflict of interest, it is that everyone wants to survive. People have to eat plants to survive, and plants have to attack people to survive. Chapter 83, Taking Advantage of One's Age. Siapuru had said enough, and it was not appropriate to say more from her own mouth, and maybe he could imagine more things by himself. The RV continued to move forward slowly, and a small mountain village gradually appeared in front of them. Siapuru hesitated whether to water the plants near the mountain village, and she did not dare to stay in the populated area for long. Since the two-legged sheep incident at the Shurgang base, the horror of human nature in the end times is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. After checking the navigation, she realized that the only way to get to the central base was through this road. She had no choice but to drive into the small mountain village as planned. The car slowly drove into the small mountain village. She saw a large mutant plant in the village, which looked a bit like the one she had planted in her yard. There might be a good treasure, and she didn't want to miss it. She directed the RV to drive under the tree and got off to water it. This kind of big tree often needs to absorb a lot of water. Siapuru moved a small stool down to sit and water it. The door next to him opened, and a middle-aged man with a fat body came out. The calluses on his hands and the dark skin showed that he had worked hard for a long time. He walked quickly under the shade of the tree with an umbrella. "What are you doing?" the uncle said in a bad tone. Siapuru was not in a good tone either. "Watering the plants? Can't you tell?" The uncle wanted to say something, but when he saw Jiangjue getting off the RV, A shrewd calculation flashed in his eyes when he saw his clothes. There was usually no movement in the village, and no zombies had passed by them recently. The noise of a car driving in was very loud, and the villagers, who had been bored for a long time, started a discussion. Did you see it? That RV is so beautiful. It actually belongs to a soldier. Soldiers? They must be very powerful. Can we let them escort us to the base? Anyway, staying here is just waiting to die. It's better to follow them to the base to see if there is any way to survive. Can their car accommodate so many people in our village? You are stupid. You can always squeeze in if you squeeze together. Then I want to squeeze on the second floor. I think the second floor should be better than the first floor. I can go anywhere. I don't want to go to the third floor to bask in the sun anyway. Just let them go up there to bask in the sun. They probably won't want to squeeze with us. They allocated the positions of the RV by themselves, without thinking whether they would be allowed to get in the RV. They came from the same village, and their ideas were similar. The fat uncle said the same thing. Wait for us, are you going to the base? Let's pack up, take us with you. After saying that, he shouted, let the villagers pack up. The car is not Jiangjua's. He was brought here by the boss out of kindness at this moment. He has no intention of rescuing them. The people in this village are living well, better than the ordinary people in the base, and they don't need to waste manpower and resources to rescue them. Boss, they... Siapura pursed her lips and said nothing. It was none of her business. She didn't agree. Jiangjuo was watching. She didn't say a word. It had nothing to do with her whether the villagers wanted to clean up the trees. Staring at the fruits on the tree, I wonder how much water I need to put in to get the gift from the tree. A dozen people came out of their houses, ran quickly to the shade of the tree with bags, and then turned back. 2 ants in their 30s, they were very talkative. Why did you bring a woman with you? Look at what the woman is wearing, she is so clean. You can tell she takes a shower every day. Oh my god, what a waste of water. They didn't avoid talking to Siapuro, they were all sarcastic in front of her. A man and a woman, don't you understand? Maybe they were just staring at you. You'd better tell your daughter to stay away from them. Don't let them learn bad things from you. Host, can you tolerate this? Wu, your host is being bullied. Can you tolerate this? I can't stand it. But I am just a system. I can't do anything. M80 tone revealed a hint of sadness. It would be nice if he had a physical body. If his physical body was a dog, he would pounce on it and scare them to death. If it was a cat, he would scratch their mouths and see if they could talk nonsense. This woman is not as pretty as your daughter, but I think the man is pretty. Ask later, see if my daughter likes him. M80 was so angry that he almost cried. He used his reward for ranking first in performance last month to exchange a wood-type ability for Siapuro. Host, I exchanged a wood-type ability for you, you should teach them a lesson. Before Siapuro could stop him, a very comfortable warm current spread through her body, warm and cozy, and she felt like everything was reviving. When the warm current completely dissipated in her body, she could clearly feel that she had become much closer to the plants. Silly system, I'm not wronged. I just wondered if this tree would drop equipment. Stop making trouble. Siapura stood up and put the small stool into the RV. The 2 women were still chattering, and the villagers were still moving things one after another. Suddenly, a thorny vine appeared, and it slapped the 2 people in the face. Ah! Bleeding. The 2 gossipers covered their mouths, and the anger in their eyes was so heavy that it seemed to condense into substance. A clear female voice came. No one told you, the price of teaching you to be a human being in the end times might be your life? The 2 were still a little scared when facing the superpowers. Seeing Jiangjuo, the 2 cried and ran to hide behind him. Why don't you take care of this woman? You are a soldier, she dares to bully the common people at will. Jiangjuo looked normal, probably because he was morally kidnapped too many times, and he didn't like these people. You are the ones who talked nonsense first. Before he finished, he added, killing people in the end times is not illegal. You can report it, and see if anyone will pay attention to you. Siapuro was not someone who liked to stand behind others. So she stepped forward and pushed Jiangjuo away. He is a soldier. But I am not. If you say one more word, I will throw you to the roof to sunbathe. The villagers had gathered at some point, and were stunned by the scene. The uncle was dissatisfied with her bullying the people in their village. Girl, you will never get married if you are so barbaric. Who are you cursing? Pa. 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 Who wants to get married? Why bring up such an unlucky thing? If you say one more word, you can go to the rooftop to get some sun. The two gossipers still kept talking with their wounded mouths. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think I was brought up by being scared? I'm so old, do you know how to respect the old and love the young? It's really funny. There are still people who take advantage of their age in the end times. Siapuro didn't say any more nonsense, and the cane was thrown out again, and the two gossipers and the fat man were rolled up and thrown onto the roof. The middle-aged man saw that she was serious, and he shouted anxiously, "What does it have to do with me? I didn't say anything. I'm happy." Chapter 84 Big Tree Plus One. If you say a few more words, I won't let you down. Siapuro didn't want to pay attention to them, and continued to water the big tree. She couldn't water too fast, or the soil would not absorb it, and it would overflow. The people around didn't dare to speak. There was a wind-type supernatural person in their village, who blew a few people down with the wind. As expected, they wouldn't be honest unless they were beaten. Now all the people were standing under the shade of the tree with their heads down, waiting for them to set off so that they could take them with them. There are more than 20 people. They don't even think about it. The RV looks so exquisite. Can a man like Jiangjua be willing to maintain a car in the end times? Maybe they can think of it. But they are all tacitly deceiving themselves. You? Siapura pointed at someone at random. Will this tree bear fruit? The tree is growing so well. They didn't cut it down or do anything. This tree is not simple at all. The person who was pointed out said decisively, "No." The speed was so fast that it seemed like she had practiced it countless times. She subconsciously denied it. But after she had the wit ability, she could clearly feel the state of the plant. Just now, the tree was happy for a moment, but it disappeared quickly. After the system reminded her, she believed that plants also had feelings, but they were not as complicated as human emotions. Could it be? The thorny vines flew quickly towards the mouth of the gossipy woman, who cursed her to get married. Paw. The blood flowed more happily. She carefully observed the tree's movements, and could feel that the tree was very excited. After giving her another slap, she was sure that the tree was happy because she slapped that man. Don't go too far. Didn't I say anything? The gossiper could only nag at her, and dared not trouble her again. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Siapura was very strong, and the man in military uniform couldn't control her. She continued to pour a lot of water into the tree, until the thin stream of water could not be poured in and overflowed. And the tree opened its eyes as if it had woken up. Open your eyes, that's how she felt. An old voice sounded, it was hard to tell the gender. Thank you. Who? Host, the wood-type ability I exchanged can allow you to communicate with plants. M80 became arrogant. The wood-type ability it got in exchange for being the first in performance is not a simple ability. The branches of the tree continue to extending to its top, taking the fruit wrapped in the center, rolling it up, and handing it to Siapuro. Someone let it slip. Is there any fruit left on this tree? Suddenly a strong wind blew, causing the leaves to fall continuously. Not a single leaf fell on Siapuru and Jiangjua. The withered yellow leaves were rolled up by the wind to form a round protective cover, surrounding Siapuru and Jiangjua. They could not see anything in the encirclement. They could hear screams one after another, and each scream was louder and more tragic. Siapuru did not intend to save people. Most plants appear to be gentle and harmless in front of people, which is actually the case. She could feel that the tree was very angry, but it was kind. It didn't attack her, nor did it attack Jiangjua. The leaves stabbed into the bodies of each villager like blades. It was taking revenge. It was sad. But why? The screams went from continuous at the beginning to silence now. The dead leaves surrounding them gradually fell, bit by bit, and scattered on the ground. The scene was not as bloody as she thought, and there was no tragic scene. There was not even a trace of blood on the ground. Everything was so clean. The villagers were gone, leaving only their packed luggage on the ground. Where are you injured? Siapura stroked the tree gently, trying to sense its emotions. Human, thank you, you are a good human. The tree sounded dying, much weaker than the last thank you. System, how can I save it? Its body has been hollowed out. How about the host put it in the space to take care of it? Siapura's space is not just a simple storage space. It can hold living things, and living things can also adjust their lives in it. That's what she was thinking. Take it back to Chu Ling to see if it can be cured. Tree, I'm going to take you to my space. The tree understood. It can only communicate in a simple way, and prefers to express its feelings through physical contact. The branches grew out, and patted her hands. It was received in the space, where there is no shortage of water, and the air is no longer so dry. Tree, I think I can still save it. Then the question is, what is the role of the fruit it gave? I can't really tell. I can only know that the fruit is the condensation of all the remaining energy of the tree. Maybe we know when the tree bears fruit next time? Siat-Puro sighed. That's all there is to it. The villagers didn't know where the tree had taken them, and the things on the ground were still in a mess. I didn't expect that there was not a single good person in the whole village. Not even a single person was left alive. What was in the luggage? Clothes, quilts, pillows? No, aren't we going to escape? Those who didn't know would think it was a dowry. Some even took an iron pot. She didn't want to touch other people's things, and she didn't need that little bit of supplies. She walked up to the RV in 2 or 3 steps, and looked at Jiangjue. Get in the car. What are you waiting for? Jiangjue woke up as if from a dream, and got in the car with his hands and feet. No matter what. The soldiers in the end times have received basic training. He can actually do it with his hands and feet. It seems that he is doing 2 things at once. What happened today? I won't tell anyone. Siat-Puro chuckled. It's not that I don't allow you to speak. I want you to report truthfully. She is not afraid of the central base, and this world is not afraid of anyone. It doesn't matter even if everyone targets her and doesn't let her earn points, because she has food and supplies anyway, and we see who can survive. Jiangjue laughed, very happily. Aren't you afraid of being sliced and studied? Let's see who gets sliced. Siat-Puro retorted unhappily. Sorry, I didn't mean that. I know. She set the navigation in the car to the destination of the central base. I am not such a person who cannot take a joke. After saying that, she walked up to the 2nd floor. She was tired and wanted to rest for a while. This place was not far from the central base. She could only take a nap at most. Call me in advance when we are almost there. After saying that, she fell asleep, ignoring the fact that there was a big man like Jiangjue in this enclosed space. Jiangjue had no choice but to sit at the door obediently. The sound insulation of the RV was not very good. He could hear Siat-Puro turning over on the 1st floor. He was drafting in his mind how to report what he saw and heard to the base, so he was not bored along the way. Boss, wake up, we are almost there. Jiangjue shouted on the 1st floor. Chapter 85 arrived at the central base. Siat-Puro opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of confusion after waking up. Who is she? Where is she? Why is a man calling her? Her thoughts gradually came back to her. She sat up and yawned. She didn't sleep well. Her hair was messy when she woke up. She cleaned herself up on the 2nd floor before going downstairs. She had to set up a stall later, and she didn't want to give people a dirty and messy feeling. You are from the base. Right? You are not? Of course not. I'm here to set up a stall. Can the central base let people in to set up stalls? Jiangjue was surprised. Are you going to sell barbecued rice? Siat-Puro nodded. Generally speaking, you can enter the base to trade food, but you have food. I report to the base, and they will definitely treat you well. There is food. In the end times. As long as there is food, there are supplies, everyone would be eager to kowtow to you. I take you in. Jiangjue showed up at the guard post, and the guard let them in, without even searching the car to see if there were any dangerous items. Temporary mission completed. The school is unlocked after the host returns to the B&B. Are the base guards so lax? What if someone with the zombie virus sneaks in? I have a lot of faith. Siat-Puro didn't ask any more questions, as long as she can get in. He directed the RV to stop somewhere. Can you wait for me? I report your matter to the leader first. Siat-Puro nodded. Knock knock knock. Go in. Jiangjue was looking for the logistics department, which was in charge of this aspect. Minister Lin rubbed his brows. His washed-to-white military uniform had no wrinkles. Report, there is an RV that wants to sell water and barbecue rice in the base. Jiangjue only reported matters related to the logistics department. He would not say anything else here. Dining car? Minister Lin frowned, very puzzled. The price is very favorable. A barbecue rice only costs 20 points. 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 100 points, and a bottle of water only costs 1 point. Jiangjue was very excited. Minister Lin was shocked by the price. He thought of something and slammed the table. Is it called the Grape Dining Truck? Jiangjue thought carefully. The outside of the dining truck was indeed painted in the shape of grapes. It should be. Is that girl the first time to our base? Minister Lin made further confirmation. Yes. I met her on the road, and she saved me. Her car is really fast. Jiangjue continued to say something. But Minister Lin couldn't listen anymore. His mind was full of the Grape Dining Truck coming to their base. After confirming it, Minister Lin was a little at a loss, not knowing how to entertain the distinguished guest. How about inviting her up to drink some water first? No, that's not right. The water was provided by others. There seems to be nothing good to entertain them in this base. You can't just take out the insect cakes and say you're inviting people to eat insect cakes. Right? Where is she? I go down to meet her. Minister Lin didn't rush to report to his superiors, fearing that he might misunderstand him. He just wanted to meet her first. Just downstairs. Jiangjue wanted to tell him the exact location, but Minister Lin had already run away. Xiaopuru had never treated herself badly, so he asked her to wait, and she drank milk tea while waiting. With the air conditioner on and iced milk tea on, she felt particularly comfortable. What does milk tea taste like? She was holding passion fruit, kumquat and lemon tea. Sour, sweet, delicious. Host, can you give me a different entity? I want to drink it too. Be good. The milk tea is too deep for you to control. I can handle all the things you can't control. You don't have to do anything. Just be good. M80 roared. You are in KTV. It is no longer an ordinary system. She always played empresses in the palace in the RV. It has been engraved in her heart. Now it is the Nyo Hulu system. She climbed to the 3rd floor. She originally wanted to wait and see, but she found that it was all insulation tents. No one could be seen. Only the people who maintained order wore insulation clothes. She clearly provided 6,000 insulation clothes, but they were so insignificant in such a large base. There was not even enough for each staff member to have one. Boss, can you come out for a moment? Jiangjue called from below. Xiaopuru returned to the 1st floor. She opened the door and unexpectedly saw another person. Hello, are you Miss Xie? Are you the owner of Great BNB? Xiaopuru raised her signature polite smile and nodded. Hello, owner. I have heard Zhou mention you. I am in charge of logistics. You can call me Minister Lin. Minister Lin did not expect Xiaopuru to be so young. She looked like a little girl. He was impressed by her youth and promising future. He extended his hand, seemingly wanting to shake her hand. Although she was not used to this modern way, she still extended her hand to shake her hand out of courtesy. Does the owner want to set up a stall to sell barbecued rice in our base? Yes, do you think it's okay? Yes, of course. Minister Lin agreed readily. But only staff can come to help them pick up the food and deliver it to them. Without heat-proof clothing, they really dare not leave the tent. Xiaopuru noticed that Jiangjue, who had just returned to the base, was also wearing a set of heat-proof equipment. I understand. But I want to collect the crystal core. I understand. Xiuka has told me the rules. Don't worry. Just prepare the food. I will make the arrangements. Minister Lin left in a hurry to make the arrangements. Jiangjue was a little embarrassed. Well, I haven't used up all my points yet. Can I buy something now? Sure. But you have too many points left. You have to think about how to take anything you want to buy back first. Xiaopuru blinked, not feeling that she was a profiteer at all. Can I come later? Giving him an okay gesture, Jiangjue must have gone to look for someone. When Minister Lin came back, he was followed by 10 staff members in base uniforms, with thermostatic clothing over the uniforms. They were really dedicated. Shopkeeper, they are queuing here to buy. Can you pack the 15 meals into a batch and put them together? Each of them can come and take 5 batches to distribute to the people in the tents. No problem. Xiaopuru cleaned up the dining cart as usual, and took out the self-service rice bowl vending machine she brought with her. After explaining to them, if they want to buy rice bowls, they need to pack them themselves. This is the first time she has done this, and only the staff line up to buy. As the boxed lunches and barbecue rice were distributed to each tent, the people in the tents were already curious after being lonely for a long time. What's going on? Why are there so many meals suddenly? The large amount of food purchased by the logistics department before was only enough for 1 bite for each of us. Is it the last day of the Doomsday, so we can have a full meal before we can go on the road? Dude, you have a big imagination. Why do we waste resources on the last day? Wouldn't it be better if we all waited to die? Chapter 86 Distributing Supplies. Lunch boxes were randomly distributed to everyone. They might get rice bowls or barbecue rice. There are no picky eaters in the end times. You are lucky to get anything. Everyone is trapped in a tent. And there are so many people. The function of the tent is to insulate heat at most, not like an air-conditioned room. The air exhaled by everyone, and the lack of showering for a long time, the smell in the space is not good. It can even be said to be disgusting. No matter what they got, everyone squatted to eat, carefully afraid of dirtying the tent. The already bad environment cannot be made worse, otherwise what is the difference between living in a pigsty? Opening the exquisitely packaged lunch box, the aroma of the food hits you in the face. Steaming white rice. The fragrant meat. I don't know why I want to cry when I see this scene. Maybe I'm too hungry, I don't dare to eat the rice, I'm afraid it's an illusion when I'm dying. Suddenly, the tent was opened again. Everyone subconsciously protected the rice in their arms, regretting why they didn't eat it just now. Now it's gone before they can eat it. The sound of shoveling rice rang in their ears, and everyone woke up as if from a dream, and shoveled rice one after another. They didn't care about the taste, as long as they ate it. Don't eat so fast. You will need help if you choke. 2 bottles of water per person. And we will deliver water tomorrow. The official staff understood. But they just said it in a very subtle way. Put down the water and walked out. The people eating in the tent shuddered. Weren't they here to take away the food in their hands? And it was 2 bottles of water. There was more tomorrow. They each held the water in their hands. And the temperature in their hands was icy cold. Everything was so unreal. The advantage of Siapuru being here was that the water could be taken away directly in boxes. They wanted to buy a large amount. So she put each box of water in her own space, and then moved it to an open space outside. The central base is really big, so many people are not crowded at all. The last thing in the end times is land, but if you want to expand the land, you have to spend manpower and material resources to build safety facilities and add guards. Thank you, owner. The soldiers were so excited to see so much water that they didn't know what to say. Minister Lin saw that there were not enough people here, and reported the great dining car to his superiors. The superiors took it very seriously, and summoned more staff wearing thermostatic suits to distribute bottled water. Each person in each tent gets 2 bottles. These are all crystal cores from the base, which are distributed for free. Zhou and his friends were all dumbfounded. How come they haven't come back yet, but there is water to drink in the base? When they saw the grape logo on the mineral water, they had a vague guess. I report to my superiors first. You guys should distribute the rice first, otherwise it will go bad. The rice was cold when it was taken out of the space, and those who had rice didn't care about the temperature at all. It was so delicious and filling, and everyone got one, so everyone was happy, and no one had any objections. After Zhou met Minister Lin, both sides felt relieved. Minister, I will distribute all these supplies first. Minister Lin couldn't hide the smile on his face, and waved his hand to let him distribute them. Wait. He stopped Zhou. What's wrong? Just put out the rice. I will ask the superiors whether to reinforce other bases. Okay. Zhou and the others ate well, drank well and slept well. And they came back full of energy, and immediately threw themselves into work. They didn't even go to say hello when they knew the great dining truck was at the base. Not only were they busy, space ability users suddenly became popular. Every time they passed a tent, they put down 15 boxes of lunch and 2 bottles of water, which was much faster than the ordinary staff. The base was very large, and they were divided into 4 areas. The space ability users went to the 2 areas farther from the great dining truck, while the ordinary staff were closer to the truck, and it was convenient for them to carry the food. The whole base was like the new year, and they could eat and drink as much as they wanted on this day. I don't know how long everyone has been busy together. Siapuru yawned from exhaustion. Everyone was clearly working. But why did they have so much energy all day long? Shopkeeper, if you feel sleepy, go to sleep first. We can just work on our own. Siapuru didn't try to hold on. Finally, she took out a large amount of water and put it on the open space. She said hello to them and went back to the RV. She couldn't take a shower because the bathroom was on the first floor and they were still packing food downstairs. She was so sleepy that Siapuru slept with her clothes on. When she woke up, she saw the same few people moving things. She checked her clothes, took a box of milk downstairs and drank it while asking, "Don't you need to sleep? We slept for 6 hours, and it's time to change shifts." After chatting, Siapuru understood that. They took turns to rest. There were more people in the base than those in the tents. Some senior executives still needed to work, and food and water were delivered and moved back and forth. "Miss Shopkeeper, good morning." Joka came to the RV and greeted her with a smile. "Good morning." Joka came with a mission, to report to Siapuru the placement of the water vending machine. "This is what we thought. Can we keep 2 machines in our base and send the other machines to other bases?" Knowing that they wanted to rescue more survivors, Siapuru didn't care. You need to tell me in advance which base to put it in, and it can only be placed successfully with my consent. If the machine is destroyed by violence, I will be held accountable. It's not that she's making trouble, but they can't use it without her nod. Joka understands her rules very well, and follows them very well. I will convey it to the leader truthfully. After talking about work, Joka became much more easygoing. I didn't expect to see you at the base. Your RV is driving too fast. Hee, then do you want to take me out for a walk, and see what the base is like? Joka thought the same thing. There's nothing to treat them with. They can't just stay in one place when they come here. He took Siapuro for a walk. The base was too big, and there was no car or anything to get around. The construction of the central base was quite good. There was a mature hospital. It looked very formal, and it was no different from before the end of the world. Joka was very perceptive, and he took the initiative to explain to her where she was looking. The hospital consumed a lot of manpower, and the medical equipment found in the hospital before the end of the world. We spent a lot of effort on these medical equipment. The hospital was crowded with people, and it looked like there were a lot of people. The hospital corridors were filled with beds. It wasn't that there were many sick people, but most of them had gauze wrapped around some part of their body. We bought those medical supplies from you. The things we found in the hospital were used up a long time ago. The hospital only started to receive patients again after it had new supplies. Chapter 87. Leave the central base. Otherwise, no matter how skilled a doctor is, he cannot treat a patient with nothing in his hands. Schools were closed after the extreme heat, and only reopened half a year ago. Currently, schools can only teach children simple literacy. The base has stopped all unnecessary work. You didn't sell us many thermostatic clothes, so we can only use them sparingly. Siapuro interrupted him. I was just taking a look. Joka stopped talking, but just followed her quietly. Continuing to walk forward, Siapuro asked, how do ordinary people without special powers in the base earn crystal cores? The old, weak, women, and children. The wounded will do what they can. The base does not support idle people. Then he gave a few examples, such as sweeping the floor, which is the lightest work that only requires hands, and is done by children. The wounded will not be idle after their injuries are healed. They will do some work no matter what they do. Siapuro had almost finished her walk, and she saw that the situation in the base was not optimistic. Even the central base was like this, and other bases were even more unthinkable. I wonder if the flame base can survive the extreme heat with the supplies she provided. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't hear what Joka said. Miss Shopkeeper? Miss Shopkeeper. Joka noticed that she was in a daze, and called out a few times. Siapuro was brought back to her senses by the call. I said, can water vending machines be placed in the sub-bases? Put 2 in each base. Do as I said before. Flame base. We have enough water and supplies. Tell the people not to go out. The lower class people live in tents, and the middle class people live in houses. The houses have to be rented monthly by paying crystal cores to the base. Now they are so angry that their teeth are about to break. They have to pay crystal cores again, and their living conditions are not as comfortable as those of the lower class people. The flame base bought supplies early, and no one is sleeping on the street. Although there are houses to live in, the insulation effect is definitely not as good as that of tents. The sunlight shines in through the curtains, and the house is like a barbecue oven. The windows cannot be opened. It is not possible to open the windows to let the wind in. The wind is hot from inside to outside. It does not make people feel cool, but makes people feel stuffy. The walls are cracked by the sun. You can feel the warmth from your hands when you touch the walls. If there are eggs now, I believe many people will try to shoot videos of frying eggs indoors. Utonghai is very satisfied with the current situation. Compared with other bases, their place is already a paradise on Earth. Don't believe it? Go out and ask, how many bases can now supply ordinary people with enough water and materials? Take Jiayong Base for example. Utonghai just called there today, and Zheng Rui, the base chief of Jiayong Base, asked him indirectly where he got so many materials. Of course, he didn't tell anyone. He didn't dare to tell anyone without the consent of the manager of Great BNB. If he made Siapuro unhappy, wouldn't it be a loss? Utonghai sympathized with the plight of other bases, and felt sorry for the people who were suffering. Finally, he could only say that he would ask someone to ask first, and he had no other choice. After much persuasion, he hung up the phone. He immediately asked Yu Shiwen to drive to Great BNB to ask, but was told that Siapuro had gone out. Yu Shiwen returned without success, which made Utonghai very anxious. After seeing how the central base managed ordinary people, Siepura decided to follow suit a little bit after returning. For example, he would let the children do things within their ability, or let the children of school age go to school. In short, they could not be idle. As for the elderly, their homestay does not have any yet, so they don't need to consider this aspect for the time being. As for the women, that is not her concern. Women are also adults, but they are not physically superior to men, not powerless. To survive in the end times, there is no distinction between men and women, old and young. Everyone wants to live. If you don't work hard, you will fall behind and get beaten. Last time when she sold grilled squid, she was very pleased to see that everyone was keeping fit when it was extremely hot and they couldn't go out. There was no time to think about it. She returned to the dining car and started a new round of work. She had nothing else to do in the central base. She was so bored that she followed everyone else to work and pack. She would sleep when she was tired and continued to work after waking up. She repeated this for a few days until she completed the task of setting up the stall for this week. Jiangjua came to her and bought a lot of water and lunch boxes with the remaining points. She didn't know how he would deal with so many things, and Siepura didn't ask. After a few days, the base had enough water storage. Besides, there were vending machines that could sell water in the base. It was time for her to leave. When she found Joka and wanted to say goodbye, Shoka asked first, "Is the owner leaving?" Siepura was stunned. "How do you know? You never stay for more than 3 days each time you set up a stall. You will know if you ask carefully." She was worried. The central base would not force her to stay. Right? Seeing her worry, Joka smiled. "I have already mentioned it to the base in advance. The base welcomes you to come again next time. Does this mean that she can leave?" Siepura smiled calmly, and all the excuses she had been thinking about were gone. Okay. After a few days of dealing with things, the central base could see that Siepura, who was calm and composed, looked cold on the surface, but was actually very enthusiastic and would work with them. China was not the only central base, and she was able to come here to help everyone through the difficulties, which showed that she was an excellent person. People who do not limit themselves to a small place are truly ambitious. If Siepura knew that they thought so highly of her, she would be so happy that she would walk sideways. All the space ability users who had followed Zhou to the BNB to buy things before were here, and there were also a dozen new faces. Siepura raised her eyebrows. "Why? You all came to see me off? Is she so proud of herself?" "Well, Miss Owner, we want to order a large number of boxed lunches." Siepura. No wonder all the people who came were space ability users. She ordered 99.99 plus meals from the self-service vending machine, and the machine kept spitting out boxed lunches like a Gatling gun, while vomiting out the space superpowers. She collected them at the same time. The speed was very fast. She filled the space superpowers in 1 hour. As expected, I don't need to fill it with water. The space is just big. Hee hee. Joka patted Liu's shoulder. "Why are you so happy?" "How can I not be happy? Now everyone eats a little less every day, and it should be enough for 3 or 4 days. It won't work if it's too long. It will spoil if it's too long. Everyone, I'm going back. We see you later." Everyone looked at her seriously, took off their hats and saluted. Their voices resounded through the sky. "Thank you, Owner." The base's broadcast sounded, and the people were told the whole process of Siepura helped to the base. Siepura was so scared that she didn't even look back. She got on the RV and drove at the fastest speed and drove away. Chapter 88: Unlocking the Ingredients for the Hot Pot Restaurant. M80 was puzzled. "Actually, the host is doing well in the base. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? No matter how good the stay is. Work is work after all, the worker's wish is to get off work. Besides, the world is so big, don't you want to go somewhere else?" Siepura said, while looking forward to setting up a stall next time. Each time setting up a stall not only unlocks more food, the satisfaction of earning points is like playing a business game. Every step taken is to see your homestay expand little by little. System: what do you want? The well-being of my family and country. M80. Siepura thought it was funny, and continued to tease the stupid system. System: want the well-being of my family and country? Want a hot pot restaurant. I haven't eaten hot pot for a long time. The host can unlock it with points. Siepura pouted. How many points? 5 million points. She instantly became dejected. Most of the supplies Joe could purchase this time were water and food. The prices of these two items were not high. After arriving at the base, they mainly sold these two items. Now her total balance is exactly 5.13 million. Selling supplies still makes more money. The money from selling extremely hot supplies is just enough for her to get rich once, otherwise it would not be enough to upgrade the B&B so quickly. She played with the satellite phone that the central base gave her for contact. At that time, she didn't know whether she should take it. If they contacted her when they needed supplies and treated her as a takeaway, she would be really annoyed. Then she thought about the character of the people in the central base again, and felt that it shouldn't be like that. She put away the communicator anxiously, and put all her messy thoughts behind her. It's the end of the world. No one can kidnap her. No one can force her to do something she doesn't want to do. M80. The B&B has met the LV2 upgrade conditions. Do you want to spend 5 million points to upgrade the system? Siapuro clicked yes without hesitation. Upgrade successful. B&B upgraded to LV2. A hot pot restaurant has been opened. Hot pot soup base has been unlocked. Spicy beef oil soup base. Hot pot ingredients have been unlocked. Fat beef rolls. Fat lamb rolls. Just one pot? Host can draw. Forget it. Forget it. Spicy hot pot is hot pot, anyway. It's what she eats the most. And 2 meat dishes? Host can draw. Will I be able to see the hot pot restaurant when I go back? Sure. Finally. She still drew. She really wanted to eat hot pot, and she had to draw the ingredients. Drawing the base of the pot requires 200,000 points each time, and the ingredients only require 10,000 points. The meat and vegetables are random, and you don't know what you will draw. To kill time, she smoked one after another, and each time she smoked one, she would weigh her preferences in her mind. Luncheon meat, it's okay. It's also a meat dish. Potatoes, this is also good. Potatoes are the best when cooked in hot pot. The flavor of the hot pot base will be absorbed by the potatoes as they cook, and they taste soft and tasty. It is a vegetarian dish that she must order when she goes to a hot pot restaurant. Taro, it's delicious. But it's similar to potatoes. Lettuce. Fried crispy pork, huh? Crispy pork? Why is crispy pork unlocked in hot pot restaurants? Isn't it a must-order item when you go to a hot pot restaurant? Are there also brown sugar rice cakes, pumpkin balls, fried buns? M80 crashed for a moment. Yes, right? You can't just eat hot pot in a hot pot restaurant. You can also eat other snacks to relieve the greasiness and change the taste of your mouth so that you don't get tired of it halfway through. As for whether fried food is healthy or not, I'm already eating hot pot. Why do you care whether it's healthy or not? If you think it's unhealthy, then don't eat it. White rice. Siapuro pupils trembled, shocked. What? You want me to spend 10,000 points to draw white rice? The rice bowl unlocked by the host can only be sold in the rice bowl store. If the host doesn't draw it here, the hot pot restaurant can't sell white rice. But no one in the hot pot restaurant should want to eat rice. Right? Aren't the most popular noodles like pulled noodles? Siapuro, I don't understand. But I respect it. I have already drawn 6 times. And spent 60,000 points. There are 7 left. So I might as well draw them all at once. Ramen. Matcha fried yogurt. Shrimp paste. Duck intestines. Duck blood. Bean curd. Crab sticks. It can barely be considered 4 meat dishes. So there are 6 meat dishes in total. Enough for a hearty hot pot. Siapuro fell on the bed and took the time to rest and sleep. She would eat a lot when she got back. Who would have thought that the first thing she upgraded after she had points was not to build a separate B&B, but a hot pot restaurant? The only regret is that there are too few types of soup bases. We got off the car and headed straight to the newly unlocked hot pot restaurant. A bunch of people came down for a morning run in the morning and saw the hot pot restaurant that was about to open. They guessed that the owner might have returned, and none of them went back to the room. Wandering downstairs, they glanced at the hot pot restaurant from time to time, waiting for the owner to come back and unlock it so they could go in and have a big meal. So many people waited for a day, and finally saw the familiar milky purple food truck. Siapuro parked the food truck and came to the hot pot restaurant, and saw everyone gathered around. What are you doing here? Shirzu ran over like a puppy, nodding and bowing. Sister? You are my only sister? Siapuro looked behind him. Is this guy really a puppy in disguise? Why does his eyes look like a puppy wagging its tail when it sees a big bone? What's wrong? Brother? Are you waiting for hot pot too? So many of us have been waiting for a long time. Looking around, There were at least 100 people waiting there. And there were also many unfamiliar faces, who should have just moved in. Then let's go in and take a look. She pushed open the door of the hot pot restaurant first. It was a 2-story building. The first floor was very high, and it looked spacious and grand. The second floor was open air, and you could see the scenery outside while eating hot pot. These were just superficial, since it was a hot pot restaurant. The most important thing was the taste. Siapuro thought of something, and thought to herself that it was not good. Are you going to let me stir-fry the hot pot base myself? That's not necessary. Heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't need to do it. Otherwise, how could she handle such a big project? Then she thought about how to serve the dishes. There were no waiters. Yes, host. The employees have to draw cards. Siapuro was so angry that her teeth itched. She avoided the hot pot base, but didn't avoid the employee card draw. As she opened the door, everyone found their seats and looked at her. How do we order dishes? Since it was like this, Siapuro had to bite the bullet and continue working. It was all her fault for having a greedy mouth. Let them open the hot pot restaurant in their respective panels, and choose the dishes, and the base of the pot by themselves. After choosing the dishes, she started to be busy. 10 minutes later. There are no real difficulties. Only stupid little fools. Chapter 89 Eating Hot Pot. Siapuro cleverly asked everyone to go to the serving counter to get their dishes, and take whatever they ordered. And the hot pot base can only be served by her in person. Going to the back kitchen, the hot pot base was placed in the pot, since there was no other base. Everyone could only order the beef oil base. She didn't need to check, just take it directly. The restaurant was already full. Some people came alone, and didn't know how they negotiated to sit together at the same table, and people who knew each other, and didn't know each other sat at the same table and talked happily. Anyway, the seats were full. Siapuro came out with the first plate of hot pot base, and the surrounding discussion about hot pot was endless. Do you smell the aroma of hot pot? Yes. It's this smell. Ah. I'm going crazy thinking about it. God knows how cruel the end of the world is to a food lover. And now they finally smell the familiar smell of hot pot. Everyone couldn't help discussing it when they smelled the aroma, and missed their past. I used to go to eat hot pot once a week. I used to look forward to the weekend the most. I could go shopping and eat delicious food on weekends. This smell is so familiar. I can't walk when I pass by a hot pot restaurant. Everyone was looking for the source of the smell while discussing. Siapuro was carrying a pot of spicy hot pot base. A full pot of base only needs to be boiled after adding water. I don't know how everyone can have such a keen nose. It's just hot pot base, but the discussion sounded as if they had already eaten hot pot. After serving it to the table, add water to the pot. Turn on the heating induction cooker under the pot to heat, and melt the base. The hot pot on the table is boiling. And the taste of the hot pot is richer than the solidified one, which makes everyone salivate. No one dares to move. And they are as reserved as children who come to visit relatives during the new year, without the permission of Siapuro, the host. They are afraid of doing something wrong and offending the host. And then they can't eat. Those who have served the base of the pot walk to the food pickup port one after another. And each table puts what they ordered on the same large tray, waiting for people to pick it up in person. Siapuro brought dozens of pots of soup base to the table. And finally it was her table's turn. After sitting down, she realized that she didn't have any dipping sauce. So she had to stand up and go to the kitchen to get some seasoning. The seasonings were laid out in pots, and each pot was equipped with a small spoon for the guests to use. There was no shortage of soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce, chili powder, and sesame paste. There was no chopped green onion or coriander, which needed to be drawn. She only had the seasonings at the moment. Conditions were limited. No one said anything about why there were no seasonings. It was good to be able to eat hot pot in the end times. The dipping sauce was free. You could take a small bowl and get it. It was marked not to waste it. Siapuro glanced at the charges of the hot pot restaurant. The base of the hot pot cost 300 points. On average, a plate of meat cost 50 points, and a plate of vegetarian dish cost 20 points. This meal was not cheap. If you have a bigger appetite, one meal could cost a month's accommodation fee for a single room. Fortunately, no one complained about the price. There were even some rich guys and girls, like Shizhu and Chu Ling, who didn't even look at the price. They just ordered the boxes and showed off the bangs. Their table was full. There was no place to put their hands on the table. While the soup base in her pot hadn't melted yet, she walked to their table and asked, "There are only so many dishes. Won't you get tired of eating them?" Chihua smiled silly while holding the beef roll. "It's good to have something to eat. Besides, we are all carnivores. Why don't you come and sit here, sister?" Shizhu asked her. "No. No." Siapuro waved her hands repeatedly. Their table also had to be able to accommodate people. The tables in the hot pot restaurant were big and small. The big one could seat 12 people, and the small one could seat 4 people. It seemed very narrow when they sat down. After preparing the dipping sauce, Shizhu picked up 2 plates of meat, put the beef rolls and the lamb rolls into the pot. As the pot boiled, the spicy flavor of the meat slices mixed with the base sauce filled the entire restaurant, as if tempting everyone to say, "Come and eat me." Shizhu was the first to eat the first bite of the fat lamb roll, took a deep breath, and said exaggeratedly, "This fat lamb roll? Ah! No technology and hard work. This is the taste. This is too good. Delicious. I finally eat hot pot meat." Chihua stuffed a large piece of meat into his mouth, and he could no longer speak clearly. Qian Wushuang and Chu Ling ate with reserve, but in fact their speed was not much slower than Shizhu. They didn't know how many servings of fat beef and fat lamb rolls they ordered on the table, and they ate one after another. The 8 people were so satisfied that they remembered that they also ordered vegetarian dishes. Put the vegetarian dishes into the pot, slowed down the eating speed, everyone chatted and laughed. "I want to drink milk tea while eating hot pot. How about we play rock paper scissors? Whoever loses buys it." The portion of each dish is not large. Siapura table ordered everything, and ate to her heart's content. She prepared her favorite sesame sauce dipping sauce. The soup base is divided into mild spicy, medium spicy, very spicy. She has a strong taste, so she chose medium spicy. The base of the hot pot is flavorful, with a strong aroma of beef hot pot base. The bright red color of the hot oil is so dazzling, which makes people who love spicy food have a great appetite. The ingredients in the pot are covered with red oil when they are picked up, and the ingredients covered with hot oil are so tempting from every angle. You don't need to dip the first bite in sauce. You can eat the meat slices cooked in the original hot pot, so that you can experience the taste of the hot pot to the greatest extent. I didn't expect it to be so spicy. The spicy taste was only moderate, and it was so spicy that she shed physical tears. She took out the milk tea from the space, and took a big sip to suppress the spicy taste that suddenly came over her. It must be that she opened it the wrong way. "Let's do it again." She was not mentally prepared just now. This time she was mentally prepared, and the spicy taste would definitely not overwhelm her. Another bite was still very spicy. What's going on? Could it be that she hasn't eaten spicy food for too long, and she is still not used to it? After a few sips of a cup of milk tea, she stopped thinking too much. It was too spicy, so I had to take out the peppers from the bottom of the pot and fill a bowl with them. I hope the spiciness of the ingredients can be reduced. After taking a bite of the meat slices dipped in sesame sauce, I finally felt comfortable. The meat slices were covered with sesame sauce, and she also added some sesame seeds to enhance the flavor. The sesame sauce had a strong presence, like a beauty filter for the meat slices, and for people who love sesame sauce. Just looking at it would make them salivate subconsciously. This was her first hot pot in this world, but it was a pity that she didn't have a mobile phone. Otherwise, I really wanted to take a picture of the whole table and post it on WeChat Moments. Isn't life all about this bite of meat? Chapter 90, I don't know where to start. I ordered a bowl of ramen, which was cooked in just a few minutes. When she put the chewy ramen into her mouth, she could feel the wheat aroma of the noodles, and the sweetness of the wheat aroma under the strong spicy oil. Compared with the spicy noodles, she still prefers the noodles cooked with tomato soup. The sour and sweet noodles are better than spaghetti bolognese. Many Chinese people are not used to spaghetti bolognese, but the noodles cooked with tomato hot pot base. Siapura thinks this is the spaghetti that is more suitable for the taste of Chinese babies. Besides this, her favorite dish is shrimp paste. The shrimp paste sold in the store is very filling. If you look closely, you can see shrimps mixed in it. It is served in bamboo tubes. One serving is 5 bamboo tubes 2 fingers long. You have to use a spoon to scoop them into the pot. She loves it, so she puts it all in at once, thinking that she can enjoy it to her heart's content. The cooked shrimp paste will float on the soup like meatballs, and they are in various shapes waiting for Siapura to catch and favor. She picked up the colander and put all the shrimp paste into the bowl. In fact, this raw shrimp paste is more delicious compared to ordinary shrimp paste. It has a different taste. Some shrimp pastes are dipped in sauce, and some are not. Both are delicious. When you put it in your mouth, you can feel as if you can eat several shrimps in a ball of shrimp paste. The shrimp paste seems to burst with juice, filling your mouth with the fresh fragrance of shrimp. I realized when I was tired of eating that. There seemed to be less and less talking in the store. Everyone was eating hot pot. Of course, except for Shirzu's table. Their table was the noisiest in the whole restaurant. Siapuro ate very quickly. She ate alone. And the whole pot was for her alone. Unlike other tables, after the dishes were put in and cooked, they had to fight for them. When she finished eating, she saw that Shirzu's table had barely eaten the beginning. Vegetable dishes like potato chips take a long time to cook, and after they are cooked, not everyone can get a piece and it's gone. The atmosphere of eating hot pot is very lively. People who know each other gather at one table to fight for the meat, while people who don't know each other sit at the same table and give way to each other. Siapuro thought that hot pot was so expensive, so people just came to try it for fun. It was not until the hot pot restaurant was packed every day that she realized how wrong she was. She went back to sleep after eating that day. She didn't have to worry about the mess on the table because Bubu was there. The next day she woke up and was still thinking about what to eat. She went out for a walk and saw a long line in front of the hot pot restaurant. Those who had eaten yesterday wanted to eat it again, and those who didn't eat it wanted to eat it because of its reputation. There were so many people that she wondered if everyone who lived here had come. "What are you doing? Shopkeeper, you're finally here. Is the hot pot restaurant closed today?" Since she was asked this question right in front of her face, Siapuro had no choice but to open the store door. Let them form teams and share tables. She just put the hot pot base on the table and left. System. Your host, am so busy. Siapuro rubbed her arms and legs. She worked so hard every day, and she felt like she could be named a model worker. When she was playing badly, she had never suffered this much. My legs are still itchy. I feel like I am overworked and need to grow muscles. M80 reminded me, host. Have you forgotten that you can collect rent today? Siapuro, shock. I really forgot. She will start drawing as soon as the points arrive. She threatened, if I can't draw a new employee. Don't blame me for manually developing new functions for Bubu. No. Isn't the host lucky now? Besides, you can earn points by setting up a stall next week. Looking back, my luck is much better now than when I first came. At least when drawing cards. You don't just get laundry detergent and shower gel. The chance of getting good stuff is a bit higher. As expected, some people have used crystal cores to exchange for points today. However, with those few points, she knew that she couldn't get it with her luck. After finishing her work, she ran out, thinking of having a pork leg rice, and found that there were still people eating instant noodles in the food street. She suddenly realized that there have always been poor people, but people subconsciously focus their attention and sights on the rich. Just like she only saw a lot of people going to eat hot pot, a hot pot base costs 300 points. And 300 points is really unaffordable for an ordinary person, even equivalent to the cost of 3 meals a day a week. After noticing this phenomenon, she wanted to refer to the adjustments made by the central base. Letting the survivors do something within their ability is considered to give them a real way to survive. She knew that natural disasters in this world would not stop. How could ordinary people who wanted to go out to fight for crystal cores quickly obtain crystal cores during the intervals of natural disasters? But it is impossible to lower the price. Many jobs in the base need people to do them, but she doesn't need them here. Thinking about it, she suddenly felt worried. The B&B has about 500 or 600 rooms now, but there are very few fine decorated rooms. Only Shirzu's team lives in a fine decorated room. Combined with this, everyone is actually saving crystal cores. Just having a place to live is enough, actually. The requirements for living are not high. But such a life is not her goal. She was used to the prosperity of the prosperous times, and was used to the improvement of people's quality of life under her management. Seeing the desolation in the end of the world, she always felt sad. But what could she do? It is absolutely not advisable to lower the price of materials. What everyone needs is a job, a stable income. What is needed is to rely on oneself down to earth, rather than blindly waiting for help from others. Host. M80 wanted to comfort her. I want to say that there is actually another way to refer to the base. That is, to hire people to plant, and thus gain points. There are mutant plants, and there are many of them. The number of normal plants is too small, which is not conducive to the future development of mankind. The number of trees visible to the naked eye is decreasing due to lack of water. The photosynthesis of green leaves can produce oxygen. If the number of plants is allowed to decrease, the fate of mankind can only be described as hopeless. The ecosystem of nature is very important. Humans, plants, and animals coexist. It can be said that Mother Blue Star will not raise any kind of creature for no reason. Every creature has its importance. If you insist that there is no creature, it is just that you have not discovered it. Just like cockroaches that everyone hits, they are one of the raw materials for making healing fluid, which can treat scalds, burns, ulcers, and other diseases. Everything has two sides, in short. It is urgent to maintain a good ecology. What's more, if there are no plants, how can humans face it alone? What's wrong? Do you have any ideas? M80 paused. Its program cannot predict the arrival of disasters to the host in advance. Host, draw a card. Maybe you can draw what you want? Siapuro looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle.